Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 86, Shinigami. A new ethereal blade formed entirely of pure spiritual power sprouted from the broken hilt of Tenseiga. The original blade had already shattered and dispersed into the air. The Ryatsu clinging to this newly forged blade felt completely different from ordinary spiritual power. It contained a living, burning fragment of Rayleigh's very soul. He approached the kneeling Althea and dropped to his knees before her. "Althea, please live," Rayleigh pleaded, his voice raspy but resolute. "I want you to live. Don't give up now. Give your soul to me." At this critical moment, Althea's vision was already blurring at the edges. She weakly lifted her head and looked directly at Rayleigh, but through her fading consciousness, the face she saw superimposed over his belonged to another. "Materia," she whispered. Swish. The blade plunged directly through her chest. Althea's eyes immediately regained their sharp clarity. She looked down at the glowing blade that had just run her completely through. Before she could utter a single word of protest, a massive torrent of intense emotions rushed from the spiritual blade and surged deep into her failing body. Is this the boy's actual thoughts? The spectral blade dissolved into a brilliant, blinding light and seamlessly merged into the woman's fragile body. A heartbeat later, both Rayleigh and Althea began to undergo a drastic, simultaneous transformation. Althea's entire body was tightly enveloped in a cocoon of swirling spiritual power. She could physically feel something completely new coalescing deep within her soul. Just like that, the chaotic spiritual power hovering in front of her materialized into a beautiful, tangible silver short sword, or perhaps a long dagger. The weapon was pristine silver from end to end. Its scabbard, hilt, and guard were intricately covered in beautiful flowing patterns, and the pommel was inlaid with a single, sparkling red gemstone. Thump thump. The strong, steady sound of a heartbeat echoed in her ears. Such a powerful, vibrant heartbeat was something Althea had completely lacked while plagued by her crippling illness. But this was undeniably the sound of her own renewed heart. Althea reached out and grasped the silver short sword floating before her. The moment her pale fingers wrapped around the hilt, a vast of new knowledge flooded her waking mind. She stared at the short sword in her hand with absolute astonishment. This sword is my skill. By simply holding the weapon, she instinctively understood her current state. To put it simply, she had been fundamentally transformed into a special spiritual existence, completely different from a normal human. It was this boy who had forcefully turned her into this. At the exact same time, her skill, Jif Blessing, had been completely sealed within this exquisite silver short sword. As long as she did not actively release the blade, the life-draining power of Jif Blessing would remain perfectly sealed away. Althea looked over her hands and body in utter disbelief. Although she didn't miraculously recover her lost health, without the constant agonizing torment of her terminal skill, she felt 10,000 times lighter. Not only had he changed her entire form of existence, but he had even managed to seal her skill inside a sword. How could such a thing exist in this world? "Boy, what are you?" Althea murmured, looking at the young man before her with wide heterochromatic eyes. But as she looked at him, she witnessed a strange transformation of his own. Rayleigh's all-black shihakusho was rapidly losing its color. The originally pitch-black garment was bleaching white at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but even his dark hair was turning completely snow-white. It was a success. Watching Althea's miraculous transformation, Rayleigh knew his desperate gamble had actually paid off. He had shared his unique Shinigami powers with a human being. Just as Rukia Kachiki had once done to Ichigo Kurosaki in the world of his memories, this was a highly forbidden act in the Soul Society, strictly classified as a third-degree crime. He had successfully turned Althea into a Shinigami. At the same time, he had utilized the remaining spiritual fragments of Tenseiga to forge a brand new Zanpakuto specifically for her. Drawing inspiration from the Arankars, he had created a unique Zanpakuto that sealed the user's innate power directly within the blade itself. Therefore, if Althea were to ever release her Zanpakuto, it wouldn't be called a Shirkai. It would be a Resurrection. By releasing the silver dagger, she would unleash the sealed power, fully unlocking her peak strength. If the original Jif Blessing was a passive terminal skill that couldn't be turned off and caused continuous internal damage, now that it was sealed, it had become a highly controllable active skill, a massive, temporary buff. Erebus, standing quietly to the side, was left utterly shocked by the display. He studied Althea closely, and with his piercing divine eyes, he could see the fundamental change in her soul at a single glance. Although one couldn't exactly say she was permanently cured, the miraculous result of what the boy had just done meant that he had truly saved Althea's life. He had accomplished something even Hera couldn't do. A terminal situation that left even the gods completely helpless had been resolved by a human boy from the Genkai. Kuhukahahaha. Erebus threw his head back and burst out laughing. How can this be possible? Rayleigh, just how much more are you going to surprise me? Erebus asked the empty air. Surpassing the careful predictions of the gods. Achieving a great deed that even the gods themselves would marvel at. What he do was far more than just that. I'm amazed, from the very bottom of my heart. To think that in the Genkai, no, in this entire world, there exists someone as incredibly special as you. You clearly don't possess the standard disposition of a classical hero, yet you repeatedly surpass the grand expectations of the gods and achieve impossible feats. More than a hero, you delight and please me endlessly. It seems I'm truly going to become infatuated with you. From now on, I shall be your absolute #1 fan. Erebus rambled on excitedly, lost in his own euphoria. He didn't even notice that Rayleigh had already lost consciousness where he stood. The boy's exhausted body tilted backward, completely drained of energy. Althea's eyes flickered, and her newly enhanced body reacted with blinding speed. She appeared right behind him, safely caught his falling body and let him lean softly into her embrace. She carefully placed the boy's white-haired head on her lap and gazed down at his peaceful sleeping face. Including this brief encounter, she and this boy had only ever had a simple, passing acquaintance. But his stubborn persistence in saving her life was something even she had to deeply admire. The torrent of complex emotions transmitted directly through that spiritual blade were entirely genuine, direct, and incredibly fervent. To go this far for me. Was it worth it? No. Such a question is simply a grave insult to him. Rayleigh. I admit it. I am truly grateful that you saved me, that you allowed me to continue living. This warm, bubbling feeling inside her chest was undoubtedly joy. So this is how much I actually wanted to live. Thanks to you, I'm finally able to know my own heart's true wish. Althea, how is Rayleigh doing? Erebus asked, his voice laced with genuine concern. His dismissive attitude from earlier had done a complete 180. Faced with the god's question, Althea shook her head and spoke frankly. I'm not sure. Her eyelids drooped slightly, making her long eyelashes look exceptionally beautiful in the dim light. He seems to have just completely exhausted his energy, and he has some minor internal and external injuries, but what he did to me seems to have had a lasting impact on him. She was a little uncertain about the specifics. But she could clearly sense one undeniable thing. The boy's overall power had weakened significantly. It was an unbelievable thing. A literal level regression. Was this even possible under the Falna system? At the very least, she had never heard of such a tragic thing happening in the entire history of Orario. Could it be because he willingly gave a literal piece of his soul to her? No matter how she looked at his fluctuating aura, Rayleigh had now dropped from a level 3 right back down to a level 2. Even a genius like her was at a complete loss in the face of this bizarre situation. Someone is coming, Althea announced quietly. She realized that her perceptive abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. She didn't yet know the full extent of her new abilities after becoming a Shinigami, but relying purely on instinct, she easily sensed the distinct Ryatsu signatures of several people rapidly approaching from a few kilometers away. Even without her GIF blessing skill active, Althea was still a genuine unparalleled genius. Who is it? Erebus asked, glancing down the ruined alley. This feeling, it's a high elf, a royal one at that. And a Paolum, and a dwarf. Althea noted, keeping her eyes closed as she focused on the approaching auras. Erebus was stunned. What kind of sensory ability does she have now? Althea shouldn't have possessed this kind of long-range detection magic before. It wasn't just him who was surprised. Even Althea herself was deeply taken aback by the sheer clarity of this new sense. It's not magic, but it was an entirely new phenomenon achieved through the precise manipulation and sensing of spiritual power. From your description, it must be Loki's executives who are coming, Erebus deduced quickly. It's time to go, Althea. If we stay here, Rayleigh will be questioned by the leaders of Orario regarding our presence. Let's leave quickly before those 3 arrive, he proposed. The god was actually making careful consideration specifically to protect Rayleigh's standing in the city. The woman took one last, deep look at the white-haired boy pillowed on her lap. She gently helped him up, resting his back against a soft mound of displaced earth, making sure he was leaning as comfortably as possible. We will definitely meet again, boy. Althea's soft lips brushed lightly against Rayleigh's ear. After whispering her promise into the night, she vanished into the shadows with Erebus. MC is not getting nerfed but the opposite, it's a huge buff instead. Chapter 87, it's actually a buff. What exactly happened after that exchange, Rayleigh knew nothing about. Because he fell into a deep sleep, resting straight through until noon the very next day. He didn't wake up even once during that entire time. His head pounded, like a heavy hangover headache stabbed relentlessly at his brain. Rayleigh slowly opened his heavy eyes to see the familiar ceiling of his private room back at the familia's base. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while, looking exactly like a complex machine that needed to load its internal systems after a hard reboot. Sitting up slowly, the soft blanket slipped off his chest. Then Rayleigh was immediately startled. Literally startled. Because his familia's goddess, Hephaestus, was actually sleeping soundly right on top of him under his covers. She stretched lazily in her sleep. Hephaestus. Rayleigh panicked slightly. His rough movements successfully woke the sleeping goddess. Rubbing her tired eyes and yawning widely, she stretched her arms out. After doing all this, she suddenly froze in place. Then she whipped her head around to look at Rayleigh at light speed and just stayed like that, completely frozen for a long awkward time. The two of them stared quietly at each other in silence. But suddenly, Hephaestus, who had always given Rayleigh an overwhelming impression of unyielding strength, actually had tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She showed an expression of pure joy, a relief so great it brought her to tears. Before Rayleigh could even react to the shift, the goddess had already pulled him fiercely into her embrace, holding him tight. Ah, this. Rayleigh was now being squeezed tightly by her sweet fragrance and soft breast, somewhat losing himself in the unexpected hug. Who could possibly blame him when this sudden happiness was so intoxicating? I'm so glad you're okay, Hephaestus whispered after a long while. She gripped Rayleigh's shoulders firmly and spoke with deep concern. Seeing her acting so unusually agitated, Rayleigh asked, feeling somewhat puzzled, did something bad happen to me? At those words, Hephaestus instantly froze again. She stammered slightly, conflicted about how to answer him. Rayleigh, please listen to me closely. We can't be entirely sure yet whether this development is a good thing or a bad thing. She paused, choosing her words carefully. You've always been a child with extremely strong independence. But if you ever feel like you can't bear this new burden, I am your strongest support. Please, don't ever forget that. After saying this so seriously, Hephaestus pulled a folded piece of paper out from her cleavage. He reached out and carefully took the paper, which still carried Hephaestus's warm body heat. He quickly realized this was actually his updated status sheet. Unfolding the printed paper, Rayleigh immediately understood exactly why Hephaestus had such a strange, cautious attitude. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV3 LV. Abilities. Strength, S. Endurance, SS. Dexterity, S. Agility, SS. Magic, SSS. Development abilities. Blacksmith Eye. Spirit Healing Eye. Magic. Dash, Destruction Magic, Heido. Dash, Binding Magic, Bakuto. Dash, Healing Magic. Skills. Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. Can create Zanpakuto. Can name Zanpakuto. Can gain Exilia when Zanpakuto achieves great deeds. Jif Blessing Minor, new skill. What exactly was this supposed to be? Never mind Hephaestus's confusion, even Rayleigh himself was somewhat lost for words. His level had actually dropped from level 3 back to level 2. But his base ability values had somehow exceeded their absolute limits. Except for strength and dexterity remaining strictly at S rank, the other 3 core attributes had all reached impossible levels, meaning their raw values had successfully broken right through the fauna limit. His endurance and agility had both incredibly reached SS, magic had even continuously broken through multiple limits to reach a staggering SSS. Normally, reaching 1100 was considered SSS rank, but his specific magic attribute had actually reached well over 1200. Not only that, he had actually gained a new skill. And this specific skill was actually Althea's Jif Blessing. Oh no. Wait. It was Jif Blessing Minor. Compared to the terrifying original version, it had an additional minor character attached to it. Since the original birth of the fauna, he was probably the very first existence in history to actively achieve a level regression. As for the exact reason why, it wasn't particularly hard to imagine. Because he had willingly transferred a literal part of his soul directly to Althea, exactly like cutting off a small piece of his own existence. Probably because of this extreme act, a deep, unbreakable soul connection was permanently formed between him and Althea, ultimately causing him to share her unique skill. Though it was only a miniature version. But even with just 1/10 the devastating effect of the original, it could easily be said to be quite heaven-defying in its own right. Ability values breaking through their limits. Within his known range of lore, among all those who had ever received a divine blessing, only 2 specific people could physically do this. One was the hero of the story, Bel Cranel. Breaking through S-rank limitations was as easy and natural as eating and drinking for him. The other person was Althea. Whether it was due to her specific bloodline being highly special or some other unknown factor, when Althea's agility and dexterity perfectly reached the S-rank limits, her magic value easily broke through to SS, reaching 1001. Now, besides these two legendary figures, he had also successfully achieved the impossible feat of breaking through the ability value limits. No, wait. If he wasn't counting events that would happen in the future, he and Althea should be the only two currently alive that can break the limit. After all, Bel Cranel was still living far out in the countryside, happily listening to his grandfather's story about harem. He had a full 7 years remaining before he would eventually travel to Orario to become an adventurer. 7 years was more than enough time for far too many things to happen. He wondered exactly how Althea was doing right now. Although the Shinigami transformation had successfully sealed away that highly dangerous skill, the damage Althea had endured over the past years and the terminal illness ravaging her body still actively existed. She was still in a very critical, unstable condition. If it was possible, he wanted to hide her safely away for long-term treatment. By the way, Hephaestus, what exactly was the final result of Otter's battle with Zald? Rayleigh asked, shifting the subject. Hearing him ask this specific question, Hephaestus showed a very strange expression. Seeing her stare at him with the exact same look one gives a terrifying monster, Rayleigh asked again, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Hephaestus answered slowly, it was a draw. A draw. Yes. The intense battle was forcefully stopped due to intervention by Orario's high-level adventurers. Zald seemed to have suffered some injuries from the clash, and so did Otter. But after receiving treatment, Otter has completely recovered. A draw. Rayleigh fell completely silent, processing the news. Hey, you're not actually still dissatisfied with that result, are you? Seeing that he wasn't overjoyed by the news of Otter's survival, Hephaestus continued, how strong Zald is, me and the other gods know very well. After all, he was an elite of the legendary Zeus Familia. Honestly speaking, the current Otter had absolutely no real chance of winning against him in a fight, and we all knew this fact too. But this grim reality was successfully shattered by the very sword you forged. Do you know? Right now, the people outside are excitedly calling you the Sword Master. The existence of the Zanpakuto has officially entered the adventurer's sight and instantly became a massive hot topic across the city. Oh. The speed of the rumors was much faster than he had expected. Thinking about it objectively, it was only natural. In this war, the overwhelming performance of the Zanpakuto had been witnessed firsthand by everyone present. Whether it was Artie, the owner of Nejrabana, or Elise, the owner of Enjetsu, then Ace Ganryamaru, Otter's Tenken, and Ermid's miraculous use of Tensiga. It would be incredibly strange if they weren't heavily noticed by the masses. There should also be Otter and Finn's behind-the-scenes promotion fueling the fire. Choosing the right, highly visible spokespersons for his weapons was indeed very important for his business. By the way, Rayleigh, there's one more important thing. Actually, you can level up to level 3 again right now. Really? Rayleigh asked, surprised. It couldn't be more real. After all, not only your ability values, but your required achievements have long since been fully completed, successfully satisfying all the conditions needed for leveling up, Hephaestus said matter-of-factly. Not only that. The goddess, looking somewhat tired yet overly excited by the prospect, said. Because you're officially leveling up again, you can actually choose a brand new development ability. Rayleigh was completely stunned by the revelation, then felt a wave of pure joy swell in his heart. A development ability. His current development abilities were blacksmith and spirit healing. Normally, he would only be able to add another development ability when leveling up to level 4. He never ever expected that this strange level drop would coincidentally allow him to actively exploit a system bug. A level 3 adventurer but fully able to possess 3 distinct development abilities, there's no one can do it like this in all of Orario. For a brief, tempting moment, Rayleigh even had the wild idea of aggressively exploiting these level bugs to completely max out his development abilities. But fortunately, he was calm enough to immediately dismiss the thought. Splitting off one's own soul was an extremely dangerous act, one minor misstep could easily lead to his eternal damnation. And without protagonist-level luck on his side, such risky manipulation of his soul could easily result in him being permanently crippled or outright killed. Chapter 88, Stronger Than Yesterday. After Hephaestus updated his status, Rayleigh officially returned to level 3. This time, he chose the Swordsman development ability. Since he had just acquired it, his abilities rested at the initial I rank. He was stronger today than he was yesterday. The improvement went beyond a single skill. By breaking his status limits at level 2, the hidden points converted during his level up yielded a higher return. When an adventurer reaches a new level under the fauna, their visible status resets. However, the accumulated stats from the previous level do not vanish. They convert into hidden potential, fueling the body beneath the surface. Originally, Rayleigh's total level 2 stats sat under 5,000. Through the recent ordeal, that total pushed past 5,200. While a 200-point difference sounded minor, those excess points represented a breakthrough of more than 2 full ranks. In his current state, he felt ready to cast Bakuto 81, Danku, without suffering physical backlash. Reaching an SSS rank in magic provided a vast boost to his Ryatsu. Danku was a high-utility spell, a towering, directional defensive wall. In Bleach anime, Aizen Sosuke had utilized a chantless Danku to block Heido 88, Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho, a devastating strike cast by the Grand Kido chief himself. Rayleigh initially estimated he would need to reach the upper tiers of level 3 to wield it safely. Now, he felt confident he could execute the spell ahead of schedule. "I am glad you are okay," Hephaestus said, her tone lined with worry. The life of an adventurer subjected the body and mind to grueling trials. History was littered with broken geniuses who fell into despair after a traumatic event and never recovered. A sudden level regression was a phenomenon she had never encountered. She debated bringing the anomaly to Arenas. As the god who introduced the fauna to the lower world, the ancient god might possess an explanation for it. Rayleigh shook his head, declining the offer. "Thank you, Hephaestus, but I am fine. We don't need to involve Lord Arenas. If that's your decision, I will respect it." She sighed. "Tsubaki is also worried about you. Go see her when you have the time." "I understand," Rayleigh nodded. Seeing his obedient demeanor return, Hephaestus reached out and ruffled his white hair. "Wait, Hephaestus. Don't treat me like a child." "Oh." The red-haired goddess offered him a kind smile. "I'm a goddess, Rayleigh. In my eyes, all the children of the lower world are just kids." Rayleigh found himself unable to formulate a proper counterargument. The gods were born alongside the heavens and the earth at the dawn of creation. Even the youngest gods had existed for over 100 million years, a span of time that merely represented adulthood to an immortal like her. "I'm talking about how it makes me feel," he grumbled. He walked alongside Hephaestus through the familiar's sprawling compound. Bustling activity filled the courtyards. The blacksmiths worked through a heavy sweat, their hammers swinging fast enough to strike sparks from the anvils. Clang! Clang! The rhythmic sounds of forging merged into a steady, metallic chorus. Because Evolus targeted the industrial district, the Hephaestus Familia had suspended all commercial storefront operations. Instead, the smiths worked without rest to supply the frontline adventurers with vital weapons and armor. Following the last battle, Evolus vanished without a trace, Hephaestus noted, briefing him on the situation. "They have not made a single move since. Both the guild and the Paolum commander of the Loki Familia suspect they are brewing a larger plan." Rayleigh was not surprised by the information. While his individual combat strength remained limited in the scope of the war, his forged blades had played a pivotal role. The power Evolus accumulated over the years was troublesome, but it alone lacked the strength to drag Orario down to hell. Erebus's direct involvement acted as the key opening Pandora's box. Both the guild and Evolus treated this as a straightforward, two-sided war. In reality, the conflict operated as a complex, three-way deadlock. The first stage of Erebus's necessary evil plan relied on helping Evolus attack the city to manufacture a crisis. This would incite brutal conflict between scared civilians and overwhelm the adventurers, destroying the guild's credibility. The second stage involved assassinating Orario's gods to send them back to Tenkai, slaughtering citizens as blood sacrifices, and whittling down the adventurers' fighting strength. This chaos would keep the city too preoccupied to notice the true objective. The third and final stage required Erebus to enter the dungeon. He would use his divine power to lure the deep-floor monsters to the surface and destroy Babel Tower. Once that lid shattered, Arenas' prayers could no longer suppress the dungeon spawns. An endless tide of monsters would wash the surface in blood, reverting the world to the brutal dark ages of ancient times. If Orario overcame all three manufactured trials, a true hero would be forged in the fire. If they failed, the resulting apocalyptic environment would forcefully squeeze the survival potential out of humanity, cultivating heroes reminiscent of the ancient myths. However, Erebus's grand design had fractured across multiple fronts. Rayleigh had exposed the assassination plot during the second stage. Instead of the targeted 10 gods being sent back to Tenkai, only 3 had fallen. The attempt to incite civil war had also stalled. It proceeded well at first. Civilians could endure poor sleep and mild hunger, but they could not ignore fatal injuries. With medical resources drained by the influx of wounded adventurers, untreated civilians were left to wait for death. Faced with that grim reality, they rioted, but the timely appearance of Tensiga changed the equation. Wielding a blade capable of saving 100 people with a single swing, Ermid healed the injured and replenished the frontline fighting force. The civilians received proper medical treatment, felt genuine gratitude toward the guild and began cooperating with the adventurers instead of rioting. Without crippling the adventurers' numbers, it would be difficult for Erebus to breach the dungeon. Orario's defensive forces were now concentrated around the central plaza. Then came the final, unexpected variables. Otter had halted Zald's advance. Furthermore, Althea looked ready to switch sides at a moment's notice. Fortunately for the Dark God, Althea still fulfilled her duties and helped him continue the plan. Because of these delays, Erebus would likely resort to rougher, more direct methods to utilize his Evolus comrades. Chapter 89, God's Death. Tisk. Hey, how do you plan to take responsibility for this disaster, Erebus? This is nothing like what you promised us. The evil gods gathered together, launching a vicious verbal assault on the deity lounging in his chair. Erebus sat quietly, staring into space. He didn't seem to hear their shouts. He appeared entirely lost in his own thoughts, contemplating a fascinating puzzle. This dismissive attitude only served to further infuriate the surrounding gods. Hey! Give us an answer, you bastard! After talking such a big game, this is all you have to show for it. The evil gods complained without pause. They had suffered heavy losses in this joint operation, many of their familiars had been severely damaged, and some stood on the brink of annihilation. Even as patrons of Evolus, they still cared for their beloved children. Villains who could empathize with one another were rare, the vast majority merely exploited each other for personal gain. More importantly, Orario showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, the city was regaining its footing and pushing their forces back. Erebus remained seated, surrounded by his angry peers. Vito looked annoyed by the noise. Meanwhile, Zald and Althea stood like statues behind Erebus's chair. They remained indifferent, looking as if none of this petty squabbling concerned them. What was all that bragging about the remnants of Zeus and Hera Familia? They aren't as great as the old rumors made them out to be. They couldn't even deal with that Borman from the Freya Familia. Clap. Erebus seemed to snap out of his daze. Catching the tail end of the complaints, he brought his hands together and offered a dangerous smile. That is true. At this current rate, the plan will not proceed on schedule. He sighed, scratching the side of his head. Oh dear, what a headache. What should I do? The blood sacrifices are simply not enough. Seeing him act like a clueless fool, the dark gods grew even angrier. A headache. We are the ones dealing with a headache here. You guaranteed this plan would succeed. Take responsibility. Otherwise, we will take you out first. Facing the enraged gods, Erebus pretended to look troubled. But once their shouting died down, he laughed. You want me to take responsibility? Perfect, I had the exact same idea. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. Well then, everyone, as long as I can make the plan succeed, are you willing to cooperate with anything? Cut the crap. We have cooperated with you enough. Now it is your turn to show us some results. Hee hee hekahaha. Erebus let out a sinister laugh. He looked at the gods standing before him as if evaluating pigs waiting for the slaughterhouse. I felt your strong resolve. In that case, please use yourselves as the foundation to complete the final piece of my puzzle. Nanny. Before the gods could process the threat, a massive shadow flashed through the crowd. Zald arrived right in front of the loudest god as his pitch-black greatsword whistled through the air. The gods had left its neck, flying several meters away before bouncing across the stone floor. Even in death, the severed head still wore a mask of pure shock. Goa. It took a few seconds for the decapitated god's vessel to react and let out a delayed, echoing scream. A heartbeat later, the dying god transformed into a brilliant pillar of light and ascended to the heavens, forcefully returning to Tenkai. Boom. The remaining gods jumped back, their faces twisted in abject terror. What the fuck? Erebus, what's the meaning of this? Erebus remained calm. He acted as if the execution had nothing to do with him, which, in a literal sense, was true. He had not lifted a finger. After sending one god back to Tenkai with a single swing, Zald locked onto his next target. His expression remained unreadable. He did not swing his blade. Instead, without turning his head, he asked a simple question. How many do I need to kill? Erebus tapped his chin, pretending to think. He hesitated for a brief moment. Let's kill 5 more. Wait a goddamn minute. Erebus, you bastard. Swish. The greatsword flashed and the god who had just roared was split clean in half. Another brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. When 5 massive pillars of light pierced the clouds at the same time, the spectacle halted the battles across the city. It was not just the members of Evolus staring in shock, every adventurer in Orario looked up at the sky. Pillars of light. Gods are being sent back to Tenkai, so many of them. Loki watched the pillars with wide eyes. Even a trickster like her had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle. Sending so many gods back to the Tenkai at once was an unprecedented event. How is that possible? All the gods should be secured at the guild right now. Riveria noted, her voice tight with alarm. Finn maintained his composure. After a brief moment of thought, he arrived at a grim possibility. What if the ones being sent back are the patron gods of Evolus? Ha. Loki asked, her tone dripping with disbelief. Are you saying Evelys is having an internal feud in the middle of a war? She paused. It was not impossible. Those evil gods were beyond redemption, betraying one another fit their nature. Backstabbing was standard practice among villains. It just made no sense to do it right now. Losing so many patron gods at once would cut Evelys's active combat power by more than half. Without their fauna, how could those cultists compete with Orario's elite? They might be deranged, but they were not stupid. In truth, Evelys had always operated on a loose voting system. Every evil god had a say, and they acted based on a collective, chaotic will. But relying on the overwhelming combat power of Zald and Althea, Erebus had twisted Evelys into his own personal domain. Such a feat was extraordinary, manipulating a room full of arrogant gods required an overwhelming charismatic presence. So, it has started. Rayleigh watched the pillars of light pierce the sky. He felt no surprise at Erebus's ruthless play. The master plan had reached a critical bottleneck, but a true mastermind would never give up. He had suitable pawns resting right at his fingertips. By discarding them, he could sacrifice their souls to force the dungeon's doors open. For Erebus, there was nothing to hesitate about. He was a dedicated god to his cause. Tsubaki, is the item Finn requested finished? Hephaestus asked, leading Rayleigh through the workshop to find her captain. In the forging area, Rayleigh spotted an unexpected guest. The multi-talented, Asphai al-Andromeda. Goddess Hephaestus, and Rayleigh. Asphai greeted them. Rayleigh blinked, offering her a polite nod. He noticed the two women working closely together over a specialized workbench. Oh, Rayleigh boy, you are awake. Tsubaki paused her hammering. Spotting Rayleigh standing behind their goddess, she flashed a bright, relieved smile. Rayleigh boy, you have a talent for getting injured. How many times have you collapsed on us now? Hearing her tease him, Rayleigh found himself speechless. Ever since joining the Hephaestus Familia, he had fallen into a coma on multiple occasions due to severe injuries. Chapter 90, Huh? Artie and Elise bring your name up every time, my ears have grown calluses from hearing your name. Asphai crossed her arms, letting out a sigh of helpless resignation. Who could blame her? She had been subjected to a relentless stream of information about a man she had never met. Her knowledge of his habits and traits rivaled that of a romantic partner. Those girls were never like this in the past. Now, they could not open their mouths without saying Rayleigh this or Rayleigh that, causing the blue-haired item maker no small amount of distress. If Rayleigh ever ascended to the status of a major historical figure, she possessed enough second-hand trivia to pen his official biography. She had spotted him from afar during the Grand War meetings, but this marked their first face-to-face interaction. Setting Artie and Elise aside, even her own captain showered the young blacksmith with praise. It was jarring. For Lilith to offer genuine compliments. The mischievous, wicked-minded girl rarely handed out praise. It served as concrete proof of the boy's skill. Hello, Perseus, Rayleigh greeted. Ah. Asphai froze, struck by a strange wave of familiarity. He did not know her, yet her one-sided awareness of his life made his formal use of her alias feel jarringly distant. Just call me Asphai. Every word and action from the blue-haired beauty exuded a subtle nobility. Despite her best efforts to suppress her origins, the refined temperament of a royal princess remained ingrained in her bones. Rayleigh offered a faint smile. Asphai's casual mention of Lilith confirmed the girl was still alive. Did this real world simply possess more shifting variables, or was this the butterfly effect produced by the flapping of his own wings? Either way, the wicked-minded beauty had avoided her grim fate. The same applied to Artie. Sparing those originally destined to die was a good outcome. Beyond those two, countless civilians and adventurers had likely avoided their designated death routes. Rayleigh was no saint. At most, he harbored a fleeting spark of compassion for a beggar sifting through trash or a starving stray dog. If forced to choose between personal gain and the greater good, he would prioritize himself without hesitation. Yet, if a simple act of interference could pull someone from a desperate abyss, he was willing to show mercy. By Erebus's twisted standards, Rayleigh fit the definition of a hypocrite. He remained highly self-aware of this flaw and found no issue with it. Flexible morals allowed a man to navigate a cruel world with ease. As for the philosophical rest, he did not care. Even if a ruthless baron amassed wealth by bleeding laborers dry, funneling those gold into an orphanage remained a net positive. In the end, the world only cared about results. All right, Asphai, he agreed. With the pleasantries out of the way, Asphai voiced the burning question she had held back. Elise and the others claim you are the creator of the Zanpakuto. To forge something of that magnitude, my entire understanding of blacksmithing is being rewritten by that. Asphai's Familia, the Hermes Familia, specialized in information gathering. Their members operated as spies and undercover couriers, boasting a formidable grasp on the city's intelligence network. Throughout this bloody war, they played a vital role. Even the mighty Loki Familia relied heavily on their covert scouting. Zanpakuto? Tsubaki asked, tilting her head in confusion. Huh? Tsubaki, don't you know about the Zanpakuto? Asfai blinked, her tone laced with genuine shock. 2 days prior, Tsubaki's ignorance might have made sense. No, it still would have been absurd. She and Rayleigh shared the same familia. Tsubaki served as his captain, how could she remain blind to the Zanpakuto's existence? Furthermore, the magical weapons dominated the city's gossip. Even the dark cultists of Evolus had received the reports of it. A Zanpakuto, a weapon bound to the wielder's very soul. It possessed a living consciousness. Furthermore, every blade housed a unique ability, and its destructive output scaled with the owner's base strength. It was a weapon capable of evolution. Even a mediocre adventurer could join the ranks of the elite by obtaining one. Every known owner of a Zanpakuto fought like a monster, wielding power that far exceeded their levels. Rumors stated the weapons harbored 2 distinct stages of release, Shirkai and Bankai. The first stage unleashed the blade's special ability. The second stage multiplied the wielder's combat strength by 5 to 10 times. This is the first I'm hearing of it. What on earth is a Zanpakuto? Rayleigh and Hephaestus exchanged a glance, both of them taking a cautious step backward. Looking bewildered by their reaction, Asfai explained everything she knew about the soulbound weapons. Tsubaki's single visible eye widened as she absorbed the unbelievable details. No way. Is Rayleigh's forging skill that exaggerated? To forge something of that magnitude? He had only ever crafted ordinary Far Eastern blades in her presence. Katanas and tachis were uncommon but not rare in Orario, so she had paid his projects no mind. In terms of pure hammering technique, Rayleigh possessed great skill, but he did not stand out as an unparalleled blacksmith within the city. But now they were claiming those curved blades were Zanpakuto, housing ridiculous, world-breaking power. The truth dawned on the half-dwarf. The reason she remained in the dark was due to Hephaestus. The goddess had helped Rayleigh keep his masterpiece a secret from her own captain. That is so mean. You're excluding me from the fun. Tsubaki dropped her heavy hammer. She rushed forward, pulling Rayleigh into a fierce, crushing embrace. The air left Rayleigh's lungs in a rush. I want to see it. Show it to me. What is a Zanpakuto? I demand to see it right now. We understand, Hephaestus sighed, massaging her temples. Just let him go first. Otherwise, you will not be seeing anything. Ah. Don't die on us, Rayleigh. Cough, cough. His nose filled with the scent of smoke and sweat lingering on Tsubaki's skin. Rayleigh caught his breath and nodded in agreement. All right. I'll show you. He drew the blade from his waist, holding the steel horizontally for the 3 women to inspect. Presented with the rare chance to observe a Zanpakuto up close, Asfai leaned in with intense curiosity. In this sealed state, it takes the general form of a Zanpakuto. It acts as an ordinary Asachi, Rayleigh explained. And then, there is the Shirkai. He shifted his grip. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Following the release command, the solid steel disintegrated. The metal dissolved, transforming into a swirling cloud of pink cherry blossom petals like a stage magician's trick. Whoa. So this is Senbon Sakura, Asfai murmured. She adjusted her glasses, unaware the subtle gesture carried a charming grace. Tsubaki reached an eager hand forward, wanting to feel the soft petals, but Asfai caught her wrist. Do not touch them. Why not? Asfai offered no verbal explanation. Instead, she pointed toward the drifting cloud of Senbon Sakura. A heavy, abandoned anvil sat in the corner of the courtyard. After countless sessions of tempering and pounding, the iron block boasted a high density and extreme hardness. However, when the cherry-colored petals brushed against the metal, the hardened anvil gave way like soft tofu. The thick iron block was sliced apart, crumbling into jagged, ruined pieces across the stone floor. Chapter 91, Zanpakuto for Tsubaki. How is this possible? The blade scattered and turned into flowers. And it's so sharp too. Those petals drifted down without any force behind them, yet they managed to cut the anvil. Tsubaki watched the scene unfold in sheer disbelief. As a master smith and the top blacksmith in Orario, this defied her professional expertise. Cutting an anvil posed no challenge for high-level adventurers. Some adventurers with monstrous physical strength could hammer a block of iron into a pancake with their bare hands and tear it apart. The problem lay in the execution. This was not a swordmaster's heavy slash, nor did it involve a whole blade. It was a tiny, petal-like fragment, each piece measuring a mere 3 centimeters in diameter. Incredible. Tsubaki caught a single petal in her palm, realizing these flowers were lethal steel fragments. Rayleigh willed Senbon Sakura to converge back into a solid blade, then slid it into its sheath. The abilities of a Zanpakuto vary wildly, he explained. A type like Senbon Sakura acts as an attack-type Zanpakuto, focusing primarily on raw offense. Asfai chimed in. From what I gathered, there are also types that manipulate water through fluid slashes, control abrasive ash using a mist-like blade, wrap themselves in flames to multiply attack power, and even manifest children's games into reality. Rayleigh offered a look of surprise. You are well informed. Asfai clearly maintained close ties with the girls of the Astria Familia to understand their Zanpakuto abilities so thoroughly. The doll princess, pardon me, the sword princess of the Loki Familia, Asfai corrected herself. The Zanpakuto in her hand. I recall it's called Ganryamaru. If my sources are correct, it serves as a lightning attribute Zanpakuto. I witnessed the sword princess use a lightning strike to execute 5 Evelus elites in a single flash. Miss Asfai, correcting yourself does not erase the rudeness of using that old moniker. Doll princess. Some adventurers had saddled Ace Wallenstein with that unfortunate nickname. It held no official weight. When Ace reached level 2, the gods bestowed upon her the grand title of Sword Princess. Long before that milestone, her obsession with slaughtering monsters in the dungeon unsettled many witnesses. Paired with her flawless expressionless face, people treated her like a heartless combat golem, a broken doll. Thus, she became the Doll Princess. Throughout the recent skirmishes against Evelus, her ruthless fighting style entrenched the nickname deeper into the public consciousness. Rather than Sword Princess, the masses preferred to whisper Doll Princess behind her back. Ganryamaru is indeed a lightning attribute Zanpakuto, Rayleigh confirmed. But Ace has a long way to go before mastering it. Drawing out that specific blade's true power requires immense discipline. Ganryamaru. The Zanpakuto of the Soul Society's 1st Division Lieutenant, Chojiro Sasuke. Operating as a civil official, he rarely found chances to engage in frontline combat. During his first major on-screen appearance in Rayleigh's past life, a certain orange-haired protagonist beat him senseless with his bare hands. That poor showing did not reflect his true strength. As a Shinigami who mastered Bankai over 2 millennia ago, Sasuke's strength ran deep. His long-term clerical work simply rusted his battle prowess. He later met a tragic end when the Quincy stole his Bankai. Bankai, Koko Ganryo Rikyu. Much like Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice-snow-type Zanpakuto, it operated as a weather-manipulating, element-type blade. Upon mastering the release, Sasuke managed to wound the prime Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni of 2,000 years ago. Even for a captain-level Shinigami, inflicting a simple scratch on that old monster bordered on impossible. Landing a direct hit and leaving an indelible scar on his forehead proved the unquestionable, devastating power of Koko Ganryo Rikyu. The current ace fell short of that mark. Though it might not take her 2,000 years of practice, she remained incapable of grasping Ganryamaru's Bankai. Rayleigh wondered who among his current clients would be the first to achieve the ultimate release. Asfai, are you interested in a Zanpakuto? Would you like? No. I'll pass. That was a firm rejection. Rayleigh found it strange. Judging by her thorough research, she clearly acknowledged the supreme power of the Zanpakuto. Why did she lack the desire to wield one? I have no wish to sign that kind of indentured servitude contract, Asfai stated. She pushed up her glasses, offering him a sharp gaze. Indentured servitude. Rayleigh grasped her meaning. She had uncovered the specific terms of his forging contracts with the Astria Familia girls. She likely tricked the information out of them during a casual conversation. He spread his hands and offered a noncommittal shrug, refusing to explain his pricing model. The core talent of Perseus lay in her development ability, mystery, a rare crafting skill essential to the big familia of Orario, possessed by a mere 3 individuals in the world. I want one. Tsubaki lunged forward, grabbing Rayleigh's arm in a vice grip. Hey, Rayleigh boy, forge one of those Zanpakuto for me. I will pay the commission properly. She leaned in closer, pressing her chest against his arm with a suggestive grin. If you need extra incentive, I could even use my body. Rayleigh shuddered from the soft contact. He pulled away to create some distance. Just the money will do. Tisk. Tsubaki pouted in disappointment. How much? She requested a blade focused less on overwhelming combat power, hoping to negotiate a cheaper rate. Rayleigh hesitated, doing the mental math. He held up 2 fingers. 200 million Valis. The staggering figure stood at nearly double the market price of first-tier indestructible weapon. Weapon with Durandal properties. Tsubaki agreed without a second thought. As long as the price remained within her budget, she would accept the terms. She viewed the exorbitant cost as a necessary investment to satisfy a master blacksmith's intellectual curiosity. In that case, he knew exactly which blade to forge for her. The Zanpakuto belonging to the Soul Society's premier damage sponge, Tobium. Upon Shirkai release, the straight blade morphs into a 7-branched sword. Its primary ability allows the wielder to fire explosive fireballs. At first glance, the power seems quite ordinary, unremarkable even for standard magic. However, its raw output demands respect. The fiery projectiles launched by Tobium carry the concussive force of a large-caliber tank cannon. A single shot can reduce a sturdy stone house to rubble. Momo Hinamori possessed limited talent and failed to refine Tobium's Bankai. However, Rayleigh possessed the authority to bestow Bankai potential upon forging the Shirkai. He achieved this by gifting the weapon its true name. Whether forging Nejibana, Enjetsu, or Heiniko, he laid the groundwork for Bankai in the steel. Yet, Rayleigh left the final right of acknowledgement to the Zanpakuto spirits themselves. He provided the true name to ensure a smooth transition into Shirkai. But, Bankai operated on stricter rules. The power inherent in a Bankai proved too dangerous. Lacking the necessary temperament and physical strength, learning the name early and forcing a Bankai release would only result in severe bodily harm to the user. 20 hours passed since Evolus halted their coordinated offensive. Morning dawned over Orario. Outside the towering walls of the labyrinth city, the entire amassed force of Evolus stood poised and ready, waiting in the wings for the final command. Chapter 92, Final Push. Hey! Is anyone there? Help us! Inside the Tower of Babel, a group of 4 adventurers stumbled out, covered in blood and heavily supporting one another. With the central plaza under strict martial law, the guards detained them on sight. Finn arrived on the scene moments later. In the brief time it took him to reach the perimeter, all 4 men had lost consciousness from the severity of their wounds. Treat them. Finn called for a healer. Ermid answered the call. Gripping a newly replenished Tensiga, she rushed to the fallen men. With 3 swift strokes of the glowing blade, she healed their grievous injuries. When the first adventurer woke up, his eyes focused on a pale doll-like figure pointing a sword at his chest. A monster. Terrified, he scrambled backward on all 4s, desperate to escape. The harsh accusation petrified Ermid. A monster? Was she really that ugly? Of course not. Ermid possessed a flawless beauty, but that very perfection lent her an unreal quality. Combined with her icy, focused expression, observers often mistook her for a masterpiece crafted by a master puppeteer. Seeing such a cold, doll-like figure aiming a blade evoked the image of a cursed puppet. Similar monsters existed deep within the dungeon, like expressionless puppets wielding daggers with mindless ferocity. In this regard, Ermid and Ace shared a passing resemblance. However, Ace viewed the world solely through the lens of gaining strength and slaughtering monsters. Ermid harbored a delicate kind heart beneath her cold exterior. Being branded a monster by the very men she had just saved stung deeply. Seeing the patient spiral into a panic, Ermid froze, looking toward Finn for assistance. Finn moved to step in, but halted with a knowing smile when a familiar figure approached. Rayleigh stepped up behind Ermid and rested a reassuring hand on her head. He pointed his free hand at the thrashing adventurer. Bakuto 1, Sai. The invisible spell forced the 4 men's arms behind their backs. Losing their balance, they collapsed to the dirt, pinned in place. Don't let it get to you, Ermid. These guys are just idiots, Rayleigh said. Catching his familiar scent and hearing his reassuring voice, Ermid threw herself into Rayleigh's embrace before she even turned around. The sting faded. She was okay. It doesn't hurt. The pinned adventurer came to his senses, realizing his fatal wounds had vanished without a trace. Thank you. Wait, there is something much worse. Monsters. A monster appeared in the dungeon. Recalling the nightmare, the man's face turned deathly pale. His body trembled violently, his speech breaking down into incoherent stammers about a terrifying beast. Rayleigh pressed a glowing finger against the man's forehead, channeling a soothing pulse of Kaido to calm his fractured spirit. Once settled, the adventurer finally detailed the crisis. What is this about a monster? Someone asked. It would be stranger if there were no monsters in the dungeon. No, you don't understand. It came from the deep floors. A disastrous, unnatural beast. The Evolus cultists are luring it toward the surface. How is that possible? How could they manage such a feat? Another adventurer questioned. Finn bit his thumb, his expression turning grim as he pieced the puzzle together. It's divine power. What? The enemy is using a god arcanum to stimulate the dungeon into birthing an anomaly, and then using that same god as bait to lure the beast upward, Finn explained. Then wouldn't that mean? Yes. The enemy's true goal is Babel itself. They intend for this summoned monster to blow the lid right off the dungeon. Relying on his sharp intellect and a handful of clues, Finn deduced Erebus's endgame. Rayleigh found no opening to offer his own foresight. He could only marvel at the Palam's deductive reasoning. Facing Finn as an enemy would be a nightmare. But this presents a contradiction. How did Evolus enter the dungeon? Finn muttered, puzzled. With the central plaza teeming with the city's combined combat forces and civilian survivors, bypassing the blockade to enter Babel and descend undetected should have been impossible. Rayleigh realized the missing link. Erebus did not enter through Babel. He used the man-made labyrinth, Gnosis. Long ago, the legendary craftsman Daedalus fell into madness after witnessing the dungeon's sheer, living scale. The magnificent, miraculous architecture was a feat he could never hope to replicate. In a desperate bid to construct a structure that could rival the dungeon, Daedalus began building his own labyrinth. But a mortal's lifespan proved too short, and Daedalus died within his unfinished maze. His lingering will cursed his bloodline. Generation after generation of the Daedalus line fell to madness, obsessed with completing the labyrinth. That sprawling, underground network connected directly to the dungeon. Erebus must have bypassed Babel entirely through Gnosis. This is bad. We cannot ignore a threat rising from the depths, Finn announced. The tide of battle shifted. Orario, tasked only with defending the surface walls, now faced a siege from both sides. The very structure they were guarding had become a ticking bomb. We will split into two teams. One force will guard Babel, while an elite squad enters the dungeon to intercept and slay this god-killing beast. We cannot let that monster shatter the lid. Raoul sprinted over, gasping for breath. Captain. A massive horde of Evelus forces has been spotted outside the city walls. Their numbers are impossible to estimate. They have surrounded Orario. So they have come, Finn replied, his tone steady. Royman, the head of the Adventurers Guild standing nearby, turned pale. What? His expression twisted in panic. Damn those Evelus bastards. Where did they hide so many troops? Boom. 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 Heavy explosions echoed from every direction, rattling the city's foundations. Finn frowned. Royman shrieked, what now? What is happening? Raoul sprinted toward the communications team to gather intel, refusing to rest for even a second. It's the gates, Captain. Raoul shouted upon his return. Orario's outer gates have been breached. They used heavy explosives. Calm down, Raoul. Which gate fell? Raoul braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His face carried a look of pure dread. All of them. Every single gate has been destroyed. Chapter 93, Bakasega. Evelus explosives breached every gate in Orario simultaneously. A massive wave of dark forces flooded the city. The commotion drew the adventurers' immediate attention. Guards stationed throughout the district stepped forward to intercept the enemy horde. The clash between the two sides produced heavy casualties on contact. Get the wounded to the rear. Transport them to Air Mid. Whenever an Orario adventurer sustained a crippling injury, they retreated. Initially, the Evelus cultists mistook this tactical fallback for cowardice. As the battle raged, they realized the truth. Opponents they had just gutted were reappearing in the vanguard, looking vibrant and full of life. Were they burning through potions? Could it be elixirs? Impossible. Elixirs cost 500,000 Valis a bottle and the guild could not afford to squander them on this scale. Evelus organized 3 distinct waves of attacks, but the resistance from Orario proved far more stubborn than they anticipated. Damn it, why is it you again? An Evelus vanguard screamed. He watched a man whose stomach he had personally run through twice charge the front line once more. The adventurer offered no answer, he simply grinned and pressed the attack. After a brief exchange of blows, the Evelus cultist fell to the ground. His own sword pinned him to the dirt, driven through his shoulder and lodged deep in his sternum. Even in death, confusion and bewilderment masked his face. Are these Orario bastards immortal? 3 kilometers behind every active battlefield sat a medical station. Every primary healer within those tents wielded a knockoff Tensiga. To prepare for this day, Rayleigh had worked without sleep or food to forge 10 replica Tensigas. In the hands of these carefully selected healers, the sword's performance exceeded their limits, magnifying their restorative magic on a massive scale. Standing atop the city wall to observe the chaotic battlefield, Valletta, the Arachnia, was livid. Is this a joke? These useless wastes, we hold the numerical advantage. Why haven't they broken the line? Valletta lashed out, snapping the shin of a nearby subordinate with a brutal kick before shoving him off the high wall. Splat. The Orario adventurers paused as the cultist hit the pavement, flattening into a bloody mess. From her vantage point, Valletta finally deciphered Finn's troop deployment. Massive ice walls ringed Babel and the central plaza, erecting a dedicated fortress of frost around the tower. Valletta clicked her tongue. Finn had deduced their true goal. Ice walls of this scale were the unmistakable work of 9 Hell, Riveria. That trash elven royal. TCH, playing these little tricks. Don't even think that this shit is enough to stop us, you Orario garbage. Report. A horde of monsters has emerged outside the walls. They are attacking Orario. Raoul shouted, detailing the latest development. Royman, the guild head, turned pale and shrieked, "What did you say?" "Monsters. Actual monsters." His shrill voice startled even Raoul. Finn rubbed his ear in annoyance. "Calm down, Royman," he ordered smoothly. "You are telling me to calm down. How can I possibly be calm? The city created by the ancients is about to be trampled by filthy beasts." Royman shouted. "Do something, Finn." Finn met Royman's panic with stony silence. After watching the Palam's expression, Royman froze. Did you already guess the enemy would do this?" Finn nodded. "I did. If I were in their position, I would do the exact same thing, attracting the beasts living in the surrounding wilds to launch a pincer attack. It was not hard to predict that. The problem is that my thumb is still throbbing." Finn rubbed his right thumb. This was his unique intuition. Whenever danger approached, his thumb throbbed with pain, acting as an early warning system. The severity of the approaching calamity dictated the intensity of the ache. A pain this intense marked only the second occurrence in his entire life. It highlighted the sheer gravity of their situation. "Evelis, what else do they have up in their sleeves?" Hey, what is going on? Why are monsters spawning inside the city?" A massive horde of monsters charged out from the alleys and sewers within the city, joining forces with Evelis to encircle the Orario adventurers. Caught in a pincer attack from three sides, the adventurers began to lose ground, even with the restorative power of the Tensigas backing them. Minotaurs. There are orcs too. They are too strong. These are dungeon spawns, their strength operates on a different level compared to surface monsters. Monsters running rampant inside the city walls. This provoked polar opposite reactions from two specific observers. Guild head Royman watched in heartbreak as the ancient city faced ruin. Valletta, on the other hand, laughed maniacally from her perch. "Ha ha ha. Monsters running rampant in the streets, slaughtering the Orario trash, what a beautiful sight. Damn it, the line is breaking. Bring that thing out." "Are you sure? Did they not order us to save it for a critical moment? Does this not look critical enough, you idiot? Bring it out." Following the frantic exchange, an adventurer sprinted forward carrying a heavy object wrapped in white cloth strips. The silhouette outlined a large blade. Written in stark ink across the hilt wrappings read a single name, Bakasega. "I just have to swing it with everything I have, right? They said it automatically absorbs magic power to fuel its strike. My magic stat is decent, let me try." The adventurer snatched the wrapped blade. "The work of that Zanpakuto creator. I finally get to wield one." The eager man gripped the hilt with both hands. A second later, his magic power plummeted. The sword devoured his mind reserves. He tightened his grip. A fierce blue light radiated from the blade, shredding the white cloth bindings. An oppressive aura flooded the street as the blue light condensed into the spectral visage of a demon. It's draining too much. I cannot hold it." His comrades watched his skin begin to pale from Bakasega's heavy toll and urged him on. "Hurry up and swing it." "Hiya." The adventurer hoisted the heavy sword above his head, aimed it squarely at the charging monster horde, and slashed downward. The world flickered between black and white as a devastating shockwave erupted across the ruined street. Chapter 94, Danger. Boom. 2 rows of buildings sheared into 4 distinct segments. Caught in the destructive path, swarms of monsters were carved into equal-sized pieces. With a single strike, over 100 beasts fell. The adventurer who delivered the blow gripped Bakasega, feeling a surge of pure adrenaline ignite in his chest. So damn amazing. To execute a strike comparable to a hero's, a move that drew the eyes of every fighter on the battlefield, and to achieve it as a mere third-rate adventurer. Who would believe that? Yet right now, hundreds of his peers stood witness to his moment of glory. How's that? Now you know my true power. Basking in the spotlight, the adventurer proudly shouted the line he had always dreamed of delivering. A heartbeat later, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed face-first onto the dirt. A classic symptom of mind down. Wait, pry the sword out of his hand, quick. The instructions mentioned this flaw. The moment you grip the hilt, it absorbs mind without pause. You have to be careful. That idiot got carried away and refused to let it go. I'm next. It is clearly my turn. The adventurers began to fight over the right to wield Bakasega, sensing a rare chance to peak in their unremarkable careers. For the sake of bragging rights over the next few decades, modesty has vanished. My magic stat is C. Let me do it. I am AB. I am level 3. Hand it over. I will wait in line. Just let me go next, all right. The level 3 adventurer picked up Bakasega with a triumphant grin, but his expression soured. Is this a joke? The blade drained his mind at a monstrous rate. No wonder the output was so immense. The user manual stated that Bakasega compressed absorbed magic and released the amplified energy through the tip of the blade in a single, devastating slash. That was Bakasega's primary function. Or rather, it served as a knockoff version of Zangetsu. A certain substitute Shinigami signature move, Getsuga Tencho, operated on this exact principle. Thanks to that protagonist's heaven-defying Ryatsu, the power of a true Getsuga Tencho bordered on the absurd. Bakasega and Tenseiga shared the same foundational forging techniques and an identical flaw. Once a wielder gripped the hilt, the weapon drained their mind without restraint. Even if the user died from mind down, Bakasega would not stop feeding. Unlike the benevolence radiating from Tenseiga, this blade embodied raw destruction. It devoured magic to obliterate everything in its path. Its operational lifespan capped at 100 hours, and heavy use accelerated its eventual self-destruction. Though it would ultimately break, compared to the frail Kratzo magic swords that shattered after a handful of swings, Bakasega possessed superior durability. More importantly, it could be passed freely from person to person. Take this. Another strike roared across the battlefield. The encroaching monsters were sliced into bloody fragments before they could register the threat. The attack drained the level 3 adventurer dry. Medics dragged the unconscious bodies to the rear medical stations, lining them up like corpses. What the hell is going on? Valletta kicked a stone wall, cracking the masonry, before venting her frantic rage on the walkway beneath her boots. She stomped down hard, pounding the wall with her fists. How can those bastards withstand such an offensive attack? Orario's vanguard should not be this resilient. Boom. A towering figure landed on the ruined streets. With a single casual blow from him, he executed over 50 frontline fighters. He walked straight toward Babel. Not a single adventurer dared to impede his path as they broke their formation and retreated. Zzold. Damn it, how can we possibly match a level 7? Get out of the way. An adventurer wielding Bakasega broke ranks and charged forward. Wearing a triumphant smile, he poured his remaining magic into the blade, causing a volatile blue aura to radiate from the edge. Gluttony, remember this. The man who defeats you is me huh? As the adventurer prepared to swing, Zzold blurred into motion, appearing directly before the man to grip his wrist. With a light squeeze, Zzold snapped the man's bone. The adventurer shrieked in agony. His fingers went limp, dropping Bakasega as Zzold casually caught the falling weapon. His stoic expression shifted. He looked down at the eerie sword emitting a harsh blue glow. This sword is absorbing my magic. Not only that, it also retained the residual magic stored from the previous wielder. What kind of blade is this? This is bad. Bakasega fell into Zzold's hands. Are you kidding me? We're so cooked. Fall back. Wait, he doesn't know how to use that sword, and it will drain his magic too. Maybe. Just as the optimistic adventurer spoke, Zzold raised Bakasega toward their retreating line. It was over. Pure despair clouded their minds as it becoming their final thought. Zheng. Zzold swung the sword. An earth-shattering wave of energy erupted from Zzold's hand. Fueled by the dense magic of a level 7, Bakasega released a strike 10 times larger than any previous attack. 2 rows of stone houses crumbled to dust and the colossal blue slash extended for several meters, slamming into the massive ice wall Riveria had erected. The defensive frost shattered without resistance and the arc continued flying straight toward Babel. What? Finn's usual composure cracked. His heart skipped a beat as he watched the colossal slash approach the tower, carrying enough momentum to cleave Babel in half. Damn it, what kind of monstrous power is that? None of the tactical countermeasures he had formulated could resolve the impending impact. Just as the defenders braced for Babel's destruction, a heavy figure shot out like a fired bolt, leaping high into the air. It was Otter. The Boorman poured his raw strength into his own Zanpakuto and roared, "Roar, Tenken! Stop! Right there!" The spectral, 100-foot-long blade materialized in the sky. The massive phantom sword met the blue slash unleashed by Zzold as the two forces locked in a violent stalemate. Damn it. Thick veins bulged across Otter's neck and arms. The immense blood pressure turned his skin a deep, flushed red and he committed his full power to this intercepting strike. Yet, he barely held the incoming shockwave at a standstill. If his grip faltered, the energy would push him back, and Babel would fall. His goddess was still inside. He refused to yield. He would not let this attack touch the tower behind him. Raiwa. Otter desperately squeezed out every remaining ounce of his strength, disregarding the tearing of his own muscles to push back. Down on the street, Zzold lowered his arm, genuinely astonished by the display. This sword? What exactly is it? Chapter 95, Desperate Battle. Zzold raised the blade. Even as the sword kept draining his magic, he didn't loosen his grip. Deep cracks spread across the steel like a spiderweb, and the weapon let out a strained groan under the sheer pressure before it started to splinter apart. His eyes flicked toward Otter, who was still struggling to fend off the lingering shockwave, and a thought crossed Zold's mind. Could this sword be the same kind of weapon Otter uses? Now that I think about it, that strange blade was the only reason that Brat managed to keep up with me earlier. The Evilous cultists had called this type of weapon by a certain name. A Zanpakuto. How interesting. As the second charge neared completion, Zold held his ground without moving. The cursed blade converted his magic into a massive slash. The power packed into that single strike was on par with a blow from Zold at the absolute peak of his Deus Ambrosia. It carried enough force to leave even the behemoth with a fatal wound. In other words, this was an attack capable of killing a behemoth. Even with Tenken in hand, Otter might not survive taking it head-on. And if Zold followed it up with another one, then this would stop being a trial. It would just become a murder. Even while giving off bloodlust, Zold had been deliberately holding back most of his real strength. But now, instead of helping him keep that power contained, Bakasega was dragging it all out and amplifying it to the level of his fully unsealed might. Forget Otter. Even Maxim the hero, his former captain, wouldn't walk away from two back-to-back slashes like that. To put it simply, if Zold unleashed one more attack, that necessary evil plan would reach its final act. The monsters Erebus had gathered. The power Evilus had been stockpiling for years. None of it would matter. With this sword, Zold could tear Babel apart in 2 swings. If Erebus truly meant to play the role of an evil god, and if Zold truly chose to act as his hound, then Orario would burn to ash today. Otter's face twisted. His Borman features shifted, sharpening into something more savage, more beast-like. This was beastification, his signature skill, Vana Argenture. The transformation gave him a huge boost in every stat, but it burned through his stamina and mental strength at a terrifying rate. It was supposed to be used only at the decisive moment. But Otter no longer had the luxury of saving it. If he failed to stop this, there would be no tomorrow. Mercy of the silver moon, golden fields, grant my body the life of a fighting boar. Bearing the goddess's divine will, charge forward. Hildis Vini. The Borman's one and only magic wrapped itself around the massive blade of Tenken. Pulling every last drop of strength from his body, Otter swung upward and met the blue slash Zold had released. The giant wave of energy, stretching for hundreds of meters, was forced off course by Otter's blade. The shock wave scraped past the side of Babel, barely missing the tower's core. The crescent-shaped blast then shot straight into the sky, ripping open the clouds above. Sunlight poured down through the gap, casting bright rays over the ruined streets below. When he hit the ground, Otter dropped to one knee, his body on the verge of giving out. Still, he didn't stop. He yanked an elixir from his belt, swallowed it in one go, and forced himself back upright. Zold stood there waiting. The moment Otter noticed the weapon in his hand, cold sweat ran down his back. This was the worst possible outcome. That monster had gotten hold of one of Rayleigh's swords, and not just any sword, but Bakasega, a blade made purely for destruction. The compatibility between the two was absurd. If Zold kept pouring his overwhelming magic into Bakasega, then he would turn into a walking siege weapon. In terms of raw firepower, he would far surpass even Reveria, the greatest mage in the city. He would become unstoppable. Brat, Zold said, this sword and that oversized sword in your hand were made by the same person, weren't they? Otter said nothing. Zold gave a small nod. I see. Silence is answer enough. Otter moved first. He brought the massive spectral blade of Tenken crashing down in a brutal strike. Zold sidestepped it with almost insulting ease. Otter slammed his boot into the ground. A giant spectral foot formed high above and came crashing down toward Zold. The attack covered too wide an area to dodge cleanly, but Zold didn't even bother trying. He simply raised one bare arm and caught the phantom foot in his palm. Boom. The earth shook violently. The stone beneath Zold's boots shattered under the pressure, and with his footing gone, his balance gave way as he sank deep into the newly formed crater. Otter didn't let up. He swung his real blade next, the pitch-black greatsword tearing through the ground and carving a fissure nearly 100 meters long. Then the assault kept going. Otter drew back his fist and drove it straight into the crack in the earth. But as he pulled his arm back, he failed to notice Zold clinging to the spectral giant's wrist, using it to ride his way back out of the abyss. The instant he returned to the surface, Zold leapt through the air and landed right in front of Otter. Otter swung his greatsword in a wide sweeping arc as Zold raised Bakasega and caught the blow. An interesting sword, he murmured. I wonder if it can do this. Under Zold's precise control, the unstable blue light swirling around Bakasega began to contract. The energy that had been spilling outward compressed tightly against the blade's edge instead. Heh. Then you'd better be careful. For the first time in the entire battle, the stoic expression on Zold's face broke into a real smile. Then he swung. The horizontal slash carried a crushing, monstrous weight behind it. Otter tried to parry, but the force ripped him right off his feet and hurled his huge body backward through the air. Faced with power like that, Otter understood something immediately. He couldn't stand his ground against it. How is this even possible? This kind of impact went beyond anything he knew. His eyes locked onto Bakasega. He followed the flow of magic running through the blade, and the sheer density of it made the answer clear. A blue aura of tightly packed magic coated the sword's edge. So that's what he did. Instead of firing the magic outward as a ranged slash, Zald had forced all of that energy to stay condensed along the blade itself. Because of that, what should have been a normal swing carried an utterly insane amount of destructive force. Otter's hands were going numb from blocking. The cracks running along Bakasega deepened further, splitting wider with every clash, but Zald didn't care. He didn't hesitate, didn't even glance at the damage. He just kept attacking. The gap in their raw power was starting to show. Otter was taking heavy damage just from trying to defend. Every time their weapons met, brutal tremors ran through his body. The vibrations from Zald's slashes were becoming unbearable and internal injuries piled up with each block, and his vision began to swim. What's wrong? Zald mocked. Is this all the strongest amounts to? The force behind his slashes grew even heavier. And yet, Otter noticed something strange. Zald's technique was still sharp, still merciless, but the raw power behind each swing had stopped rising. It reached a bottleneck. The proof was simple. Otter was still alive. In the state he was in now, even the slightest increase in power should have crushed him outright. And yet he was still barely holding on. Could it be? Zald is getting weaker. Chapter 96, Weakened. Zald had once fought the Behemoth, the Land King, one of the 3 great quests, alongside the Zeus Familia. During that legendary battle, he had eaten the Behemoth's flesh. The power he gained from it had been terrifying, enough to push him past his limits and let him bring down the Behemoth in a single strike. But the Behemoth's flesh and blood were horribly poisonous. Not even the highest level of abnormal resistance, nor the strongest antidotes, could purge that poison from his body. It stayed buried in his veins like a slow curse, eating away at him little by little. Even now, Zald still suffered from that pain. Both he and Althea were monsters among geniuses, blessed and cursed by the heavens alike. One was fated to die young from an incurable illness and the brutal side effects of her skill. The other had been left beyond saving by a poison powerful enough to ruin even him. Otter was one of the few people who knew Zald had been poisoned. But even he didn't know that both warriors were already standing at death's door. As he felt Zald weakening under the pressure of his attacks, Otter guessed that the Behemoth's poison had flared up in the middle of the fight. On top of that, Bakasega was greedily draining far too much of Zald's magic to keep launching those destructive slashes, leaving the men unable to suppress the poison any longer. Otter decided he had to take this chance now, while it still existed. With beastification active, his basic physical ability had already reached the edge of level 7. But this state put an unbearable strain on his body, and he couldn't keep it up for long without destroying himself. So he chose to end it in one blow. I will defeat you, Zald. With a savage roar, Otter brought Tenken down with all his strength. The gigantic spectral blade came crashing toward the street like a fallen skyscraper. Faced with the descending strike, Zald was blasted backward, smashing through more than a dozen abandoned buildings before finally stopping. But Otter was already above the place where he landed, gripping his real blade with both hands before roaring and swinging it down again. Clang! Another blue crescent burst from Bakasega's edge and slammed head-on into the massive spectral sword. The clash between the two caused destruction all across Orario. Every collision of their weapons sent tremors racing through the city, shaking the earth and even the distant mountains. Even from several kilometers away, Finn could feel that overwhelming power through the soles of his boots. As the captain of Loki Familia, one of the only 2 great factions left standing, he was now forced to swallow the bitter reality of being kept away from the front line. Compared to those 2 abnormal monsters fighting in the distance, the only thing he could do was try to save the city through strategy. "See, Captain, is there anything I can do?" Raoul asked nervously as he approached Finn. He had forced himself to speak, but his shaking body gave away the fear buried deep inside him. Standing behind him, the catgirl Aki immediately reached out and yanked him back by his armor. "Raoul, you idiot, do you want to die?" Raoul lowered his eyes, stung by how blunt she was. "I just wanted to do something useful." "Aki's right, Raoul. Right now, you're one of the people who needs to be protected. Staying here is the best thing you can do," Finn said. There wasn't much emotion in his voice. If anything, it sounded cold. Raoul had still been trying to resist Aki's words, but hearing Finn say the same thing made his face go pale. "Wait, Captain," Aki said quickly, startled by how harsh he sounded. She didn't expect Finn to speak to his subordinate like that. But Finn ignored her. "Raoul. Aki. What you both did the day before yesterday was excellent. But even if you've now reached level 2, your strength still isn't enough to survive on a battlefield like this. Finn paused, and his expression softened just a little. This isn't about insulting you. It's simply that you don't need to fight yet, not while we old-timers are still standing. As he said that, several cloaked figures appeared silently behind him. They were trusted veterans of Loki Familia, the people who had been there since the very beginning and helped build the Familia into what it was. Finn's right. It's not your turn yet, kids. No need to throw your lives away in such a hurry. Senpais. Raoul looked at the older members of Loki Familia, people who had already retired from active duty, yet had now stepped back onto the battlefield once again. His heart twisted painfully. Am I really still this weak? Even after reaching level 2, he could still only drag the front line down. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't look this pathetic. If I had strength like his, I wouldn't just stand here waiting for others to protect me. Raoul lowered his head, frustration swallowing him whole. He clenched his fists so hard they trembled, and before he knew it, tears were slipping from his eyes. I thought, maybe now I could do the same things Rayleigh-san does. Looks like I was just fooling myself. The moment that name left his mouth, Finn's expression changed. It turned serious in an instant. He looked straight at Raoul and spoke in a solemn voice, "Don't compare yourself to that young man, Raoul. I do have high hopes for you, but you should never see him as a rival, or even as someone on the same level as you. If you do, you may end up falling into a pit of despair you'll never crawl out of." Hearing those heavy words, Raoul broke into a cold sweat. His situation can't be explained with words like genius. He's beyond that. He's a true anomaly, something that doesn't follow the common sense of this world. At that same time, deep inside the dungeon, Rayleigh was moving at high speed alongside a special task force, 3 sheathed swords hanging at his waist. The mission of this team was critical. They had to intercept the monsters the evil gods had summoned inside the dungeon and kill them before they could threaten Babel. After careful thought, Finn had assembled the group from the best fighters among the allied forces. 9 Hell, Riveriel Joes Alf, level. Elgarm, Gareth Landrock, level. Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, level. Scarlet Harnell, Elise Lovell, level. Yamato Rindu, Gajono Kagaya, level. Gale, Rio Lion, level. Thrail, Lyra, level. Vyasa, R.D. Verma, level. Unnamed, Rayleigh, level. Those 9 made up the entire strike force assigned to exterminate the monster. According to the latest reports, the creature had been born on the 37th floor, the deep floors. Even by conservative estimates, its strength was around level 6, with raw power on par with a real floor boss. But the city's level 6 combatant had to remain on the surface to deal with Zald. So instead, they had no choice but to send in a carefully chosen elite team, fighters capable of punching above their level. We're about to enter the 18th floor. Stay sharp, someone shouted. The group rushed out of the stairwell and into the passage leading to the 18th floor. But the moment they stepped inside, a wave of suffocating heat slammed into them. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The 18th floor was supposed to be a natural paradise within the dungeon. With its forests, clear lakes, and rich water sources, it was known as the Labyrinth Paradise, a safe zone. But the dry, overwhelming heat pouring through this passage felt like it led straight into the mouth of a volcano. Clack. A loose stone rolled under Elisa's boot, and she frowned. What the hell is this? Did I remember it wrong? This is supposed to be the 18th floor, isn't it? Rayleigh and the others stared at the ruined scene ahead, unable to believe this was the same peaceful floor they had seen on past expeditions. There wasn't a single patch of green left. The ground had split apart in every direction, riddled with deep cracks. Beneath those jagged openings, molten lava churned and glowed. Just imagining what kind of unnatural power could turn the 18th floor into a hellscape like this was enough to make their skin crawl. Chapter 97, Alphia. The 18th floor. Why has the 18th floor turned into this? The lush forests, rolling plains, and crystal lakes had vanished. Scorched earth and an oppressive, suffocating heat took their place. The sheer ambient temperature taxed the endurance of even a level 3 adventurer. Prolonged exposure here would cook a person alive from the inside out. How could this happen? RD clenched her fists, heartbroken by the devastation. This sanctuary held countless warm memories for her and Rayleigh. Now, nothing remained but a wasteland. Where is the enemy? Rhea scanned the ruined landscape. When no target presented itself, a deep frown creased her face. 3,000 meters ahead, the cracked ground glowed a fierce molten red. Rayleigh and the vanguard tracked the glow as a towering pillar of flame erupted. The geyser of fire pierced the crust, shattering the thick bedrock from below and melting a massive crater straight through the physical barrier separating the 18th and 19th floors. The perimeter of the fresh chasm reduced to churning, superheated lava. Rayleigh stared wide-eyed at the sheer destruction. That kind of raw power. Even catching the ambient shockwave would melt human flesh. A direct hit would vaporize a level 3 adventurer, leaving no corpse intact. Maintain your guard. Reveria raised her staff. Chanting at high speed, she cast a localized defensive barrier over the expedition team. Her expression turned grim. This is the handiwork of our target. It's destroying the bedrock to bypass the labyrinth's natural layout. She braced her stance. The barrier is breached. It's coming up. Prepare to intercept. We strike first. Ready your magic. Charge your strongest attacks and finish it in a single barrage. A cool, serene voice cut through Reveria's orders. That won't do. Reveria flinched. She turned around to find a cloaked woman standing mere paces away, bypassing their sensory net entirely. Althea. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, recognizing the silhouette beneath the fabric. He did not speak to her immediately. Instead, he simply watched. Identify yourself. Reveria demanded. The woman did not answer the question. Instead, she said, as long as I stand here, you will not interfere. A dangerous glint flashed in Reveria's eyes. I warned you already. Gareth. The armored dwarf moved fast, appearing directly in the woman's blind spot. His heavy, two-handed battle axe crashed down toward her fragile frame. So noisy. How vulgar. The woman raised her left hand and pressed it toward the great axe swinging down from behind her. Her motion appeared slow and graceful, yet it defied logic, moving later, but arriving first. The moment her bare fingers brushed the edge of the great axe, the weapon stopped dead. What? Gareth's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His full power swing met an immovable wall. A slender arm that looked fragile enough to snap under its own weight held his raw strength at bay. Impossible. Reveria gasped. Although she did have certain racial prejudices toward dwarves, she had never once doubted their strength. Raw, unyielding strength remained the defining virtue of Gareth's race. Who exactly are you? Reveria demanded. The woman hesitated, her tone dropping to a quiet murmur. Me. I only wish the dead would stop laughing. She flicked the flat of the great axe with a single finger. A concentrated sonic boom detonated on impact. Gareth screamed as the kinetic shockwave launched him backward through the air. An overlapping chain of acoustic blasts forced the rest of the vanguard to brace and retreat. The violent backdraft tore Althea's cloak away, revealing her pale skin, white hair, and heterochromatic eyes. Though her eyelids remained shut, Rayleigh felt the weight of her gaze resting squarely on him. You are. Reveria's composure shattered the moment she recognized that face. She reflexively cried out the monster's title. Althea the Silent. Huh? Who is that? Elise asked, recovering her footing from the acoustic blast. Gareth pushed himself out of the dirt, rubbing his bruised chest. You idiot, don't you know history? That woman is the last surviving executive of the Hera Familia. The Hera Familia. RD, Rio, and the remaining Astria members froze. Decades ago, the Hera Familia reigned as the undisputed strongest faction in the city. Their legacy bordered on an untouchable myth. They had ruled the pinnacle of Orario alongside Zeus with overwhelming dominance. If you pulled any of their elites into the modern era, they would rank as peerless heroes. And now, a ghost from that golden age stood blocking their path. Not just an executive, Gareth warned. She was the most talented adventurer the Hera Familia ever produced. Don't let your guard down for a fraction of a second, or you will die. Althea absorbed their evaluations with a stoic expression. The same applies to you too. Following a hypercondensed chant, Satana's Virion activated. The wind pressure kicked up by that bomb of noise blasted everyone away. The wide area impact rattled their bones and organs. Had Reveria's localized barrier not blunted the kinetic force, that single strike would have neutralized half their vanguard. Using her Zanpakuto like a crutch, RD forced herself upright. She's so strong. So, this is the Hera Familia, they operate on a different plane of existence compared to us. The sheer disparity in raw power paralyzed the group. Everyone froze, except one. Pierce. Ganryamaru. Ace launched her small body into the air. The Zanpakuto in her grip transitioned seamlessly into Shirkai, adopting the form of a rapier. Thunderstrike. She thrust the steel 3 times in rapid succession. 3 jagged bolts of lightning crashed down from the cavern ceiling. Soul Serenity. Without raising her head, Althea chanted the trigger for Silentium Eden. A layer of invisible barrier easily nullified Ace's lightning strikes. Reckless child. Learn your place, Althea reprimanded. She countered with a fluid knife hand strike aimed at Ace's chest. Before that hand had even reached her, Ace already felt every hair on her body stand on end and a chill run down her spine. Surge, water, and heaven. Nejibana. A torrent of pressurized water shot toward Althea's extended arm. RD seized the crucial opening, thrusting her trident to disrupt the fatal blow. Tracking the incoming tide, Althea retracted her arm. She sidestepped the water strike with an elegant pivot. Ard's counter missed, but it bought Ace enough time to retreat. The young sword princess gasped for breath, her survival hinging on a fraction of a second. It was no exaggeration. Had that bare hand connected, her skull would have shattered on impact. Chapter 98, Danku. Rayleigh noticed a subtle discrepancy. Althea was holding back. At first, he harbored doubts. However, her choice to evade Ard's trident rather than nullify it with silentium eaten proved she had spared Ace. She continued to play the role of the necessary evil, using the battlefield as a brutal training ground for the next generation. A guttural roar echoed from the depths. Moments later, a figure retreated into the cavern, flanked by a surviving Evelys escort. It was the architect of this nightmare. Erebus. It seems our guests have finally arrived, Erebus announced, flashing a grand smile. Just as promised, this god brings you the end. Following his theatrical introduction, a colossal beast breached the surface. Pitch black and seething with chaotic energy, the monster let out a roar that chilled the blood of every adventurer present. Elise stared at the towering abomination. What's that? A winged snake? No, is that a dragon? Ugh, it is repulsive. With a body that massive, it can still maintain flight. The Astrea captain voiced her complaints without missing a beat. Erebus spread his arms. This is a beast summoned by MT Divine Breathin'. It's the raw malice nurtured by the dungeon, drawn to the surface through a god's arcanum. Let's call it, the greatest evil. Now then, heroes of Orario. Struggle to your heart's content. Erebus's impassioned speech made Rayleigh unable to stop himself from wondering just how many times the god had rehearsed in private to make acting cool look so natural. A golden blur launched toward the beast. Of everyone present, only Rayleigh reacted in time. More precisely, he had already known Ace would have an extreme reaction. Using Shuinpa, Rayleigh appeared beside Ace and scooped up her petite body with one hand, pinning her under his arm. Ace fought against his grip with animalistic ferocity, her eyes locked onto the greatest evil. Rayleigh, let go of me. I want to fight. I want to kill that thing. When her struggle proved fruitless, Ace seemed to recover a trace of reason. Ace. Riveria sprinted over, her face pale with worry. Don't act on impulse. Suppress the urge, do not let it take the reins. Ace's rare skill, Avenger, was born directly from her bottomless hatred for monsters. Against dungeon spawns, it provided a staggering boost to all her core stats, granting her the lethal edge to fell opponents above her level. It reigned as a super skill with very few equals in the lower world. And against dragon-type enemies, it had an additional special bonus. In practical terms, facing a dragon artificially boosted Ace's combat output by 2 entire levels. However, this power carried a heavy toll. It dragged the darkness lurking in Ace's heart to the surface. If she surrendered to the hatred, she would lose her mind. And once she completely lost her reason, she would never recover again. She would become a mindless berserker, fighting on without end. It was a fate worse than death. Fearing this exact scenario, Riveria rarely let Ace out of her sight. She acted as a protective guardian, earning the affectionate, albeit teasing, moniker of Mama Riveria from her familiar peers. Ace, breathe. Control the anger, don't let it control you, Rayleigh urged her. His words fell on deaf ears. She thrashed in his hold, desperate to close the distance. Faced with that evil dragon, it was as if some power inside Ace was driving her, making her desperate to defeat it. Rayleigh soon realized a grim fact. Despite boasting a higher level, Ace's raw physical strength was overpowering his grip. Fueled by Avenger, her augmented strength stat surpassed his S-rank rating. Tempest. Ace called upon the wind. A violent gale erupted, breaking Rayleigh's restraint. She launched herself toward the greatest evil like a fired bullet. Amplified by the aerial enchantment, she closed the gap in a heartbeat. The rapier blade of Ganryamura crackled with jagged lightning. Boom. A peal of thunder shattered the air. The greatest evil unleashed a shriek of pain. The level 2 sword princess had managed to wound it. That was way too absurd. So this is the true weight of a specialized skill. Rayleigh lacked any equivalent trait, leaving him blind to that specific thrill. Ace's anti-dragon modifier, paired with his knowledge of a certain rabbit's future anti-minotaur feat, proved that conditional skills hit far harder than standard Falna stats implied. Across the battlefield, Gareth and the Astrea vanguard maintained a high-tempo assault against Althea. During a brief lull in the crossfire, the white-haired woman shifted her gaze. What are you staring at? Are you not needed over there? She asked Rayleigh. Rayleigh caught the hidden meaning behind her cold dismissal. He would leave the girls to receive a harsh, necessary lesson from their legendary senpai for now. As for him, it was time to hunt a dragon. Rayleigh offered a knowing smirk. He bounded across the scorched earth, arriving beside Riveria just as Ace prepared another strike. Bankai. Two massive rows of giant swords breached the soil behind him. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. He commanded the tidal wave of pink blades to crash over the greatest evil. Despite its colossal size, the dragon struggled against the relentless, shredding swarm. But the beast retaliated. A concentrated beam of superheated energy tore through the floral storm. It tracked straight toward Rayleigh, Riveria, and Ace, who stood aligned in its crosshairs. It was the same devastating breath attack that had melted the bedrock between the floors. Riveria's eyes widened as she lacked the time to chant a proper shield. Bakuto number 81, Danku. Rayleigh shouted. Three towering, transparent barriers materialized in the air before them. The dragon's breath slammed into the spectral walls. The immense kinetic force and blistering heat dispersed across the surface, failing to breach the defensive line. Rayleigh exhaled a heavy breath. Executing a Keto spell in the 80s without an incantation taxed his reserves. Yet, true to its reputation, Danku held firm against the attack. This is defensive magic. Riveria stared at the rippling barrier. The defensive power of that spell was actually enough to withstand an attack from the greatest evil. From her estimation, this monster has the strength of a level 6 adventurer. Rayleigh was a mere level 3. Did a Zanpakuto's Bankai really amplify magic power that much? And besides, up to this point, just how many different abilities had this boy already displayed? Chantless spells, elite swordsmanship, high-speed footwork, and absolute defense. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Shaking off her shock, the high elf checked her flank. Young man, are you all right? Chapter 99, Soren Sokatsui Full Power. Adventurers generally fell into established archetypes, mages, warriors, scouts, and healers. When forming a party, these roles dictated specific combat positions: vanguard, midguard, rearguard, and supporter. Warriors and heavily armored fighters anchored the vanguard. Fighters skilled in mid-range harassment or intercepting flanking maneuvers held the midguard. The rearguard sheltered mages and long-range specialists. In a pitched battle, the vanguard drew enemy aggro, pinned targets down, and absorbed damage. This created a stable environment for the midguard to deal sustained damage and bought vital seconds for the rearguard mages to chant their spells. However, rigid archetypes did not define every adventurer. Mages were not exclusively relegated to the rear. A prime example was the magic swordsman, a fighter capable of executing high-speed, close-quarters combat while simultaneously chanting lethal magic. An all-rounder magic swordsman. That was Riveria's current evaluation of Rayleigh. She had encountered the boy multiple times over the past few weeks and witnessed his combat style firsthand. As a high elf, she possessed no framework to judge his blacksmithing skills. She could only evaluate him as a fellow fighter. First, close-quarters combat. Rayleigh's swordsmanship proved exceptionally sharp. Judging purely on technical execution, he stood out even within the elite circles of Orario. Next, mobility. His footwork allowed him to evade the visual tracking of first-tier adventurers. Finally, his magic output. He cast high-speed offensive spells and defensive barriers without chanting, seamlessly weaving offense and defense. He could perform localized healing, and he wielded unique binding magic capable of restraining targets mid-stride. That level of utility was incredibly rare, allowing him to suppress opponents on multiple fronts. The more a magic swordsman grew, the more dominant they became. This vast potential was a primary reason the Loki Familia placed such heavy expectations on Ace Wallenstein. Setting Ace's personal trauma aside, her future ceiling as a magic swordsman remained practically limitless. Don't stop moving. Rayleigh barked a warning. He swept his arms out, pulling the two beauties, the veteran high elf and the young sword princess, into a tight embrace. Spiritual power detonated beneath his boots as his figure vanished from the blast zone, leaving behind a brief, blooming flower of spirit particles. Even utilizing Shuinpa at maximum output, carrying the dead weight of two people restricted his range. Rayleigh barely managed to clear 25 meters before his momentum stalled. A fraction of a second after their boots touched the dirt, the greatest evil unleashed a second terrifying breath attack. The beam obliterated the exact coordinates they had just occupied. The lethal blast sheared a massive trench into the earth, stretching several kilometers into the distance with no visible end. The attack resembled a surgical incision cutting through the dungeon's internal organs. The bedrock melted by the superheated beam emitted a harsh, angry red glow. The extreme heat caused a brief flash of luminescence. As the molten rock met the ambient air, it cooled, solidifying into jagged patches of black glass. Riveria did not flinch or complain about Rayleigh manhandling her. She raised her staff, bracing her boots against the ruined earth, and began a rapid chant. Omen of the end, white and gleaming snow. At the hour of twilight, raise the raging gale. Sealed light, frozen earth, blizzard filling the heavens, triple winter. My name is Alf. The high elf's chant triggered a massive fluctuation in the surrounding magic. The sudden spike in ambient energy drew the immediate attention of the entire battlefield. It was an established rule of the dungeon, when a high-tier mage gathered power, the dense magical signature made them the primary target of any monster in the vicinity. Senbon Sakura. Rayleigh commanded the millions of scattered petals, sweeping them into a single, towering blade. The giant sword erupted from the ground, striking the greatest evil's underside and forcing its massive bulk to tilt off balance. Rayleigh then scattered the steel again, sending the swarm high into the air, where it coalesced into an even larger, spectral sword hanging directly over the beast's neck. The greatest evil locked its hateful gaze on Riveria, desperate to interrupt her cast. But Rayleigh's relentless shredding swarm anchored the beast in place, preventing it from attacking. For Orario's strongest mage, 9 Hell, that brief window of suppression provided enough time to finalize her third-tier attack magic. Wind Fimbulvetter. Riveria cried the spell's true name. 3 localized, raging blizzards converged directly onto the greatest evil. A bone-piercing, absolute zero cold spread rapidly across the monster's massive form. In less than 3 seconds, the thrashing beast was encased in a thick, jagged tomb of solid ice. However, both Rayleigh and Riveria knew a monster birthed to slaughter gods would not fall to a single spell. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Inferno and Pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Exploiting the brief window bought by Riveria's freezing spell, Rayleigh stacked his hands together. He aimed both palms squarely at the frozen monster and began the full incantation for a high-tier Kido. Not long ago, he could only execute a bootleg, unstable version of this spell by relying on a clever trick involving dual chanting. This time, by reciting the full incantation, he prepared to unleash the complete, unbridled version. At maximum output. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. A sphere of condensed, azure spiritual power materialized between Rayleigh's palms. The outer shell appeared transparent, housing a brilliant, glowing blue core. It was a mass of highly compressed, volatile flame pushed to the brink of critical mass. He released the seal. Aiming straight at the greatest evil's center mass, he unleashed the devastating payload. A twin torrent of blue explosive flames erupted outward, completely engulfing the frozen dragon. The resulting blast was catastrophic. With the monster serving as ground zero, everything within a 300-meter radius was swallowed by a roaring sea of blue fire. Caught inside the inferno, the greatest evil writhed, tearing at its icy tomb. Deep cracks spread through Riveria's frozen prison. Struck by the overwhelming thermal shock of Soren Sokatsui, more than half the thick ice encasing the beast shattered and melted away. The explosive blue flames washed over the monster's exposed scales, forcing it to shriek in agony. But the damage remained superficial. The raw destructive output of Soren Sokatsui failed to inflict a fatal wound on the beast. TCH, as expected of an anomaly bred by the dungeon to challenge the gods. Its strength was no joke. Even a fully chanted Heido in the 70s lacked the firepower to pierce its armored hide. Nearby, Riveria did not view the attack as insignificant. The chaotic blue flames reminded her of the 27th floor boss, the ruler of the blue waterfall, the twin-headed dragon, Amphisbaena. Amphisbaena's most lethal attack was a devastating breath of blue flame, possessing enough heat to reduce a human body to ash in a fraction of a second. The blue flames currently roaring across the cavern shared that exact same terrifying signature. Though Rayleigh's flames lacked the sheer, overwhelming volume of a floor boss, judging solely by his rank, the spell's raw threat level punched 2 full levels above his weight class. Ayaha. Exploiting the momentary gap in their coordinated assault, Ace broke formation. The petite swordswoman, wrapped entirely in a localized gale, launched herself straight toward the greatest evil's thrashing head. Die. The rapier blade of Ganryamaru crackled with dense lightning with another layer of fierce wind coiling around it. Chapter 100, Levantin. As an enchantment-type magic, Ace's wind was clearly abnormal. Using Elisa's Agarus Alvasynth as a point of reference, its performance was inferior to Ace's wind by far more than just a small margin. The reason was unknown. But most likely, it was related to Ace's origins. Ace's parents were the mercenary king, Albert Waldstein, and the great spirit, Arya. But spirits are not supposed to be able to bear children. No matter how mighty the mercenary king was, he could not create something from nothing. Because of that, Ace's origins were extremely mysterious. There was no doubt that she had inherited the power of both the mercenary king and the spirit. Ha! Ace's full-powered strike came crashing down viciously onto the greatest evil's head. Its long serpentine neck swayed, and the enormous dragon head rocked several times, as though that blow had left it seeing stars. But the firepower was not enough. An attack of that level was not enough to kill the greatest evil. Even if she landed 20 or 30 more hits like that, it probably still would not have any truly decisive effect. We shouldn't stop Ace for now. Riveria, who had always worried over Ace, suddenly spoke up, unexpectedly changing her view. She said, Rather than stopping Ace, it would be better to let her, in this state, suppress the greatest evil. What we need to do is kill it as quickly as possible. As long as the greatest evil is slain, Ace will immediately break free from this madness. Rayleigh nodded. I agree. In that case. Then let's show what we can really do. Whoosh. Rayleigh's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Even Reveria could not help but marvel at how powerful that movement technique was. It was not just fast, the sound it made was suppressed to an extremely low level as well. And there were no obvious preparatory movements before moving, nor any stiffness after the movement ended. For a mage, this was practically the worst kind of enemy. Not to mention that this enemy could use magic too. Bakuto number 62, Hyaparankin. Rayleigh's figure appeared in the air in an instant, directly above the greatest evil. Casting the spell without incantation, he generated a blue pillar of light between his hands and hurled it down viciously at the monster. While flying through the air, the single blue pillar split into more than a dozen, turning into a descending lattice of light. Those bars pierced through the greatest evil's body and pinned its massive form to the ground. Especially its wings. Rayleigh gave those special attention. Bakuto number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Golden chains burst forth toward the monster before him. Several thick chains wrapped themselves around the greatest evil's entire body. Bloom wildly, Ruriiro Kujaku. Rayleigh released the shurikai of his second Zanpakuto as blue-colored vines began growing wildly. The tough vines coiled around the greatest evil and began frantically draining the magic power within its body. Roar. At the same time, a roar both piercing and deafening burst from the monster's throat. Ace, who was closest to the greatest evil, was blown away on the spot. But her whole body was wrapped in wind, so there was no need to worry about her. Rayleigh was disturbed by that sound as well, feeling a wave of discomfort, but he still endured it and did not stop. Walls of iron sand, tower of monk form, glowing iron, boiling iron, silent to the end. Bakuto number 75, Gotcha Tekken. With the full incantation, Bakuto number 75 summoned 5 enormous iron pillars. Their size was so overwhelming that one might mistake them for iron towers crashing down. The 5 iron pillars, each around 10 meters tall, slammed down onto the greatest evil's spine, wings, and tail, completely suppressing it against the ground. After doing all of that, Rayleigh was left panting. Using so many high-numbered Kido in succession had left his spiritual power seriously depleted. Fortunately, at that moment, the flower bud of Ruriiro Kujaku had already bloomed. He plucked the magic-filled flower and held it in his mouth, using it to restore his spiritual pressure. Those spells. Watching Rayleigh unleash the entire chain of Bakuto with her own eyes, Reveria's eyes widened further. This boy, he actually had that many kinds of magic. Combined with the offensive spells he had used before, the total number of spells he had used seemed almost close to double digits. How was that possible? 3 magic slots should have been the limit of the lower world. Even for a special individual like her, who had split one magic into 9 variations, that was already extraordinarily rare, practically one of a kind. No. More importantly, he was clearly human, so how could he have mastered magic to this extent? Elves were supposed to be the unrivaled race of the lower world when it came to magical talent. Could this be some special skill? Having witnessed countless heroes before, the elven princess would not deny a reality already confirmed before her eyes. If it existed, then it was reasonable. If it seemed inexplicable, that only meant the available information was insufficient. Still, although she was deeply curious, now was not the time to investigate it. Well done. Reveria offered a word of praise, then began her chant. The melodious voice of the elf echoed across the battlefield. Before long, the flames shall be unleashed. The quietly encroaching warfire, the inescapable destruction. The horn of battle rings out high, surrounding all in savage warfare. Come, crimson lotus flame, merciful annihilation. Thou art the incarnation of karmic fire. Sweep away thousands upon thousands, and bring the curtain down upon this great war. Burn all things to ashes, sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. The surge of magic flowing from Reveria made even Rayleigh tremble. Standing within this tide of magic himself, he felt as though even the air had thickened and solidified. His senses were affected, overwhelmed, by that intense fluctuation. All he could feel now was the vastness and profundity of that magic power. So this was the 9 hells. A chill ran down Rayleigh's spine, and the corner of his mouth lifted unconsciously. The magic of the city's strongest mage. Now. It was about to bloom. Bzzz. Red glowing veins spread across the ground, centered on Reveria. Those veins gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. And when Reveria spoke the name Levitine, a fiery magic sword pierced through the earth, bearing its fangs across the 18th floor. It was flame. One pillar of fire after another erupted from those crimson veins. The terrifying flames looked like gigantic flaming blades, piercing the greatest evil's enormous body and even surrounding it completely. Absolute, overwhelming firepower. Even with the barrier Reveria had raised between them, Rayleigh could still feel the terrifying heat. At this temperature, a piece of dry cloth would be able to burst into flame on its own. In an instant, the already scorched land transformed into a hell of fire. That scene before him made Rayleigh think of a certain Zanpakuto. Ryujin Jaka. The strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, whose release phrase, reduce all creation to ash, perfectly embodied the sword's power to burn all things in the world. If the power of its Bankai were mishandled or even slightly allowed to slip out of control, it could destroy the entire Soul Society. Even a level 6 monster, if it took a hit like this, it should be finished. This was the firepower of the 9 hells, even a level 7 probably could not withstand it head-on. Chapter 101, Casual Beatings. As a member of the royal line of the elves, Reveria belonged to the true great royal family, the noblest bloodline among elves, royalty even among royalty. And the power she had possessed since birth proved exactly that. Beyond being an all-rounder in offense, defense, and recovery, 9 Hell's strength also came from her powerful skills. Fairy Anthem amplifies the effects of magic. Expands the effective range. The longer the chant, the greater the boost from the skill. Alf Ring strengthens magic power. Strengthens the magic of those of the same race within her own magic circle. Converts the mind consumed by her fellow elves within her magic circle into mental power and absorbs it for herself. Within the Loki Familia, Reveria was not only the vice-captain but also the captain of the mage unit. The Loki Familia's Elven Mage Corps, also called the Bombardment Unit, was a core force made up of elven mages with high magic power and high firepower. Reveria, commanding this unit, was 9 Hell in her complete form. By herself, she could strengthen the bombardment of 20 mages. And after a single round of bombardment, Reveria could also convert the mind consumed by those 20 mages into mental power and absorb it to restore her own. With that level of firepower, if she wanted to annihilate Orario, there would be no need to go through all the trouble Evelis did. After just a few bombardments, Orario would be flattened into a wasteland. Not even the slightest trace of the city's former self would remain. Is it finished? Rayleigh glanced at Ace not far away. Then his pupils contracted. Ace's condition still had not been lifted. The greatest evil had actually withstood that absurdly powerful spell just now. He immediately used Ryuraku and then, a pitch-black, twisted spirit ribbon appeared before his eyes. That thing, it was still as lively as ever. Suddenly, a snake-like current flashed through the black spirit ribbon and slipped past toward his rear. Rayleigh reacted instantly and slashed out with his sword. The sword pressure struck first, colliding with the black tentacle just before it could pierce through Reveria's head. He split the black tentacle apart, sending the fragments scattering. What? Reveria stood frozen in place. She had only realized the black tentacle was there when it reached right in front of her, and by then it had already been too late to dodge. Just a little more, and her head would have been blown apart. Even a level 5 adventurer would die on the spot if their head were destroyed. Duh. There would be no surviving that. She cast Rayleigh a deep look. If that boy had not saved her, she would have died young. By elven standards, despite being the oldest members in the Familia, she was still just a young girl. That was simply how elven lifespans worked. Rayleigh was so tense he almost forgot to breathe. If he had not been checking the spirit ribbons, he definitely would not have noticed the greatest evil's sneak attack in time. This time, it had really only been luck. Boom. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt the black aura emanating from the greatest evil swell several times over in an instant. Sensing danger, he immediately turned and ran. At the same time, he did not forget to grab Ace as well. He caught her by the collar like he was carrying a kitten. By the time he retreated to Reveria's side, Reveria had already finished preparing a defensive spell. Via Shilheim. A barrier capable of completely defending against both physical and magical attacks enveloped the three of them. In the next second, a pitch-black beam erupted. Terrifying beams swept wildly through the dungeon, sometimes aimed at the sky, sometimes at the far distance. In short, they had no target at all and were just firing at random. Rayleigh frowned slightly. He carefully looked at the greatest evil. And once he did, he discovered the reason. The greatest evil had suffered severe damage from that last blow, its body damage had already reached at least 50%. But it was recovering. It had regenerative ability. He could see it consuming magic power as its damaged flesh regenerated at incredible speed. The reason it was firing wildly was because its head had not fully recovered yet. That mindless torrent of magical power pouring from it distorted even gravity, annihilating everything in its path into nothingness. If not for the barrier protecting them, even being grazed by it would mean death. A black monster. A god-slaying weapon born from the dungeon's hatred of the gods. An immortal monster granted magic power by the dungeon and endowed with regenerative ability. What a troublesome thing. Suddenly, several more openings like mouths split open across the greatest evil's pitch-black, chaotic body. From those disgusting openings, the same kind of beams shot out. What had been a single attack became 7 or 8. At the same time, the greatest evil began crawling across the ground. As it twisted its body, the earth shook without cease. It rolled and crawled around while sweeping those attacks in every direction. It was a shameless way of fighting, but when the greatest evil did it, the resulting phenomenon was like a natural disaster. Wah! That's dangerous. A black light sliced past not far in front of Elise, and the earth was instantly split apart. And the destruction caused by that black light went far beyond that. There were corrosive traces left on the ground, it seemed to be some kind of curse. Because of the greatest evil's rampage, even the other battlefield was dragged into it. Althea opened her previously shut eyes. Her heterochromatic pupils looked toward the greatest evil as it flailed and rolled about, and her brow furrowed. So unsightly, and yet, it is called the greatest evil. Such ugliness is unpleasant even to look at. Just as she was sharply criticizing the hideous monster before her, the monster suddenly fired a beam that could kill anything straight at her. Althea made no movement at all, she only chanted her ultra-short spell. Soul Serenity. Silentium Eden activated. The attack that could pierce through the rock strata between floors simply vanished into nothingness. It seems it needs some discipline. Clearly displeased at having been attacked, Althea tossed a noise bomb at the enormous monster. In the next second, an invisible bombardment struck the greatest evil. Boom. With just that one hit, a huge amount of blood-black fluid sprayed out of the greatest evil's body. Then it howled in pain and rolled all over the ground, no longer daring to fire that kind of beam again. Umph. Seeing the miserable state of the greatest evil, Althea did not make another move. And seeing her so casually beat the terrifying monster half to death with a single strike left the girls completely stunned. If an attack like that had landed on them, would the battle not have ended instantly? And yet even so, they had somehow survived by the skin of their teeth until now. Their opponent had not even brought out her true power. Rayleigh looked at the greatest evil being flattened by a single blow from Althea and felt a bit embarrassed. To Althea, a monster like this did not seem much different from a rabid pet dog. The sort of thing that could be disciplined with a casual smack. Even more frightening was the fact that she still had not released her Zanpakuto. Jif Blessing was sealed within the blade. If she did not release it, Althea was not even in her peak power and yet she could already toy with the greatest evil at ease. This was the strength of the adventurer who had once come closest to the throne of absolute strongest in Orario's history. Ryuraku, spirit coils, spirit ribbons, in the English dub, are the visualization of Ryuryoku into ribbons, which spiritually aware beings can follow. 1. Chapter 102, Poison Dagger. How ridiculous. Althea dismissed the greatest evil, turning her attention back to RD, Elise, and the vanguard. Well then, since I have disciplined our interrupter, let us continue. After watching Althea display such overwhelming might to dominate the beast, Elise frowned. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Wouldn't it have been far easier to wipe us out by joining forces with that monster? Under normal reasoning, the logic held true. The chief god of Evelis had summoned the anomaly, and Erebus had escorted it to the battlefield. Even if the monster viewed everyone present as an enemy, Althea's raw strength left her with nothing to fear. She alone possessed the capacity to deflect its onslaught. As for the others, a single strike from that black light meant certain death. Faced with the question, Althea offered a deadpan reply. Do you truly believe I need to join hands with such an ugly beast? Against opponents of your caliber, I have no need to stoop so low. The insult stung, but Elise knew she spoke the harsh truth. If their side had not relied on a numerical advantage and constant hit-and-run tactics, they would have suffered heavy casualties by now. Come. Show me your skills again. Elisa's expression darkened. She tightened her grip on Injetsu, allowing the crimson flames to ripple along the steel like a living entity. We are with you. The Astria girls stepped forward in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Gareth intercepted their advance. Girls. Passion is good, but do not lose your heads. Fall in behind me, I will anchor the vanguard. The dwarven warrior maintained a calm demeanor. A reckless, do-or-die gamble might overwhelm an ordinary foe, but the potential cost here remained too high. Failure meant death. As a seasoned level 5 veteran, he refused to let these young level 3s absorb the brunt of the assault. It was the only sound tactical judgment. Okay, Uncle Gareth. We are counting on you. Let's go. The clash between the two factions resumed. Meanwhile, reeling from Althea's concussive strike, the greatest evil did not dare to attack her again. It shifted its hostility, locking onto Ace, Rayleigh, and Riveria. Prior to the blow, the beast had thrashed like a headless fly, firing blindly in search of divine targets. Now, it abandoned the tantrum since a clear, immediate threat stood before it. The greatest evil threw its head back and roared, spreading its pitch-black wings across the cavern. As it lowered its maw, the shadows obscured its eyes, yet Rayleigh felt the killing intent snap squarely onto Ace. The young sword princess moved at blinding speeds, wrapped entirely in her aerial wind armor. It resembled a miniature tornado. No, it went far beyond mere resemblance. The gale enveloping Ace swelled as a violent storm gathered around her frame. Within a handful of breaths, a localized typhoon touched down on the 18th floor. The towering cyclone dwarfed the enormous body of the greatest evil, generating enough torsional force to uproot the bedrock. A trace of black seeped into the emerald winds. It was raw power born from pure despair and hatred. The black malice infected the cyclone, transforming the jet-black storm into an entity emitting a dreadful, sinister aura. What is happening? A tornado. Is that the monster's doing? No, wait, could that be? The Loki Familia's sword princess. You go to be kidding me. What kind of power is that? Isn't she only a level 2? To avoid being swept away, Lyra dropped low, pressing herself flat against the ruined earth. Even Althea showed mild intrigue at the raw output. The wind carried a lethal edge. While it lacked the mass to threaten the Hera executive, given enough time to grow, it could reach a horrifying plateau. Ace. Gareth shouted over his shoulder, his expression fraught with worry. This is, Riveria stammered. She turned to Rayleigh in a panic. This is bad. Ace's Avenger skill and aerial magic are interfering with one another. This unstable state places far too much physical strain on her body. If it continues, the pressure will tear her flesh apart. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. The escalating situation posed a massive problem. They could not halt Ace's rampage, yet they lacked a decisive strike to execute the greatest evil. The only viable option required Riveria to chant another high-tier spell. No, even Ray Levitine failed to kill the beast in a single blow since it could just simply regenerate. Having suffered the inferno once, the dragon would anticipate the cast. Releasing the magic with zero interference was no longer an option. Riveria dispelled her via Shilheim barrier. The cold sweat beating on her forehead revealed the heavy toll the rapid succession of high-tier spells had taken on her mind reserves. They could not afford to remain on the defensive. It felt wrong to admit it, but Ace's mindless rampage provided a crucial buffer. Without her localized suppression holding the greatest evil's attention, their flank would have crumbled. The exact moment the defensive barrier faded, a figure lunged from the shadows. A dark, delighted smirk twisted his features. Gripping a poison dagger, he thrust the venomous blade straight at Riveria's neck. Through the Ryuraku network, Rayleigh tracked the hostile movement. By using Shuinpa, he bypassed the physical distance, materializing behind Riveria to intercept the ambush. The recondensed blade of Senbon Sakura met the incoming dagger. Clang! Sparks rained across the ash. The sheer kinetic impact knocked Rayleigh's sword aside. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the grinning assassin. It was Vito, a devoted follower of Erebus. The staggering difference in strength made sense. A level 4 vanguard knocking aside Rayleigh's level 3 guard operated within the standard rules of the Falna. Rayleigh rode the momentum, allowing Vito's brute force to push his upper body backward. As his center of gravity shifted, his left foot left the ground. Shunko. Channeling the volatile technique into his lower body, he reinforced the striking limb with Roriatsu. Boom. His reinforced kick exploded upward, shattering Vito's grip and dislodging the poison dagger. Simultaneous to the disarm, Rayleigh chanted. Bakuto number 4, Hainawa. A crackling rope of spiritual light lassoed the falling hilt. With a sharp hook of his finger, he redirected the dagger's trajectory. Relying on sharp combat instincts, Vito tilted his head to evade. The hijacked dagger whistled past his ear and buried itself deep into the scorched bedrock. Rayleigh capitalized on the opening, following through with his right leg to execute a rapid double crescent kick. The second strike caught the assassin off guard, grazing his cheek and scraping the skin open. Capitalizing on the brief clash, Riveria retreated to a safe casting distance. Rayleigh. Riveria called out. I'm fine, leave this rat to me. Focus your full attention on the greatest evil, Rayleigh ordered her, preempting her concern to ensure she maintained her tactical focus on the dragon. Riveria cast a wary glance at Vito. The assassin is clearly a level 4. The raw stat gap favored the enemy, but factoring in Rayleigh's versatile arsenal and unnatural strength, the boy could hold his own. Understood. He is yours. Riveria snapped her attention back to the raging typhoon and the greatest evil. Rayleigh leveled a cold glare at the sneering Vito. Raising an eyebrow, he tapped a finger against his own chest. Did you already forget the harsh lesson I gave you last time? The taunt failed to provoke anger from Vito as he still maintained his twisted smirk. Last time. That was certainly memorable. So memorable, in fact, that I dream of you coming at me every single night. Honestly, suffering through nightmares like that has severely ruined the quality of my sleep. Chapter 103, Krotso Magic Sword. So I decided to solve the problem at its source. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Vito continued. I specifically came all the way from the surface, descending into the dungeon just to find you. Because of you, I may miss the beautiful moment when Orario burns to the ground, do you understand? It is entirely your fault. Vito spoke as if confiding in a friend, yet his tone carried a complaining edge, dragging on without pause. Rayleigh had heard enough. He used Shuinpa and materialized behind Vito, bringing his blade down in a single execution-style stroke. Vito reacted, drawing his sword in a flash and blocking the strike with a backhanded guard. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, surprised by the rapid parry. Catching the reaction, Vito offered a twisted smile. Last time, I lacked a weapon that suited my style. In truth, I'm somewhat of a swordsman myself. The moment the words left his mouth, he moved with the fluid agility of a fox. Dropping into an extremely low stance, he slipped past Rayleigh's guard. Finding the optimal angle, he swung his blade. Rayleigh fell into a defensive retreat. The sharp clangs of steel colliding blurred into one continuous stream. This guy, somewhat of a swordsman. What false modesty. This level of blade work could not be classified as ordinary. Calling him an expert seems far more accurate. Still, he is not as good as Kaguya. Rayleigh kept Shunko active. His speed, physical strength, and explosive power operated far beyond the standard metrics of a level 3. The fact that he appeared suppressed by Vito's assault was a deliberate ruse, he was feigning weakness to bait an opening. Vito's attacks poured in relentlessly. It was a style reliant on speed to overwhelm the opponent, forcing them into a state of constant defense until exhaustion inevitably bred a fatal mistake. However, a rapid-fire offensive pattern of that nature could not maintain equal kinetic force behind every strike. He had to mix light feints with heavy blows. Once a defender mapped the rhythm, countering became a simple equation. Like this. Rayleigh seized the exact moment Vito withdrew his strength to reset a strike. With a sharp thrust, Rayleigh drove his blade straight toward Vito's wrist. Vito's expression shifted. He pulled his hand higher, sacrificing his footing to keep his fingers from being severed. That desperate evasion broke the rhythmic momentum fueling his speed. Just as Rayleigh anticipated, the broken rhythm produced a weak floating strike from a poor angle. Rayleigh raised his bare hand and caught Vito's wrist in a vice grip. Pivoting his weight, he brought Senbon Sakura down, carving a deep gash across Vito's shoulder. Vito yanked hard, tearing his arm free. His shoulder hung half-severed, the intense agony pulling a sheet of cold sweat from his pores. This was the wristbone blade method. A specialized slash launched at a specific angle designed to magnify the nerve pain of an injury fivefold. The first time Kaguya landed a similar strike on him during a sparring match, Rayleigh almost stopped breathing. Because the brutal lesson left such a deep impression, he mastered the technique in record time. Perhaps the memory of the pain had simply been too vivid. Ha ha ha, that hurts. Vito burst out laughing, seemingly invigorated by the agony. Like a madman, he staggered back to his feet and pulled a small glass vial from his tunic. That is, an elixir. Correct. Vito tilted his head back, snapped the cork with his teeth and swallowed the glowing liquid in a single gulp. A miraculous scene unfolded. The severed flesh on his shoulder emitted a faint glow. In seconds, the horrifying wound knit back together, healing completely without leaving a single scar. Rayleigh's dungeon expedition party had been supplied with crates of those rare items. If a grunt like Vito carried elixirs, he likely acquired them through black market channels, most likely by robbing underground merchants. He probably hadn't paid a single valis for it. How truly unbelievable. You are obviously a level 3, yet your output surpasses mine. To be honest, I considered myself among the elite even within the level 4 ranks. Really now, are you some kind of monster? Vito asked, stretching his healed shoulder. You're lying. What? If you truly believed I was stronger, why would you seek me out for a one-on-one fight? Rayleigh reasoned. Very few fighters voluntarily picked a battle they knew they could not win. If Vito engaged him directly, the assassin held a trump card. He did not believe he would lose. Ha ha ha, then you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood. Correct. The only reason I set my sights on you was to extract the answer to a certain question, Vito said, his smile widening. And that question is? You are interested. Rayleigh shook his head. He spat the withered lily petals from his mouth and adjusted his grip. I was only buying time, dumbass. Vito's smile froze. The assassin remained unaware that Rayleigh had continuously chained Bankai, Shirkai, and high-tier Kido prior to this encounter. He had even engaged Shunko just moments ago. For a level 3 mage, that sheer volume of Ryatsu, mind, expenditure would drain half their reserves. Fortunately, the dense magic siphon from the greatest evil by Ruriiro Kujaku aided his recovery. But processing that raw energy required time. Vito's willingness to waste oxygen on a villainous monologue suited Rayleigh perfectly. To keep the assassin blind to his fatigue, Rayleigh had pushed his tempo, feigning peak condition. Now, his reserves had recovered to a comfortable threshold. I have no intention of chatting with you any longer. Playing the hero who saves others does not suit me, and I have no interest in the role. Let me finish you quickly. Rayleigh tossed Senbon Sakura forward. The blade spun twice in the air before plunging point first into the scorched bedrock. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. The ground dissolved. A surging, pink sea of razor-sharp cherry blossoms rushed toward Vito from all directions, boxing him into the center of the swarm. Faced with the inescapable, wide-area attack, Vito reached into his tunic. A wave of absolute cold erupted outward as the pink petals closing in on his position froze solid. Rayleigh sensed the localized fluctuation of magic. A Kratzo magic sword, huh? Vito wielded a short, icy blade. The weapon behaved similarly to Hyarinmaru, each swing released a chilling frost that froze the ambient moisture. The millions of Senbon Sakura petals caught in the localized cold snapped together, forming a thick wall of ice. Rayleigh raised his hand, commanding Senbon Sakura to vibrate at high frequency. Under the combined, localized trembling of hundreds of millions of microscopic blades, jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the ice wall. Before the barrier shattered, Vito burst through the fracturing ice. I've already seen this trick. Did you really think I would come unprepared? Vito roared, charging with a savage grin. Seeing the absolute confidence painted across the assassin's face, Rayleigh sneered inwardly. So he planned to blitz me during the brief window when my Bankai was stalled. Watching Vito close the gap, Rayleigh remained perfectly still. He didn't bother raise his defense. As the heavy sword swung toward his neck, Rayleigh simply raised his index finger. Clink. Vito's full-powered strike landed and the resulting recoil left the assassin staring in absolute shock. What? Impossible. Vito stared in horror as the edge of his blade rested harmlessly against the tip of Rayleigh's bare finger. He had put his full level 4 strength into the swing. Why what did you do? What kind of trick is this? Vito stammered, unable to process the physical impossibility. Rayleigh's expression remained calm. He looked entirely at ease. A concentrated point of pale blue light glowed at the tip of his finger. From that epicenter, complex, glowing blue veins spread across the skin of his hand. This was blood vein. By flooding the blood vessels with dense Ryatsu, the technique exponentially multiplied the body's defensive threshold. In the Bleach anime he watched in his past life, a subconscious activation of blood vein by Ichigo Kurosaki had deflected a lethal strike from Yawatch himself. And after rigorous training, Rayleigh had achieved a smooth, conscious mastery of the Quincy technique. Chapter 104, You're not the hero that we gods seek. Vito did not think of himself as invincible with no equal in the world. In fact, he knew very well how weak he was compared to the true monsters out there. For example, Alfea the Silent and Zald the Glutton. And precisely because of that, he had always been very clear about how to define himself, one of the best among level 4s. That's all. But this boy, he was clearly level 3, yet he had caught Vito's sword with a single finger. It was far too absurd. Seeing the stunned look on his face, Rayleigh lightly hooked his finger, pulling Vito's blade toward himself. Then his hand closed around the sharp blade like an iron clamp. No matter how hard Vito tugged on the hilt, Rayleigh did not budge in the slightest. Is your skin made of iron? Vito clicked his tongue. He raised a leg and kicked viciously at Rayleigh. But in the instant before it landed, Rayleigh's figure vanished and appeared behind him. Slash. A line of blood appeared across Vito's face. His brow furrowed, and he immediately spun around and swung his sword. Yet just before the blade could hit, Rayleigh's figure abruptly vanished again. This time he did not move outside Vito's line of sight. Instead, he appeared a short distance in front of him. Vito, you pitiful thing, born incomplete. Rayleigh looked at him with pity. There was once a child who had been born unable to see color. The world in his eyes had always been one of black, white, and gray. He liked reading storybooks. Hero tales, especially. Why how do you know that? The expression on Vito's face, which had been maintaining that false smile the whole time, changed drastically the moment he heard Rayleigh's words. For the first time, he showed real emotion. Or, more accurately, his composure broke completely. Why do you know about that? Vito roared emotionally. But Rayleigh had no intention of answering. Watching someone who had spent all his time acting composed finally lose control was entertaining in its own way. And besides, this was a member of the Dark Faction, a villain guilty of countless crimes, someone whose death would be no loss. Thinking that, a slight curve rose at the corner of the boy's mouth. The moment Vito saw him smile, already at his most sensitive point, he completely lost control of his emotions and flew into a rage. Don't you dare grin at me like that. After that howl, Vito charged recklessly forward without taking any stance at all. He dragged his sword behind him, only raising his hand once he entered striking range. But Rayleigh had already seen through the movement. He ducked low, avoiding the slash, then drove off with both legs and sprang upward violently. Instead of using his sword, he slammed a fist into Vito's side. That one punch launched Vito into the air. Rayleigh's clenched fist suddenly opened, his palm aiming straight at Vito's lung. Heido number 63. Crap, the moment Vito heard the incantation from the boy's mouth, he snapped back to his senses. What had he just done? There was no way to dodge now. Raikoho, Rayleigh calmly spoke the spell's name. A thick blast of golden lightning instantly swallowed Vito whole and shot into the distance. When a level 3 like Olivas had been hit by this, he had been reduced to ashes on the spot. Vito was level 4, and the difference in endurance was huge, but not enough for him to survive a blast like this at point-blank range. Thud. Vito was blasted over 20 meters by the golden lightning before crashing to the ground. His whole body was charred black, as if it had come apart at the seams, unable to move. He coughed once. Black smoke came out of his mouth. His lungs had already been carbonized. Ugh, what an ugly sight. To think I'd be this careless. How pathetic. At death's door, Vito looked up at the dungeon ceiling and suddenly felt strangely light. So this was death. It was, so simple. So ordinary, no grand commotion at all. Like a roadside insect dying soundlessly, without drawing the attention of anyone. Suddenly, a face entered his vision. Erebus. Ah, so you've come. Erebus looked at Vito, whose body was largely charred black, with more than 30% of his body tissue gone. In a sorrowful tone, he said, Vito, my boy, my subject, my child. What a pity. Erebus closed his eyes. Vito simply looked at the god's beautiful face and said nothing. Not long after, Vito stopped breathing. He was dead. Only then did Erebus raise his face with a frown, looking toward the expressionless Rayleigh, and speak in the tone of someone telling a story. Vito was a twisted child. But he was also a pitiful child. I had hoped that a true hero would appear, one who could save him, change him. Though the god's sense of good and evil is hardly worth more than filth, I believe there was goodness in Vito's heart. With the proper chance, he could have changed. I truly believe that. But now, he has no such chance anymore. He died before he could change. Perhaps that was his fate. Erebus let out a sigh. As for you, human boy, you truly are not the hero that we gods seek. From the sound of it, Erebus seemed to be blaming him. Rayleigh was not entirely sure. But he definitely felt annoyed. Save him? You mean I was supposed to help some trash who murdered countless people repent and turn over a new leaf? I don't think I have the right to forgive him on behalf of his victims. If the hero you're talking about is some pathetic saint who embraces everyone, then when that day comes, I'll be sure to send him to meet Vito too. But right now, please return to heaven first and accept your defeat. Rayleigh stepped forward calmly toward Erebus while holding his Zanpakuto. Lord Erebus. Please leave, quickly. Leave this place to us. Members of Evolus rushed forward. Most of them were around level 1, with only a few level 2s mixed in. Hee, I'll leave it to you then. As for me, yes, I'll go enjoy this battle that will decide the fate of the world from the best seat in the house. Rayleigh stared at the people throwing themselves forward without hesitation. The Apate Familia and the Electo Familia, huh? Perfect timing. There isn't a single innocent one among you anyway, so you can all go to hell together. There were two groups that had come to rescue Erebus. Judging from their crests, Rayleigh could more or less identify their origins. Heido number 4, by Akurai. A white bolt of lightning instantly pierced through several of them. Then came Heido number 12, Fushabai. Crimson thread-like spiritual power spread out like an interwoven net, and the moment it touched the enemy's clothes, it ignited them. In an instant, the clothes of more than a dozen members of the dark faction burst into flames. Screaming, they hurriedly tore off their burning clothing. While they were flailing about in chaos, Rayleigh stepped into their midst and pressed one hand to the ground. Heido number 57, Daichi Tenyo. Boom. Under Rayleigh's Kido, the earth shattered with a roar. Countless chunks of rock shot upward under his control and rained down upon the members of the dark faction like a bombardment. Ayahawk. He's too strong. This guy's a monster. We can't stop him. Crash. A falling boulder crushed the last member of the dark faction still able to cry out. A group of roughly 25 people had lasted less than 2 minutes against Rayleigh. They were almost completely wiped out. Chapter 105, Force Bankai. Damn it, at least let's die together. A surviving dark faction member, bruised and barely conscious, tore open his blood-stained tunic. Beneath the fabric, a chain of high-explosive flame stones strapped across his chest. A crude fuse linked a dozen of the volatile crystals together. One stone had been modified with a mechanical trigger, converting the cluster into a suicide vest. As soon as that core bomb triggered, the entire chain reaction would detonate. A single flame stone could vaporize the remains of a first-tier adventurer. Wearing over a dozen strapped directly to the chest created an explosion a level 4 could not survive at point-blank range. Seeing the human bomb charge toward him, Rayleigh remained perfectly still. Heido number 1, show. Without breaking his stride, he pointed an index finger at the charging fanatic. An invisible shockwave erupted from his fingertip. The kinetic hammer struck the cultist square in the chest, launching him into a backward flip before he crashed hard onto the scorched earth. The fanatic struggled back to his feet, fueled by pure spite. Watching the stubborn display, Rayleigh felt an inexplicable nagging worry that the fanatic might suddenly start shouting a hero's monologue about friendship, dreams, or unbreakable bonds. You people are the designated villains of this story. Why are you acting so hot-blooded? Rayleigh asked dryly. He repeatedly triggered Heido number 1, show, chaining the low-tier shockwaves to force the cultist further backward. The kinetic impact lacked fatal force, but the cumulative blunt trauma and jarring pain rattled the fanatic's bones. Realizing he could not close the distance, the fanatic ripped the flame stone chain from his chest, preparing to hurl the explosives like a grenade. Rayleigh brought his index and middle fingers together, executing a chantless Bakuto number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 wide beams of golden light slammed into the cultist's torso, locking him in place. The restraining force paralyzed him entirely, he could not even twitch a finger. You look like you are struggling. How about I lend a hand? Rayleigh asked. He casually formed Bakuto number 4, Heinuwa. Flicking his wrist, he sent the crackling, golden rope of spiritual light snaking outward. The glowing lasso hooked the fanatic's paralyzed hand and coiled tightly around the mechanical trigger mechanism. If Rayleigh pulled his end of the rope, the tension would squeeze the trigger and detonate the flame stones. Holding the glowing tether, Rayleigh slowly turned and walked away. As the distance grew, the fanatic's expression twisted in absolute horror. Wait, he shrieked. Rayleigh stopped. He abrupt halt drew a desperate breath of relief from the fanatic. He could not see Rayleigh's expression. If he had, he would have recognized a uniquely cruel smile on his face. Rayleigh had originally intended to detonate the bomb and let the fanatic reap what he had sown. But the looming, impossible to ignore presence of the greatest evil sparked a better idea in his head. Why waste the explosion when he could recycle the trash? The cumulative yield of a dozen flame stones offered serious value. Rayleigh yanked the Heinuwa rope, reeling the paralyzed fanatic closer. He swung the tethered human bomb in a wide, accelerating arc. After a dozen full rotations to build maximum velocity, Rayleigh let go. The fanatic launched like a guided missile, flying straight toward the greatest evil's gaping maw. Riveria and Ace paused, watching the black blur sail perfectly into the dragon's throat. Boom. The human missile detonated violently deep inside the monster's digestive tract. The terrifying blast blew the greatest evil's chest cavity wide open from the inside out. The dragon shrieked in agony, its wings faltering. It plummeted from the sky, crashing into the scorched bedrock and carving a massive crater. Within the roaring flames, the monster's ruined body twisted madly. Its high-speed regeneration engaged. However, the internal burns severely compromised the healing process. The restored flesh warped into grotesque, mismatched shapes, rendering its terrifying appearance even more unnatural. The black aura radiating from its scales solidified into thick tentacles, whipping wildly in all directions. Wrapped in her localized aerial typhoon, Ace refused to dodge. She charged the flailing appendages head-on instead. The crackling rapier blade of Ganryamaru struck with absolute precision, severing the tentacles one after another. I'm going to kill you. Ayawa. Ace's madness deepened, the black malice of her Avenger skill fully consuming her rationality. She plunged straight into the inferno, using her wind armor to part the flames, and began wildly hacking at the monster's charred hide. Crack! A visible fracture spiderwebbed up the steel of Ganryamaru. Ace's expression froze. The black wind swirling around her abruptly weakened by half. Ganryamaru. The Zanpakuto's phantom pain transmitted directly into her soul. How could this happen? Deep guilt washed over Ace's face. The corrupted wind armor flickered and died as she clutched her head, dropping painfully to her knees amidst the flames. Ace, don't let the hatred consume you. If you wish to defeat this enemy, do not rely on that dark power, rely on me. Ganryamaru's voice echoed clearly inside the young berserker's mind. It was gentle and kind. Rely on your power. Ace whispered, sounding utterly confused. I don't know what the consequences will be, but it's better than letting that black power shatter your soul. I will bear the burden of the side effects. Now, let me tell you my true name. The golden-haired girl stood before the pitch-black dragon. An oppressive, suffocating pressure erupted from her small body. High above her, or rather, localized entirely within that specific airspace, a massive thundercloud began to churn. Thunderclouds? That's impossible, we are deep inside the dungeon. Riveria gasped in shock. Rayleigh stared at the anomaly in astonishment. He did not need visual confirmation. Through his Ryuraku perception, he felt the fundamental shift in Ace's soul. Could this be? In a fleeting daze, Rayleigh saw a phantom silhouette materialize beside Ace. The humanoid figure bowed deeply toward him. Its lips moved silently, offering a final vow. Or farewell to him. Only Rayleigh could see any of this. I see. Though this was your own decision, it was still somewhat cruel, then I will bear witness to both of your resolves. Bankai. The black malice of the Avenger winds dispersed completely. In its place, a glorious, blinding pillar of divine thunder descended. In a fraction of a second, churning thunderclouds spread across several kilometers, casting a dark shadow over the fiery wasteland. A terrifying pressure gathered from the natural world descended upon the 18th floor itself. Even the battle on Althea's side came to a halt as she turned toward Ace's direction in surprise. What is this? RD, Rio, and the Astria vanguard stared in equal shock. Elise, this feeling, could it be? RD asked hesitantly. The red-haired captain gripped the hilt of Enjetsu. For a brief moment, a flicker of sheer competitive unwillingness crossed her face. Then, her shoulders slumped slightly. I did not expect her to beat me to it. Hearing her captain's admission confirmed the theory. Then this really is what I thought it was. Ryu murmured. Yeah. It's a Zanpakuto's. Bankai. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Crumbling. Bankai, Koko Ganryo Rikyu. Ace gripped the hilt with both hands, raising the vertical blade before her petite body. Arcs of raw electricity flickered and flowed deep within her golden eyes. An unshakable calm anchored her shining gaze, paired with a profound wisdom that seemed to pierce through the chaos of the battlefield. High in the churning thunderclouds, golden lightning wove into a crackling net. Acting as a lightning rod, the tip of Ace's blade gave the gathered atmospheric energy a focused target. A deafening peal of thunder rang out, and the golden light descended in the blink of an eye. Boom. 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 Dozens of lightning bolts tore through the cavern and crashed violently onto the greatest evil. The devastating voltage ripped through the beast's scales and underlying muscle. The extreme heat charred the tissue black, carbonizing the flesh. Carbonized cells proved far harder to repair, drastically slowing the monster's regeneration cycle. Possessing a certain degree of primal intelligence, the greatest evil adopted the survival tactic of a lizard shedding its tail. It actively discarded the carbonized sections, choosing to regenerate from the healthy roots, a far more efficient biological process. Ace. She can actually output this much power. Riveria gasped in amazement. A moment prior, their tactical situation had looked overwhelmingly grim. In a single instant, the tide had turned. Not only had Ace broken free from the frenzied malice of Avenger entirely on her own, but she had accessed this staggering level of strength. All of it stemmed from the Zanpakuto in her hands, Ganryamaru. Finn had acquired this specific weapon during the initial forging contract between Rayleigh and the Loki Familia. It had cost the faction a staggering sum of Valis. Riveria thought she understood the blade's abilities. No, she had believed she understood them. Witnessing the tremendous scale and astonishing atmospheric manipulation before her now, her previous assumptions proved undeniably shallow. This was exactly what Rayleigh meant when he vaguely mentioned a Zanpakuto's secondary release stage. The supreme, ultimate mystery of the soulbound blade, Bankai. I'm going in, Ganryamaru. A genuine, soft smile broke across Ace's usually expressionless face. She gathered the ambient lightning accumulated in the localized weather system directly into her blade. She shot straight toward the greatest evil's neck like a fired railgun. The judgment of the lightning sword flashed by. Torn clean through by the devastating electric edge, the greatest evil's enormous head severed from its neck and plummeted toward the scorched earth. We won. Amazing, Ganryamaru. We beat it, huh? Ganryamaru. Landing softly on her boots, an excited Ace spoke to the Zanpakuto in her grip, but received no response. She raised the hilt level with her eyes. The steel blade of Ganryamaru was shattering little by little, dissolving into fine dust and scattering into the wind. Ace stared blankly at the disappearing weapon as sheer panic breaking across her face. She cupped her palm beneath the ruined steel, desperately trying to catch the fragments. But that slight physical touch acted as the final straw. The blade of Ganryamaru collapsed completely. Only the wrapped hilt remained in her grip. Ganryamaru. Ace called out the spirit's name, her voice trembling. Silence answered her. In that instant, a hollow wave of emptiness crashed over her soul, as though she had lost a vital piece of herself. This cannot be real. The girl's body swayed. She collapsed limply to the ash-covered ground, her vacant eyes still locked onto the ruined hilt. A few seconds later, the sword princess lost consciousness. Ace. Reveria sprinted over, gathering the unconscious girl into her arms. After running a frantic diagnostic check, she discovered Ace had suffered no serious internal trauma. She was merely exhausted, as she reached mind zero. That realization alone shocked the high elf. After channeling such power, how could this be the only drawback? She certainly did not wish harm upon Ace. Yet, wielding an energy output that so obviously exceeded the physical limits of a level 2 vessel should have triggered massive backlash on her. Leaving scarcely any physical burden defied the fundamental common sense of the fauna. Her gaze fell upon the hilt of Ganryamaru resting in Ace's limp grip. This is. The Zanpakuto's blade had shattered entirely. The sword was gone, could it be? It was Ganryamaru. The spirit bore the physical burden to protect Ace, Rayleigh's voice sounded from behind Reveria. He stepped forward, his eyes locked on the crater. Don't relax your guard. That monster is not dead. What? Reveria stood up immediately, tracking his gaze. Sure enough, the colossal black carcass was writhing. The decapitated body dragged itself blindly toward its severed head, attempting to reconnect the tissue. It's still alive. Reveria raised her jade staff to cast, but Rayleigh held up a hand to stop her. Leave the execution to me. Reveria glanced sideways at the boy. Registering the calm anchoring his expression, she hesitated for a brief moment before stepping back to yield the vanguard. Rayleigh reactivated Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Hundreds of millions of scattered cherry blossom petals condensed, forging countless glowing katana blades that surrounded the entire crater. The innumerable swords hovered in neat, perfectly spaced ranks, forming a vast, inescapable gladiatorial cage. Senkei, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, Rayleigh declared. With this, it ends. He raised a single hand. The countless suspended blades of Senkei pivoted in unison, aiming their razor tips directly at the greatest evil trapped in the center. The ugly monster had reached the end of its rope. However, if given a brief window to breathe, its regeneration would fully repair the damage in under 2 minutes. For Rayleigh, that window provided enough time to kill the beast 10 times over. Secret Art, Oji, Ikasenjinka. A torrential rain of steel shot forward. One gleaming sword after another launched toward the greatest evil at supersonic speeds. Each propelled blade carried the kinetic yield of a 20mm anti-material artillery round. When the high-speed katana struck the greatest evil, they did not merely pierce the outer scales, they punched straight through the dense muscle and out the other side. Boom. 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 Surpassing the ferocity of a storm of 10,000 swords, the display left Reveria staring with wide eyes and parted lips. Pinned within the endless rain of blades, the greatest evil's body was shredded and pulverized repeatedly. Ultimately, its regenerative factor failed to outpace the sheer rate of destruction. The beast's core magic stone was exposed to the volley. Any monster whose magic stone shatters will die. That remained an absolute law of the dungeon. As the final blade pierced the crystal, the greatest evil dissolved into ash. The dark atmosphere suffocating the 18th floor rapidly dispersed. However, one secondary battle remained undecided. Cough. In the middle of the skirmish, Althea suddenly lurched forward, coughing up blood with a deeply pained expression twisting her face. Seeing the sudden collapse, Rayleigh moved to step forward and intervene, until he caught Althea subtly winking at him. She was faking it. Offering a helpless smile, Rayleigh halted his advance. Instead, he casually strolled over to the Astria vanguard, standing in solidarity behind the girls. It is over, Althea. You've lost. Elise declared. What Rayleigh witnessed next could only be described as a masterclass in theatrical acting. As expected of the woman who embodied absolute talent, her acting skills came effortlessly. She's delivering a performance so convincing that it blurred reality. Pretending to grudgingly accept her defeat, Althea stumbled toward the massive chasm blasted open by the greatest evil and threw herself into the abyss. Even knowing her power guaranteed her survival, Rayleigh felt his brow twitch at the dramatic exit. Thud. Thud. With their hard-fought victory finally secured, the Astria girls collapsed one by one under the crushing weight of their adrenaline crash. They leaned heavily against one another, sitting limply in the ash, refusing to move a single muscle. At that exact moment, the battle raging on the surface streets of Orario reached its own conclusion. Chapter 107, Titanfall. The Bakuseiga in Zald's hand shattered with a thunderous crack when it collided head-on with Otter's blade. KH. The strongest warrior's knee hit the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and when that pitch-black blood touched the weeds on the ground, the grass corroded into a dirty residue. Seeing that scene, Otter did not follow up with another strike. He looked at that pitch-black blood with wariness. It possessed such intense corrosive power, yet it still flowed through Zald's body, and he could still move and sustain combat of a certain intensity. If it were not Zald, anyone else would already have been bedridden from the torment. No, that was still too optimistic. Without a constitution as powerful as the gluttony's, an ordinary person would have dropped dead the moment they came into contact with such a toxin. That's the behemoth's poison, isn't it? Otter asked. Zald did not answer him. Or rather, he could not answer. He could not stop coughing, blood kept forcing its way out of his mouth. Do you pity me? Zald shot Otter a dangerous look. The Borman warrior was cowed by that ferocious gaze, his hair stood on end. And no. Otter respected Zald. He had once been the figure Otter admired most. The desire to become a warrior like him had never changed, not even to this day. Behemoth, the Land King. One of the 3 great quests for adventurers. Its body was so enormous it resembled a mountain range. A poisonous wind swirled around it, the pressure of that wind alone was enough to crush any living creature. Its venom could transform the surrounding land into a dead zone. Its mere existence posed a deadly threat to both the environment and all life, not to mention how lethal the poison contained within its flesh and blood had to be. Zald, that's enough. What? Otter closed his eyes, as if unable to bear looking upon the end of a hero he had once admired. But after 2 seconds, he opened them again, feeling he could not turn away. Because until the very end, he had to show enough respect to the hero standing before him. My blade is a special weapon forged by Hephaestus's smith, Rayleigh. It isn't merely an external weapon, it's half of my very self. And only while crossing blades with you did I realize that a Zanpakuto can reflect the truest emotions hidden in one's heart when one's will is burning. Perhaps because you are also holding that man's blade. I saw it. You, no, all of you, your resolve and everything you have given. The joints of Zald's fingers twitched, but he still pretended not to understand. What the hell are you talking about, pig brat? At least say something a man can understand. Otter gritted his teeth. His anger rose to the surface and showed itself on his face. With a furious expression, Otter shouted, "Do you understand Zald, this humiliation?" Weak, far too weak. Every time this body of mine is crushed by people like you, it becomes unbearable. More than disappointing you, I cannot forgive this weak self of mine. What an ugly sight, what fragility. To have no choice but to use heroes of the past like you as stepping stones, because without doing so I cannot reach a higher realm, this powerlessness. Roaring, Otter raised Tenken in his hands. Heh. For the first time in so long, a smile appeared on Zald's face, which had been as lifeless as a walking corpse. That smile held excitement, relief, and a sense of release. If that's how it is, then stop talking. Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. I will defeat you right here. Otter poured all of his spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto. His materialized Ryatsu draped itself around him like a crimson coat. Big words, dumbass. Zald laughed as he drew his own sword, gripping it with both hands and raising it high. Boo-hoo. Otter's full-powered strike clashed head-on with Zald's final blow. Clang. Zald's greatsword was cleaved in two, and for an instant, surprise appeared on the man's face. Then it turned into relief. A massive wound split open across his chest, deep enough to expose bone, even his beating heart was visible. Looking into the wound, it was clear that Zald's insides no longer resembled those of a normal person, his body had already been corroded beyond recognition. Yet he had still been moving and fighting in that state. Zald was cut down by Otter and fell onto his back. Otter propped himself up with Tenken, refusing to let himself collapse. I didn't expect to lose to you. Life is truly unpredictable. Cough, cough. Quit lying. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I don't know what you're talking about. TCH. Seeing that the men still intended to play dumb even at the very end, Otter let out a displeased snort. But right after that, the presence of gluttony vanished. Zald had fallen in battle. Our commander has defeated the enemy's trump card. Now is the time to wipe out the enemy in one blow. Adventurers, advance. Finn had been watching the most important battlefield all along. The moment the outcome was decided, he did not hesitate for even an instant, giving the order for a full assault. At that moment, the Evolus was still in shock over Gluttony's fall. A level 7. Had lost. A hero of the Zeus Familia had actually been defeated by a child of the Freya Familia. How was that even possible? Ayahawk. Help. We need reinforcements on the west side, there's a monster of a woman here. Ha 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 ha. Tsubaki brandished a unique blade shaped like a 7-branched sword. Her swordsmanship was simple and brutal, pure speed and pure strength. In her hands, the blade danced into a blur, and wherever she passed, dark faction corpses dropped in heaps. The half-dwarf woman laughed. Ora. Let me really test out this tobium. Don't die off too fast, you lot. Boom. A fireball flew straight into the dark faction's ranks. The resulting explosion blasted nearly 20 enemies into the air. The fireballs fired by Tobium exploded on impact, and their destructive power was anything but ordinary, roughly equivalent to the damage of 25 kilograms of high explosives. That woman is the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, Tsubaki Kalbrand. We can't push forward from the south. Our losses are too heavy. It's the chariot, the goddess's chariot of the Freya Familia is slaughtering us. Help! Someone help us! There's a monster in the tavern. Boom. A heavy fist came crashing down. Thud. What looked like a light blow knocked the dark faction member unconscious. Mia Grand, standing there at a full 1.8 meters tall, looked at the enemy she had just one-shot, then glanced down the street and tossed the grunt aside like a dead dog. Honestly, Orario's public safety is getting worse and worse. Hurry up and finish these bastards off, you brats. Seriously, business has dried up because of this. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Farewell. Lady Valletta, Orario's adventurers are too strong, we cannot hold them back. Please, you should run. A member of the Thanatos Familia delivered the warning carefully, not daring to stand too close to his leader. The Empress of Slaughter was insane not only toward her enemies, but also toward her own people. If she was in a foul mood, she would execute a subordinate without a second thought. She was a madwoman. Why are you standing so far away? Valletta noticed the subtle movement of her subordinate and turned a dangerous gaze upon him. I. Pucci. Aga. Valletta closed the distance at a speed he could not track, piercing straight through his chest with a single strike. She grabbed his still beating heart in the palm of her hand. Do you think trash like you needs distance for me to kill you? She crushed it. After dropping the corpse, Valletta cursed in frustration. Damn it. Zald actually lost. What kind of joke is this? Despite bearing the title Empress of Slaughter, Valletta was no true warrior. She bullied the weak and feared the strong. When her faction held the advantage, her arrogance knew no bounds. Once the tide of battle turned against her, she cared nothing for saving face. Hey! Pass down the order, everyone is to retreat out of the city. Do not let Orario's adventurers discover the secret passages. Why yes. TCH. Just you wait, Orario. This is not over yet. Next time, I'll definitely destroy you. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor. Rayleigh surveyed the vanguard, all of them too exhausted to move, and rose to his feet. Erebus remained at large. Rayleigh had changed his mind. Rather than simply sending Erebus back to Tenkai, capturing him and dragging him before the Divine Assembly for a public execution sounded far more entertaining. He wanted to see what kind of expression the evil god would make when faced with his peers. I'm going after Erebus. Following that declaration, Rayleigh sprinted toward the surface. He knew exactly where Erebus was heading. The top of Babel Tower. It was the best seat in the house. In truth, attempting to execute a deity was a theory he had wanted to test. In reality, it proved impossible. Gods existed as higher-dimensional beings compared to all life in the lower world. That was no mere metaphor. When a mortal attempted to harm a deity, the god only needed to release their arcanum, and the offender would be forced to halt their attack. Regrettably, Rayleigh had discovered he was no exception to this rule. Faced with Erebus's arcanum, he could not execute a lethal strike against the god. Restraining him, however, posed no problem. Rayleigh sprinted out of the labyrinth at tremendous speed. Emerging from the dungeon, he bypassed Babel's interior stairwells entirely, running straight to the tower's exterior structure. Erebus was likely taking the central magic elevator up at a leisurely pace. Perfect. I can test this out, too. Rayleigh dropped into a half-crouch, gathering dense Ryoryoku into his legs. After a brief moment of charging his strength, he launched upward violently. He shot into the sky like a fired projectile. Relying on his physical stats, Rayleigh ascended a considerable distance up the tower's face. Just as his upward momentum began to stall, Rayleigh executed another launching motion. This time, the physical wind-up was so brief the action remained almost invisible. Yet, his body propelled upward once again. Success. A smirk tugged at the corner of Rayleigh's mouth. He felt confident in the theory, but executing it flawlessly on the first attempt surprised even him. This was an advanced application of Shuinpa. Among the 4 foundational Shinigami combat arts, Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho-Ho, and Kido, the art of step, Ho-Ho, did not solely refer to high-speed movement techniques like Shuinpa. It encompassed the precise control and utilization of spiritual power. By gathering Ryoryoku beneath the soles of the feet, a practitioner could forge a solid foothold in empty air. For a trained Shinigami, it was a fundamental skill. A Shinigami skilled in Ryoryoku control only required a few attempts to grasp the underlying principle. With less than a month of dedicated practice, they could master aerial footing. Still, efficiency mirroring Rayleigh's first try success remained exceedingly rare. Boom. His coat flapped violently in the gale. Rayleigh raced up the exterior stone of Babel Tower, ascending toward the dome at extreme speeds. If he pushed the theory a step further, he could potentially use Ryatsu as sustained propulsion to achieve true aerial flight. High-level Shinigami never worried about losing their footing or lacking the leverage to dodge in midair. They could generate platforms at will, and those footholds did not need to remain level or aligned with gravity. Even while inverted in freefall, a master could instantly trigger Shuinpa. In just 1 minute, Rayleigh scaled from the base of Babel Tower to the summit. Landing on the observation deck, he extended his Ryuraku senses to track Erebus's spirit ribbon. He discovered the god was still ascending inside the slow elevator. Rayleigh unclipped the Zanpakuto from his waist and set the scabbard aside. He sat down on the polished stone floor, propped his chin against his hand, and waited for his guest with an arrogant, leisurely posture. Ding! The elevator arrived. One final stretch of architecture remained to be walked on foot, a winding spiral staircase leading to the roof. With both hands stuffed casually in his pockets, Erebus climbed the steps at an easy pace. Through his divine intuition, he already sensed that Althea and Zald had been defeated. The chaotic malice the greatest evil had directed toward him had also vanished from the dungeon below. Those children were truly capable. How enviable, really. To think my fellow gods possessed such exceptional, captivating children in their familias. How envious. Step. 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 When the final stair brought the god into full view, Rayleigh offered a dry smile. So you've arrived, evil god. Judging by your expression, you seem surprised to find me waiting for you. Rayleigh's weapon rested several feet away. His expression remained perfectly neutral. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy. Observing the scene, Erebus correctly deduced that Rayleigh had not come here seeking a fight. Surprised? Yes, that's true. But I am not surprised because you are here. What? Though even I find it rather unbelievable, I seem to be quite fond of you. The moment I stepped into the elevator, I had a divine premonition that I might meet you at the top of the tower. Erebus's voice carried a magnetic quality. His tone was strangely gentle. He laughed softly. Honestly now, to what extent do you intend to satisfy my expectations? It's almost as if you saw the future. No, that's impossible. Rather, it seems you understand me quite well, and that is something I can't comprehend. Hearing the god rule out the correct answer entirely on his own, Rayleigh laughed inwardly. He maintained a perfect poker face. When dealing with a deity like Erebus, displaying even the slightest reaction might reveal a secret he needed to keep hidden. I just think all you thrill-seeking lunatics share the exact same brain wiring, Rayleigh stated flatly. Thrill-seeking lunatics. Erebus froze. In all his hundreds of millions of years of existence, it was the first time a mortal had ever labeled him with such a description. He let out a breathless series of laughs. Ha 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 ha. I see. That really is a title that suits my nature perfectly. I will accept it as your farewell gift to me, Erebus said, looking genuinely satisfied. Rayleigh was taken aback. Farewell. That phrasing did not sound like a villain planning a retreat. Wait, this guy, is he planning to return to Tenkai of his own accord? Chapter 109, Chapter 109, War Ends. This grand performance is already drawing to a close. Orario, your side has won. So allow me to present the final climax. Erebus spread his arms wide, as though embracing the sky, though that description felt too narrow. It would be more accurate to say that he was embracing the world. Very well, I shall acknowledge you, new heroes, and those with the makings of heroes. Resist with all your might. Resist true despair. The appointed time is drawing near. TCH. This guy was really getting into his own act. Bakuto number 61, Rikuchikoro. Rayleigh flicked two of his fingers. 6 golden panes of light drove into Erebus's body from different directions, binding him in place. First came the chantless casting. Then, carriage of thunder, gap of a spinning wheel, with light, divide this into 6. As Rayleigh chanted, the already cast Rikuchikoro grew even sturdier, and its binding power increased dramatically. This was the technique known as post-chanting. It could reinforce a Kido that had been cast without an incantation. Bound by the Bakuto, Erebus kept his head lowered, making it impossible to read his expression. Rayleigh maintained his 2-finger gesture, slowly releasing spiritual pressure to strengthen the spell. He was in full control. Heh. Suddenly, Erebus raised his head. And not just his head, his body actually began moving freely. When Rayleigh saw him simply ignore his Kido, his eyes widened slightly and his pupils slowly contracted. Boom. An immeasurable, boundless divine presence burst forth from the male god before him. Then, in an instant, it expanded for thousands of kilometers. Rayleigh, the first to be struck by it, saw a scene flash through his mind. It was a vision of an absolutely invincible power sweeping the entire surface of the world clean. Everything on the earth, every single thing, whether stones or mountains, streams or seas, tribes and civilizations, vast kingdoms, forests, life itself, all of it was erased in an instant by a single force. It took only an instant. Civilization and history vanished completely. What remained was only a barren land, without even the faintest trace of what had once existed. Ha! Rayleigh snapped out of the illusion. He understood immediately, this was not divine aura. This was divine power. The true might of a god. An ending force powerful enough to sweep the earth flat in a single instant. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes immediately. We shall meet again in heaven, child of men. As Erebus released his divine power, his entire body turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky, piercing the heavens in less than a thousandth of a second. At the top of Babel Tower, only Rayleigh remained, staring blankly up at that pillar of light. TCH. That guy was not just a thrill-seeker, he was also an insufferable show-off. There had to be a limit to how much he tried to act cool. And, see you again in heaven. Was that bastard cursing me? Rayleigh could guess what Erebus meant. To an immortal god, a human lifespan was no different from a single candle's flame. Maybe in Erebus's eyes, when the two of them met again a few decades later, it would feel like they had only met a few days ago. But Erebus would probably be disappointed. It was not as though Rayleigh was short-lived either. A Shinigami's lifespan might not compare to that of a god, but living thousands of years was hardly unusual. And if he could break through the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow and become something transcendent, then in theory he could possess an infinite lifespan. Once he managed to create the Hogyoku, perhaps he could become like Aizen, undying and indestructible. In the future, it might not even be impossible to reach the level of the Soul King. Ordinarily, because Shinigami live so long, the speed at which they accept change and evolve is very slow. Even though the modern world had already become highly developed, Soul Society was still stuck in what was essentially an ancient civilization. That had a great deal to do with Soul Society's feudal system, of course, but it was also true that Soul Society was gradually progressing, since objects brought back from the world of the living had become quite popular within the Godai 13. A Shinigami's growth was extremely slow. But for Rayleigh, who possessed a god's blessing, things were different. Once something had an experience bar attached to it, everything became much simpler. Black and white net. 22 bridges, 66 crowns and belts. Footprints, distant thunder, sharp peak, engulfing land, hidden in the night, sea of clouds, blue line. Form a circle and fly through the heavens. Bakuto number 77, Tentikura. Rayleigh raised one arm and opened his hand toward Orario. A web-like spread of spiritual pressure instantly extended outward, covering the sky above the city. Once it connected to the spiritual pressure of every necessary person, Rayleigh spoke. This is Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. I believe everyone has seen the pillar of light at the top of Babel Tower. The evil god Erebus released his arcanum and has been sent back to heaven. The monster he summoned has already been exterminated by the subjugation force. The Evolus is a dying flame in the wind. In this war, the victor is Orario. With that said, Rayleigh drew in a deep breath and looked out over the great and magnificent city beneath him. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. After 10 full seconds of stunned silence, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. The shockwave of pure triumph reached the absolute summit of Babel. Shouts, cheers, and roars blended into a single wave of relief. A glimmer of light broke the horizon, forcing Rayleigh to squint and shield his eyes. The sun was rising. In 10 minutes, the dawn would wash over Orario. Even from this height, the blood paints the streets, he muttered. Though his interference had drastically altered the original death toll, the combined casualties still exceeded 100,000 souls. Rayleigh stepped into the elevator. He sat against the back wall, resting his 3 swords across his lap. Only then did he exhale. The instant the adrenaline faded, a crushing exhaustion swept over him. His eyes slowly fluttered shut. 3 hours later, the final straggling monsters were purged from the city streets. By then, the adventurers lacked the energy to cheer. They collapsed on the blood-stained pavement, sinking into deep sleep or passing out from sheer fatigue. Only a handful of stubborn commanders remained standing, directing the few who could still walk. The war was over. Evolus had committed their entire arsenal to the siege and suffered total annihilation. They lost the capacity to threaten Orario, reduced to a pack of hunted rats hiding in the sewers. The guild's citywide purge commenced. Before long, the dark age of Orario would meet its definitive end. 3 days later, the executive trinity of the Loki Familia, accompanied by their goddess, visited the Hephaestus Forge. They brought Ace with them. Inside the workshop, Rayleigh held the ruined hilt of Ganryamaru with a downcast expression. It cannot be done. When asked if the Zanpakuto could be repaired, Rayleigh delivered the harsh truth. Ace, clinging to a desperate sliver of hope, looked absolutely crushed. Her golden eyes hollowed out like an empty shell. Seeing her child's despair, Loki panicked. Are you seriously telling me there is no way to fix it? Aren't you the one who created these Zanpakuto things? Rayleigh shook his head. Once a Zanpakuto shatters in its Bankai state, it cannot be repaired. That is an unchangeable truth. Bankai is the ultimate secret of the blade. If a Bankai breaks, it is because the wielder's mastery was insufficient to sustain the power. Chapter 110, Uchiha. What do you mean by that? Loki, seeing how heartbroken her precious little Ace looked, was so anxious that Rayleigh's words made her furious. But before she could flare up, Ace spoke first. It's my fault. Tears streamed down her face. Her voice trembling, she asked, is it because I'm too weak? Ganryamaru's power was strong. Incredibly strong. With just that one use of Bankai, Ace had experienced the true power of a Zanpakuto. And the reason the Bankai had been damaged was because she herself was immature. If she had been strong enough, her Zanpakuto would not have ended up like that. So Bankai carries that kind of risk too. Reveria muttered with a grave expression. At the side, Finn held back the agitated Loki and asked, if it can't be repaired, does that mean she won't be able to use Ganryamaru ever again? The Palom hero was extremely sharp. He had not heard Rayleigh say that. What he had heard was only that a Bankai, once broken, could not be repaired. So he changed his line of thought and asked a different question. Rayleigh inwardly sighed in admiration. Finn really was too clever for his own good. For a completely destroyed Zanpakuto, what's needed is reforging, in other words, forging a completely new Ganryamaru. A new one? Ace asked in confusion. Her voice trembled because she was afraid that this so-called new one would be a completely different sword. Her conversations with Ganryamaru, their training, their everyday time together, every bit of it was carved into her memory. For her sake, Ganryamaru had even sacrificed itself. And it was all because she had been controlled by her skill. Because she had failed to control her own power. Yet the one who paid the price had been Ganryamaru. Unfortunately, I can't bring Ganryamaru back to life. But I can forge Ganryamaru's will into a new Zanpakuto, something like Ganryamaru 2.0. It would still be Ganryamaru, and its abilities and Bankai would not change, but at most it would amount to an extension of Ganryamaru's life. Of course, you could also choose to forge a completely different blade. I don't need that. Ace rejected the idea immediately. I want to grow stronger together with Ganryamaru, strong enough not to betray its power. Strong enough that I won't need it to protect me anymore, but can fight alongside me instead. From that small body radiated an intensely powerful will. It was as if flames were burning in her golden eyes. I understand. Rayleigh nodded. After this great battle, Ace had gone from level 2 to level 3, and had even come close to reaching level 4. And it was not just her. Just as Erebus had planned, Orario's so-called hero candidates had all gained tremendous growth. For example, these three. Braver, Finn. Nine Hell, Reveria. Elgarm, Gareth. The three leaders had all advanced to level 6, stepping into the realm of heroes. Shakti and the other main combatants, along with the surviving rookie adventurers, had all leveled up as well. The 11 members of the Astria Familia had done the same. Among them, Elise, Kagaya, Rio, Lyra, and Maria had reached level 4. RD had also risen to level 4. And then there was Otter. After defeating Zald, he had broken through from level 6 to become level 7, becoming the true strongest in Orario. As for Rayleigh himself, he too had reached the point where he could level up at any time. But not yet. He had no shortage of great deeds, but his ability values had not yet reached their limits, he had not filled his vessel completely. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV, Abilities, Strength, A889. Endurance, A892. Dexterity, A840. Agility, S909. Magic, SS. Development abilities, Blacksmith, Spirit Healing, Swordsman. Magic, Heido, Bakudo, Kaido. Skills, Soul Blade, Jif Blessings, Minor. Ever since that incident when he had dropped a level, it was as if a limiter had been removed. The limit of his ability values was no longer just S999. Even Hephaestus had been utterly shocked when she saw it. Rayleigh could clearly feel that he still had room to grow. Now was not yet the time to level up. Orario began its reconstruction work. Though the Hephaestus Familia was not as skilled in smithing as the Goibnia Familia, they were still capable of helping repair wooden structures and forging various necessary items, and they were busy beyond belief. At the same time, nearly all production-type Familias threw themselves into rebuilding the city. Although this incident had ended, many residents still chose to leave Orario. Whether civilian or adventurer, anyone living in the city at the center of the world needed at least a certain degree of adventurous spirit. Taking advantage of the situation, Rayleigh bought 2 properties in extremely good locations, both at very low prices. 3 months passed, and Orario's reconstruction was basically complete. At the same time, the first Donatus after the war was held. There were a great many adventurers who had leveled up after the war, and just deciding titles for those who had become upper-class adventurers took an enormous amount of time. Though among them, only a very few, or rather, only certain individuals, were truly worth the gods' attention. At the beginning of the meeting, things were actually fine. The gods were still relatively serious. But gradually, as they lost patience, they began naming people however they pleased. Titles like Marshmallow Uncle and Chrysanthemum Liquor started appearing one after another. The scene became utterly chaotic, but no one stopped it. To put it simply, they had gotten completely carried away. Until one particular name came up. Next, Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. He created the armament known as the Zanpakuto. He reached level 2 within a year, and now he's already level 3. He has experience leading a party to subjugate Goliath. In the Great Feud, he eliminated more than 500 members of the Evolus, personally killed the enemy executive, the white-haired demon Olivas, who was level 3, and the level 4 Vito. The provision of Tensiga and Bakasega had a major impact on the course of the battle. He was also the one who delivered the finishing blow to the greatest evil. It was too damn long. No one before him had such a long list of achievements. Most people had only their level and name read out. Even the gods were at a loss in the face of this. They looked at one another. The manic energy they had shown before was gone from their faces. Because this was too shocking. Any one of those achievements, taken by itself, would have been enough for someone to boast about for a whole year, or even longer. And yet all of them had happened to the same person. Just how special did that make him? Hephaestus. That's so unfair. Since when did you find such an outstanding child? Ahem, one more point to add. It's rumored that every Zanpakuto forged by Rayleigh sells for between 500 million and 800 million valis. Nani 800 million. That astonishing number instantly made the gods' eyes widen. The discussion about Rayleigh went on for a very long time. It dragged on for several whole hours, and as a result, Rayleigh ended up making a huge impression on the gods of Orario and becoming quite well known. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say his name became well known. Then, for Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia, shall we settle on this title? No objections. Approved. Seeing the result, Hephaestus finally let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha. With a title like that, Rayleigh probably would not be too dissatisfied. He had not reacted much before when people called him demonic swordsmith, so he probably would not hate this one. Anyway, the important thing was that it had not ended up being something like Chrysanthemum Liquor. Uchiha, the master of the Demon Blade / Demon Blade Master etc. Chapter 111, The Chusen One. A sword. Please, I really need a Zanpakuto. I want to change my fate. But my background is too poor. I don't have a famous master, and I don't come from any powerful family. But I have ambition. I want to become a hero. Lord Uchiha, please forge me a blade. After saying all that, the boy bowed deeply on the spot toward Rayleigh. His behavior also drew the attention of adventurers passing nearby, who began to gather and watch. They were all there for the spectacle. Even though this sort of thing happened more than a dozen times a day, they never seemed to get tired of it. Every time they ran into it, they watched with endless delight. I wonder what kind of razor-sharp words he'll use to tear into the rookie today. Shoo. That newbie clearly doesn't know how vicious his tongue is yet. Don't spoil it. Heh, you guys are awful. The onlooking adventurers huddled together, whispering among themselves. This was the intersection of several streets in the southwestern district. At the center of the broad fork in the road, the first building that stood there was a 3-story Western-style house. A home Rayleigh had commissioned the Goibnia Familia to build. It had cost 120 million valis. The first floor covered about 840 square meters, with an outer corridor and walkways. The second floor covered about 600 square meters. And while the indoor space on the third floor was not very large, it had a spacious terrace. The interior was luxuriously decorated as well. The first floor corridor stood about 1.2 meters above the ground. Rayleigh would occasionally sit there, taking in the bustle of the city, reading the paper, and so on. And because people could see him there, a growing number of self-important warriors had started coming by, all in the hope of catching his eye and becoming the owner of a Zanpakuto. Of course, Rayleigh had no intention of paying attention to nameless nobodies like these. Most of them were just childish dreamers. If people like that used one of his blades, it would be an insult both to the blade and to him. You want a Zanpakuto? That's right. Do you have money? Around 100,000. That's not enough. Rayleigh let out a faint chuckle. Then how much do I need? Let me think, 1 billion valis. After pretending to think for a moment, Rayleigh calmly named the price. Huh. The boy was first so stunned by that astronomical number that his expression management collapsed completely. Then his face twisted as he shouted, 1 billion valis. Are you joking? The boy thought to himself, 1 billion valis. If I had that much money, why the hell would I even be an adventurer? A single sword for 1 billion, has this guy lost his mind? Are the rumors about Zanpakuto even real? Could this all be some kind of scam? How could anyone spend that much? Then he paused. Wait. Could this be some kind of test? A test to see whether I'm really a great warrior? Yes, that's it. Doesn't this kind of thing happen all the time in hero tales? Ahem. Having convinced himself he had figured it out, the boy's face quickly returned to normal. Then he began speaking again. I don't have 1 billion. But I do have limitless potential and perseverance. Ever since I was little, I was the fastest learner in my village. Whether it was riding horses or swordsmanship, I mastered both in only half a year. And when I was 14, I even killed a goblin that came into the village to steal grain. Now that I've received the god's fauna, all I lack is a weapon worthy of me. So. Sigh. Faced with the boy's passionate self-praise, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a speech, Rayleigh cut him off with a heavy sigh. This guy was no good. He was completely living in a dream. Clearly, he had no idea what kind of place he had come to. This was Orario. The achievements he was so proud of were beneath even the average adventurer here. Honestly, he had read too many hero tales until they had rotted his brain. The hero tales recorded stories from the distant past, from an age before the gods had descended to the lower world. Back then, without fauna, humans could only defeat monsters by risking their lives, drawing out their latent potential, and relying on luck. In the era of those hero tales, even killing a maddened bull would have been considered an extraordinary deed. This country boy had no idea that Orario was full of powerhouse. He just happened to defeat a starving goblin desperate enough to sneak into a human village for food, and now he thought he was some chosen one, a future hero sent by heaven. That sort of thing was not uncommon. In fact, Rayleigh had already seen more than 10 like him just this month. I see. So you're saying you have the makings of a hero? I have courage. Seeing how the boy suddenly shrank back, the disappointment in Rayleigh's eyes was completely undisguised. He had spent all that time boasting, and yet at the critical moment he did not even dare believe in himself. His conviction was lacking. Courage? Don't make him laugh. I heard the city just went through a war with evil forces. What a shame. If I'd gotten here earlier, I could have helped you beat those guys easily. The moment those words left the boy's mouth, the mocking amusement vanished from Rayleigh's eyes. He lazily rose to his feet, reached beside his chair, touched a sword hilt and casually tossed a blade out. The boy's reactions were not very quick. He fumbled awkwardly while catching it and almost dropped it to the ground. But once he realized that what he had caught was a sword, his eyes lit up in surprise. Could this be a Zanpakuto? However, Rayleigh's voice came from straight ahead. You said you have courage, right? Then prove it. Take that sword and stab it straight through your own stomach. Right now. The cold voice made the boy's mind go blank for a moment. Huh. He looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Why you're telling me to stab myself with this sword? Stab through your stomach, Rayleigh corrected calmly. This time, the boy was certain. He had heard it right. Wait. Could this also be some kind of test? The boy fell silent. His hands began trembling involuntarily. The shaking was so strong that the sword and scabbard rattled loudly against each other. Gulp. He swallowed hard, shut his eyes, clenched his teeth, and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. A flash of cold light stabbed into his eyes, forcing him to look away. What a gleaming blade. This sword was definitely unbelievably sharp. Am I really supposed to use something this sharp to stab through my own stomach? Seeing that the boy still had not moved after so long, one of the spectators called out. Hey, Hiro-kun, what are you still hesitating for? Gasp. The sudden voice from the side made the boy jump. In his panic, his fingers accidentally brushed part of the blade. It hurt. His hand jerked back as if electrocuted. Looking at the blood running from his fingers, his vision filled with red, and he let out a terrified scream. Blood, it's blood. Ah! After panicking for a while, the boy suddenly realized something. If he had actually obeyed and stabbed himself in the stomach, wouldn't he already be dead? At that thought, he finally understood. This was not a test at all. It was attempted murder. This guy was trying to kill him. Hey! You were just messing with me this whole time, weren't you? The boy shouted angrily at Rayleigh. Rayleigh tilted his head, wearing an expression of exaggerated surprise. Oh. So you figured it out? Well, don't blame me. You were the one who came asking me to entertain you first. I merely played along until I'd had my fill. Chapter 112, Reunion. Hey, Yodasai looks pissed. Wouldn't you be? Heh. If there weren't people around, I'd have killed that brat myself. Same, dude, same. It was as if the temperature around them had instantly dropped to freezing. The boy felt a suffocating chill, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He swallowed hard, not understanding what was happening. For a greenhorn like him, calling him an outsider would not even be unfair. He did not even understand what presence meant. Rayleigh had also only participated in war for the first time recently. Everything he had personally experienced and witnessed had sunk into his flesh and soul. Though that war had ended only a little over 3 months ago, it was still vivid in his mind. A fool like this was not even worthy of speaking of it. Though a weed like you, the sort of thing even fish in the river would not bother eating, isn't worth my time. I'll give you one chance, Rayleigh spoke in a deliberately provocative tone. The thing in your hand, that is a Zanpakuto. Now try to tame it, if you can. The boy's expression became extremely ugly. Fish. Weed. Was he being insulted? The surrounding adventurers all sighed in shared understanding. Uchiha's venomous tongue really was terrifying. Most of the time he's perfectly polite, but every now and then he suddenly gets really vicious. Yeah. Before this, quite a few girls who came asking him to forge them swords got scolded into tears. Seriously. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Those tears were really, hee-hee, slurp noise. Kakik, so you're one of my people. A pleasure, my guy. Listening to the adventurers whispering beside him, well, honestly, they were not being all that quiet. Rayleigh figured quite a few people had probably heard them. No matter the world, there was never any shortage of freaks. Tame it. The way you say that makes it sound like this sword has a will of its own. Rayleigh shook his head. What, you came to me without even knowing that? Then he looked at the blade. Fenju, this guy says he wants to use you. What do you think? Boom. The moment Rayleigh spoke, an enormous pressure descended over the area. The faces of the surrounding adventurers all changed. Their expressions turned ugly, as if they were struggling against some invisible weight. As for the boy holding the hilt, he looked utterly terrified. He felt as though what he was holding was not a sword at all, but some monstrous beast. Ayawa, the boy screamed. But it was not over. He tried to let go of the hilt, only to find he could not, as though his hand had been glued to it. The next second, the blade began to glow red and dragged him straight up more than 10 meters into the air. The aura coming off the sword seemed to be saying, trash like you thinks it's worthy of being my master. Move, move, a sweet girl's voice rang out from beyond the crowd. The moment Rayleigh heard it, the corner of his mouth curved upward, and he looked over. A girl in a blue uniform was desperately trying to squeeze her way through. But everyone around her was taller and bigger than she was, making it hard for her to get close. When she noticed Rayleigh looking at her, she puffed up in irritation, and he quickly looked away. At that moment, the boy's hand suddenly slipped off the hilt. The sword hovering in midair released a terrifying wave of force. A visible shockwave blasted the boy away, sending him crashing toward the ground. Not good. Seeing this from outside the crowd, RD immediately grabbed the Zanpakuto at her waist. Surge, water, and heaven. Nejibana. Whoosh. A wave surged forward, parting the crowd. Holding her trident, the girl rode the wave like a spirit of the sea. The wave spiraled upward through the air. RD stood atop it like a highly skilled surfer. She rushed into the center, planted the trident into the ground with both hands, and the waves instantly gathered together, sweeping the boy up before he could hit the ground. Then the boy was spat back out like a wad of toilet paper flushed through a drain. Bwah. Ugh. Cough, cough. In his terror, the boy had left his mouth hanging open and gulped down plenty of water. Combined with the spinning, it left him dizzy. Seeing that he was all right, RD let out a breath of relief, then turned to Rayleigh and protested, half annoyed, half spoiled. How many times has this been now? Ah. How many times? The 10th. Ah. That many. Of course. Spare a thought for me and all my hard work, would you? Well, doing this lets me see you, doesn't it? I see, 10 times, Rayleigh teased her with a smiling face. As expected, the girl's face instantly turned red. The surrounding adventurers all clicked their tongues in unison, then scattered. Some of them even muttered under their breath, damn it Ryaju, showing off your love life in broad daylight. Leave the rest of us a way to live, would you? Hearing those voices, the girl became even more awkward and self-conscious. Her embarrassed demeanor was extremely cute. Water. The boy looked at the wet ground, puzzled as to why there was suddenly so much water here. Then he saw RD holding the trident. Hey, you girl, was that you? What? This guy has zero manners. RD instantly got angry at the way the boy addressed her, then called the military police over to drag him away for a lesson. Seeing the military police staring at the drenched boy with excited expressions, Rayleigh suddenly found himself praying for him. Hopefully, the kid would not end up suffering some spiritually shattering experience. Want to come in for some tea? Rayleigh invited the girl. But she showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, I can't. My patrol shift hasn't reached changeover yet, she said regretfully. Watching her run off happily, waving as she went, Rayleigh felt his mood improve a little. After reclaiming Fenju, Rayleigh went back inside. He had only just set the sword down when he suddenly sensed someone entering through the doorway. Assuming it was another person here to beg for a blade, he said, I only forge swords for people I choose myself. If that's why you're here, then please leave, Turning his head, Rayleigh's words abruptly cut off. Looking at the cloaked woman before him, for some reason, his heart suddenly trembled. His eyes widened without him realizing it. Then the woman's cool voice rang out. A sword. I didn't come for that. I came to find my doctor. The woman raised her hand and removed her cloak, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Althea. Rayleigh blurted out her name. He was genuinely shocked. Ever since the last time, when she had pretended to be defeated and jumped down into the depths of the dungeon, he had not seen her again. Even with spiritual sensing, he had been unable to find her. He had concluded that she had left Orario, and had worried about her. Although Althea's skill had been sealed into the Zanpakuto and would no longer continue damaging her body, the terminal illness she had been born with had not actually been cured. It was a terrifying disease that even the healers of the Zeus and Hera Familius had been unable to solve. If she did not receive treatment, all that had changed was that her remaining lifespan had been extended slightly. The fundamental problem had not been resolved. He had not expected her to suddenly appear before him like this. You haven't changed your mind about doing everything you can to cure me, have you, boy? Chapter 113, Living in Silence. Althea had reappeared in Orario after disappearing for several months. And in his own home, no less. 2 days and nights had passed since that day, and Rayleigh was still marveling at the fact. Now, that embodiment of silence lived on the 3rd floor of his newly built home. The room featured 270-degree wraparound windows offering a clear view of the bustling street intersection below. The study inside was a tranquil place, feeling entirely isolated from the rest of the world. Althea liked the quiet. She despised noise. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the entire house was top tier. Even if the front door were bombarded by a Tomahawk missile, nothing would be heard inside. Therefore, Althea was very satisfied with her new living environment. She stayed in the attic all day, resembling a princess secluded in a high tower, or perhaps an aloof witch. Although understandable, Althea's current lifestyle rendered her a complete shut-in. Because she remained an official enemy of the city, she was unable to show her face in Orario right now. Doing so would definitely cause an uproar. Even if she had not personally killed anyone during the Great Feud, as an executive of the Evolus, the guild would undoubtedly place a massive bounty on her head if she were found alive. Although with her raw strength, the ones getting wiped out would undoubtedly be the guild and the bounty hunters, but her peaceful life would be destroyed right along with them. For someone who hated noise as much as Althea did, that would definitely be a terrible situation. Then, before breakfast, let us proceed with the morning treatment. Rayleigh and Althea sat across from each other at the dining table. Hearing his words, the woman nodded and extended her pale hands. 2 days had passed, and she had become quite familiar with the treatment process. She was extremely cooperative. Rayleigh held both of her hands. Even though it was not the first time he had held them, he still experienced a brief moment of distraction from the exquisite, soft sensation. Soon, he adjusted his mindset and began channeling the power of Kaido to treat her failing body. MMH. A soft, involuntary noise reached his ears, making Rayleigh feel like an electric current had just shot through his entire body. It came from Althea. He was sensible enough to pretend he did not heard it, keeping his focus entirely on casting the healing Kido. Because of the diminished, sealed effect of the GIF blessings, he found that whatever he attempted now was incredibly easy to pick up. He could draw inferences from one case to another, intuitively realizing how to correct his mistakes. This might not sound like much, but experiencing it firsthand felt exactly like using a cheat code. Take cooking, for example. Rayleigh, whose culinary skills were originally average, only needed to make 1 or 2 mistakes to realize why the ingredients' conditions had changed and exactly how to adjust the recipe. In just 2 short days, he had gone from a kitchen novice to a Michelin star-level chef. And this was only a fraction of the skill's true effect. Having experienced the buff personally, he could now clearly grasp just how heaven-defying an existence Althea was when operating with her fully intact fauna. It was the exact same with Kaido. Rayleigh's mastery over the healing art advanced by leaps and bounds, his growth rate changed by the day. About 20 minutes later, the treatment ended. Rayleigh exhaled, wiping a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Because of the daily, high-intensity treatments, his magic attribute had been steadily growing. It remained the only ability parameter among his core stats showing obvious, trackable progress. Ever since all his attributes broke through to the S-rank threshold, their growth speed had slowed to a snail's pace. Even with the raw exilia provided by forging so many Zanpakuto, the efficiency remained frustratingly low. It was no wonder most adventurers chose to level up the moment their ability parameters stagnated. If not for the exilia siphoned from the Zanpakuto, his stat points might have only increased by a tiny fraction over an entire month. This was the distinct benefit of having a cheat ability. It was hard to imagine how amazing it must feel for Belle, who possessed an active, exponential experience multiplier. After the treatment, the two prepared to eat breakfast. Rayleigh brought out a porcelain bowl filled with round objects and placed it gently in front of Althea. What is this? Even with Althea's vast worldly knowledge, she had never seen this specific kind of food. Snow-white spheres, slightly swollen from being boiled, floated in a clear broth that looked exactly like plain water and did not emit any distinct scent. Was this really considered food? Rayleigh smiled faintly and explained, "These are glutinous rice balls. It's a traditional dish from my homeland. Far Eastern cuisine," she guessed. Not quite. Although it was not what she had guessed, Althea did not press the issue further. She scooped up a rice ball with a ceramic spoon and examined it for a moment. Seeing the hot steam rising from the surface, she used one free hand to brush her long white hair behind her ear. She blew on it gently. Rayleigh watched as she placed the rice ball into her mouth and began to chew. About 2 seconds later, a look of genuine surprise appeared on the woman's face. Her entire expression suddenly softened significantly, as if her whole body had instantly relaxed. Judging from her calm demeanor, she was very satisfied. "Sweet," Althea commented softly. "Not bad at all." "That's good." Rayleigh finished his meal and quickly cleared the table. He turned to Althea. "I'm heading out into the city. It might take some time. Do you need me to lock the front door? Since an unexpected visitor might come knocking, it could cause serious trouble if anyone caught a glimpse of her." Savoring the lingering sweetness, Althea closed her eyes and gave a gentle nod. "Understood." After locking the door from the outside, Rayleigh navigated the streets and arrived at a local inn. He approached the front desk and told the innkeeper, "I have an appointment to visit Asphai of the Hermes Familia." The innkeeper looked him up and down, asking respectfully, "Are you Lord Yotosai?" "Yes," Rayleigh replied. "Please, follow me." Rayleigh followed the innkeeper up the wooden stairs to the second floor, stopping before the room at the very end of the hall. "Please knock for yourself," the innkeeper said before bowing and leaving. Rayleigh knocked on the heavy wooden door a few times, waiting for someone to open it. No response. Just as he was about to activate his Ryuraku perception to check inside, the door suddenly swung open. An older blonde woman with a bombshell figure appeared wearing a loose silk nightgown. She looked every bit the sultry beauty, with her sleepwear slipping provocatively off one shoulder. Seeing her face, Rayleigh froze and blurted out in shock, "Lidith." The beauty standing before him was none other than the captain of the Hermes Familia, Lidith Caverna. The delicate flower who was originally fated to die during the Great Feud had not perished this time around, surviving thanks to his interference in this timeline. However, she looked heavily hungover. She did not seem fully awake, and her long wavy blonde hair was a chaotic mess from sleep. "Oh. Rayleigh-chan. Haha, did you come to join the fun too?" Before Rayleigh could even attempt to explain himself, Lidith grabbed his arm, pulled him into the room, and conveniently kicked the door shut behind them. Yes, they do in fact have sex. More than an hour later, Rayleigh walked out of the room, adjusting his collar. Lidith had fallen into a deeply satisfied slumber. Considering the intense physical exertion, she would probably sleep straight through to the evening. As chance would have it, Asphai Andromeda saw him leaving her captain's room. Seeing his actual target finally appear in the hallway, Rayleigh prepared to step forward and explain his intentions. But the exact moment he took a single step, Asphai instantly retreated backward like a startled rabbit, seemingly determined to maintain a strict safety distance of at least 5 meters from him. Why am I suddenly being treated like a highly dangerous individual? Chapter 114, Lyra Zanpakuto. It wasn't until the evening that Rayleigh finally returned home. Hearing the sound of the front door, Althea descended from the attic with a book in hand. After the two completed their second Kaido treatment of the day, Rayleigh brought out the item he had acquired. "Althea, this is for you." The woman took the small box Rayleigh offered, opened it, and held the contents in her palm. "A pendant?" she asked, examining the gem hanging from a delicate gold chain. Rayleigh explained, "This is a magic item created by Asfi. It possesses a cognitive hindrance effect designed to lower the recognizability of the wearer's appearance, and it can also physically alter your features to a certain extent." Hearing his explanation, Althea seemed mildly interested. What Rayleigh failed to notice was the fleeting flash of genuine gratitude hidden deep within her eyes. Althea handed the pendant back to Rayleigh. After a brief pause, Rayleigh took the jewelry, stepped behind the woman, and unclasped the chain. To fasten it smoothly, he gently lifted her beautiful white hair. As her long hair shifted, it released a faint, pleasant fragrance to his nose. While wearing the pendant, Althea channeled a sliver of her magic to activate the item's effect. Suddenly, her striking white hair looked as if it had been dyed with ink, rapidly shifting to pitch black. After the color settled, she opened her closed eyes. Rayleigh noticed her distinct heterochromic eyes had both shifted to a deep blue. Contrasted against her exceptionally fair skin, she now resembled a frail sickly beauty. Althea looked into a nearby mirror, observing her altered reflection, but she did not seem entirely satisfied. "Although my physical appearance has changed, my aura cannot be easily disguised." "In that case." Althea adjusted the magic item again. A delicate tear mole appeared beneath her eye. Even though she merely added a single mole, the slight imperfection caused a massive shift in her overall aura, making it virtually impossible for anyone to connect this frail woman with the terrifying embodiment of talent. If anything remained unchanged, it was her graceful figure. "This way, we don't have to worry about you being recognized. If you want to go out occasionally, it won't be a problem," Rayleigh nodded, mentally giving Perseus a thumbs up for her craftsmanship. Aside from the legendary sage from 800 years ago who pushed mystery to its absolute limits to forge the Philosopher's Stone, Asfi represented the modern ceiling in the field of magic item creation. And that ancient sage, furious that his patron deity smashed his Philosopher's Stone, created a forbidden secret art of immortality. As a result, he suffered the catastrophic backlash of that magic, transforming into a living skeleton that felt neither hunger nor thirst, forever unable to update his fauna again. Asfi, on the other hand, was still growing. In the future, she might possess the potential to surpass that ancient sage. "Thank you." Althea whispered her thanks softly, then rose and returned to the attic. Starting the next day, Rayleigh's forge gained a beautiful, quiet female clerk. Bang. Later that week, the door to the workshop was suddenly thrown open. Rayleigh looked up from his workbench, his eyes meeting a Paolum girl with short pink hair. "Oh, it's just you, Lyra." "Huh?" Lyra looked deeply offended. "What do you mean, oh, it's just you, Lyra? Hey. Are you disappointed that it's me?" "Not really." TCH. Lyra bared her teeth, then suddenly flashed a highly smug expression. "Guess what I came to find you for?" "I'm not guessing." "Nanny. You can't just say, not guessing. Guess quickly." She rushed up, grabbed Rayleigh's arm, and shook it aggressively. Shaken to the point of helplessness, Rayleigh had no choice but to surrender. All right, I get it." Forced into submission, Rayleigh raised his free hand in a gesture of defeat. Lyra giggled. She reached back, gripping the short sword at her waist in a reverse grip, and drew the blade. It responded to me. My Zanpakuto. Hearing Lyra's declaration, Rayleigh immediately perked up. "Really? Let me show you." The Paolum girl wore a completely boastful expression. She held the blade backhanded, her thumb, index finger, and pinky raised while her middle and ring fingers rested loosely on the hilt. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. That pose, not bad. As anyone familiar with the Shinigami world knew, aesthetic was heavily prioritized. Whether the physical pose struck during a Zanpakuto release looked cool or not heavily impacted the visual experience. Judging purely from this stylistic perspective, Lyra's talent was actually quite decent. Weave the net, Arachne. The Zanpakuto flared with spiritual light. The short sword in Lyra's hand dissolved, transforming into a pair of sleek black gloves enveloping her hands and forearms. The backs of the black gloves featured two menacing spider-shaped decorations, and the knuckle sections were reinforced with heavy metal guards. You really successfully achieved a shurikai. Rayleigh looked at the Arachne gauntlets on Lyra's hands with pleasant surprise. Lyra, however, flashed a sudden wicked smile. In the next second, Rayleigh caught something in the air reflecting the ambient sunlight, faintly glimpsing crystalline strands crisscrossing the workshop. Thwip. Swish. Spider silk, nearly invisible to the naked eye, had completely blanketed his surroundings at some point during her entrance. As Lyra made a sharp pulling motion with her fingers, the silk instantly tightened, wrapping around Rayleigh and binding him in place. This is... Rayleigh felt the extreme tensile strength and constricting force of the spiritual spider silk. While surprised by the binding strength, he also discovered that these threads actually secreted a trace amount of toxin directly into his skin. He deliberately did not resist the bindings to analyze the effect. He quickly realized this toxin was not simple. His cognitive processing actually started to become sluggish. If it were before the war, he might not even have noticed this subtle yet fatal neurological change. But ever since he awakened the GIF blessings, minor, he had grown accustomed to his highly active, hyper-efficient mind. Therefore, he noticed the cognitive delay immediately. Does this poison affect the central nervous system? There was a stark discrepancy in his senses. His physical perception of time and actual real time had separated. This specific effect reminded Rayleigh of the superhuman drug developed by Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the mad captain of the 12th Division of the Godai 13. Except, Arachne's effect was the exact opposite of Lyra's spider toxin. Lyra's spider toxin suppressed the nervous system, making a person's senses sluggish and delayed. The superhuman drug, on the other hand, made a person's senses hypersensitive. Or rather, overly sensitive, dialed up to an agonizing extreme. For example, if a drop of water fell from above, the physical process took 1.5 seconds. But if a person under the influence of that drug focused their attention on the drop of water, their brain would process the event as if those 1.5 seconds had been extended into hours. The superhuman drug pushed a person's sensory receptors infinitely beyond their biological limits. What would originally take only an instant would be infinitely prolonged under the drug's superhuman senses. Furthermore, the drug specifically targeted the pain receptors. This meant that what would normally be 1 second of physical pain would stretch into an incredibly long, agonizing eternity. Mayuri Kuratsuchi once used it on the 8th Espada, Sailaporo Grands, extending the agony of a sword piercing his heart to last for roughly 100 years. In other words, trapped within Sailaporo's heightened perception, he watched his own heart being pierced but could do nothing to stop it, all while enduring the agonizing, hyperanalyzed sensation of the stab for a century. An ordinary person could hardly bear 10 seconds of such an experience, let alone 100 years. What was even more terrifying was that the victim couldn't even retreat into madness. Their senses enhanced by the superhuman drug forced them to experience every microsecond with crystal clarity. The sensation of every single cell and every microscopic layer of skin being pierced would clearly register in their mind and body. Even within the unethical depths of Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research, the superhuman drug was classified as a highly inhumane chemical weapon. Chapter 115, Astrea Familia Expedition. That's a very good ability, Rayleigh praised her. He then used Keto to generate flames to burn along the spider silk. Seeing his actions, Lyra smiled and said, "You think spider silk is afraid of fire, right?" Lyra channeled her spiritual pressure into the silk. The threads actually secreted a mucus, and this mucus possessed a fire-resistant effect. The flames could not burn through the silk. At least, this level of firepower wasn't enough. How about it? Pretty amazing, right? Lyra didn't continue messing around. Instead, she reached out and retracted all the spider silk in the room. This surprised Rayleigh a little. You can actually retract it. I was quite surprised too, hee. Lyra looked very happy. After all, in every aspect, there was quite a gap between her and the 3 monsters in her familia. When she initially chose to use half of her soul to forge her Zanpakuto, she had done so with the thought of catching up to those 3. Who could have imagined that the Zanpakuto would remain completely dormant? However, just yesterday while dreaming, she unexpectedly entered the world deep within her consciousness and had a face-to-face conversation with her Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto was very introverted. Lyra couldn't imagine how such a shy, introverted Zanpakuto had been forged from her own soul. Could it be that she actually had a quiet side that was just hidden very deeply? The spider silk is very tough, capable of binding level 3 adventurers with ease, and its constricting strength is not small. It's fire-resistant, so there's no need to worry too much about being countered by elemental affinities. And the toxin that affects the senses, if an opponent is careless, they will pay an unbearable price. It truly is an outstanding Zanpakuto, Rayleigh thought to himself. Maybe it even has captain-level potential. Lyra's strength lay in her agile mind. This Arachne could handle flexible tactics and was perfectly suited for her combat style. Congratulations, Lyra, Rayleigh offered his sincere congratulations. He actually knew that this Paolum girl had always had things weighing heavily on her mind. He just hadn't intervened or interfered too much. Because she was a strong person who didn't need unnecessary comfort. The results proved it. It was exactly as he thought. After I showed it to Elise and the others, I ran straight here. From today on, I'm also a Zanpakuto wielder. Yeah, that's amazing. I hope you master Bankai soon. Rayleigh smiled and raised his hand to pat the girl's head. After giggling a few times, Lyra suddenly registered what was happening and pushed his hand away. Hey! Don't treat me like a child. Oh, I couldn't help it. You bastard. Careful, or I'll string you up. Lyra threatened, pretending to look fierce, and then added. By the way, how about we organize an expedition together next week? It's a level-up quest for the Astrea Familia. You don't mind helping out, right? An expedition. Hearing this, Rayleigh pondered for a moment. Having survived the war, the Astrea Familia had now become a force within the city that could not be ignored. 3 level 4s, 6 level 3s, and 2 level 2s. This strength was sufficient to explore the deep floors. Of course I'll help. Besides, there aren't many opportunities to go down to the deep floors. I knew you'd agree. Lyra smiled and then left. Rayleigh, however, began to wonder what to do about the person in his attic while he was away. When he voiced his concerns, Althea looked at him with an expression reserved for an idiot. Have you forgotten what people call me? I'm not a child. I'll be fine without your care, the woman said haughtily. It seemed she wanted to prove a point. However, her reaction also put Rayleigh at ease. With the magic item for disguise, even if she went out, she wouldn't be recognized. This expedition with the Astrea Familia was a good opportunity. It might be the perfect chance to grind Excelia. Maybe he could use this to fill up his status and level up to level 4. Making up his mind, Rayleigh went to the guild to look up information about the deep floors. The deep floors were different from the middle floors. Not only were the monsters stronger, but their intelligence was also quite high. While they might not go so far as to deploy military formations, they had plenty of tricks for wearing down adventurers and successfully hunting them. Therefore, the mortality rate for adventurers in the deep floors was much higher than in the middle floors. After reviewing the terrain, environment, drop materials, and monster types for each floor of the deep floors, Rayleigh memorized them all. Returning home and seeing a relaxed Althea, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Am I an idiot? Don't I have the most veteran adventurer right here? Rayleigh asked Althea about the deep floors. However, the result was completely different from what he expected. Althea said she didn't have a very deep impression of the deep floors. Right. With the strength of the Hera Familia, breaking through the deep floors could be done in the blink of an eye. The floors they had once reached, because they were never made public, were entirely unknown territory for the current Orario. A week passed. On the morning of their departure, Rayleigh arrived in front of the Astrea Familia's headquarters. The girls had already assembled. Standing before them was the beautiful goddess of justice Astrea, with her holy appearance and a 10-tenths figure. Upon seeing Rayleigh arrive, she gave a sweet smile and took the initiative to step forward and hold the young man's hand. Rayleigh, please be careful on this expedition. I'm leaving my children in your care. God damn, this goddess's charm was truly irresistible. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel his heartbeat accelerate a little. Yes, I will do my best. Seeing his slightly unnatural expression, Elise tilted her head, then sidled up to Rayleigh and nudged his ribs with her elbow. You're not allowed to have disrespectful thoughts about Lady Astrea. Ahem, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Who do you think sleeps next to this body every day? Huh. Elisa's words instantly broke Astrea's composure. Unable to maintain her dignified appearance, she scolded the red-haired girl. Elise. Don't spout some nonsense. The girl stuck out her tongue, trying to play it off. But she was rewarded with a swift karate chop to the head from the goddess. Looking at this harmonious familia, Rayleigh felt very happy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this beautiful scene a treasure of the world. I can't let it be ruined by rats in the gutter. The Rudra Familia. In the Great Feud, they had run away as soon as things looked bad. And because everyone had to focus on the necessary evil, there had been no time to deal with them. He had to wipe them out before they could pull any little stunts. He had to nip the seeds of destruction in the bud. Then let's head out. Elise energetically announced the start of the expedition. The goddess Astrea said, have a safe journey. As a goddess, she was the parent of all her children. It was natural to worry when her children went out on an adventure. But she couldn't stop them. Because an adventurer's life is defined entirely by the word adventure. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Hirinmaru. The Astrea Familia made ample preparations for this expedition. Every member had changed into completely new equipment, custom forged by specialists to fit their individual combat styles, physiques, and aesthetic preferences. 11 beautiful young girls in the prime of their youth formed a moving scenic view as they walked down the street. Look. It's the Astrea Familia. The heroes of the Great Feud. They are all so cute. However, the tone quickly shifted. Who is that guy? Hey. Do you want to die? What's wrong? Are you an idiot? That's the Hephaestus Familia's Yodasai. During the Great Feud, he single-handedly wiped out countless enemies and executed 2 Evolus executives. He is a true thousand-man slayer. If you want to become another lost soul under his blade, I will not stop you. Huh. He looks like a 15-years-old kid, yet he killed over 1,000 people. It's so weird for such a dangerous guy to be walking openly on the street. Many onlookers shrank back in fear of Rayleigh's fierce reputation. For a brief moment, the bustling street parted, clearing a wide path. Kaguya quickened her pace, matching Rayleigh's stride. How does it feel to be feared and revered, Lord Yodasai? Rayleigh remained momentarily speechless. Although the rumors held truth, being the subject of such a gossip did not feel particularly comfortable. Anyway, how about we head straight down to the 18th floor in one push? Rayleigh asked Elise. He quickly received the captain's agreement. Then let us begin. The party moved out, controlling their marching pace to accommodate the level 2 members in the vanguard. Upon descending to the 7th floor, the party encountered their first pack of monsters, numbering over 20. Before the Astria vanguard could even draw their weapons, a massive wave of swords crushed the horde, sweeping the cavern passage clean. Nanny. Seeing Rayleigh obliterate targets 20 meters away with a single casual swing, the werewolf brawler, knees ranked, stared in sheer astonishment. This marked the first time the newer recruits had formally partied with Rayleigh. Rumors held limited reference value compared to first-hand experience. Seeing it with their own eyes completely shattered their common sense. Even against level 1 dungeon spawns, casually wiping out 24 targets from a distance without magic remained genuinely terrifying. Rayleigh-san, are you a magic swordsman? Kelty Sroa asked timidly. The young elf, even younger than Ryo, have a short green hair, round glasses, and tightly gripped a mage's staff. Strictly classifying it within the guild's parameters, I suppose that is correct. A swordsman capable of utilizing high-tier spells, a magic swordsman. The label fit well enough on the surface. Of course, his true classification remained Shinigami. Then was that quick-cast magic just now? I've heard rumors of spells that can be activated without an incantation. No, that was not magic, Rayleigh clarified. He raised his Zanpakuto, channeled his Ryatsu into the steel, and swung it casually toward the blind spot behind their formation. Swish. A crescent of swords shot into the darkness, traveling 20 meters before a guttural shriek echoed from the shadows. A stalking monster had been observing them and Rayleigh executed it without looking. This is not a spell, it's simply the act of concentrating raw energy onto the edge of the blade and unleashing it through the physical slash. You can do things like that? Rayleigh smiled faintly. He did not know if anyone else in Orario could replicate the feat. He lacked the capacity to perform it back when he was a level 1, but with every level up, his manipulation of Ryoryoku improved significantly and undergoing a qualitative evolution. Releasing sword slash was a fundamental Shinigami combat art. Furthermore, this specific technique did not register as a development ability or skill on his Falna. If he had to rationalize it, the technique mirrored the heroes of ancient times who achieved miraculous feats of physical prowess before the gods ever descended to grant the Falna. Has your sword slash already reached this level of raw output? Gajuno Kaguya asked, genuine surprise breaking her stoic demeanor. As Rayleigh's frequent sparring partner, she remained the most familiar with his techniques and combat rhythm. She had witnessed him utilize flying slashes during their previous expeditions, but the technique definitely lacked this apocalyptic level of destructive force back then. The party crossed the threshold into the middle floors. Facing a synchronized pack of 20 hellhounds, Rayleigh unleashed another horizontal slash. The condensed sword slash instantly sheared through the passage, bisecting every beast in its trajectory in a matter of seconds. Unbelievable. The party's mage, Rihanna Leitz, murmured. She originally assumed the middle floors would provide an opportunity for her rearguard spells to shine. No one anticipated Rayleigh disposing of mid-tier dungeon spawns with such terrifying efficiency. As a result, the expedition group arrived at their destination a full 2 hours ahead of their scheduled itinerary. Through the dungeon's localized self-repair mechanism, the 18th floor had fully reverted to its pristine state as the labyrinth resort. The lawless town of Rivera had also been completely rebuilt upon the island. However, Rayleigh and the Astria Familia opted not to enter the settlement. Instead, they secured a defensible clearing near the crystal trees and established a forward camp. They planned to rest briefly before plunging straight into the deep floors. Before advancing, they needed to switch their gear to Undine cloths. Unlike the middle floors, which bred fire-type anomalies, the impending deep floors consisted of a massive aquatic domain dominated by water-attributed monsters. At the campsite, the girls began preparing rations. Rayleigh unequipped his swords, laying them out in a neat row across a flat stone table. The cute dwarf girl, Asta Nox, approached the table. Rayleigh-san, why do you carry so many swords? Are they backups? Rayleigh, currently peeling an apple, glanced at the dwarf. Despite her racial lineage, Asta's physical height mirrored that of an average human, making it difficult to identify her heritage. Unless someone possessed a deep familiarity with dwarven traits, they would likely miss the subtle differences. She served as a heavy tank for the Astria vanguard, the full suit of heavy plate armor she wore served as a proof. These blades are not spares. They are all my Zanpakuto. You mean all 4 of these swords are active? Asta tilted her head, trying to visually process how Rayleigh could effectively dual-wield, let alone quad-wield, in a live combat scenario. Their innate abilities vary drastically, so I select which one to draw depending on the situation, Rayleigh explained. The 4 swords resting against the stone were Senbon Sakura, Ruriiro Kajaku, Sakanade, and Hyarinmaru. After confirming the expedition's main battlefield would take place within an aquatic domain, Rayleigh set out to forge the ultimate ice-type Zanpakuto. It was a notoriously volatile blade. He only gained the confidence to forge it after his magic attribute finally shattered the SS rank threshold. Hyarinmaru's Shirkai ability possessed the absolute power to freeze the moisture in the surrounding atmosphere, generating localized ice to execute its attacks. Therefore, within a domain saturated with water, the blade's area of effect power would exponentially multiply. Furthermore, it could instantly flash freeze the surface of the deep water to create solid footholds, eliminating the inherent disadvantage of the aquatic terrain. It was a pity R.D. Verma could not join the expedition. Although formally bound to the Ganesha familia, her spirit firmly belonged to the Astria familia. Wielding Nejibana within this specific biome, the water-type Zanpakuto would easily exert over 100% of its maximum potential. Chapter 117, Flash Swallow. From the 15th floor onward, the dungeon is known as the Deep Floors, and the terrain changes once again. Before reaching the lower levels, the dungeon's terrain was generally similar to a cave environment. The safe zone on the 18th floor was mainly made up of plains and forests. But starting from the 25th floor, water is everywhere. This is a world of water. And within a single floor, the terrain no longer simply descends continuously. Instead, it becomes complicated and unpredictable, sometimes going down, sometimes going up, with many branching paths appearing along the way. It was very huge. Unlike the cave-like environment, this place is incredibly open. In short, everything here is enormous. The adventurers call this place the Water Capital. After entering, the first thing one sees is an incomparably magnificent sight. A waterfall. Its tremendous roar is almost deafening. This waterfall begins on the 25th floor, passes through the 26th, and extends all the way to the 27th floor. Its width exceeds 400 meters. The color of the waterfall as a whole looks emerald blue, a truly spectacular sight. From this point onward lies the area Orario calls the New World. R.D. Zanpakuto would be amazing here, but unfortunately she has to train the familia's newcomers, so she couldn't come, Ryu said with some disappointment. She's not some rookie anymore. She's already a second-tier adventurer level 4. Not to mention, with the support of her Zanpakuto, R.D.'s current combat ability was among the best even among level 4s. She could even stand against a level 5 on equal footing. With such precious high-end combat power, her tasks naturally became heavier as well. Even without mentioning Uetsu, now Rayleigh, just based on the strength of the Astria Familia alone, there was actually very little danger in the lower floors, especially before the 27th floor. At the very least, only from the 30th floor onward would the Astria Familia begin to feel any real pressure. Although they had only 11 members, every girl in the Astria Familia had high individual ability and a complete, well-balanced team setup. It was an exceptionally well-rounded group. Previously, the farthest expedition the Astria Familia had ever gone on had only reached the 29th floor. So the objectives of this expedition were roughly divided into 2 parts. First, to update their record by reaching at least 1 floor deeper, that is, they had to reach at least the 30th floor. Second, to complete the guild's commission. Any familia ranked D or above would receive mandatory tasks from the guild from time to time. The Astria Familia was not a production-type familia, but an exploration-type one, so their mandatory tasks were basically the same as mandatory expeditions. And an expedition required them to produce results recognized by the guild. For example, updating the deepest floor reached, discovering and mining new materials or ores, exploring unknown areas and drawing maps, or clearing floors completely. It had already been about a month since Amphisbaena was last defeated. It was said that the guild had already commissioned another Familia subjugation team to handle the next hunt, so this time the Astria Familia chose to focus mainly on updating their deepest floor reached. At the same time, they also accepted several gathering commissions. The materials produced by the dungeon became rarer the deeper one went, and especially from the lower floors onward, many of those materials were priceless and impossible to find on the market. That was why the guild could only entrust adventurers to go into the dungeon and collect them. To operate on the lower floors, the minimum requirement was a well-coordinated team composed entirely of upper-class adventurers. To reduce risk further, they needed a level 3 frontliner, or an outstanding thief and scout. And a level 3, in a small or mid-sized familia, was already enough to serve as the captain. They were by no means common. Rio, I'm counting on you. The elven girl released her Zanpakuto, and grey dust scattered outward, spreading into places beyond the reach of sight. There's movement. A moment later, the elf girl's single sentence made everyone tense up, immediately entering a battle-ready stance. From the size and shape, it should be metal blue crabs. Alright, everyone, prepare for battle. The steel shells of the metal blue crabs were one of the materials they needed. The commission required 15 pieces, but any excess could be kept for their own use. After all, they even had a smith with them. Rustle, rustle. A large number of metal blue crabs came pouring out, numbering in the thousands. When Rayleigh saw those giant crabs, he sighed and said, "What a shame they're monsters. You can't eat them." In his previous life, king crabs and emperor crabs on Earth had already been considered premium ingredients, and their biggest selling point was their sheer size. But the blue crabs in front of him weighed at least 20 to 25 kilograms each. One claw alone could clamp several emperor crabs at once. Even more absurdly, these crabs didn't walk sideways. They walked straight forward. Heido number 31, Shikaho. Rayleigh did not draw his blade, instead, he used Heido against the charging blue crabs. One crimson fire blast after another exploded in the middle of the crab swarm. The sheer power blew them apart on the spot and even blasted craters into the ground. Elise drew her blade. Burn, and Jetsu. She ran her hand across the sword's edge, releasing it in its shuriken form while also coating the blade in flames. Then, with a powerful swing, a flaming slash shot into the crab swarm, instantly scorching all the remaining blue crabs black. Even though the shells of the metal blue crabs were extremely hard, their resistance to high temperatures was very poor, and they feared flames. After effortlessly dealing with the first batch of monsters they encountered upon entering the 25th floor, the group continued deeper and soon ran into harpies and sirens as well. Both of these bird-type monsters had ugly appearances. Harpies in particular gave off waves of foul stench that were hard to endure. Against such fragile monsters, Ryu merely waved her hand, and slashes formed from dust severed their wings, or simply cut off their heads outright. One of them fell directly into the current. Before the group even had time to rest, Rayleigh suddenly caught sight of a black flash. His gaze sharpened. Spiritual power flowed into his blood vessels, and in an instant he activated Blood Vene, then grabbed with his bare hand at something that had been flying toward Mariu. Mariu jumped in fright, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Rayleigh looked carefully at the thing he had caught and discovered that it was actually a living creature. Only now it was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with even its intestines crushed out. A bird. Rayleigh tilted his head and searched through the knowledge in his mind. Then he found it. A flash swallow. It was considered one of the fastest monsters in the lower floors. Its method of attack was to use ultra-high-speed collisions to pierce through an adventurer's body, making it terrifyingly powerful. Whoosh! Black flashes filled the sky all at once. Lyra broke into a cold sweat. Hey, this is bad. I'll blast them away. Elise prepared to confront them head-on with overwhelming firepower. But Rayleigh stopped her. There's an easier way that takes less effort, he said. The boy smiled faintly. Facing those self-destructing birds whose power was like Barrett rounds, he calmly spoke. Bakuto number 81. Danku. Chapter 118, Amphispania. The transparent barrier spread open in front of the party. Bang. A flash swallow shot forward in a straight line at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, slamming directly into the Danku Rayleigh had cast. Because of its terrifying speed, the force of impact instantly crushed the flash swallow's head. Even most of its body, along with its wings, twisted into a grotesque, unrecognizable mess. Blood splattered across the barrier of the Danku. Bang. Bang. Bang 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 bang. A dense swarm of flash swallows descended like a pitch-black rainstorm, hurling themselves madly against the Danku. Watching the suicidal assault and the blood slowly congealing across the transparent barrier, everyone behind it went pale. It was not that they lacked the courage of adventurers. But as women, they had a natural aversion to things this disgusting. Not just them. Even Rayleigh was already regretting doing it this way. It was easy, sure. But it really was a little revolting. The piled-up corpses of the flash swallows drifted away with the current toward the waterfall, slanting into the lower stream. When no more attacks came, Rayleigh dispelled the Danku. More than 100 liters of blood, having lost what it was clinging to, splashed straight onto the ground and flowed into the river. Red. For a moment, the river itself was dyed the color of blood. But the current here was extremely fast, so in the blink of an eye, the water turned clear again. According to the guild's handbook, monsters like flash swallows could be defeated easily by simply raising a shield. That was why he had thought of using the Danku to make them kill themselves. The result, however, had worked far too well. Probably because the Danku was colorless and transparent, the flash swallows attacked without the slightest hesitation, never suspecting there was a wall there until they were wiped out. The water capital held another danger as well. You absolutely could not travel along the water's edge, and you had to stay on guard at all times. Once you were dragged under by a monster in the water, your chance of surviving was less than 5%. And if you fell from the Great Fall, with its drop of over 800 meters, even a first-tier adventurer would die from the impact. Even if by some miracle you survived, you would still be gravely injured, only to be devoured by the monsters in the water. On top of that, the impact of the current and the crushing water pressure would deal severe damage to the body. How far have we gone? Rayleigh asked Lyra, who was holding the map. Lyra answered helplessly, barely halfway. Halfway, huh? As expected of the 25th floor. Its area was incomparably larger than the upper and middle floors. Rayleigh had just started to ask something else. But suddenly, he sensed a monster's ryuraku. He gripped the hilt of his blade. Under the strange gazes of the others, he suddenly swung. Slash. A giant water snake burst out of the river, but the instant it showed its head, Rayleigh beheaded it with a single stroke. The headless monster dropped to the ground, its body still twitching wildly. The girls let out startled cries. After killing it, Rayleigh extended his senses through the ryuraku once more. And this time, his expression changed drastically. Something huge is coming. Huge, no, absolutely enormous. The moment the words left his mouth, an enormous dragon's head suddenly rose from the water. What is that? That dragon head was far too massive. The giant water snake, nearly 5 meters long, looked like a little fish in comparison. The colossal dragon beast opened its blood-soaked maw and swallowed the water snake's corpse in one bite. Then its icy vertical pupil swept toward the party. A chill ran down every girl's spine, and their bodies trembled. It was the instinctive fear of prey being stared down by an apex predator. That thing is, Amphisbaena. Why is it here? Rayleigh shouted a warning. Everyone, battle positions. That single cry snapped them all out of it. The girls immediately steeled themselves and took up combat stances. Because what had appeared before them was none other than the special floor boss that moved between floors. The monster Rex of the dungeon. The two-headed dragon, Amphisbaena. They had expected battle to break out at any second, but the massive dragon beast instead withdrew back into the water. Rayleigh observed the situation beneath the surface through the ryuraku and was instantly shocked. This thing was attracted here by the corpses of the flash swallows and the harpies. Most likely, all the blood that suddenly poured down from upstream stimulated it. But even as he analyzed the situation, one question still lingered in his mind. Where had the previous subjugation party gone? That group should have set out several days before them. By all rights, they should already have encountered Amphisbaena. Yet Amphisbaena was still active. Had they failed? Or had they somehow missed it? At that moment, the werewolf girl Nee suddenly spoke. I think that previous subjugation party probably met a terrible end. Hearing her say that, Elise asked, why? Nee's replied, just now, in Amphisbaena's mouth, or more accurately, stuck on its teeth, I saw a flag. That was probably. Nee's words made both Elise and Kaguya frown. If Nee's had seen correctly, then the problem was serious. The subjugation party had been annihilated, and Amphisbaena was still roaming the water capital. That posed a direct threat to ordinary adventurers. That was precisely the sort of outcome the guild had feared, which was why they had specifically commissioned the subjugation in the first place. Elise, what do we do now? Rayleigh asked the red-haired girl. After all, this was not just a small party of their own this time. This was an expedition of the Astrea Familia. The one who should be giving orders was the Familia's captain, Elise Lovell. The Scarlet Harnell thought for only a few seconds before reaching her decision. We subjugate it. The girl declared righteously, whether it's to investigate what happened to the previous subjugation party, or to protect other adventurers from being attacked by the floor boss. Hey, honestly, I knew you'd say that. Because she understood the red-haired girl so well, Kaguya had already predicted her decision. Subjugate Amphisbaena. According to the guild's evaluation, the two-headed dragon, Amphisbaena, possessed an estimated strength of level 5. But if the battle took place in the water, then it was estimated to be level 6. Given the Astrea Familia's current fighting strength, 3 level 4s, 6 level 3s, and 2 level 2s, it seemed a little overcrowded. Even with Rayleigh, a level 3 frontliner added in, he was not supposed to make much of a difference. But there were 5 users of Zanpakuto here. That changed everything. A floor boss. If they could successfully defeat it, the enormous amount of Exilia it provided should be enough to fill his fauna. Rayleigh looked forward to this boss battle immensely. Then let's begin tracking Amphisbaena. It looks like it doesn't want to fight in terrain that puts it at a disadvantage. That works for us, it gives us time to discuss our strategy. Chapter 119, Subjugation. Based on Rayleigh's understanding, subjugating Amphisbaena required a party of at least 20 level 3 adventurers, accompanied by a frontline fighter capable of holding the beast back, preferably a level 5 adventurer. To anyone else, their current decision could only be described as reckless. Precisely because of that, Rayleigh felt certain the rewards for defeating it would be enormous. After all, killing an enemy above one's level usually yielded the greatest gains. Move toward open ground. After exchanging opinions with Elise, the group immediately sprang into action. The path ahead appeared deep and shadowy. It did not look very long on the map, but once they began running, they realized that was far from the truth. While running, Rayleigh sensed movement through the Ryuraku and shouted, "Everyone, scatter!" Whoosh! At the exact moment his words fell, everyone dodged to the side. Splash! The water exploded apart. Amphisbaena's ferocious dragon had burst out from the depths and slammed toward the Astrea Familia. Thanks to Rayleigh's timely warning, everyone evaded the attack in advance and escaped unharmed. After missing its strike, Amphisbaena did not pursue. Instead, it sank back into the water once more. Keep running. Yua, that was dangerous. It is locked onto us. Running at the front of the formation, Rayleigh's gaze turned cold. Good. We have marked it as our prey too. Boom. Crash. Boom. Along the route, Amphisbaena kept attempting sneak attacks, but the group dealt with each ambush. Still, the level 2 healer was already starting to pant. There was also the dwarf girl, Asta. As the party's tank, her equipment was extremely heavy. Full plate armor and a massive steel shield were never meant for rapid movement. For those two in particular, this running tactic pushed them a little too hard. Drink your stamina potions. Recover your strength. The two of them nodded and quickly pulled out their potions to drink. I can see it now. Following the map's markings, the group arrived at a vast underground cavern. Crystals glittered everywhere, illuminating the cave in a brilliant glow. At the center of the cavern sat an enormous lake. According to the map, the water measured 35 meters deep, with terrible underground currents running beneath the surface. The lake covered an area of roughly 1,100 square meters. Everyone, prepare to fish that thing out. Leave it to me. Kaguya stepped forward and volunteered to act as bait. Rayleigh nodded and drew the Zanpakuto with the blue-gray hilt from his waist. Sit upon the frozen heavens. The Zanpakuto in his hand did not change much in its overall shape, but its guard shifted form, and a chain resembling a dragon's tail extended from the hilt. At the end of the chain hung a crescent-shaped ornament. Hyarinmaru. A biting chill radiated from the blade in Rayleigh's hand. With a single swing, a lifelike ice dragon formed along the steel and shot across the lake's surface, freezing a solid path of ice in its wake. Kaguya separated from the others and sprinted alone along the icy trail. Splash! Beneath the water, a massive shadow slowly emerged. It tracked Kaguya's movements. As she neared the center of the lake, she noticed the shadow beneath her shrinking rapidly. She understood at once that the moment had come. Amphisbaena had dived deeper in order to launch its attack. The strike that followed would undoubtedly be a thunderous one. Kaguya. At that moment, Rayleigh, tracking the beast through the Ryuraku, called out to warn her. Kaguya smiled faintly at him. Then her whole body suddenly disappeared. She had slipped directly into the shadows. Boom. The water's surface exploded. Amphisbaena's savage dragon head lunged upward with its jaws wide open. But it bit into empty air. We have been waiting for you. At that moment, Lyra, who had already prepared the trap, raised both hands. Her Zanpakuto had already entered Shirkai. Spider silk, as tough and rigid as steel wire, rapidly drew tight and bound the massive 20-meter-long body of the two-headed dragon in an instant. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to arrive directly beneath the dragon. He drove Hyarinmaru downward into the surface of the lake. Freeze. SHHHK. Terrifying cold spread out in a single burst, until even the air seemed to crackle with frost. The moisture here was extraordinarily dense. Hyarinmaru's power had practically reached 300% of its normal strength. The lake's surface froze over in an instant, and the solid ice spread across the entire lake in the blink of an eye. That gives us our footing. At the same time Rayleigh froze the lake's surface, he also sealed Amphisbaena's lower body together with the water. Only then did he finally get a clear look at the creature's full appearance. Its defining feature was the pair of enormous heads branching from the front of its neck, both covered in thick dragon scales. The head on the left was azure blue, while the one on the right was crimson red. Behind the long neck of the blue dragon head sat crystalline growths like chunks of ice. It let out a series of furious roars, clearly trying to break free. But with the spider silk binding its frame, it could not exert its brute strength properly. Everyone. Attack together. Following Elisa's command, she was the first to move. And Jetsa blazed in her hand. Try this, heavenly flame rain. With a swing of her blade, she hurled out a great mass of flames, then manipulated them into arrow after arrow of fire. Go. The countless flaming arrows fell like a rain of fire from the sky. As they struck Amphisbaena, Elise activated an explosive spell, causing each arrow to detonate. This technique was one she had created by combining her own magic with Enjetsu's innate ability. It had originally been meant for wide-area attacks, but the two-headed dragon's body was so huge that it ended up absorbing every single scattered strike. Boom. 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 It was like a small-scale bombardment. The dragon's back was blasted black with scorch marks. Elise's attack seemed highly effective. Just then, Kaguya's figure rose out of Amphisbaena's shadow. She ran straight up from the long tail onto the dragon's back, dashing across its massive body while continuously slashing down at it with the twin curved blades in her hands. She quickly reached the monster's neck. Then she charged toward the head on the right. Red. Large portions of Kaguya's kimono were red. According to the rules of irony, the larger the area of a color on her own body, the greater the damage dealt to the same color on her enemy. Amphisbaena's right head and its several-meter-long neck were both red. When Kaguya's strikes fell, the dragon's scales became astonishingly fragile under irony's rules. A flurry of slashes tore across the dragon's upper body, carving more than a dozen wounds into it. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining its body an even deeper red. Reaching the dragon's head, Kaguya leaped into the air. Takaoni. The one standing higher wins. Slash. Empowered by that rule, Kaguya's strike shattered the dragon's scales, and the terrifying force of the blow left the right head reeling in confusion. But at that moment, the blue head locked onto her and opened its jaws to bite. Yet the instant it opened its mouth, Heiniko's ash flew inside and slashed at the soft interior of its maw. The two-headed dragon let out a cry of pain, then blasted the foreign object from its mouth with a powerful roar. Ryo's figure rose into the air and her chant was already complete. Contain the brilliance of the stars and strike down the enemy, luminous wind. Rule-based Zanpakuto is broken. Chapter 120, Daiguren Hyarinmaru. The fully charged spheres of light rained down upon the monster Rex below. The wind and light aspect magical bombardment concentrated on the two-headed dragon's heads, the continuous explosions making it impossible for the beast to even open its eyes. It could only endure the relentless barrage by sheer force. Its lower body, frozen solidly in place, prevented it from diving back into the water. At that moment, the Familia's mages had also finished their incantations. Rihanna, Kelty. I am ready. So am I. Elise laughed and shouted, let us finish this in one breath. The two mages unleashed their spells at the exact same time, dealing considerable damage to Amphisbaena. But it still was not enough to decisively end the battle. Seeing how brilliantly the girls were performing, Rayleigh's competitive spirit was stirred as well. He pressed his palm flat against the two-headed dragon's chest. At point-blank range, his Heido number 33, Sokatsui exploded with its full destructive power. The blazing azure blast was driven straight into the monster's body, so intense that even through thick skin and muscle, a burning red glow could be seen radiating from within. Amphisbaena threw back its enormous heads and roared. It was a raw cry of agony. The monster's primal ferocity was fully provoked. The azure head opened its jaws, and a terrifying blue flame gathered within before violently erupting outward. Flame attack. Evade separately. Asta, protect Rihanna, and Kelty. Mariu, stay ready to heal. Elise reacted instantly, issuing her tactical commands to the Familia in the span of a single heartbeat. The flames Amphisbaena spewed were produced by a special biological internal fuel. Not only were they unimaginably hot, they could even continue burning atop the water's surface and could not easily be extinguished. If they caught someone directly, then unless a specialized extinguishing agent was used, the victim would end up burned to ashes. Among all the ways to die, burning alive is absolutely one of the most painful, Rayleigh thought, analyzing the threat. That said, Amphisbaena's flames can reduce a person to ash in under 10 seconds. At least the pain would be brief. Whoosh, boom. The azure flames shot forth like 3 radiant particle beams. Every rock wall and stretch of ground they touched melted instantly into glowing lava. The flames swept wildly across the battlefield. Seeing that, Rayleigh used Hyarinmaru to create thick walls of ice as cover. Against this specific kind of flame attack, the vacuum ice wall formed through the synergistic coordination of Hyarinmaru and Heiniko would have been extremely effective. But he and Ryu had never practiced or rehearsed that specific combination beforehand. Even so, with the ice walls serving as immediate cover, they could not completely block the flames, but they could at least blunt the assault enough to buy everyone a few precious moments to breathe. Amphisbaena's flames moved like a chaotic brush, painting wildly across the frozen lake. The ice beneath them melted and split apart under the intense heat, causing everyone's footholds to begin shifting dangerously. Rayleigh saw it happen and immediately swung his blade, freezing over the melting gaps as well. Amphisbaena could not maintain that stream of fire forever. When it comes to endurance, I can outlast it by miles. Boom. The savage flames melted the ice, but Rayleigh immediately created fresh ice. At first glance, it looked like a drawn-out tug-of-war, but in reality, the exchange lasted less than a minute. The Crimson Inferno finally stopped. Amphisbaenus' azure flames were extraordinarily dangerous, and the biological mechanism behind them operated like a furnace engine. The current output represented only its just-ignited state. Given enough time, the core temperature of those blue flames would rise sharply, making them far more deadly. The instant the fire attack ceased, Rayleigh flashed out from behind the melting ice wall and swept 2 fingers toward the dragon's head as though drawing a line in the empty air. Bakuto number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 golden beams stabbed into Amphisbaenus' right head, binding it firmly in place and preventing it from immediately spewing fire again. With its fire-breathing attack temporarily blocked, Amphisbaena did not stop moving. Instead, it resorted to attacking through sheer physical force. Those monstrous fangs. If they bite into someone, there is no doubt the victim's body will be snapped clean in two, Rayleigh noted. Whether split left and right or top and bottom is the only question. Rayleigh began running clockwise around the massive creature, weaving Shuinpa into his movements to dodge at the absolute limit, while murmuring a rapid incantation under his breath. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakuto number 75, Gochuteken. 5 enormous iron pillars crashed down from the ceiling above, pinning Amphisbaenus' limbs and tail straight through the thick ice. Now, the only part of Amphisbaena still capable of moving freely was its red head. One more full assault. Elise cried. She once again unleashed heavenly flame rain, with Rihanna and Kelty following up in tandem with their own destructive magic. Ryu's current mode consumed too much energy, so this time she used only Heiniko, sending chaotic slashes flying at the monsters' heads. But Heiniko's blunt attacks were not especially effective against thick dragon scales. So instead, she tried letting the iron ash seep directly into the vulnerable gaps between the scales. Faced with the incoming barrage of magic, the red head released a dense crimson mist. Elisa's rain of fire and the mage's spells were rapidly weakened the exact moment they came into contact with the vapor. By the time the attacks actually struck Amphisbaena, they were so feeble they could barely be called scratches. Even if that level of diminished damage were repeated 1,000 times, it would never bring the monster down. It's the red mist. Magic attacks are useless now, we switch to close combat. Elise shouted. As captain of the Familia, she naturally knew a great deal about Amphisbaenus' combat phases. If the blue flame of the two-headed dragon is its spear, then the red mist is its absolute shield, Kaguya reasoned internally. The mist weakens magic and drastically reduces its power. Breaking through it with spells and actually injuring Amphisbaena is basically impossible. Which means we have to close in and cut down the red head with our physical weapons. Kaguya rose from the shadows with a sharp smile. Her gaze was already fixed entirely on the two-headed dragon's red head. Goko. A sword technique of overwhelming power bloomed in Kaguya's hands. Its sheer destructive force tore through the thick neck of Amphisbaenus' red head, ripping open a gruesome, gaping wound. It looked as though a huge chunk of solid flesh had been violently gouged away. This was Kaguya's signature skill, pure swordsmanship, specialized entirely for attack. Its raw power had reached an absurd level. Even a floor boss like Amphisbaena could not withstand it unscathed. And yet Kaguya still looked dissatisfied. A faint, throbbing ache ran through her sword wrist. TCH. You really are tough, Mr. Two-Headed Dragon. Because of Kaguya's devastating strike, the red head's fierce counterattack suddenly weakened, then stopped altogether. Hiyori Senbi. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to appear right in front of the dragon's maw. He swung Hyorinmaru. Slash. With that single swing, the dense moisture in the air instantly froze solid, forming an elongated blade of ice from the sword's tip. The ice blade shot directly toward the savage wound in the dragon's neck. But at that very moment, the azure head broke free from the binding spell and lunged over, crushing the flying ice blade in its massive jaws. Then it opened its mouth wide. Terrifying blue flames gathered rapidly in its maw, as though in the very next second it would unleash another apocalyptic blast. Rayleigh could have created footholds from Ryoryoku and used Shuinpa to evade the incoming inferno. But he did not. Instead, he raised Hyorinmaru and pointed the steel blade straight at Amphisbaenus' gaping, fire-charged maw. Bankai. Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Chapter 121, Ambush. Clear, resonant bell chimes echoed throughout the dungeon. A layer of frost rapidly spread across Rayleigh's body, crystallizing into a pair of ice wings and the heavy tail of an ice dragon. Ice encased his arms down to his fingertips, forming armored gauntlets and razor-sharp claws. His feet were also enveloped in ice, taking the shape of draconic talons. Above the wings, 3 cross-shaped ice flowers bloomed behind his head. Drawing on the power of his Bankai, Rayleigh beat the ice wings on his back and launched himself into the air. The sheer burst of acceleration turned him into a blur. Gripping his sword with both hands, he shot straight toward the gaping maw of Amphisbaena. Ryusenka. The ice blade struck Amphisbaena. The moment the sword tip pierced one of its heads, the massive skull was sealed instantly inside a giant cross-shaped block of solid ice. Even the azure flames it had been gathering were frozen solid within that enormous cross of ice. The release of his Bankai drew everyone's attention. For the few among them who wielded a Zanpakuto, the shock was even greater. A new sword's Bankai. That's amazing. Rayleigh said it's the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto. It can even fly. That's so unfair, I want wings too. Elise said, her face full of envy. Among them, only one of the girls could manage short bursts of flight by relying on outside power. But even that was nothing compared to how freely and naturally Rayleigh moved through the air. Heido number 78, Zangarin. Rayleigh swept toward Amphisbaena's neck and unleashed a horizontal slash with a powerful blade condensed from Kido. The destructive force of the spell was enough to cleave an entire building in two. He intended to finish it in one stroke and sever the blue dragon head of the two-headed monster. Whoosh! But just as Rayleigh prepared to decide the battle midair, a terrifying attack suddenly streaked toward him at incredible speed. Rayleigh! Watch out! The girls below could do no more than shout a warning. But Rayleigh had already noticed it. Bakuto number 81, Danku. A transparent barrier instantly unfolded at his side. Boom. The incoming attack slammed into the barrier and ricocheted away. When he focused his eyes on it, he realized what it was, a massive bolt. There was no way a weapon like that could be fired by hand. It had to be siege weaponry. More precisely, a ballista. Who was it? Who was hiding in the dark and trying to ambush me with something like that? Tracing the path of the bolt, Rayleigh extended his senses through the Ryuraku and quickly picked up a strange presence, deeper and darker in color than that of an ordinary monster. Without hesitation, he fired off Heido number 63, Raikoho, in that direction. A golden blast of lightning roared into the cavern wall, and the resulting explosion drew a shriek of pain from within. Smoke billowed. Then a figure burst through the haze. That was a merman. When Rayleigh saw his ambusher clearly, he realized it was not human at all. Since it had been using siege weaponry, he had first suspected it might be a surviving remnant of Evolus. Several months had passed since the Great War, and fragments of Evolus were still scattered about, fleeing in all directions. Some of them had escaped into the dungeon. Rayleigh knew they had likely taken refuge in Gnosis, the artificial labyrinth built by the Deadless Familia. But without the Deadless Orb, entry was impossible. Without it, not even Otter could break through those orichalcum gates by brute force. And beyond that, Rayleigh still did not know the labyrinth's exact location. The information in his memory was too vague. Merely remembering that such a place existed was nowhere near enough to actually find it. But contrary to his expectations, the attacker was a monster. And a monster capable of operating a ballista could only be one thing, an enhanced species. Rayleigh guessed that this enhanced species must have appeared only recently. Otherwise, the guild would have already detected some sort of anomaly, or perhaps they simply had not had time yet. I see. If an enhanced species had been sniping from the shadows during the subjugation of Amphisbaena, then it makes sense that the previous expedition failed. A battle against a monster Rex is already deadly enough. Especially against one like Amphisbaena, whose destructive power is overwhelming. One mistake from an adventurer is enough to get them killed. And on top of that, there is the threat of hidden ballista fire. Given the power of such a weapon, it could easily kill a level 3 adventurer, or even a level 4. If it landed a direct hit, even without striking a vital point, death is still the most likely outcome. An enhanced species. The girls had noticed the situation on this side as well, and immediately tensed in alarm. Rayleigh quickly assessed the battlefield, then said, "Leave the enhanced species to me. You lot deal with the monster Rex." Ryu nodded. "Please." Kaguya smiled brightly. "We are counting on you." "Yeah. Leave it to me." The icy wings on Rayleigh's back beat once more, and his figure shot over the enhanced merman's head. Well then, if it's a fish, getting devoured by a dragon is only natural for them. With one swing of his blade, Rayleigh summoned an ice dragon. In its Bankai state, the dragon's appearance had changed slightly. Wings had sprouted from its back, just like Rayleigh's own. The ice dragon glided fluidly through the air, weaving about to confuse its target before locking onto the monster. Gah! The merman let out a harsh, grating screech. Spinning the crystal spear in its hand once, it planted the shaft into the ground, and vaulted. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Seeing how agile it was, he immediately sent the ice dragon twisting back around, jaws snapping toward its lower body. The merman shrieked again. Then, bang! Another projectile tore through the air. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, and in an instant he condensed a shield of ice. But the very next moment, the shield was blown apart. Deprived of Rayleigh's control, the ice dragon crashed headfirst into the ground, freezing the surrounding earth solid. Rayleigh twisted his body aside. A gaping hole had been blasted straight through the ice shield. Still, the shield had done its job. The attack's trajectory was deflected, and the bolt slammed into the ground instead of hitting him. How is that possible? There is no longer any trace of spiritual pressure from that direction. How did it pull that off? Rayleigh frowned. There had been no sign of Ryatsu at all from the direction the bolt came from. If it was a monster, it should not have been capable of hiding itself so completely. But before he could think any further, the enhanced merman was already charging at him, crystal spear in hand. Its spear technique was wild and savage, utterly lacking in form, yet the raw force behind it was terrifying. As the spear came crashing down from above, Rayleigh sidestepped and raised an arm to guard his face. Because even if he dodged the blow itself, the shattered stone blasting up from the ground could still obstruct him, or wound him. Rayleigh circled around and brought his blade down from behind. But the merman bent one leg slightly, braced the shaft of the spear across its shoulder, and angled it downward. A deflection technique? It knows how to use something like that. The blade slid along the shaft of the spear, and Rayleigh felt his balance shift off-center. But he did not panic. He kicked off the ground with both feet, lifting himself into the air and rolling forward in mid-spin. Using the added momentum from the rotation, he brought his leg down in a crushing axe kick. The merman had clearly never seen such a nimble movement before, and for the briefest instant, it did not know how to respond. Rayleigh seized that opening. His heel slammed straight into the creature's ugly face. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Magic Sword. This kick, reinforced with Ryoryoku, directly smashed the merman's face until it caved in. Bone cracked, and blood sprayed out. Its huge fish eyes, like two empty holes, stared fixedly at Rayleigh. This merman actually knows spear techniques, and it is already close to the level of a master. If there was anything lacking, it was that it had merely copied the physical moves themselves while completely neglecting the control of distance needed when fighting against human opponents. So-called martial arts were techniques created by humans and demi-humans through the act of killing each other. No matter what school of martial arts it was, because they incorporated systematic ways of using strength, they were highly effective against monsters. As an adventurer, one had to at least master some kind of weapon as a primary attack method. Of course, there were also wild types. They purely relied on the correction to their basic abilities provided by their fauna, while their combat style was entirely tempered through real battle. This creature had probably learned spear techniques by observing adventurers, but it could not imitate their actual combat experience. No wonder the guild, once they discovered an enhanced species, would immediately send out a subjugation party and attach such importance to the existence of enhanced species. If it possessed this kind of learning ability, and on top of that could devour magic stones to raise its ability values, then if left alone for a sufficient duration, a being with a threat level surpassing a monster Rex might appear. After all, a monster Rex would never leave the designated area where it was active. Even Amphisbaena, the most special among all monster Rexes, which could move freely between floors, only possessed a maximum range of activity across the 25th to the 27th floors. But enhanced species were different. They possessed extremely high intelligence and the innate ability to learn. Sooner or later, they would leave the floor where they originally spawned. A monster like this, one that moved while actively ignoring the rules of suppression imposed by the gods' prayers, was a walking disaster. Wherever it went, adventurers would suffer. Even ordinary monsters would be harmed by its presence. You look really angry. Rayleigh looked down at the enraged merman monster, his own expression equally cold. Let me say this first, I'm pretty pissed off too. I got suddenly ambushed out of nowhere. If my reaction had been any slower, you would have blown a massive hole right through here. He pointed to the area from his chest to his abdomen. This thing probably can't understand me anyway. Then I will make it understand with brute force. The only one who was angry here was not just this monster. Rayleigh used Shuinpa and flashed directly in front of the enhanced merman. The Hyarinmaru in his hand slashed down diagonally. The merman let out a strange cry and violently kicked the tail end of the crystal spear with that bizarre foot of its. Driven by the force of that kick, the spear spun rapidly, and its rear end swept upward, colliding with the descending Hyarinmaru. This guy. It can actually use it this skillfully. Rayleigh retreated half a step, spun his body, and changed to a two-handed grip. After a 290-degree rotation, the blade's acceleration reached its absolute limit. The merman failed to defend against this strike. Its upper arm was cut open by Hyarinmaru. The moment the wound split open, it was frozen shut by the terrifying cold wrapped around the blade, and not even blood flowed out. If it had only been an ordinary sword wound, then perhaps it could still move despite the pain. But a frozen wound was like having a thorn stuck directly into the injury. The merman's right arm could no longer be raised. The merman let out a cry of pain. Its fish eyes widened greatly, turning crimson and terrifying. Being stared at so intensely by those eyes made even Rayleigh feel uncomfortable. The merman leaped with force, instantly jumping over 10 meters away. That jumping power made one wonder whether it was really a merman or a frogman. Bakuto number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. Rayleigh took a stance, and his finger traced a triangle through empty air. 3 golden cone-shaped plates of light condensed into form, like 3 fangs. Then Shitatsu Sansen shot out at the same time. Sensing danger, the merman hurriedly dove toward the ground. Shitatsu Sansen struck the cavern wall and missed. Rayleigh pointed one hand at the ground and used Heido number 12, Fushabai. In an instant, a line of fire ran along the ground beneath the merman, and then line after line of fire bound its body, restraining it. A fire attribute Heido had an obvious effect against aquatic monsters. Heido number 4, Byakurai. A blazing pillar of white lightning pierced through the dark space, punching through the merman's abdomen and making it drop to its knees in pain, clutching the wound with both hands. The other battlefields still had not finished their battle, so Rayleigh prepared to immediately give this enhanced species the finishing blow. However, that monster trembled as it rose to its feet again. So it still has not given up resisting. Seeing it stand, Rayleigh poured Ryoryoku into his blade and swung out a wave of sword slash. In the next instant, golden lightning flashed and Rayleigh's expression changed. What? Golden lightning crawled across the ground as if it were alive and arrived right in front of him. You've got to be kidding me, it's actually a magic sword. Using Danku, too late. TCH. From the lightning right in front of him, Rayleigh felt an aura of destruction. If that thing hits me, my body will probably be turned directly to ash. If the damaged part is not vital, then afterward it should still be possible to heal it with Kaido. But if my internal organs are destroyed, then no amount of Kaido can grow a new one back. A monster actually using a magic sword, what kind of hellish joke is this? At that critical moment, Rayleigh poured Ryoryoku into his blood vessels and used blood vein. At the same time, he made Hyarinmaru freeze the moisture on the surface of his body, turning it into thick ice armor. Boom. Terrifying lightning tore apart everything it touched along its path, including the frozen surface of the lake. On Amphisbaena's 2 heads, its eyes flashed with a dangerous light at the exact same time. Its restraints had weakened. Because the lake's surface had cracked apart, its restraints were greatly reduced. Roar. Both dragon heads let out terrifying roars at the same time. The shock wave that shook the atmosphere blew the girls around it away and shattered all the ice covering the surface of their bodies. Amphisbaena had regained its ability to move. This is bad. Faced with the 2-headed dragon that had lost the restriction of the ice, the pressure on Lyra instantly increased sharply. She could feel that the tensile strength of the spider silk was already on the verge of collapse, and at the same time even she herself was being dragged over by the terrifying power. Amphisbaena spewed azure flames at the spider silk binding it, and Lyra immediately controlled the spider silk to secrete a fireproof liquid. However, even the fireproof liquid was ignited as well, and after lasting only 3 seconds, it was completely burned away. After the spider silk was burned away, the 2-headed dragon completely lost its restraints, and its enormous body suddenly began to tilt. With that mass and volume, could it be? Whoosh! The 2-headed dragon actually found its center of gravity. Its enormous body began to spin, and its long tail swung out like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and also like a massive whip. Crack! That terrifying tail swing instantly shattered a vast stretch of the ice field. Amphisbaena did not stop. After righting its massive body, it directly faced the location it had just attacked. Watch out! Because the ice field had cracked apart, the party members were forced to scatter, and their tactical formation became completely disordered. And the azure flames had already been fired. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, 6-Clothed Ice Binding Array. I'll protect everyone. The dwarf tank, Asta, gritted her teeth and stepped forward. As a vanguard, her duty was to become the wall of the party and block the enemy's attack. Even if that attack came from a monster Rex, her duty remained the same. Ooh. The dwarf girl braced her large shield with both hands, radiating the spirit of someone ready to die if necessary. Whoosh. Suddenly, Iska, the only Amazon in the Familia, threw her undine cloth over Asta's shield. Then she crouched directly behind the dwarf girl, covering her head defensively. In truth, if Asta could not hold on, or rather, if the shield failed, then the 2 of them would be burned to ash together. Wah! Boom! The flames blasted into them. The cloth woven with undine power protected the great steel shield, and the great shield in turn protected the girls behind it. When Amphisbaena saw that its breath had actually been blocked, it became even more violent. The kinetic impact of the flames intensified. That's enough. Stop it already. Lyra threw her spider silk around the open mouth of the 2-headed dragon, wrapping it securely around its upper and lower jaws, then tried with all her strength to force the maw shut. But the 2-headed dragon's physical strength was too great. It would not budge at all. Damn it. The poison of Arachne simply cannot seep in. Is it because of the thick dragon scales? Bang. Rayleigh kicked away a stone beside him and stood up from the pile of rubble. Burns caused by lightning marred his body, alongside wounds resembling deep blade cuts. A faint glow clung to the surface of his skin. It was the power of Kaido actively repairing the tissue damage he had suffered. This was a Kido he had prepared in advance. Its activation condition dictated that it would automatically release its seal and trigger once his physical injuries reached a certain threshold. Ha! Rayleigh let out a foul breath, his knuckles tightening as he clenched his fist one joint at a time. A cold smile appeared on his face. I did not expect to get done in by you like that, monster. A monster using a magic sword, now that shows some imagination. Unlike natural lightning, lightning attribute magic, aside from being extremely fast and intensely hot, also possessed a piercing characteristic because the condensed elemental magic power was densely packed. It was the exact same principle with Kido. For example, Byakurai was a spell that emphasized piercing power. No matter how much Ryuryoku was poured into the cast, it would always compress into a single line. That was the reason for the multiple piercing wounds and cuts across his body. When the enhanced merman saw that he could still stand up, its face froze in a very human-like expression of shock. It took half a step backward. But at the very moment before fleeing, it changed its mind. It knew very well how powerful the magic sword in its hand was. It reasoned that if its prey had been hit by that blast, even if he could stand, he should no longer possess the power to fight back. Rather than run, it would attack. The enhanced merman grabbed a broken piece of ore. This chunk of rubble had a sharp edge, and paired with the exaggerated strength of an enhanced species, it could be wielded exactly like a dagger. Letting out a strange cry, it charged in. Because of its earlier injuries, it could no longer display its peak speed. Rayleigh watched it coldly and did not move. Only when it got close enough did Rayleigh hold his breath and sway slightly. In the next second, he had already appeared seamlessly at the merman's side. Ga. The merman's body stiffened, and its vision began to blur and twist. It toppled forward. Even after falling face down on the wet ground, entirely unable to move, it still did not understand what had happened. Rayleigh turned around and looked down at this enhanced species from above. Senka. This is my first time using this move in combat. I did not expect the completion level to be this high. Looks like there is no need for a finishing blow. In that fleeting instant, he had precisely pierced and destroyed this enhanced species Seketsu and Hakusui. Even monsters bred by the dungeon possessed souls. Sometimes they would revive with vague memories of their previous life, or rather, be reincarnated by the labyrinth. Seketsu and Hakusui, the vital chain and sleep points of the soul. This time, it would not return to the dungeon mother, nor would it be bred again. It would simply dissipate into nothingness. Walking up to the paralyzed enhanced species, Rayleigh raised his foot as blue Ryuryoku patterns spread over his shoe. Then he stomped down heavily. Splurt. The merman's head was crushed directly underfoot. Its body twitched unconsciously twice, then stopped moving entirely. Boom. The completely dead enhanced species turned into ash. After finishing his battle, Rayleigh did not immediately rush back to the lake battlefield. Instead, he first went to the cavern alcove where the enhanced species had been hiding earlier. Just moments ago, a second ballista bolt had been fired from this exact spot. And that occurred while the enhanced species was already engaged in melee combat with him. There had been no Ryuraka signature. Could there be a monster capable of completely masking its aura? Entering the narrow cave, Rayleigh glanced at the heavy ballista placed there, then spread out his senses again, yet still could not find any trace of a spiritual signature. There were no tracks left at the scene either. It ran away. But there is clearly no other passage here. How strange. Finding nothing from the search, Rayleigh returned to the battlefield on the lake. At this moment, Amphisbaena was moving rapidly through the deep lake. After entering the water, its mobility had greatly increased. While cruising around, it used its azure flames to spray at the girls. A two-headed dragon acting like this was practically a mobile turret. And it no longer easily exposed itself above the water. If I had Ryujin Jaka, I could try directly evaporating the entire lake. Even if I could not completely do it, I could at least heat the water until it boiled. If the two-headed dragon did not want to be cooked alive, it would naturally surface. Although Enjetsu is also a fire-type Zanpakuto, it still cannot output power to that extent. According to legend, a single strike from a Kratso magic sword could evaporate the sea. If that is true, then its output would at least be enough to touch the heels of Ryujin Jaka. When Ichigo awakened his true Shinigami power, merely releasing his Ryatsu evaporated all the seawater in the Houden. The girls' icy footholds had been scattered, and each of them had fallen into an isolated, helpless situation across the lake. If Amphisbaena attacked their fragmented footholds now, it could easily knock them into the water. That would be no different from a death sentence. Who? Rayleigh briefly gathered his focus, then poured his accumulated Ryuryoku into Hyrinmaru. Standing in the air, he waved one hand, and 6 streams of ice blue light fell separately to different coordinates across the lake. The 6 points connected together, forming a perfect hexagon. At each location, a blooming ice flower appeared, each one carrying Rayleigh's Densryatsu. What is that? Is that Rayleigh's technique? Looks like he already finished things over there. As expected of him. After finishing his setup, Rayleigh pointed Hyarinmura downward and muttered. Roki Hyoketsujin. Whoosh. From the 6 ice flowers, Rayleigh's Ryuryoku rose simultaneously, each point resonating with the others. In the next second, the entire surface of the lake within the 6-point formation instantly froze. And this flash freezing did not simply cover the surface in a thin layer of ice. Instead, everything reaching nearly 10 meters below the lake's surface was frozen solid as well. It could be said that the girls were now standing safely upon an iceberg firmly rooted in the depths of the lake. The crisis of losing their footholds was completely resolved. Elisa's face lit up with joy, and then she shouted, "Regroup." The girls reacted immediately and all gathered toward Elisa's position on the newly formed ice. Meanwhile, Rayleigh remained hovering in the sky, observing the shifting shadows beneath the surface of the lake. Chapter 124, Azura. Boom. The lake surface exploded. The monster Rex, Amphisbaena, burst out like a breaching whale, azure flames already gathered within its jaws. It sprayed the inferno toward the girls, who had not yet managed to fully regroup, clearly intending to stop them from gathering together again. That's the tyrant of the labyrinth for you. It has a bit of intelligence, but it really is single-celled, Rayleigh thought. Rayleigh instantly appeared directly above Amphisbaena's head. Before he could act, the Crimson Dragon head had already reacted, immediately roaring at him. But Rayleigh had already prepared for that counterattack. He covered his entire body in Ryuryoku, forming a dense barrier to resist the kinetic impact. Seeing that the roar proved useless, the Crimson Dragon head decisively opened its mouth, bared its massive fangs, and bit at him. Uchin Echo. Red. Strengthened thread. At the perfect moment, Ryo, Kagaya, and Lyra stepped in and attacked together, effectively restraining the Crimson Dragon head. Below them, the Familia's vanguard tank, Asta, launched a heavy shield bash directly at Amphisbaena's abdomen. Although the powerful collision did not cause obvious physical damage, it still hindered Amphisbaena's momentum for a crucial instant. Rayleigh seized that fleeting chance and, in that exact same instant, mobilized his Ryuryoku. He had already more or less mastered Blood Vene before, so this time he attempted the exact opposite technique, Blood Artillery. This time, instead of fortifying his entire body defensively, he concentrated the raw power entirely into one single part for offense. That was precisely why Blood Vene and Blood Artillery could not be utilized simultaneously. Blood Vene was a Quincy technique that exponentially raised the body's defensive power. Conversely, what Blood Artillery strengthened was absolute attack power. Ha! Rayleigh's descending strike directly stabbed his Zanpakuto straight into Amphisbaena's head. The steel pierced the thick dragon scales, shattered through the bone skull, and drove the entire length of Hyarinmura deep into the azure dragon head. Then came the next critical step. He poured his remaining Ryatsu directly into the blade, letting the volatile radiance gathered at the sword's tip violently erupt. Getsuga Tensho. Rayleigh's face remained entirely cold as he spoke the release. A massive crescent slash exploded from inside the dragon's head. The terrifying destructive power was so immense that Roryatsu burst outward from within its very brain. Bang. One of Amphisbaena's heads exploded entirely on the spot. Only the severed, long neck remained, twitching wildly in the air. At that exact moment, Rayleigh felt a sudden wave of emptiness, and the Bankai constructs behind him became faintly transparent. Less than 2 seconds after his boots landed on the ice, his Bankai automatically deactivated because he could no longer maintain the spiritual output. As his Ryatsu sharply declined, Rayleigh staggered forward and barely managed to steady himself on his feet. Was the Ryuryoku consumption simply too much? Although this boss battle had not seemed especially dangerous on the surface, that illusion existed only because he had not relaxed his focus from beginning to end, fighting at his maximum power the entire time. Especially the sheer volume of Ryuryoku consumed in rapidly reshaping the entire aquatic terrain was practically enormous. On top of that heavy drain, he had utilized high-level Kido above number 60 multiple times in rapid succession. Besides all that, Hyarinmura's innate Ryatsu consumption was also extremely severe. It's truly worthy of the title of the strongest Ice and Snow type Zanpakuto in existence. That kind of active drain was almost 3 times that of Sakanade, 5 times that of Ruriiro Kujaku, and roughly 10 times that of Heiniko. If his magic-related attribute had not successfully broken through the SS rank threshold, he might not have even been able to physically bear the burden of the release. Even so, he could intuitively tell that at most, he had only brought out a meager few percent of Hyarinmura's true power. Even a peerless prodigy like Toshiro Hitsugaya had spent an entire century without truly mastering Hyarinmura's completed state. According to Kairaku Shunsui, another 100 years later, Hitsugaya possessed the potential to surpass even him in overall strength. From that simple evaluation alone, one could clearly see both Hitsugaya's monstrous talent and Hyarinmura's devastating power. 200 years of concentrated growth was worth 1,000 years of grueling training for other Shinigami. And those others were already considered the 1 in 1,000, or even rarer, kinds of elite geniuses within the Siriidii. At last, one of the heads had been permanently dealt with, and it was the Azure Dragon head primarily responsible for the magical offense. The remaining Crimson Dragon head simply no longer posed a fatal, wiping threat to the vanguard. That was not only Rayleigh's judgment, the battle-hardened girls of the Astrea Familia thought exactly the same. But the monster Rex, Amphisbaena, was not going to wait quietly for its inevitable death. It suddenly raised a massive claw and viciously smashed it down toward the insects scurrying beneath it. When Asta saw that the beast's target was Noin, she hurried forward and raised her steel shield to protect her vulnerable companion. Bang! A howling, violent wind rang past her dwarven ears. When she finally came back to her senses, Asta found herself flying backward through the air at a terrifyingly high speed. She had been effortlessly swatted away. Amphisbaena was a true floor boss, the undisputed tyrant of the labyrinth. Its raw ability value surpassed those of 99% of adventurers at the exact same level, roughly equal to the full-force physical attack of a peak level 5 adventurer. Asta was sent flying immediately upon impact. Noin was caught in the kinetic aftermath, but she was only blown back a few meters by the resulting wind pressure. The dwarf girl genuinely panicked. She felt numb and incredibly weak all over, entirely unable to gather her physical strength to adjust her landing. Crack! A huge, jagged fissure split open across the heavy shield in her hand, and it violently broke apart mid-flight. Asta! Rayleigh tensed up in alarm. He quickly brought 2 fingers together and made a sharp, slashing motion. A resilient hammock made of Ryoryoku appeared directly in the trajectory the girl was flying. The dwarf girl landed squarely on the hammock and felt as though she had crashed onto something extremely soft, yet also highly resilient. Bakuto number 37, Tsuruboshi. Now I really have no Ryoryoku left at all. I can't even use Kaido anymore. The finishing blow. Elise swung her burning sword and, with all her remaining physical strength, completely cut off the Crimson Dragon head. With both of its heads fully severed, the outcome of the boss battle had already been definitively decided. Just as Nis from the Vanguard group was about to cheer in victory, a sudden, volatile change occurred on the side of the severed Azure Dragon head. The thermal flames Amphisbaena had gathered internally earlier had completely gone out of control and suddenly erupted, instantly causing a violent spontaneous combustion. Its massive, headless body was set entirely ablaze by the chaotic azure flames. The girls immediately backed away on their own survival instincts. Those were Amphisbaena's signature azure flames, even being brushed by a tiny ember of them could cause an adventurer to ignite on the spot. Splash! Amphisbaena's enormous burning body fell heavily into the deep lake. The lake's surface immediately let out loud, violent hissing sounds. That steam was caused by the intensely burning flames chemically reacting against the freezing lake water. We did it. We did it. We defeated the tyrant of the labyrinth. We actually beat that 2-headed dragon. Does this mean the expedition is finally over? The girls looked at each other in disbelief. Only after a long, quiet moment did they finally realize what had truly happened. They hugged each other tightly and cheered loudly in celebration. Subjugating a monster Rex, that was something truly worth boasting about to the guild, and also an honor for their familia. Are you all right? Kaguya came to Rayleigh's side, grabbed one of his arms, and directly hoisted his exhausted body up. The faint, pleasant fragrance from the girl's body drifted into his nose. It made Rayleigh's tired spirit stir slightly. Yeah, I'm fine. I just completely used up all my magic power. With his body leaning against the girl's soft form, Rayleigh suddenly no longer felt the sharp pain of his completely emptied Ryoryoku. Instead, he even found the close proximity a little enjoyable. Seeing his relaxed reaction, Kaguya smiled faintly. But very soon, her expression dimmed again, and a trace of memory appeared in her eyes. She, who had personally executed the men she loved, still had not managed to walk out of the shadow of that traumatic past. The true face of the girl whose hands were forever stained with the blood of her first love was not that of a pitiful, lovely maiden, but of a cold and merciless Azura. Chapter 125, Indirect Kiss. Hey, it looks like something is floating up. The werewolf girl, Nis, lay by the edge of the ice island and looked at the lake's surface, where she saw something rapidly rising upward. After a brief moment of surprise, the other girls seemed to think of something, and all showed delighted expressions. Could it be a drop item? A drop item. That referred to a specific part of a monster's body left behind after it died in the dungeon. Because when monsters died, they would immediately turn to ash and be absorbed by the dungeon, so usually the only thing left behind was a magic stone. But in rare cases, the most developed part of the monster's body would drop. For example, a minotaur's horn, a goblin's claw, or the shell of a metal blue crab. And the item dropped by Amphisbaena was a dragon liver. With the combined efforts of Knees and several of the girls, the floating object was pulled up. As the only intellectual in the familia who wore glasses, the little elf Kelty said with certainty. There is no mistake. This is Amphisbaena's dragon liver. That's great. If we negotiate with the Dien sect familia, we should be able to sell it for a pretty good price, right? This month's loan finally has hope. Elise was so moved that she nearly burst into tears. To be honest, she really had considered whether she would have to use her body to repay the debts afterward. Yahoo! The red-haired girl raised the huge dragon liver high and cheered. Lyra rubbed the exposed skin on her arms, shivered, and said, "How about we get out of here first? The ice Rayleigh made is seriously too cold." Once she said that, the other girls also started to feel the chill. Humph, honestly, you girls. Can you not be more like passionate me? This much cold, I can handle it with a chew. Kya, that's so gross, Elise. Having won both victory and spoils, the Astria Familia returned fully loaded. The group first went back to the 18th floor to rest. Although the 28th floor was also a safe floor, and at first glance seemed closer, that was not actually the case. First of all, the monsters grew stronger the farther down one went. And according to the structure of the dungeon, each floor below was larger in area than the one above. So compared to going down to the 28th floor, returning to the 18th floor was clearly easier, and the risks were much more controllable. Returning to the 18th floor, the adventurer's paradise in the dungeon, the group found a small lake and set up camp beside it. By the time they had finished all that, it was already evening. Did you catch any fish? Not at all. Eh? Then we can only eat rations. Seeing the girls grumbling in disappointment, Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, not necessarily. The girls all pricked up their ears. Rayleigh said, there is a ranch to the west of Rivera. Not only do they have livestock, they also have wine and milk. Really? But this is inside the dungeon. It must be insanely expensive. The price really is much higher. Depending on the market, sometimes it can be 5,000 times the surface price, Rayleigh said with the air of someone who knew the details well. 5,000 times. The girls were stunned. They had guessed it would be expensive, but they had not imagined it would be this expensive. Then forget it. Ugh, let us just endure it with rations. Seeing their disappointed looks, Rayleigh also sighed at these absurd prices. You had to know, the Astria Familia was absolutely a core-class familia. In Orario, their overall strength might not rank at the very top, but in terms of combat power they were definitely among the outstanding ones, and they even jointly handled the city security work together with the Ganesha Familia. And yet even a familia like this could only show longing when faced with a luxurious meal. Having seen a world where a single abalone dish could be fried up to over 600,000, Rayleigh only felt that the spending habits between the two worlds were completely different. After going through a battle like that, not eating some meat just will not do. I will treat y'all, so no need to be polite. Ha. Really? Rayleigh had more than 1 billion valis. Not to mention one meal, even renting out the entire floor and turning it into a restaurant would not make much difference to him. Even the first few digits of his balance would not change at all. In the end, he bought an entire cow, an entire pig, and a massive salmon weighing over 75 kilograms. At the same time, he also hired a retired adventurer auntie from Rivera to cook. For a group of 12, this meal standard was already frighteningly extravagant. This is so good. I really wish Lady Astria could taste it too. Even though we all love Lady Astria, Elise really is the captain after all. Her bond with Lady Astria is the deepest. I am the same as everyone else, you know. Ah. Rayleigh-san, what are you drinking? Rayleigh put down the wine glass and said to the curious Kelty, it's still too early for you, Kelty. Kelty thought. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly snatched the wine glass from Rayleigh's hand and drank it down in one go. After drinking it, she even licked her lips and the corners of her mouth with her tongue. With a satisfied expression, she praised it. It really is delicious. When Rayleigh saw her finish licking her lips and then press her finger lightly against them, while her cheeks immediately turned crimson, he could not help staring. Kaguya like this gave off an extremely suggestive feeling, radiating a unique kind of allure. How unfair, drinking something like this all by yourself. I like it too, you know. Yoa. Kaguya is so bold. Kelty looked at Kaguya, then at Rayleigh, her eyes full of shock. An indirect kiss, those two just indirectly kissed. Kelty was deeply shaken. After the celebration feast, Elise said. Although we defeated the floor boss, and our mission has already been completed, the commission still is not over. Over the next 2 days, we still have to gather all the materials required by the request, so I have decided to divide the party into 2 groups. After the subjugation battle, Elise had realized something. That was, they were strong. Although she had always been confident in everyone, her earlier evaluation had still been too conservative. They had 4 Zanpakuto users. They were probably also the group with the largest number of them in all of Orario. The Ganesha Familia only had RD alone. Even the Freya Familia only had Otter. As for the Loki Familia, she guessed they would not have more than 3. With Rayleigh joining them, the group now had exactly 12 people, so if they split into 2 parties, the members could be evenly distributed. 2 6-person parties, with proper composition and a Zanpakuto user accompanying each one, in the floors before the 30th, they could practically steamroll everything. So, Rayleigh, Ryo, Nise, Rihanna, Asta, and Iska formed one group. Elise, Kagaya, Lyra, Mariu, Noin, and Kelty formed the other. Originally, Mariu, as the healer, should have been placed in Asta's group. But Rayleigh could also use healing Kaido, so having Mariu join the other side was more reasonable. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Mermaid. You also have the appearance of someone from the Far East, and your speech and bearing do not seem like those of a commoner from the Far East. Could it be that you are a noble? A day had already passed since the party split into 2 groups and started gathering materials. The progress had gone very smoothly. This day was the 2nd day of the collection mission. During a break, Kagaya, who had seemed absent-minded the whole time as if something was weighing on her mind, suddenly spoke to Rayleigh and asked him that direct question. Not like a commoner, huh? Rayleigh corrected that assumption inwardly. More accurately, it was that he did not seem like a commoner of this world, or rather, of this specific era. After all, he originated from a modern socialist country, which was vastly different from a nation operating under a rigid feudal system. Politeness, refined speech, and those interpersonal things that constituted basic education in a modern age vaguely gave off the air of nobility in this fantasy world. Though only vaguely. Modern education was, after all, education based on inherent equality for everyone, completely different from strict court education that deliberately placed people above others in a hierarchy. In court education, humility and politeness were mostly only utilized toward those of equal or higher social rank. If she had to say it, Kagaya did not really think Rayleigh seemed exactly like a noble. But he seemed even less like a commoner. For her, she simply could not think of any other social class for the time being. I am surprised you managed to hold it in this long before asking me, Rayleigh said, a little surprised by her directness. Kagaya froze. What did that mean? Could it be that he knows about those things from my past? Kagaya's palm unconsciously tightened around her scabbard. But then Rayleigh continued, you all seem to assume I am from the Far East, but in reality, the East is not just that one nation. I come from a much more distant East. What? After hearing that, Kagaya's eyes immediately widened. You mean you came from the Endless Sea? Rayleigh was a little speechless. Come to think of it, some people in Orario did regard the Far East as the end of the world. There was even a popular saying that if one kept sailing forward across the Endless Sea, in the end they would fall off the edge of the world and drop into oblivion. Yet within the magic empire of Altina and among the gods, scientific words like planet had occasionally been mentioned. That meant this world was probably still in a transitional period where the flat earth theory had not yet been completely denied by the general populace. The Endless Sea, huh? Unfortunately, he was not some drifter wandering on the Endless Sea. I am from the East, but not the Far East. Although our physical appearances are somewhat similar, our bloodlines are actually completely different. Rayleigh explained briefly. He could more or less guess the psychological reason the girl was so distracted. It was probably entirely because of her past experiences. Among the Astrea Familia, hers could genuinely be called the most tragic past of all. Rayleigh did not want to touch that sensitive part of her history. After all, for Kagaya, those things were already in the past. For things that had already happened and already ended, Rayleigh had no confidence that he could make her come to terms with them with simple words. And she herself would not want to suddenly come to terms with them either. Even if she had once desperately wanted to run away and forget everything, in the end she had still chosen to live on while actively bearing that sin. So you are not from the Far East after all? Kagaya murmured softly, then stopped speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. After the break ended, the group continued their task of searching for specific medicinal herbs along the waterways. The older mage girl, Rihanna, approached the rushing water and reached for a rare herb growing in a crack between the wet rocks. Just then, a melodic burst of singing suddenly drifted over the current. Rihanna's gaze immediately lost focus, and her whole person suddenly became slack and dazed. Staring blankly at the flowing water, her body began moving entirely on its own. It looked like she was about to throw herself directly into the deep river. Watch out. Rayleigh used Shuinpa and appeared instantly at Rihanna's side, wrapping a firm arm around her waist in one motion. At the same time, he opened his free palm toward the shadowy depths of the river. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Boom. A huge explosion blasted the river apart. Even the rocky riverbed was exposed by the sheer force. Amid the towering spray of water, a figure screamed as it tumbled violently through the air. Rihanna snapped out of her daze and saw it too. Subconsciously, she said the monster's name. A mermaid. A monster that lived in the deep water and used vocal charm to make adventurers destroy themselves. Wait. That spell. It did not need an incantation, yet its raw power was actually greater than my own magic, and it could be released instantly. This man is really absurdly strong. Rihanna looked up at the young man securely holding her in his arms. At that moment, the boy's face was completely serious, his eyes fixed tightly on the monster, giving off a brave and highly earnest air. MMPHH. The mage's face turned slightly red. She quickly broke free from his embrace, then awkwardly adjusted her appearance and smoothed out the wrinkles in her robes. Rayleigh, however, did not notice anything strange about her reaction. Rather, Rihanna moving away was just right, since it let him act freely with his sword arm. Swish. With a single IAI slash, he sent out a crescent wave of sword slash that cleanly struck the mermaid struggling in midair. The terrifying kinetic force directly blasted the creature to pieces. Only a portion of the remaining corpse was left behind, still smoking from the Kido blast. HM. A drop item. Rayleigh immediately noticed something among the dissipating remains that was giving off a faint, crimson gleam. Could this be? Rayleigh picked up the drop item and then compared it with the knowledge he had learned at the Adventurers Guild. Sure enough. It was mermaid blood. Something comparable in efficacy to the highest grade elixir, and at the same time one of the most uncertain, RNG-reliant materials among the items required for this specific commission. After securing this rare material, Rayleigh could not help but think of a special kind of existence within the dungeon. That was the Xenos. In other words, monsters born with sapient intelligence. They were special, irregular beings reborn from the lingering obsessions of dead monsters. Although they were born from the dungeon, their mother, they were not loved by that mother, and they were not protected by the dungeon systems. They would even be actively attacked by other, normal monsters. The mermaid among the Xenos, Marie, had once voluntarily let Bel Cranel drink her blood in order to save his life, instantly healing his severe injuries. That was an action completely impossible for an ordinary, mindless monster mermaid to perform. The commission objective is complete. That's wonderful. Rihanna, are you okay? Nise asked. Yeah, I got charmed by accident. That was careless of me, hee, Rihanna said, laughing a little embarrassedly. At the same time, that forced laugh was also an attempt to hide the lingering fear in her heart. It really had been incredibly dangerous just now. If she had fallen into the rushing water while charmed, her chance of surviving would have been almost non-existent. Then. At that moment, a warm hand rested gently on her shoulder. It was Rayleigh. It is okay now. Rayleigh calmly spoke. But Rihanna suddenly trembled. When she saw that her companions were not looking this way, her nose turned sour, and a sparkle of genuine tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. But it really was scary. Rihanna showed Rayleigh a sincere smile. It was much more natural than before, entirely lacking that worrying trace of forcing herself to act strong. As one of the older members of the group, Rihanna always wanted to make herself seem more dependable to the juniors. Even if she could not be as physically strong or as full of leadership as Elise or Kagaya, she at least wanted to act a little more mature. But in reality, she was only an ordinary 16-year-old girl. Thinking about it carefully, Rayleigh realized that he was the only adult, mentally, in this team. In fact, considering his past life, it would not even be strange if these girls called him an old man. Once he thought of it that way, his feelings became rather complicated. Chapter 127, Bad Reputation. The Astria Familia is back. The guild suddenly became lively. As one of the most prominent familias during the Great Feud, the Astria Familia's expedition drew significant attention. Although their strength remained obvious to everyone, the dungeon was inherently cunning and cruel. No matter how strong a familia grew, the possibility of an accident occurring during an expedition never dropped to zero. On the contrary, that probability remained terrifyingly high. There were 9 commissions in total, and all of them have been completed. The mandatory commission is confirmed complete, subjugation of the 27th floor monster Rex, Amphispana. It has also been confirmed that the subjugation party sent earlier failed, and was completely wiped out. When the guild staff learned the previous subjugation party met such a grim fate, they all showed expressions of regret and sorrow. Inside the interview room, Rayleigh looked at the guild employee sitting across from him, whom he was meeting for the first time. He explained the matter of the enhanced species, formally reporting that a latent threat might still remain on the floor. He grew increasingly convinced that an unknown monster capable of completely masking its aura existed. It had been there at that exact location, yet managed to escape right under his nose. You are saying the enhanced species used a magic sword against you? The guild employee wore a shocked expression. At the same time, he also looked somewhat doubtful. Although enhanced species indeed possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary monsters, he had never heard of one wielding a Kratso magic sword or something similar. And besides, according to your report, you took a direct hit from a magic sword, and you still survived. In the employee's mind, a magic sword was a superweapon meant to kill in a single blow. If someone suffered a direct hit from a magic sword, forget adventurers, even large-scale monsters would have their heads blown off, or half their bodies blasted into pieces. And yet Rayleigh looked completely lively and uninjured, acting as if nothing serious had happened. Not even a high-grade elixir could easily explain that kind of recovery. It's not a matter of simply surviving. To be honest, against an attack of that level, I just blocked it with my physical body. It was really not a big deal. Any level 5 adventurer with decent endurance stats could probably replicate it. Hearing Rayleigh speak in such an easygoing, indifferent tone, the guild employee desperately wanted to retort loudly. But you are only a level 3. Reaching level 3 was already an amazing feat, sure, but that was a literal magic sword. The guild employee pushed up his glasses and sighed, feeling deeply troubled. Still, he truthfully recorded exactly what Rayleigh reported on the parchment. Then, at that exact moment, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail: he still had not registered this young adventurer's name. Ah, sorry. I just arrived here recently, and I'm still not very familiar with the administrative work yet. May I ask your name? Oh, my name is Rayleigh. Ah. What's wrong? Seeing the guild employee's confused expression, Rayleigh quickly realized the issue. The new clerk probably did not know how to correctly spell his name. So he raised a hand, condensed Ryoryoku at his fingertip, and traced his name directly in the empty air. That casual display of magic left the guild employee clicking his tongue in sheer amazement. Seeing that stunned reaction, Rayleigh guessed this person had recently migrated here from outside the city walls. Because of the brutal war against Evelys, the guild had suffered heavy personnel losses too. This period marked a severe shortage in administrative hands. As a result, they transferred in several newcomers from outside Orario to fill the gaps. For many young, ambitious elites in the outside world, concepts like the center of the world, gods, adventurers, and heroes served as irresistible temptations. Rayleigh of the Astria Familia, understood, I will write it down. Wait. What is it? Not the Astria Familia, I belong to the Hephaestus Familia, Rayleigh corrected the employee's assumption. Because he departed on the expedition and returned alongside the girls, this employee naturally mistook him for a member of the Goddess of Justice's faction. The Hephaestus Familia? My apologies, I assumed you were affiliated with the Astria Familia. It's nothing to worry about. The guild employee quickly filed Rayleigh's personal information into the logbook. Upon reaching the end of the form, he discovered he had missed one mandatory field. The alias field. When the person being registered was an upper-class adventurer, their official alias had to be recorded alongside their basic information. Now then, the guild maintained strict etiquette rules. A clerk could not directly ask an adventurer for their alias. After all, forcing someone to declare their own dramatic title out loud as a self-introduction felt like a public execution for many people. It resembled a humiliating punishment game. So, in order to protect the adventurer's delicate pride, when it came to this specific step, the employee had to cross-reference the alias himself using the official registry. Of course, if the adventurer was a famous, powerful figure within the city, there would be no need to check the books at all. Those were the bright, righteous figures everyone recognized and every child wanted to become. Let us check the registry of upper-class adventurers in the Hephaestus Familia. There it is. Let's see, Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia, alias is. The guild employee's eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared at the name in the registry, and the alias written immediately beside it. Yodasai. That demon who achieved a 1,000-man kill count by himself during the brutal war against the Evelys remnants. Rumors stated that multiple eyewitnesses personally saw him execute the Evelys executive known as the Fanatic, then grind the corpse to dust and scatter the ashes. His execution methods were described as extremely terrifying. And that legendary killer is actually this easygoing boy sitting right in front of me. The guild employee completely panicked internally. My attitude just now did not seem all that respectful, did it? Actually, it was fine. This is bad. I am going to be killed. He absolutely was not. Rayleigh looked at the strange guild employee sitting across the desk, feeling genuinely puzzled. Why does this guy's expression keep shifting like that? Aye. Am I cleared to leave now? Yes, you are completely cleared to go. Thanks for the hard work. See ya. Rayleigh politely thanked this new employee, who at least seemed to take his desk work seriously, then stood up and exited the interview room. Inside the quiet room, the only person left was the guild employee, currently sweating profusely. Huh. Why did it feel like he actually is not that scary of a person? Seriously. My pants almost got wet just now. Thunk. After exiting the guild headquarters, Rayleigh met back up with the Astria girls. Together, they brought the extra monster spoils gained from the expedition toward the exchange office. Of course, they were not going to exchange the rare materials at the guild's counter. After all, the guild strictly offered the standard market price. They provided no premium bonuses. For the exact same rare item, private buyers across Orario would definitely be willing to pay a hefty premium. For example, if they sold Amphisbaenus dragon liver directly to the Dien sect familia, they could easily secure an additional 1 or 2 million valis. So naturally, handing such a treasure over to the guild's exchange was out of the question. In the end, after equally dividing the standard valis earnings among themselves, the group secured the dragon liver and marched straight toward the Dien sect familia's medical facility. The moment they entered the pristine lobby, they spotted Ermid Tizenaire wearing a deeply worried expression. She stood holding a thick medical tome in her arms. Ermid, we came to sell some rare materials. Chapter 128, I'm home. Everyone, welcome. Seeing customers arrive, Ermid stood up and came forward to greet them. Beside her stood an old man with white hair and a white beard, giving off the aura of a god. So this is Ermid's patron deity, Rayleigh noted. Oh, children of that Astria girl is it? What is it you want to sell us? It's this. Holding an object wrapped in an undine cloth, Ryu set it down on the counter. It's wrapped in an undine cloth, the god noted. There are not many materials that need to be handled like that. Ryu unwrapped the cloth layer by layer, revealing the colored dragon liver of Amphisbaena inside. This is dragon liver. Dien Sect looked at the material in front of him with genuine surprise. This was an unexpected delight. It ranked 5 or 6 grades above what he had been expecting. Many precious medicines required the dragon liver of Amphisbaena in order for the concoction to transform into a perfect state. However, dragon liver remained precious. Normally, substitute ingredients were used to make medicine instead. Substitutes were cheaper, easier to mass produce, and above all, dragon liver was something one could only hope to encounter by chance. Which was only natural. Amphisbaenus respawn time was 1 month, meaning it would only appear 12 times a year at most. If one factored in the time needed for subjugation, failed expeditions, and special circumstances, the number of successful subjugations in a year hovered around 10. Assuming the chance of getting a drop item was 30%, that meant all of Orario would only produce 2 or 3 dragon livers in an entire year. It could not be called anything but precious and rare. Likewise, miracle medicines made using Amphisbaenus dragon liver as a core material were also incredibly rare. I never thought you would defeat a monster Rex during your expedition and even obtain a drop item. Good, very good. I will give you a price that will satisfy you. How about this number? The girls all looked toward Rayleigh. Feeling their gazes, Rayleigh put on a poker face and looked straight at the god before him. Seeing that his smile was not friendly and instead somewhat sinister, Dien Sect coughed awkwardly twice, then raised his other hand and held up 3 fingers. Rayleigh said nothing and simply shook his head. At the same time, he pulled the undine cloth back over half of the dragon liver. Dien Sect showed a pained expression and added another finger. The curve at the corner of Rayleigh's mouth widened even more. He grabbed Dien Sect's hand and set it into the price range he had been expecting. Impossible. At that price. Before Dien Sect could make up some baseless excuse, Rayleigh had already wrapped the dragon liver back up and turned around. Now that I think about it, the Maic Familia should also be interested in this, right? Since the Blue Pharmacy is not that far from here anyway, maybe. Wait. Fine, I get it. Dien Sect changed his tune. All right, I understand. We will go with your price, so put the dragon liver down. Heh. Pleasure doing business with you. Rayleigh shook hands with the unwilling Dien Sect. Seeing Dien Sect's pained expression, Ermid turned her eyes away as if she could not bear to look. Her god, although a great being full of compassion, harbored a greed for wealth and profit that was almost equal to the degree of his greatness. And just like an upstart among mortals, this god's everyday personality was quite unpleasant. TCH. What an annoying brat. Dien Sect curled his lip, then added, and you are that smith who forged that heretical cursed blade like Tenseiga, are you not? Don't go forging troublesome things like that anymore. Or our business is going to get worse. The white-haired god looked like a miser, and at the same time like an angry cat with its fur standing on end. No, Rayleigh thought, if one had to describe him, it would be more fitting to compare him to a pampered purebred cat. After taking the dragon liver, Diensek snorted and retreated into the inner room with an ugly expression on his face. Only then did Ermid dare to step forward. She came to Rayleigh's side and softly spoke, It has been a long time, Rayleigh-san. It really has. Rayleigh smiled and raised a hand to pat the girl's head. For a moment, it made him feel as if he were looking at Ace. The first impression these two girls give really is quite similar, he noted internally. Before, you took care of me, and I have always wanted to find a chance to thank you. As she said this, Ermid nervously clenched the hem of her skirt with both hands. The girl's skin was fair and flawless. With the faint flush now on it, it became pale with a rosy tint, soft and delicate. Her silver-white hair hung down in front of her chest. It was as if every part of her reflected the girl's modesty. In an instant, the expressions in the eyes of the Astria Familia girls changed, and the way they looked at Ermid became like they were re-evaluating the seemingly innocent girl. Although I don't think there is anything worth thanking me for, since you insist, I will accept it frankly, Rayleigh said softly. Seeing that he had accepted it, a happy smile appeared on Ermid's expressionless face. She continued, then, Rayleigh-san, are you free the day after tomorrow? That day is the weekend, and I would like to treat you to a meal, if that is okay. Seeing her timid appearance, Rayleigh felt his heart stop. There probably is no one in any world who could refuse an invitation like that. Ma'am, I'm free, but if we are going out, let me be the one to treat. As a senior adventurer, I still need to keep a little of my dignity. Then, could you come here and pick me up at 10 in the morning? Understood. Rayleigh nodded. After that, he left together with the girls of the Astria Familia. But on the way back, all of them seemed thoughtful. No one took the initiative to start a conversation, and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Rayleigh returned home. Before he had even entered, he saw an adventurer crash out through his own door. It was a burly man over 180 centimeters tall. After flying out, the man slid along the ground for a distance before stopping at Rayleigh's feet. Looking at this man, Rayleigh realized he did not recognize him. Very quickly, the man climbed back up from the ground and shouted toward the inside of the house. Damn it, how dare you lay hands on me? Humph. After throwing out that cliché line, the man stood there in a standoff for a moment. Then he gave up on fighting and ran off. Rayleigh blinked, then walked into the house. And then he saw it, a graceful figure with a long black hair like a waterfall spilled down behind the perfect back. The woman sat quietly in a chair, turning the pages of a book. Seeing that scene, Rayleigh experienced for the first time what it meant for something to be beautiful like a painting. He felt a sense of belonging. I'm home. Chapter 129, True Limit. Alfea raised her eyes and looked at the boy who had returned from outside. You're late. Huh. You only went down to the deep floors to deal with a monster Rex, and it still took you this many days. Looks like you need more training. Rayleigh thought. How do you know that? Alfea fell silent. Expressionless, she met Rayleigh's gaze and the two looked at each other for quite a while. Then the woman looked away and said, I heard it from the adventurers who came to the shop. So that's how it is. After putting his things down, Rayleigh went behind Alfea and lifted that black hair she used as a disguise. Yet his action did not arouse any disgust from the woman. On the contrary, she even felt a little touched. Lifting the smooth hair aside, Rayleigh confirmed that the tag stuck to the back of her neck was still there and had been functioning normally the whole time. Only then did he relax. Good. Nothing went wrong. Rayleigh spoke softly. This tags was something he stayed up for several nights in a row making before he left. He stored the power of Kaido inside the tags, letting it release on schedule every day to take the place of his treatment while he was away. This tags was a consumable. It could only last 4 or 5 days before shattering and disappearing. And it was not cheap, either. For ordinary adventurers, even potions were more cost-effective than this. And it could not replace a magic sword. There was no such thing as a magic scroll in this world. The kind of wondrous item where magic was sealed into parchment and could be activated just by tearing it open did not exist in Orario. Otherwise, there would be no point to magic swords. The reason was simple. There were no true sealing arts in this world. The value of this tags, if one looked across all of Orario, could only be described as terrifying. Because this was a technique Rayleigh created by using the sealing arts within Kido to seal Ryatsu and Kaido inside it for storage. And it was precisely because it was Kaido that it succeeded. If it had been Bakuto or Heido, sealing it successfully would be impossible. The difficulty was not even on the same level as sealing Kaido. To waste your strength on doing something like this before an expedition, what a foolish man. Alfea spoke in an unpleasant tone. But that was not what she was thinking inside. In truth, her illness was not something that lasted only a day or two. Even if the treatment stopped, it would merely return to how it was before. She was already used to that kind of pain. But Rayleigh would not listen. If she was treated on time every day, it could suppress her symptoms, and at the very least she would not have to suffer so much that she wished for death. Just to make things a little easier for her, he raised the risk to himself when entering the dungeon. It could only be described as foolish. Then, maybe I should just do this instead. Feeling that her hair was in the way, Althea raised her hands, grabbed a lock on each side and parted her long hair into 2 bunches. Rayleigh was stunned. Looking at Althea holding up her own hair and turning her hairstyle into twin tails, his brain suffered an unprecedented shock. His brain crashed. All that remained in his eyes was Althea's trying to act cute pose. What's wrong with you? Althea noticed Rayleigh staring at her blankly and asked in some confusion. But there was no response. Rayleigh. She frowned and tilted her head. The terrifying damage output reduced Rayleigh to critical health. He staggered, covering his stopped heart with one hand, and screamed inwardly. Please don't keep being this cute. With difficulty, he raised his face and looked at Althea, who stood up and was staring at him with concern. Too cute. Nanny. Althea froze. Then, in an instant, her expression turned cold. Are you an idiot? After saying that, she stepped onto the stairs and returned to the attic. Only Rayleigh was left behind, replaying that overwhelmingly adorable image in his mind, unable to calm down for a long time. Twin-tailed Wani-san, too cute. She was a top-tier mature beauty, yet she could still be this adorable. That was unfair. Even though it was praise, Althea did not seem happy about it. In any case, she did not even come down for dinner. Rayleigh went out and bought a fruitcake, then left it outside the attic. Early the next morning, he went out and returned to his familia headquarters. Oh. Rayleigh boy, you're back. Quick, look at this. You, that is. Rayleigh looked in surprise at the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, now standing in front of him. At the moment, the one-eyed master smith was holding up a strangely shaped sword. Although its appearance was different from how Tobium supposed to look, Rayleigh recognized it at a glance as the Zanpakuto, Tobium. Holding up Tobium, Tsubaki said excitedly. I modified little Ume for you. Look, this is what it looks like after the modification. Pretty good, right? Rayleigh looked at the sword in Tsubaki's hand. The shape of the blade had changed from a 7-branched sword into a flame-shaped blade. Not only that, there was now a groove down the center of the blade, and within it flowed a crimson liquid. No way. Modifying a Zanpakuto was not some unimaginable technique. But for it to appear in this world made it unbelievable. In the 12th Division, Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi, head of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, often modified his own Zanpakuto. Depending on his needs, he would alter it to achieve functional changes or upgrades. From simple changes to advanced biological ones, he had many different methods. His Zanpakuto, Ashisoji Jizo, had been modified into something powerful in both its Shirkai and Bankai states. To modify a Zanpakuto, there were roughly 2 directions that had to work together. First was the vessel. Then the soul. As far as the vessel went, that part was not too hard. For a Zanpakuto, the blade was both body and house. The soul, on the other hand, was its true self and the source of its power. For Tsubaki, changing the outer form of a Zanpakuto was not difficult. What was difficult was making the Zanpakuto accept it. If Tobium did not accept it, then no matter what Tsubaki did, she would never succeed. The Zanpakuto might even break itself on its own. In other words, Tobium liked Tsubaki. Tsubaki, let's talk about this later. Right now, I need to go see Hephaestus first. Ah, I see. Then later. Tsubaki was not the least bit draggy. As soon as she heard Rayleigh say that, she turned around and left. The subject of Zanpakuto modification had to be discussed properly. Half an hour later, after updating his fauna, Rayleigh looked at his numbers and frowned tightly. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Dexterity, S. Agility, SS. Magic, SSS. His magic broke past the range of SSS, yet it still did not seem to have reached the top. Huh. Blacksmith and spirit healing development abilities had both ranked up, reaching H. As for swordsman, it was still at its initial I rank. Should I level up? To fill the vessel completely, the total proficiency required was under 400. Although it was only a vague feeling, Rayleigh thought that was about right. However, the difficulty of obtaining those 400 points of proficiency was hell mode. He subjugated a monster Rex, killed an enhanced species, and on top of that gained Exilia provided by the Zanpakuto. Even so, it still was not enough. There would not be any major incidents in the near future. Compared to rushing forward impatiently, consolidating his foundation was the real path. As everyone knew, peak level still could not beat absolute completion. Then let me see what my true limit really is. Chapter 130, Althea Training. That day, Rayleigh called Alfia over. Alfia watched as Rayleigh opened the floorboards on the first floor. Looking at the entrance leading underground, she didn't hesitate. Lifting her skirt slightly, she walked down with perfect elegance. But when she stepped onto the final stair, her view suddenly opened up. She looked at the vast space before her, at least over a dozen square kilometers in size. How surprising. You really did create a space like this underground. Even Alfia had to acknowledge it. In less than 10 hours, Rayleigh had actually created such a huge training ground beneath Orario, no, more accurately, beneath his own house. If it was this large, then no matter what kind of disturbance they caused, it probably wouldn't matter. No matter how loud the noise or how great the vibrations were, they likely wouldn't reach the surface. This is my first time trying it too. Succeeding was within expectations, but I didn't expect the result to turn out this well, Rayleigh said. After returning from the Familia base yesterday, he had asked Alfia whether she could help train him. And Alfia's answer had been, if the conditions allowed it, then yes. The first thing he needed was a training ground. She couldn't fight openly, so it had to be a place where no one could witness it. And because her magic caused tremendous commotion, the place not only had to be concealed, but also sufficiently soundproof. Secondly, the place had to be large enough. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't withstand her destruction. In other words, she had agreed. If it couldn't be done, then that would be because of objective conditions, not because she personally didn't want to. After that, Rayleigh had buried himself underground for 8 hours and finally produced this kind of pocket space. In truth, all he had done was dig out a basement first. After that, he created a barrier through Kido, then continuously expanded the space inside the barrier using more Kido. Southwest, although this place looked extremely vast, the room they had actually entered was only about the size of a wine cellar. The power of Kido was always easy to underestimate, but in reality, this was a high-level power capable of manipulating time and space. Spatial transfer, spatial creation, spatial fixation, time stoppage, interference with the timeline, Kido was a tremendously powerful force capable of even these things. This training ground was something Rayleigh had created by unfolding and extending space. This sky looks pretty realistic. Thanks for the compliment. Then let's not waste time. Let's begin. ALRI, huh? Rayleigh had only just agreed. Before he could even prepare himself or move into a proper position, Alfia's figure had already appeared in front of him as if by teleportation. A knife-hand strike swept across horizontally. Rayleigh didn't even have time to finish saying, all right, before he threw himself into a full backward lean. In order to dodge that strike, he even used the acceleration technique of Shuinpa with his upper body. The result was that he flipped backward and landed face first on the ground. His face pressed against the floor, Rayleigh pushed himself up with both hands. But a foot was already in front of his chin. This time, he failed to dodge. The sharp pain from his chin lasted only for an instant. Because in the very next second, everything above his neck lost sensation from the vicious impact, leaving only numbness behind. It hurts. It really hurts. Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. That one kick had directly turned his whole mouth bloody. When he opened his mouth, several teeth came out mixed together with the blood. So fast. Forget the naked eye, even none of the 5 senses could keep up with Alfia's speed. So this is a level 7 strength. No. There's something else mixed into it too. Whoosh. Alfia's figure vanished once again. The moment Rayleigh saw her disappear from where she stood, he instinctively applied his own habits to the situation and judged that she would appear behind him. So in an instant, he flung out a large mass of thick golden chains. Bakuto number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Several golden chains shot out. But what they aimed at was apparently empty space, and yet, in that very next instant, a figure appeared there. A trace of surprise appeared on Alfia's face. Piece of the soul. Silentium Eden activated. After the golden chains approached Alfia, they rapidly faded, and in the blink of an eye they could no longer be maintained. They shattered into segment after segment and dispersed into the air. Seeing Alfia appear in the very spot he predicted, Rayleigh didn't feel happy. Instead, he was horrified. Because that proved his guess was correct. That just now was Shuinpa. For a moment, Rayleigh found it hard to believe. That's right. It was Shuinpa. Alfia had used the ho-ho of the Zanpakuto. And not only that, her proficiency was already fully on par with his. It didn't look like something she had only just learned. After thinking about it, Rayleigh understood the reason. This is why Alfia is called the incarnation of talent. She had only seen Zard's swordsmanship once, yet she could reproduce it perfectly. Shuinpa was the same. In the final analysis, it's only a technique developed by someone. Aside from the method of controlling Riryoku, it's just a kind of movement art. For a monster of talent like Alfia, seeing it once was enough. And because the one she observed was me, the degree of completion of the Shuinpa was reproduced directly. If she were allowed to observe the Shuinpa of Yoruichi Shihoin, the Flash Goddess, then she might surpass me on the spot. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Rayleigh gained an even deeper understanding of Althea's ability. This is, a being judged to possess the potential to subjugate the one-eyed black dragon alone. The power of Kaido flowed through his whole body, and Rayleigh's injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. A full recovery would probably take 1 or 2 minutes. Take your stance. Althea gave a reminder. Rayleigh's pupils instantly contracted, and his line of sight locked tightly onto Althea. But it was still futile. She's simply too fast. She shouldn't know how to use a Zanpakuto to assist in controlling Reiatsu yet. In other words, she reached this level relying on physical ability alone. Strong. Incredibly strong. So strong that it's almost unreasonable. If she had shown this level of seriousness in the war a few months ago, then at most within 3 minutes, they would all have been wiped out. The instant the figure in his eyes disappeared, Rayleigh also used Shuinpa at the same time. There was no clear direction. He was simply trying to escape. However, in the middle of his high-speed movement, a slender hand suddenly came to rest on his shoulder. Rayleigh could hardly believe it. Because Althea had learned this technique by imitating his own Shuinpa, the level she should have been able to display ought to have been the same as his. She shouldn't have been able to catch up to him. And yet being caught up to meant that Althea's speed surpassed his. So, in just that short amount of time, had she already mastered Shuinpa to the point of surpassing me, the original user? Whoosh! A force was applied to his body. Rayleigh only felt the world in front of his eyes spin rapidly. Then his entire body was slammed onto the ground. Blankly, he looked up at the false sky he himself had created. Chapter 131, Spartan Training. Ever since Rayleigh came to this world, he had actually been very confident about his own future. Even though beneath this age of the gods there were countless heroes, and even freakish cheaters, he had always felt that he should be one of them. And after coming to Orario, his experiences had only made that belief more solid. But now, he finally understood what a real cheat monster was. Level suppression did not even matter. Even if the two of them were at the same level, he probably still would not be able to defeat Althea. This was not a gap in strength. It was a gap in talent. Ha! Driving those thoughts and feelings out of his head, Rayleigh sprang to his feet with a kip up. Again. Come. Althea was still expressionless. Facing Rayleigh's attacks, her dodging remained just as elegant and composed as ever, without the slightest trace of disorder. As one attack after another missed, Rayleigh frowned slightly. He could tell that this was not absolute suppression through speed alone. It was that Althea had seen through his movements. He did not choose to use feints and false attacks to mislead her. Because when the other side's dynamic vision was several times, or even dozens of times, better than yours, doing that was just making a fool of yourself. The other side would probably think you were juggling. Shunko. Reiatsu tore apart Rayleigh's clothes. His speed suddenly surged, and at the same time, under the control of Riryoku, his body became even more flexible. Even movements that defied common sense could now be performed. Althea felt a trace of difficulty and praised him, a very interesting technique. She observed the Reiatsu surging across Rayleigh's body. With one glance, she could tell that it was a kind of enhancement magic, and one with a certain amount of risk at that. Rayleigh explained, "This is Shunko." He did not say anything more. In any case, he was about to show the rest of it. Whoosh! His figure became a black line. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Althea. Althea raised one hand, extending her palm forward at a low angle. At the same time, she turned her body slightly sideways, slid one foot a little backward, and rooted herself to the ground. The distance had closed as he had entered attack range. Rayleigh was just about to strike, when a shock suddenly came straight at his face. Thud. His body tilted backward, but he did not get blown away or fall down. Grinding his teeth, Rayleigh tightened his abdomen and forcibly stabilized himself with his core strength, managing to remain standing. Blue patterns passed across his face. Oh. A surprised sound came from Althea. It was blood venet. Rayleigh had known she would strike later yet arrive first, so he had chosen to meet it head-on, but he had not expected the power of the attack to be this great. That just now was 1-inch force. A close-range martial arts secret that only quite high-level fighters could use, and she could throw it out so casually. After steadying himself, Rayleigh shaped his hand into a tiger claw, inhaled, focused, and gathered power. Using that same technique, Rayleigh poured Riryoku into it to make up for the lack in power. If he directly attacked with Reiatsu, it would be nullified by Silentium Eden. So he could not fire the Reiatsu out. Instead, he had to turn it into propulsion. Boom. The air exploded. A mock ring bloomed between the two of them. Within 1,000th of a second, Althea instantly applied 2 bursts of force to her arm for acceleration, then snapped out a strike with it. The 2 attacks collided. Rayleigh's attack was dispersed, and what was dispersed along with it was the ground across a range of dozens of meters. The earth itself was flipped up by Althea's strike. Cough. Rayleigh could not hold on this time. Without using a Zanpakuto, he was already bringing out 90% of his power, yet he still had no way of dealing with Althea. And Althea had not even used magic. She was merely training him with hand-to-hand combat. "You can rest for a bit now," Althea suddenly said. Hearing that, Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, the pressure he felt when facing Althea was enormous. Especially when Althea was actually serious. If it were some third-rate fighter, just facing that level of hostility would probably be enough to make their liver and gall burst from fear. Rayleigh took 2 breaths, then pushed himself up from the spot. But before he could even steady himself, Althea had already appeared behind him and said, "Break's over. Time to continue." That single sentence instantly left Rayleigh dumbfounded. Huh. He blankly turned his head, wanting to ask what she meant, but the woman's fist was already coming for his eye socket. Cold sweat instantly poured down Rayleigh's back. He activated Blood Venet, and at the same time used the technique of Shunko to slam his elbow into Althea's fist. After the 2 collided, Althea's attack trajectory was successfully altered. But Rayleigh did not dare feel happy. "You called that a short break?" "That was way too short." Bang. Rayleigh's body tilted sideways as Althea calmly followed up with another punch. Damn it. If it had been a weapon, it might have been knocked away, and to launch another attack it would have needed a certain amount of distance to accelerate again. And the larger the weapon, the more distance it needed. But a fist did not. As long as the upper arm pushed it, it could still produce perfectly good power. Ah. A punch smashed down onto the top of Rayleigh's head. His head jerked violently, and he dropped straight to the ground. There was no time to use Blood Venet. Looking at Rayleigh collapsed on the ground, Althea glanced around this space again and found that there were no chairs, nor anywhere particularly clean. So she let out a sigh. While unconscious, Rayleigh only felt a faint fragrance lingering around the tip of his nose. With every breath, that pleasant scent entered his body, making him feel strangely comfortable. After about 8 minutes, Rayleigh slowly woke up. And then he froze. Lying on the woman's lap, Rayleigh looked at Althea in front of him, her eyes closed, and was drawn in by that beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. He stared without blinking for a good while. Only when Althea suddenly opened her eyes, those beautiful mismatched eyes looked down at him. "You're awake." "Ah. Oh, why yeah. Then let's continue." Rayleigh thought. Boom. Bang. That night, even in his dreams, Rayleigh would suddenly spring up from the bed, his nerves taut as he guarded against his surroundings. Althea's training was way too Spartan. Or rather, even Sparta would have to tattoo her name on itself. This was no longer squeezing him dry. It was a trial of life and death. At least 4 times every hour, Rayleigh would feel a life-threatening crisis. And out of those 4 times, in at least 2 of them, he would see his life flash before his eyes. He had heard that this kind of experience happened because life itself searched through past experiences for a way to survive at a critical moment. Now, Rayleigh could personally verify it, that saying was absolutely true. If that were not the case, he would already be getting fitted for funeral clothes by now. After resting through the night, Rayleigh only felt even worse. Because under Althea's orders, he was not allowed to use Kaido to completely heal his wounds. He had only done basic treatment, and then waited for them to recover naturally. Chapter 132, Airmid. In front of the Dien Sect Familius clinic, a girl in a white dress stood there, calm on the surface but inwardly nervous, waiting for the arrival of the person she had arranged to meet. Since morning, she had carefully dressed herself up, taking out a mirror every 5 minutes to check her makeup. Although it was only light makeup, it perfectly brought out the girl's beauty. The members of the Familia who were on duty were all extremely concerned by how she was acting. Just what kind of person could possibly have the honor of going on a date with their Airmid? Everyone was curious. Only one person looked as if his eyes were about to split open, the resentment pouring off him making people afraid to approach. If one looked over, that vengeful spirit-like thing was actually Dien Sect himself. At that moment, the white-haired god was lying by the window, staring fixedly at the far end of the road, wanting to memorize the appearance of the pest that was infringing on his profits. The appointed time was getting close. A figure appeared there at last, immediately drawing everyone's attention. And then they saw a girl. Not a man. When they saw that the person who appeared was a girl, half of the people who were peeking suddenly lost interest. Some even felt disappointed. The only one who was happy was Dien Sect. Oh, so it's just girls being close with each other. That's fine. As long as it's not with a man. Huh. Just as he was taking that for granted, that girl simply walked right past Ermid. She did not speak, nor did she greet her. At most, she only gave Ermid a few extra glances. That was easy enough to understand. After all, she was a beautiful girl that looked like an angel. Even someone of the same sex could not possibly ignore that kind of beauty. If she appeared before someone in desperate need of salvation, they might even kneel and worship her on the spot. No, that was not the point. Ermid had not greeted her either. So they did not actually know each other. The people who had already felt disappointed suddenly became expectant again. Just then, the figure of a boy appeared. A white-haired boy with a handsome face. Because of his young age, his features still leaned somewhat toward softness. He was tall, straight, and slender, dressed in a neat shirt. That is. Isn't that Yodasai? Is it? So that's how it is. No wonder Ermid spoke to him last time. So handsome. What a handsome human boy. In the future, he'll definitely make quite a few girls cry. What did you say? If he made Ermid cry, I absolutely won't forgive him. The Dien sect familia will treat him as its greatest enemy. Rayleigh's footsteps suddenly paused. Through his perception of Ryuraku, he discovered that a whole crowd of people were closely watching him. And the emotions transmitted through those spiritual threads were extremely lively. So he immediately realized that a large group over at the clinic was secretly peeking this way. The sound of him stopping was a little louder than usual, startling the girl who had been standing there like a painting. Ermid raised her head, her bright eyes turning toward the top of the steps, and then a gleam flowed through them. Before Rayleigh could come closer, she had already taken the initiative to walk toward him. Rayleigh-san, you're here, Because she had been too anxious and did not watch her footing, the girl tripped and pitched forward toward the ground. Rayleigh reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward to catch her. The first thought that came to his mind the moment he caught the girl in his arms was that she was really very petite. And that she smelled very nice. It seemed that most of the beautiful girls he knew naturally carried this kind of refreshing, pleasant fragrance. Careful. Are you all right? Although he had caught her, the inertia from falling, as well as the body's instinctive tensing of bones and muscles when encountering danger, could still cause injury. Without waiting for the girl to answer, Rayleigh's palm had already begun channeling Kaido, sending healing power into her body. Warmth. That warm feeling made Ermid feel her whole body heat up slightly. She let out a small sound, then immediately shut her mouth tightly. Only when Rayleigh asked if she was all right did she answer, I am fine. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was stepping. What is there to apologize for? As long as you aren't hurt, that's what matters. Rayleigh placed both hands under the girl's arms and helped her up like a small animal. Only then did he calmly look over the girl's appearance today. The white chiffon blouse with frills suited her very well, and the fitted waist was especially charming. Her light, fluttering short skirt, and the cute mini bag slung diagonally across her chest. Her fine silver-white hair was like exquisite silk, clearly cared for with great attention, smooth and not frizzy in the slightest. Not a single stray hair stuck up anywhere. There was a Dien sect emblem on the beret on top of her head. Then, let's go. Rayleigh held out a hand to the girl, thinking that this way she would not trip again. A subtle flush appeared on Ermid's face. She placed her hand in Rayleigh's palm, and the two of them walked away hand in hand, leaving the sight of the Dien sect crowd. The white-haired god nearly ground his teeth to pieces. He clenched his fists, his pupils bloodshot, inwardly swearing that he would definitely drive away the pest approaching his property. Bang. Gah, my back. This is bad. Lord Dien sect fell off his chair. Hurry, call a healer. Rayleigh took Ermid around the streets for a while and watched a street performance with her. After that, they arrived at the cafe Elise had once visited. However, he did not notice the shop owner's look of disgust, as if she were looking at trash. He only found it strange why the attitude of the service this time was so much worse than last time. At lunchtime, the two of them arrived at the Hostess of Fertility. For Rayleigh, this was a place he wanted to avoid getting too involved with, but Ermid was very interested in the shop. Although this place had all kinds of hidden circumstances behind it, the shop itself was still quite good. By this world's standards of beauty, the Hostess of Fertility's decor was among the most fashionable and trendy in all of Orario. But in Rayleigh's eyes, a place like the Flame Bee Pavilion, which had a stronger sense of fantasy, was actually more distinctive. After the two sat down, Anya came over holding the menu. Please order, Naya. The moment Rayleigh saw her, he could not help thinking of a stray orange cat he had fed once before, so he smiled and greeted her. Hello, Anya. Long time no see. It's you, long time no see, Naya. Please order more expensive dishes so Anya's evaluation goes up, Naya. Ermid curiously looked around at the shop's decor. It seemed her taste also followed this world's mainstream aesthetics. Rayleigh asked, "Ermid, what kind of flavor do you like? Salty, sweet, or spicy?" I want to try spicy. HM. Looking at the girl, who seemed a little eager to try it, Rayleigh nodded. Then he looked through the menu and found the dishes marked as containing chili peppers. Chapter 133, Hot Pot. I'm not really fond of dishes with big chunks of meat, Ermid said while looking at the menu. Rayleigh understood immediately. The main customers of the hostess of fertility were adventurers. And whether male or female, adventurers were generally bold and hardy people, so the food here was also very rough and heroic in style. Large portions, thick cuts of meat, maximum satisfaction, that was part of the restaurant's whole business strategy. It gave people the feeling that every valise was well spent. But for a reserved girl like Ermid, those dishes were a little too manly. I didn't expect you to be into spicy food. My tolerance isn't very high. So she couldn't really handle spicy food, but still liked the stimulation of it. That was probably what she meant. Rayleigh understood and he suddenly thought of something. If it's hot pot, you might actually like it. HM. A pot. The girl had heard his muttering, so Rayleigh simply explained it to her. It's a very popular dish from my hometown. You slice the meat into very thin rolls, then just swish them in the broth for a few seconds and you get this fresh, tender, spicy flavor. And there's also shrimp paste, tripe, and... Ermid listened with complete focus. Even the cat girl beside them had the same reaction. It was as if she were actively imagining what kind of thing Rayleigh was describing. What's going on here? Suddenly, the tavern's final boss, Mamma Mia, walked over. She had probably seen that Anya still hadn't finished taking the order and got worried. To the waitresses in this tavern, she was basically like a parent. She looked fierce, but in reality she was very gentle. Mamma Mia, the black-haired one is talking about food from his homeland, Naya. Oh. Mia looked at Rayleigh. So it's you, boy. Is what you're talking about Far Eastern cuisine? Seeing that even she was interested, Rayleigh suddenly realized something and glanced around the tavern. So business wasn't doing too well right now. Including him, there were only 3 groups of customers in the whole place at the moment. Days like that did happen sometimes. In that case, it's not Far Eastern cuisine, but if you don't mind opening up your kitchen to me, I can try making it. You. Mia looked doubtful for a moment. To the people of this world, whether male or female, young or old, knowing how to cook wasn't really anything unusual. Cooking over fire was a basic survival skill. Everyone had to know at least a little, because this world hadn't developed into a civilization with clear divisions like men farming and women weaving. If adventurers couldn't cook, it was also hard for them to survive in the wild. It was just that, for the overwhelming majority of people, what they mastered was truly only at the barely enough to survive level. As for taste, one shouldn't have any good expectations. Fine, give it a try. I was already thinking about how to update the menu anyway. Hopefully you can give me a surprise. Rayleigh smiled confidently. He entered the kitchen and first began selecting the ingredients needed to make a hot pot base. The most important thing was beef tallow. Rayleigh went through every chili pepper in the kitchen, then selected 4 kinds whose aroma and flavor were suitable, and tossed them all into a pot. To save time, he used keto to speed up the rendering of the tallow. Watching him throw around the kitchen spices as if they were free, Mia's blood pressure immediately began to rise. Hey! Do you actually know how to cook, brat? If you waste all these ingredients of mine and the result turns out to be garbage, I'm not going to let you off lightly. Rayleigh laughed dryly, but didn't argue. At one point in time, the process of making hot pot base had once pulled in an absurd amount of viewership precisely because the process itself was so eye-catching. With the help of various magic, the tallow base that should originally have taken a long time to make was finished by Rayleigh in just 20 minutes. During that time, he used ice-type keto to freeze the fresh meat, making Mia's teeth itch in irritation once again. After the base was ready, he showed off almost unbelievable knife skills. Seeing how the frozen meat became easier to cut, and how it could be sliced into beautiful thin meat rolls, Mia finally realized that the brat in front of her actually did have some real skill. In less than 40 minutes total, Rayleigh had already finished all the preparation work. The stove and charcoal were already available in the kitchen. But then the biggest problem appeared. There was no pot. The shop didn't have a single pot suited for hot pot. But that was no problem for Rayleigh. In just 2 minutes, a lump of copper ore was hammered by him into a copper hot pot, all impurities removed as well. That was something only a smith who had acquired the development ability, blacksmith, could do. Elle looks amazing, Naya. Anya saw the table covered with dish after dish of prepared ingredients. Since it was her first time seeing such a setup, her tail wagged non-stop with excitement. Did Rayleigh-san really make all of this? Ermid found it hard to believe. In such a short time, he had actually prepared so many different steps. That was simply too amazing. Looking at the red broth bubbling in the copper pot, everyone present unconsciously began producing a great deal of saliva. Yua, it's practically like lava. Anya looked at the red soup in the pot with some fear. At that moment, Rayleigh brought out the dipping sauce he had mixed. Using a fork, he picked up a slice of rolled meat and lowered it into the pot, waiting about 5 seconds. When he lifted the fork again, the meat roll had unfurled, and the grain made by the fat was clearly visible. Wah! The cat girl let out a sound of amazement. Rayleigh dipped the meat once into the sauce, then put it into his mouth. The people around him were immediately stirred by the expression on his face, unable to suppress their curiosity any longer. Ermid, Anya, and Mia all copied what he did. They swished the meat a few times in the lava, dipped it once into the sauce, then nervously tasted it. After chewing just twice, the 3 of them instantly showed delighted expressions. Ermid covered her mouth a little as she chewed, her eyes widening. Spiciness. Fragrance. And many layered flavors on top of that. And this meat, so soft, so tender. Delicious, Naya. Too delicious, Naya. The cat girl had already completely lost control and turned into a machine that could only say delicious. After the initial surprise, Mia began trying the other ingredients. Then she discovered that every single one of them was delicious. Hey! Boy! You've really got skill. This is called hot pot, right? I've seen a lot in my life, but this is the first time I've ever eaten a dish like this. Rayleigh smiled. Seeing the food of his homeland be recognized made him very happy. The base I made in the kitchen just now should still be enough for around 20 more uses. Since I used your ingredients, it all belongs to you. Mia froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. One huge smack after another landed on Rayleigh's back. Cough, cough. The slap of a level 6 powerhouse is so heavy. Even Ermid's usually cool-looking face had turned red from the hot pot. Seeing how much she liked it, a thought suddenly appeared in Rayleigh's mind. Could it be that beneath this ice beauty exterior, there was actually a hidden fiery side? The aroma of the hot pot drifted out into the street. It even spread more than 500 meters away, drawing adventurers on the road over one after another. Before long, the tavern, which had originally had poor business, became so crowded it looked like it was about to burst open, with the line stretching all the way to the end of the street. Looking at the scene, Rayleigh almost felt as if he had returned to his previous world. Chapter 134, Arenas. Ever since that day, Hot Pot instantly swept through all of Orario. Every day, the line at the Hostess of Fertility stretched past 1,000 people, to the point that they had no choice but to start limiting customers. Although Rayleigh had been the one to trigger this storm, he paid no attention to that side of things, because every day, he was undergoing Alphea's training. For the past several months, Rayleigh had been living a life so dark it practically shut out the sky. On this day, he was finally able to last more than 3 minutes under Alphea's hands, and he had even managed a few counterattacks. Although only 1 or 2 of them could really be counted as effective, being able to do even that much against a serious Alphea could already be considered nothing short of a miracle. He could feel that he had grown stronger, but he still could not feel the vessel being filled. That day, he went to Hephaestus to have his status updated. The result was Strength, S. Endurance, S. Dexterity, S. Agility, SS. Magic, SSS. Aside from magic, almost all of his abilities had shown virtually no improvement at all. Strength, endurance, and dexterity still had not broken past the boundary, while agility had only risen by 2. As a Shinigami, even without training, his Ryatsu would continue to increase. As long as he had not yet reached the limit of his spiritual body, his magic stat could still rise. Because a Shinigami's body was essentially a soul, the stronger the Ryatsu, the stronger the spiritual body became. At first glance, his ability value seemed to be S999, but under the effect of his SSS rank magic, the strength of his spiritual body had actually already far surpassed that number. A dwarf warrior's 999 endurance and an elf's 999 endurance were not the same concept at all. Ability values were an important standard for measuring an adventurer's strength, but they were not absolute. Now, even if he did not defend himself, attacks from a level 3 would not be able to injure him. Even a peak dwarf could not do that. To this world, a Shinigami was basically a pure 6-sided warrior. If this were a game, then for a player, raising numbers could be said to be the most pleasurable moment, which was precisely why it was so addictive. But in reality, effort did not necessarily bring rewards. That was also one of the reasons some people thought reality was a trash game. After updating his status several times and still seeing no progress, Rayleigh's mentality had also been subtly affected. Normally speaking, compared to proficiency, the difficult part is the great feat. A case like yours is actually very rare, Alphea commented on Rayleigh. Especially since your ability values have actually broken past the boundary of S, yet you don't have the corresponding aptitude. That's why your progress is so slow. Got it. In other words, he originally did not possess the aptitude to break past the limit, but because of other factors he had happened to achieve it. However, because his basic growth potential was not high, the increase in his ability values was extremely slow. If one really had to say it, he should have gotten stuck at the bottleneck a long time ago. The only reason he could still improve was probably thanks to the exilia provided by his Zanpakuto. With more than 10 Zanpakuto, the exilia he gained had increased by over 100% on top of the base amount. If not for that, then even if he could break the limit, he probably would have stopped at 1001. Go on an adventure. In the course of adventure, the things you don't understand will naturally become clear. After hearing Alfia's words, Rayleigh temporarily paused his training with her, wanting to change his mood a little. Adventure. Did she mean that he should go challenge the dungeon? With his strength as a peak level 3, only having reached the 26th floor really was a bit underwhelming. For veteran adventurers who had stayed at level 3 for quite a long time, they would usually push past the 30th floor. As for him, his leveling speed had been too fast, so he was a special case. Speaking of which, would I gain anything if I talked with someone who had similar troubles? Rayleigh first thought of Alfia, but after only 1 second, he gave up on that idea. He felt like he would just get beaten down until not even his body was left intact. Rayleigh. As Rayleigh was walking through the street, someone suddenly called out his name. He turned around and saw that it was a member from the Hephaestus familia, a human smith named Gulliver. Gulliver, what's wrong? Seeing how urgent the other man looked, Rayleigh asked. Ha. Gulliver panted a few times. Lady Hephaestus is looking for you. Ha. I went to your house, but couldn't find you. Ha. I see. Thanks for your hard work. Rayleigh patted the man on the shoulder and thanked him. Hephaestus, did something urgent happen? He thought about it as he walked, but still could not arrive at any conclusion. Soon, Rayleigh came before the goddess. Hephaestus, you were looking for me. So you're here. The goddess frowned slightly and said to Rayleigh, come with me. Rayleigh did not ask anything else, and only silently followed behind his goddess. The two of them arrived at the guild. There, Hephaestus said something to a guild employee, and then the two of them were led to a special place, where a hidden door was opened. This is. Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly. At this point, he suddenly understood where they were about to go. This path was probably a hidden passage leading to the room of the old god Arenas. Although he had already guessed it, he still kept silent and matched his pace to Hephaestus. The long corridor was built from stacked stone bricks, while fire sources on the walls provided light. The guild employee did not continue leading them, and instead let only Hephaestus and him enter. There were no forks in the path here. After walking straight ahead for some time, Rayleigh saw a stronger light source. After stepping out of the narrow corridor, they entered a vast underground space, as wide as a plaza. And at the center of the area stood a high seat. Upon it sat a god. So that was the old god Arenas. Rayleigh glanced at him twice, then withdrew his gaze. So you have come. The old god's voice echoed through the underground space. Hephaestus answered with a quiet It was not that she had any particular dissatisfaction with Arenas, she was simply serious, that was all. Then, has the matter already been explained to Yodasai? Not yet. Since you have decided to take responsibility for that child with special talent, then this matter indeed ought to be handled by your side. I will issue a special permit. Rayleigh was completely confused by what he was hearing. He looked toward his goddess. At that moment, Hephaestus also looked at him and said with a solemn expression, listen to me, Rayleigh. There is a mission and it may be dangerous. You can choose to go, or refuse. Before she had even finished, she quickly added another sentence. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. This mission carries considerable risk. To be honest, I don't want you to go. Just as Hephaestus finished saying that, Arenas suddenly spoke. But he is the most suitable candidate, isn't he, Hephaestus? TCH. Hephaestus showed that kind of disgusted expression, which made Rayleigh find it rather novel. It gave him the strange feeling of seeing a beautiful girl wear a disgusted face at you. Chapter 135, Guild Commission. Sigh. Hephaestus let out a sigh. Then she said, in fact, a divine friend of mine in the lower world sent me a request for help from the Rakia kingdom. What? Rayleigh almost thought he had heard wrong. The Rakia kingdom. Hephaestus nodded and said, the Rakia kingdom is one of the kingdoms closest to Orario, and it is ruled by the god of war, Ares. The Ares familia is a state-type familia. In other words, the entire kingdom belongs to Ares. Rayleigh knew that, but that was all he knew. The god of war, Ares, a muscle-brained idiot who never wins his wars, a rather foolish god, yet one with enormous ambition. Just like the authority he governed, he was a war fanatic. At all times, he longed for battle and victory. Unfortunately, he could only stop at the former. Under his rule, the Rakia kingdom had to bear enormous military expenses every year, and it launched frequent invasions against Orario. The goddess asking us for help is named Phobos. She is a goddess whose familia was defeated by the Ares familia and then completely absorbed. Now she is forced to live under Ares' control, repeating dull work every day, until all freedom has been stripped from her. After hearing that, Rayleigh muttered, "So it's basically like a war game." Who would have thought that Arenas would actually pick up the conversation? That's right. The old god took over and explained, the Ares familia is essentially the state religion of the Rakia kingdom. The god of war Ares stands even above the king in status, and is revered as the father of the nation. Because of Ares' ideology, the people of Rakia are all soldiers. Excluding the non-combatant civilians, the total scale of its military still exceeds 10 million. It is physically and practically impossible for Ares alone to provide fauna and update ability values for such an enormous number. So he continuously attacks other familias, absorbs them, and takes their patron deities as subordinate gods, using them as tools. Hearing that, Rayleigh quietly glanced at his own goddess expression. As expected, it was very dark. A little frightening, even. It seemed she was extremely displeased with that Ares. Ares keeps the strong among his children at his side in order to stabilize his own rule. And once a subordinate familia produces outstanding talent, that person is immediately ordered to undergo conversion and is placed at the very bottom of Ares' own familia. The familias under subordinate gods all long to enter the familia of the father of the nation, because in that kingdom, only the Ares familia possesses real power. No matter how glorious they once were in that kingdom, once they fall under a subordinate god, they immediately become no better than impoverished nobility. At that point, Arenas suddenly fell silent. As if she had already discussed it with him beforehand, Hephaestus very naturally continued. "Have you heard of the Kratso family?" He had suddenly been asked a question, but Rayleigh actually did know this one, so he nodded. The Kratso family. The family of magic swords. They are famous for their ability to forge magic swords. There are records stating that Kratso magic swords once devastated the homeland of the elves during a war, making them a family the elves hate to the bone. Only then did Hephaestus reveal a slight smile. She seemed rather satisfied. That's right. And for some reason, whether it was the sin of destroying the elves' homeland or something else, the Kratsos lost the power to forge magic swords. Because of that, they were cast out from the ranks of real military power and became fallen nobles. At that point, the red-haired goddess sighed. She seemed to have some kind of opinion about that famous line of Smith's, but she did not say it aloud. The Kratsos have always dreamed of reclaiming the former glory of their ancestors. But the more they desire it, the less they obtain it. They've even declined in the smithing skill they originally had. However, by some kind of blessing, or whatever it was, not long ago, one of the Kratso family children displayed a unique skill after receiving his fauna. That sounded like Wealth Kratso. Right. Phobos. No wonder that goddess name had seemed a little familiar to him. She was precisely the goddess Wealth had once belonged to. And not long from now, because she would help Wealth escape, she would be punished by Ares and sent back to heaven. And this was also because of Wealth. Originally, Wealth had studied smithing under his grandfather, listening every day to his teachings on the craft and its principles. However, when they discovered that he could forge magic swords, that grandfather changed. He became hysterical, disregarded the honor of smiths, and only greedily longed for power. The honor of a smith and all that, it was all bullshit. Driven into despair, Wealth resolved never to forge magic swords again, and instead wanted to rely on his own strength to create a weapon that would not lose to a magic sword. But the Kratso family would not let him go so easily. He was no longer just the individual called Wealth Kratso, he had become the vessel of hope for reviving the family. Even if he would rather die than submit, they would still force his bloodline into a chosen woman. Everything was for the revival of the Kratso family. Phobos sympathized with Wealth's situation, and so she helped hide the information about the skill known as magic sword blood. But that could not continue forever, because the Kratso family did not have that much time to wait. They would soon discover what Phobos had done, and report it to the king and to Ares. At that point, both Phobos and Wealth would face the worst possible outcome. Phobos requested that I gather a force in Orario to help her. And in return, she will have Wealth undergo conversion into our familia. That is the full cause of the matter. A rescue mission, huh? Rayleigh frowned slightly. This commission was hard in one sense, but simple in another. But since it was enough to make Hephaestus troubled, then there must definitely be some sort of restriction. Then, what is the reason you called me here alone? Arenas spoke again. That is my requirement. I cannot allow a large number of adventurers to leave the city. Those are the rules. At most, one person. I can only permit one person to go outside the city and operate beyond Orario. TCH. What a stubborn old fossil. Hephaestus was clearly angry. To Orario, the Rakia kingdom could be described as a place full of crisis because that was the enemy's main camp. Even if its overall strength was inferior to Orario's, Rakia still possessed an army of 100,000. Among them, there were no shortage of knights and generals at level 2 or even level 3. For Rayleigh alone to go to the Rakia kingdom and rescue a goddess and a brat who had only just received his fauna, just hearing it was enough to make it sound unimaginably dangerous. Chapter 136, Fells. The Kratzo magic swords, If it was a magic swordsmith from the Kratzo family, then for the Hephaestus familia, that really did have great value. You had to know, even as just a level 2, Welf could use a Kratzo magic sword to unleash destructive power not inferior to a grand spell cast with an extremely long chant by a level 6 mage. And a magic sword did not even require preparation time, one only had to swing it to release an attack. Among the younger generation, aside from Belle's extremely long charge-up attack, only a certain golden-haired elf's annihilation magic could compare to it. It really was absurdly overpowered. It was just that Hephaestus did not know this. After Welf joined the Hephaestus familia and received the familia's protection, he did not dedicate his talent to the familia. Even though he was the one being protected, he accepted all of it as a matter of course, and still thought he was upholding his own convictions. A guy like that was hated and excluded by the overwhelming majority of the familia, as the target personally wanted by Ares. It could be said that Welf's enemy was the entire Rakia kingdom. He was only a mere smith, yet after joining a familia in Orario, he brought trouble with him, and still did not contribute his own ability to the familia. No matter how one looked at it, that was a kind of betrayal. The craftsmen of the Hephaestus familia were all people with the soul of a smith, the kind who, in his previous world, would have been the sort of hardcore enthusiasts famous for obsessing over their craft. To possess an unparalleled, heaven-given talent and then deliberately refuse to use it, to a smith, what kind of willful conduct was that? Probably the very definition of not knowing how blessed you were. No smith could tolerate watching talent like that rot away, decay, and stink. Even the Cyclops, the captain of the Hephaestus familia, Tsubaki Kalbrand, who was known as Orario's greatest smith, had deep down once envied him. A magic sword casually forged by Welf was already a distant dream that ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. It was precisely because of that Welf, a newbie who had only been smithing for a few years, had been treated as a rival by Tsubaki, who had been smithing for 20 or 30 years. Later on, Welf awakened to his resolve, accepted his own bloodline, but he also left the Hephaestus familia and joined the Hestia familia. Back when Rayleigh was still looking at all this as an observer, he had not felt much about it, but now that he had already integrated into the Hephaestus familia as one big family, he could only feel that Welf was a complete ingrate. Rayleigh did not dislike Welf. If anything, judging by personality alone, he felt Welf was absolutely a loyal and upright man, but once it became tied to his own interests, his way of thinking could no longer remain that simple. If this commission were only about receiving Welf into Orario, he would most likely refuse it, but Hephaestus had also said that the goddess Phobos was her friend from heaven, and that they had a very good relationship. If it was for Hephaestus' sake, Rayleigh did not mind going deep into enemy territory. So this commission is a rescue mission? Rayleigh asked to confirm it. Arenas answered, that's right. The means are unrestricted. The people who must be rescued are the goddess Phobos and Welf Kratzo. Those two. So it seems you're willing to accept this commission. Rayleigh glanced at his own goddess, his gaze sharpened slightly. That expression, was that worry? Though it was not worry for him alone, there was also Phobos. Deep in her eyes, there was hesitation. Was she hesitating over whether to stop him? But also hesitating over the consequences if she did stop him. Stopping him would mean standing by and doing nothing while a friend from heaven was left to die. Not stopping him would mean worrying for his safety. Heh. Rayleigh gave 2 light laughs. He did not know whether it was because they had spent so much time together already, but as long as he looked at Hephaestus' face, he seemed able to read quite a few of her thoughts. I accept this commission, Rayleigh said it in an easy tone. The strongest person in the Rakia kingdom was only around level 3, the troublesome part was the number of them. In other words, this was an infiltration mission. Because the Rakia kingdom was enemy territory, there was very little intelligence on the inside of its royal capital. All people and gods from Orario would fail inspection upon entering the royal city, so simply finding the goddess Phobos would already be a problem. As for Welf, although his family had fallen into decline, the Kratzo family had once been one of the great noble houses. The location of their estate probably would not be difficult to find. Welf would be there. Rayleigh. Hephaestus' expression showed struggle. She very much wanted to speak and stop the boy in front of her. Rayleigh looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting in confidence. Don't worry, Hephaestus. If it turns into a situation where I'm outnumbered, I'll use this guy. As he said that, his right hand touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, the Zanpakuto, Sakanade. Before that blade, the number of enemies had no meaning to him. If conditions allowed it, he might very well wipe out the entire Rekia kingdom himself, or rather, the entire Ares Familia. Of course, that was only talk, even if the two sides were forces that periodically came into conflict. If he really carried out slaughter on the scale of 100,000 people, then that would no longer be something that could be explained away. He would definitely be judged for it, and he would be labeled as a supervillain far worse in nature than Evolus. He might even gain a title like Demon King or something. I believe in your strength, but you still have to make me a promise. Hephaestus gave him a serious warning. You must return safely and without harm. Rayleigh nodded heavily. It's a promise. Seeing that Rayleigh had accepted the commission, Aurena said, because this is a commission received by the guild, we will provide powerful support for you. Support. Arenas gave a quiet hum, then called out, Fells. Here. From the shadow behind the old god's seat, a figure completely wrapped in a black robe stepped out. Its appearance made Rayleigh react subtly. This person was Fells. The moment Rayleigh saw that figure, all the descriptions related to the other party instantly surfaced in his mind. Fells was an alias, a self-mocking name taken in despair. It meant fool. And its true identity was the sage himself, the very same sage who had created the Philosopher's Stone hundreds of years ago. The reason it now hid its appearance was because it no longer possessed a human body. Instead, it had become a skeleton, one that could neither receive fauna updates nor eat or drink. Anyone who did not know better would probably think it was some kind of undead monster. Yodasai, come with me. We've already selected an excellent intelligence operative for you. An intelligence operative. Hearing that, Rayleigh suddenly thought of one of the few familias in Orario capable of operating outside the city, a familia centered on intelligence gathering and gray zone commissions, the Hermes Familia. Chapter 137, Hermes. Following behind Fells, Rayleigh arrived at a secret room, also underground. At this moment, there were already 4 people seated here. More accurately, 1 god, and 3 mortals. Ah, young man, hello there, the god sitting on the sofa said. Rayleigh glanced over the people in the room. Although he was not looking at Fells, his words were clearly directed at him. So you made these arrangements on the assumption that I would accept the commission. There was no emotion in his tone, and that, precisely, was how he showed displeasure. Having others casually guess at your thoughts and predict your actions was always an unpleasant experience. Please calm yourself, Lord Yodasai. We simply felt that your strength made you the most suitable person for this commission. By praising Rayleigh like that, Fells was taking the initiative to lower his stance, clearly not wanting to provoke him. Just as he had said, they acknowledged Rayleigh's strength, so they did not want to leave him with a bad impression. The guild will cover the intelligence fee in full. You may ask the Hermes Familia anything you like. Rayleigh raised a brow. It was not that he could not afford the intelligence fee himself, but for the guild, this was indeed a rather generous gesture. Sitting on the other 2 single sofas were Asfi and another woman, while a beast woman girl stood nearby. If he remembered correctly, she should be Lilian Louis. Rayleigh sat down across from Hermes. Now then. Ask away. As for the Rekia kingdom, we've already done a very thorough investigation. Hermes said confidently. His eyes were shining as he stared straight at Rayleigh, making Rayleigh feel somewhat uncomfortable. Then first of all, the map. Before thinking about anything else, Rayleigh first thought of the key to this mission, that was to unlock the map. The Rekia kingdom was unexplored territory, a completely unfamiliar region to him. Since it was a kingdom-type familia, the royal capital would definitely be divided into districts, just like Orario. The difference was that a kingdom had a class system, and a noble system at that. There would definitely be areas ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Of course, the map, right? Naturally, we've already prepared it. Hermes smiled and snapped his fingers. Behind him, Lilian Louis immediately took out a rolled-up map and handed it to Rayleigh. When Rayleigh took the map, he felt that the beastwoman girl in front of him was very stiff. She even seemed to be trembling slightly. What's wrong with her? Is she sick? Didn't seem like it. Rayleigh looked at her face. This time, the girl very obviously showed a panicked expression and immediately turned her face away. All right then, that confirmed it. This girl seemed to be afraid of him. But why? Rayleigh found it rather baffling. He unfolded the map and held it before his eyes, his gaze sweeping over it 2 or 3 times. Then he closed his eyes and replayed every detail of the map in his mind. He found that it was as clear as if he were looking at the actual object, without the slightest vague part. Gif blessings, minor. That skill gave him a form of perfect memory. With only 2 passes of his eyes, he had already memorized all 735 marked locations named on this map. He could even directly construct a 3-dimensional model of the royal capital in his mind. After confirming that he had completely memorized the contents of the map, Rayleigh casually summoned a ball of flame and, in the blink of an eye, burned the map in his hand until not even ash remained. Oh. Hermes understood. Rayleigh would not do meaningless things, which meant that in just those 2 or 3 seconds, the contents of that map had already been completely memorized. How impressive. Not only his smithing skill and martial ability, his intelligence was extraordinary as well. Hermes lowered the brim of his hat, hiding his expression, especially his eyes. Otherwise, that look of someone who had discovered a new toy might frighten the others. Not that he minded being disliked, but if it could be avoided, all the better. This is the list of all subordinate gods in the kingdom besides the Ares Familia. And this one is the list of the kingdom's nobility. And this one is the list of individuals inside the Rakia kingdom who require special attention. As Hermes spoke, Asfi took out the corresponding documents one after another and placed them on the table. That was why having an excellent subordinate was so important. Not only were they useful, they could also help you put on a show. Rayleigh felt a bit emotional. He picked up the 3 lists, memorized all of them, and then burned them as well. And lastly, this. Hermes suddenly took out a bottle filled with liquid. He said, "This is a concealment potion." A puzzled look appeared on Rayleigh's face. He had heard of unlock potions and update potions before, but a concealment potion was truly something he had never heard of. Still, even by instinct, he could tell this was definitely contraband. An unlock potion was a potion that could ignore a person's will and peek at their hidden status. As long as the potion was poured onto someone's back, it could unlock the hidden status and reveal the person's familia, ability values, magic, skills, and so on. This kind of potion was prohibited from circulation in Orario, but if it was merely manufactured and no one knew, then there was no problem. Then there was the update potion. This was a potion that could update a person's status without needing their patron god. The price of a single bottle was enough to make even a core-class adventurer burst into tears. Its raw materials were extremely mysterious. Even before update potions were banned, the materials themselves had already involved severe contraband. And now there was this concealment potion. Rayleigh was hearing of it for the first time. Hermes explained at the right moment, this potion can hide the status on your back, helping you disguise yourself as an ordinary person. The Rakia kingdom checks the identity of those entering the city, especially whether they bear a fauna or not. If your identity as a member of the Hephaestus Familia is exposed, it will immediately cause an uproar. But with this kind of potion, it can be hidden. At that point, Hermes' gaze suddenly changed. It became sharp and shrewd. But be careful. At most, it only hides your status. A true expert can judge a person's strength from the way they walk, their expression, their bearing, even their breathing. So you still need to be careful. Seeing how seriously Hermes was warning him, Rayleigh almost felt a little flattered. This kind of treatment should have belonged to a certain rabbit, shouldn't it? Why was Hermes paying this much attention to him? Could it be that this trickster god had taken an interest in him? That was definitely not a good thing. I've prepared several false identities for you to choose from. You decide. Hermes took out a set of cards. Then he selected 5 from among them. He placed the 5 cards in a row across the tea table. Rayleigh lowered his head and looked. Each of the 5 cards had a different design and a word written on it. The first card, Apprentice Smith from the school district. The second, Wandering Mercenary. The third, Bard. The fourth, Painter. The fifth, Musician. Rayleigh looked at the 5 cards, hesitated for less than a second, then made his choice. I want all of them. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Shirkan. All of them. Hermes froze, then quickly added, and no, how could someone possibly have that many identities at once? Rayleigh picked up the 5 cards and held them before his eyes, studying them carefully while asking back. Why not? He used one card to cover his left eye and looked straight at Hermes with the other. Even the most ordinary person, if you pick out all the high points of his life, would still seem dramatic and full of twists. If that's the case, then a more layered background is more fitting for a wanderer, don't you think, Lord Hermes? Hermes was at a loss for words. A wandering mercenary who had also learned smithing, while also making a living as a bard, and for a bard to understand music and painting also sounded reasonable enough. Why can't I be a merchant? Rayleigh put down the cards and voiced a doubt he had been wondering about. After all, in stories like these, the protagonist always disguised himself as a merchant. It had practically become an unspoken convention of another world. He had originally thought he might get to experience pretending to be a merchant for once, so somehow, that made him a little disappointed. Hearing the question, Hermes explained, that won't work. The Rakia kingdom manages merchants and caravans very strictly, and even if they leave for just 10 seconds, when they return they still have to go through inspection. Besides, the movement of goods was too slow, and Rayleigh did not have time to wait. In addition, we'll also send one person to assist you, Hermes suddenly said. Then he pushed the beastwoman girl behind him forward and introduced her. This is an outstanding intelligence operative from my familia, Loyun Louis. Assist me. Rayleigh looked at the beastwoman girl, who still did not dare meet his eyes, with a little surprised. Hermes said, I can guarantee Loyun's ability. She'll absolutely be able to help you. Once you enter the royal capital, if there's any information you want investigated, you can leave it to her. Seeing the self-satisfied look on his face, Rayleigh understood. This girl really did have something special, otherwise Hermes would not be acting this smug. Just then, the woman seated to the side, Lilith, gave a light cough. After it drew Rayleigh's attention, she pretended it had not been deliberate and maintained an elegant posture. Then that settles it. After the matter had been settled, Hermes left with the members of his familia. As they brushed past each other, Rayleigh suddenly felt something being slipped into his palm. Half an hour later. Following the address written on the note in his hand, Rayleigh found a discreet inn, and according to the room number written on it, found the well-prepared Lilith. Even after 8 rounds with Lilith, Rayleigh still showed no sign of exhaustion, so in the end, Lilith could only surrender. Oh. Seems like Hermes have taken a liking to you. Huh. Rayleigh was shocked on the spot. No need to worry. That's not what I mean. And besides, even if it were, I protect you. Lilith pressed a finger lightly to Rayleigh's lips, said it with a teasing smile. Then she reached into the deep valley of her chest and pulled out a small note between 2 fingers. When Rayleigh took it, a faint trace of warmth still lingered on the paper. Written on it was an address that Rayleigh instantly recognized. It was a certain shop in the red light district of the Rakia kingdom. This is a helper. Absolutely reliable. Lilith clung to Rayleigh like a sloth, then murmured, if there's something even Loyun can't handle, go find this person. I see. Rayleigh understood. This was probably an internal hidden asset used by the Hermes familia, an important backup that Hermes had not intended to activate for his sake. But with Lilith's help, Hermes was destined to miscalculate. Thank you, Rayleigh said sincerely. But Lilith said with dissatisfaction, I want thanks that are more direct. You've already recovered. Not yet, so you should show a little restraint. Impossible. Because you don't actually want any restraint at all. After night fell, Rayleigh returned home and told Althea about the rescue commission that had come from the Rakia kingdom. In truth, if Althea were willing to act, then within 3 days the Rakia kingdom would be flattened, as the power of the silent Althea was enough to destroy a small kingdom with ease. Do you need my help? Althea asked. Rayleigh smiled slightly. If he really said yes, then she probably really would help him, but he still refused. No. You should still avoid strenuous activity as much as possible. It's not good for your body. Although the sparring between the two of them had been carried out seriously, for Althea it was only at the level of a brisk walk, it did not even reach the standard of battle. A real battle would place a burden on the current Althea. After hearing Rayleigh's answer, Althea fell silent. After a while, she spoke again, how long before you come back? Rayleigh was a little surprised when he heard her ask that. Before, when he left, she had never asked something like this. Did that mean some kind of change? I'll come back as soon as I can. After saying that, Rayleigh suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. It felt just like something a husband would say to his wife before going out. This time, I'll be gone a little longer, so just using tags won't be enough. That's why I'm going to forge a batch of special Zanpakuto. Like what you made during the war before. Before? You mean Tensiga? No, it's not quite the same, Rayleigh explained. Tensiga had been a failed product. That kind of blade had only been something for emergency use, and to him, it was a humiliation. After working through the night, Rayleigh forged 7 small swords about 40 centimeters long. These swords looked like syringes. As long as the hilt was twisted, the blade would split open, and a blade of spirit particles would condense in the open section. Success. Seeing that the result matched his expectations, Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction, then gave them both a name and a power. After another day had passed, he placed the 7 syringe-like small swords into a box and handed them to Althea. These are Zanpakuto too. Althea looked at the small swords inside the box with some confusion. Because of exhaustion, Rayleigh's mental energy was somewhat weakened, and he could only barely force out a smile. They are Zanpakuto, that's right. I named them Shirkan. They're healing type Zanpakuto that absorb magic power and convert that magic power into Kaido. Healing type. That's right. Rayleigh gently stroked the body of one Shirkan, and the blade immediately split into 2 halves, extending a needle formed from spirit particles. Like this, insert the spirit particle blade into the body, then pour in magic power. The power of Kaido will enter the soul through the spirit particle blade. If you start feeling unwell, use them and absolutely do not push yourself. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Infiltration. I understand. Althea put the Shirkan back into the box and carried it up to the attic. Before going up the stairs, she turned back and spoke in a low voice, "Don't make me wait too long." Although her voice was very soft, Rayleigh heard it clearly. It was not easy for someone as indifferent as her to say something like that. "Hey. I'll go and come back quickly." Early the next morning, Rayleigh arrived at the station inside the city and boarded a carriage. Most of the people in the carriage were traveling merchants or people who had come to Orario to visit family. There were 8 people in the carriage. Including Rayleigh, there were 3 men. The other 5 were all women. The carriage left Orario. The women in the carriage began chatting, and before long they were laughing and smiling, becoming familiar with one another. Perhaps because their circumstances were similar, they had many common topics. Most of their conversation revolved around family. Rayleigh turned his head and looked at Orario gradually growing smaller in the distance, and inwardly sighed, feeling as though he had returned to the time when he had first arrived in Orario. Back then, he had been overwhelmed by the grandeur and magnificence of that city, and his emotions had been unbelievably excited. But now, what he felt was the attachment and reluctance of leaving home. Especially after going through the great feud. His sense of belonging toward Orario had grown much stronger. After the carriage had traveled for a while, Orario could no longer be seen even if he looked back. Rayleigh took out a drawing board from his luggage, clipped a sheet of paper onto it, and began sketching lines across the page. A young man dressed like a merchant beside him saw what he was doing and asked curiously, "Are you a painter?" Rayleigh turned his head and smiled slightly at him, then raised the drawing board in his hand and showed the chaotic lines to the other men. "No. Not yet." "Oh, so you're an apprentice?" "Something like that." Rayleigh casually chatted with the people in the carriage, but the movements of his hands never stopped. 2 hours later, he was already able to accurately outline the contours of objects. By evening, many sketched objects had appeared on his paper: apples, combs, bottles, rings, and the like. The carriage stopped by the roadside, leaning against a large tree. The horses also took the chance to rest and began eating the wild grass by the road. The driver took out a large pot, stacked a simple stone stove, and began trying to light a fire. But the grass was somewhat damp, making it hard to get the fire going. Seeing that, Rayleigh said to the driver, "Leave the fire to me. You can unload the ingredients." "Oh, all right." The driver handed the firestone to Rayleigh, looking as though he had just been liberated. After the driver left, Rayleigh pretended to strike the firestone, but in reality he used Keto to create the flame. Once the fire started, the moisture in the damp branches was quickly evaporated, and they began crackling. Hearing that sound, the driver turned back in surprise. "You got the fire going that quickly, Frisia-san, right? That's amazing." The others, who had been starting to grow irritated because the fire would not catch, also immediately relaxed. With the fire lit, everyone gathered around and sat in a circle. Frisia was his alias. After all, the name Yotosai of the Hephaestus familia was rather well known. He was not sure how widely it had spread, so he had used a false identity. For that, he had even dyed his white hair red. As for why red, it was simply because it looked cool. There was no deeper reason. A handsome white-haired boy, plus the sword at his waist, made it too easy for people to guess his real identity. So this time, he only carried Sakanade. All the other swords were being transported into the royal capital by Lulyun for him. "I'm at least a mercenary, so I'm quite skilled at this sort of thing." As he said that, Rayleigh also began getting into the role of a mercenary. At dinner, one of the women asked him what kind of big scenes he had witnessed while working as a mercenary. So he slipped into the role of a bard and started telling stories. Even after dinner, he kept talking for a full hour. Because there was only one driver, he needed sleep and rest at night to keep up his energy. He was just an ordinary man without fauna, so there was no way he could go several days without sleep. And even if he could endure it, the horses also needed rest and sleep. At a pace of 50 kilometers a day, by noon on the 5th day after departure, the Rakia kingdom finally appeared before everyone's eyes. "Sir, we've arrived at the Rakia kingdom. You'll have to walk the rest of the way yourself. Otherwise the carriage will also have to undergo inspection, and every person will be questioned." "Understood. Thank you." Rayleigh nodded to the other passengers in the carriage, then jumped down. He was not wearing a shihakusho since it was too conspicuous. At that moment, he was wearing a white shirt, with a beige vest over it. Simple protective gear covered his right knee, the half of his chest where his heart was, and his right shoulder. Over that, he wore a linen-colored cloak and carried a simple cloth bag. The only thing on him that looked valuable was the Zanpakuto at his waist. To avoid arousing other people's greed, he had deliberately not polished the blade. At the moment, Sakanade's blade was full of nicks, and even the handle wrapping looked dusty, making it look like a blunt sword on the verge of being worn out. To anyone, he looked like nothing more than a travel-worn wandering mercenary. Especially the armor, because of poverty, many mercenaries' defensive gear pursued maximum practicality. There was no need to protect the entire chest. As long as the heart was not pierced, one could survive. The right arm had to be protected properly, so that injury would not prevent one from gripping a weapon. When Rayleigh arrived at the city gate, he discovered that he seemed to have hit rush hour. At the moment, around 20 people had gathered there, lining up to be inspected. Rayleigh quietly walked to the back of the line and simply waited for his turn. A full 10 minutes passed, yet the line had only moved forward a little. Rayleigh was starting to get bored. And just then, he felt someone bump into his shoulder. Looking up, he saw a group of several burly men swaggering toward the city. The guards at the gate all looked extremely respectful when they saw them, and let them all pass through without inspection. Rayleigh glanced at the back of one of them. That emblem, there was no mistake. So it's the Ares Familia. Rayleigh looked a couple more times, then withdrew his gaze. Finally, it was his turn. One of the gate guards looked him over. Seeing that he was dressed in ragged clothes, the men looked down on him a little. But after noticing the sword at his waist, he still asked a few extra questions. Who are you, and what are you coming to Rakia for? Wandering mercenary. Looking for lodging and work. A mercenary. The guard sized him up a few times, then finally fixed his gaze on the sword and said, Draw your sword. Let me see it. Rayleigh obediently drew Sakanade. Seeing that the sword was as shabby as its owner, the guard snorted coldly. A third-rate bastard, eh? Rayleigh paid no attention to the mockery. He simply sheathed the sword again, then took out a paintbrush and a sheet of music from his bag. I'm also a painter and I know a bit about performing. The guard could not read sheet music, but what was on the drawing paper looked pretty good. Even as someone who understood nothing about art, he still felt it was well drawn. So he said, a skinny guy like you, compared to being a mercenary, you do better putting your energy into painting. All right, go on. Chapter 140, Kidnappers. After successfully entering the city, Rayleigh picked one of the inns marked as recommended on the map Hermes had given him and checked in. After that, he went to the employment office. This was the intermediary center of the Rakia kingdom. Not only could people post and accept jobs here, they could also find work through mediation, buy information, and so on. He had come here to see whether there was any way to get in contact with the Phobos Familia. Unfortunately, things were indeed not that simple. He strolled through the streets and toured the city, but in reality, he was confirming whether the map in his head was reliable. Standing on a bridge in the lower city and seeing that there was no one around, he directly sat on the railing, eating the skewers he had bought while looking in the direction of the royal palace. His current position was the outer part of the royal capital, also called the lower city. Besides that, there were also the middle city, upper city, commercial district, temple district, noble district, and the royal palace. To enter the middle city or upper city, one had to at least join some god's familia and obtain fauna. All the other, lower people, could only live on the edges of the city. Trying to openly enter the middle city or upper city during the daytime was impossible. Rayleigh waited until nightfall. Inside his room, he felt the timing was about right, so he used spirit particles to construct a set of black clothes, and also created a mask. The mask had clawmark-like patterns on it, giving it a sinister and terrifying look. Too bad it's just for appearances and it's not real hollowification. Rayleigh sighed, put the mask on his face, then coughed twice and used the vibration of Ryoryoku to alter his voice, successfully giving himself the same electronic distortion as White. Perfect. After nodding in satisfaction, he hit his figure with a light-bending effect, then leapt straight out of the window. His figure bounded through the night sky, ignoring the district restrictions, and began searching according to the places he had memorized in his mind. The first places he searched were the middle city and the upper city. These two districts contained many of the lower-ranked familias. Given the circumstances of the goddess Phobos, being thrown into a place like that would not be strange at all. And if she was not there, then Rayleigh judged that the temple district was the most likely place. Because of Ares' dictatorship, the Rakia kingdom did not permit temples to any god other than himself. They didn't even allow statues of other gods to be built. So the so-called temple district was really just where Ares' private military forces were stationed. And wasn't a place like that perfect for keeping prisoners? With that in mind, after finding nothing in the two city districts, Rayleigh went directly to the temple district. Thanks to his ability to turn invisible and his three-dimensional mobility through the air, infiltrating this place was like walking into an empty courtyard. By now, it was already night. The only brightly lit place left was the great sanctuary. According to the intelligence, this was the sacred place where Ares bestowed divine blessings. As the father of the nation, the moment Ares granted fauna was considered a holy act within the kingdom, something that had to be displayed publicly. At this moment, the great sanctuary was brightly lit. However, the lighting inside still relied entirely on firelight. Unlike Orario, where magic stones had already been applied to daily life, even the street lamps there were powered by magic stones. Rayleigh entered the sanctuary and erased the sound of his footsteps. Then he saw a girl praying inside. The girl wore luxurious clothes. Her hands were clasped together, her golden hair naturally hanging down. Her eyes were closed, and the long eyelashes above them seemed to shimmer with a crystalline light. Rayleigh stared at that girl for a while and found that she was probably 15 or 16 years old. Her skin was fair, delicate, and full of luster. Together with those clothes, it was obvious that she came from the nobility. And most likely, not just any noble either, but a very high-ranking one. If he asked her, would he get the answer he wanted? Just as Rayleigh was weighing whether it was worth disturbing her, suddenly, a group of 3 climbed in through the opposite window. Rayleigh noticed them immediately. But Rayleigh was invisible, so the other side didn't notice him at all. Ah. You people are, MMPH. The 3 intruders rushed forward without another word and seized the noble girl who had been praying. Rayleigh thought. For some reason, either out of curiosity or a sudden whim, Rayleigh followed them. We did it. Didn't expect it to go this smoothly. Those knights were probably afraid of offending this little brat, so they stayed far away. Why, you insolent wretches. Who are you? Put me down, the noble girl shouted at the kidnappers. But in the next second, a strip of cloth was tightly bound over her mouth. MMPH. MMPH. The girl struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for theirs. Her fair wrists were gripped hard, and after struggling, they turned red. Stay still. Smack. The girl was slapped and fell to the ground. Her eyes turned frightened, and tears welled up in her eyes. TCH, troublesome little noble lady. This girl's skin is really nice. So pale it almost glows. I've never touched a woman this beautiful before. If you don't want to die, then don't get any stupid ideas. Otherwise the money we were supposed to get paid will turn into a bounty on our heads. Heh, I'm only going to touch a little. This little brat isn't old, but her body's already developed this much. Damn nobles, she must eat delicacies every day. Seeing the man licking his lips as he approached, the girl shrank back in terror. No, don't. Why is something like this happening to me? Big brother. The girl shut her eyes in despair. And at that very moment, a figure soundlessly appeared behind the men wearing that vile grin. The leader of the 3-man group was stunned for 0.1 seconds when he saw that scene. What the? How did this guy appear? No, wait, now's not the time to be shocked. He hurriedly shouted a warning. Hey! Behind you. Swish. The blade flashed once under the moonlight. The man kept that disgusting expression on his face. Until the moment he died, he never understood what had happened. Half of his body remained standing where it was, but his upper half had already fallen to the ground. Zack! The leader instantly dragged the remaining subordinate backward. The 2 of them retreated 2 meters, staring at the suddenly appeared Rayleigh with horror and vigilance. At that moment, the noble girl also opened her eyes again. Then she saw a back. A long, black silhouette. Was this person here to save me? In that instant, a glimmer of hope rose in the girl's heart. The enemy leader, however, felt the exact opposite. This guy's not GH, be careful, low. Halfway through speaking, the man suddenly discovered that not far away, a head was lying on the ground, wearing a stunned expression as it stared back at him. That face, low. Cold sweat poured down the man's body. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the figure he had just been dragging with him. The head was gone. Ayaha. The man let out a miserable scream, then his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. T2 terrifying. He had absolutely no idea what had happened, and yet his 2 capable subordinates had already been cut down. Aside from that first slash, he had not noticed at all how Low's head had been severed. If that slash had been aimed at him, then he would now. Huh. Why does my neck feel hot? What is this? So hot. This scorching red, what is it exactly? Thud. Chapter 141, Bodyguard. All 3 of them possessed a fauna, but none of them were above level 1. Rayleigh had killed them instantly without using even a tenth of his strength. A pity. Judging from the conversation just now, these men deserved to die. That was why he had struck without hesitation and without holding back. Human traffickers were the sort of filth that made people sick to their stomachs, no matter what world they were in. The blonde young lady stared at the masked men in front of her, a little frightened. It wasn't as if she had never seen bloody scenes before. But this was the first time she had ever seen someone cut cleanly in half with a single slash, or watched a head fly from its body while the severed face still wore the same expression it had a moment before. Feeling afraid of someone so brutal was only natural. Her 2 long legs, wrapped in white stockings, trembled slightly. Rayleigh walked toward her step by step and raised the blade in his hand. Am I going to die? The blonde girl's eyes widened. For some reason, now that the moment had come, she could not even close them. The blade fell. The girl stared blankly at the ropes that had been cut apart, and then at the cloth gag that had fallen from her mouth. For a moment, she had no idea how to react. You can scream if you want. But if possible, I'd like you to answer a few questions first. Rayleigh's electronically distorted voice made the girl blink her watery eyes several times. She did not scream, nor did she call loudly for help. Her instincts told her that the person before her would not hurt her. Your voice is really interesting. Rayleigh. Was this girl missing a screw somewhere? Forget it. As long as she could help him gather information, that was enough. First question. Do you know the goddess Phobos? Huh. The girl froze for a moment, then answered, I know of her, yes. But why are you looking for that goddess? Rayleigh had no intention of satisfying her curiosity. He went straight to the next question. Then my second question. How can I meet her? Tomorrow, there will be a ceremony held at the great cathedral. All the gods, including the father of the nation, will be present. Naturally, that includes the goddess Phobos as well. A ceremony? Rayleigh immediately understood. So tomorrow was the day Ares would bestow Falna upon new members. All the gods would be present, huh? He wondered how tight the security would be. With gods present, he did not dare to use Sakunade's Bankai. If even the gods were affected and their perception of friend and foe was reversed, causing them to unleash their divine power and start attacking one another at full strength, this world would be flattened by the full might of the gods in less than 5 minutes. Shirkai would be fine. But Shirkai had a limited range. Even if he could take the goddess away, he would have to endure a pursuit across hundreds of kilometers. He was only one person. Sooner or later, his strength would run out. If he could use a high-level spatial transfer Kido, that would be another matter entirely. He could simply teleport straight back to Orario. But that sort of ability was nothing more than a fantasy before level 6. It was not something he could accomplish just by burning a little lifespan or overdrawing his Ryatsu. The best-case scenario was still to quietly take the target away. If he could delay exposure by 1 or 2 days, that would be ideal. By then, he would have already fled far enough that catching up to him would be nearly impossible. And after the ceremony? After that, there will obviously be a banquet. The girl answered without even thinking. Rayleigh's eyes flickered. A banquet, huh? That sounded like a good opportunity. The question was whether he could sneak inside. Seeing him fall into thought, the girl suddenly took the initiative and asked, do you want to attend the banquet? I can take you there. You. Rayleigh looked surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised she had the ability to do so. Whether it was her appearance, her bearing, or her clothing, everything about this girl radiated nobility. It was not the kind of presence a fallen aristocrat could possess. She was someone tied to power, and at quite a high level at that. She had to come from a renowned noble house. The problem was, why would she help him? Just because of what had happened here? Did she really not suspect anything? Rayleigh felt somewhat doubtful, but this was a good opportunity. But if it was a trap, it might lead him straight into danger. You think I'm going to do something bad, don't you? Let me make this clear first. I only want to repay you for saving my life. As for who you are or what you intend to do, I'm not interested at all. The girl seemed extremely displeased at being suspected. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and gave a small huff. It was such a tiny movement, yet it caused a deeply convincing, heart-shaking bounce. TCH. Very persuasive indeed. Besides, even if you wanted to do something to a goddess, it would be impossible. That much is common knowledge. The blonde girl smiled. But a trace of unwillingness flashed through her eyes. It seemed she knew that mortals could not kill gods. And from that expression, had she actually tried to kill one before? Fine. Then I'll be relying on you. Hee hee. In that case, may I ask for one tiny condition? A condition. You're strong, right? I can tell. You took down those 3 bad men instantly, before they even had time to react. I'm guessing you must have been a level 2. Unfortunately. She was just a little off. But Rayleigh did not show it. He simply chose to remain silent. In the girl's eyes, that was as good as confirmation. I want you to be my bodyguard until you finish your business. How about it? Bodyguard. Rayleigh's expression turned strange. The girl before him had a noble status. Even those traffickers had said that the knights outside did not dare approach the great cathedral simply because they were afraid of offending her. That alone proved she was absolutely among the highest ranks of Rakia Kingdom's social pyramid. And she was likely someone with tremendous potential as well. In a country ruled by the war god Ares, even a duke could become a fallen noble overnight if he could not demonstrate enough value. After all, Ares was a war god. He was interested only in war. His only demand of his familia was strength. Nothing else. In that case, her safety should have been treated as a top priority. Yet now she wanted a complete stranger to serve as her bodyguard. No matter how he looked at it, something about this was strange. Even so, Rayleigh did not refuse. Fine. Until my business is finished, I'll protect you. The moment he agreed, the girl immediately broke into a delighted smile. Then it's a promise. No matter what, you have to protect me. Ahaha, I suppose that's asking a little too much. Then let's put it this way. When you feel that things have become too dangerous, I permit you to abandon me. Halfway through making her promise, the girl suddenly lowered the standard herself. That made Rayleigh even more confused. In Rakia Kingdom, what kind of danger could a great noble's daughter possibly encounter that would make her sound so pessimistic? Oh no. This was starting to feel a little interesting. He would just treat it as accepting a side quest. Then please take me back first. The girl smiled sweetly and even spread her arms toward him. You wouldn't make a lady walk all that way herself, would you, Sir Knight? Rayleigh shook his head inwardly, then stepped forward and lifted the girl into his arms. Her golden hair spilled downward, almost dragging along the ground. Rayleigh reacted quickly. With a single leap, he shot straight into the air. After that, he continuously created footholds with Ryoryoku, jumping higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above. Wah! When the girl realized that she was actually being carried through the air, not only was she unafraid, her eyes instead filled with sparkling excitement. Amazing. This is just like a dream. Chapter 142, she was going to leak. Right now, I'm walking through the air. Well. Technically, she was being carried. But so this was what it felt like to look down on the earth from the sky. It felt so free. The sky was so close. It felt as though I could touch it simply by reaching out. The girl raised her hand and closed her palm around the stars overhead. Eleonora. What? My name is Eleonora. What about you, Sir Knight? After hesitating for roughly half a second, Rayleigh said, Ulquiorra cipher. MMPH. That's a fake name, isn't it? The blonde girl, Eleonora, saw straight through the truth behind Rayleigh's silence. Her face immediately filled with dissatisfaction. I have no idea what you're talking about. Humph. The girl gave a spoiled little huff, but she did not continue pursuing the matter. The two soon returned to the great cathedral. Rayleigh placed the girl back where she had been praying earlier. Under the lights of the great cathedral, the injuries on her body became even more obvious. Eleonora noticed his gaze immediately and smiled bitterly. Ah, this is going to be rather troublesome. I suppose I'll have to choose a special outfit to hide them. Rayleigh shook his head. Using Kido, he condensed a mirror and placed it in front of the girl. Eleonora looked at herself in the mirror, only then realizing that the corners of her mouth had also been left with 2 red marks from the rough treatment she had suffered. Ah! The girl cried out in alarm. Her attitude was completely different from when she had been looking at the injuries on her body. This time, she was clearly anxious. Oh no, what should I do? Will these disappear before tomorrow? Rayleigh let out a long breath. He raised his hand and lightly touched his finger in front of the girl's face, releasing a faint glow. The power of Kaido began to take effect. The wounds at the corners of Eleonora's mouth and on her cheeks quickly faded. In just a few seconds, they vanished completely. After that, the injuries on her body also began healing rapidly. Even her body, which had been chilled by the night wind, grew warm again. It's so warm. Amazing. You can even use healing magic. The blonde young lady looked at her radiant reflection in the mirror with delight, offering Rayleigh no small amount of admiration. She touched the places where she had been injured. There was no strange sensation at all. It was as though the wounds had never existed in the first place. Then I'll be going now. Rayleigh turned, intending to leave. But the girl immediately called out to stop him. Eh? Where are you going? Huh. It has already started, you know. Your escort mission. Eleonora tilted her adorable little head. Now. That's right. We already made a promise, didn't we? Until you finish your business, you have to protect me. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She was cute, certainly. But she truly gave Rayleigh a headache. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to ease the pressure there. This was a little troublesome. He still had something else he needed to do next. Then I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in less than an hour. During that time, as long as you stay here, you'll be safe. As Rayleigh spoke, he snapped his fingers. Around the girl, 3 Ryoryoku anchor points were constructed, then connected to one another, forming a pale green triangular barrier. Woohoo. The girl's face filled with surprise and curiosity as she began touching and examining the barrier that now protected her. By the time she turned back around, Rayleigh had already disappeared. And just then, the girl's formerly excited expression suddenly froze. Then it changed into the look of someone facing the greatest crisis of her life. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. This feeling. No way. She had not felt anything at all a moment ago, so why had it suddenly burst out now? At this rate, she was going to leak. The girl clamped her legs together, her cheeks flushing red. But this barrier worked both ways. The outside world might not be able to harm her, but she could not get out either. Hey, you have to be joking. Come back here, I'll quiz something. The despairing girl forced herself to endure, tears nearly squeezing out of her eyes. She did not dare call for help. Putting aside whether the knights outside could even break this barrier, if they came in and witnessed her social death scene, how was she supposed to keep living? She would rather die than let that happen. And so, the girl began to pray. Meanwhile, Rayleigh had returned to the inn. Using Kyako to conceal himself, he slipped back into the room. The moment he entered, he saw a beastman girl sniffing and searching around every corner of the place. What are you doing? The boy's voice suddenly rang out of thin air. Lolyun, who had been carefully investigating the details of the room, was so frightened that she jumped on the spot. If she had not reacted quickly and covered her own mouth, she probably would have drawn the attention of others. Why you? She pointed at Rayleigh, who had suddenly popped out of nowhere, her voice trembling non-stop. Both of her legs were shaking as well. Rayleigh was honestly a little impressed to see her here. You really did sneak in. Not bad. Well, I'm technically a professional. Lolyun seemed like she wanted to protest Rayleigh's wording, but she was also somewhat timid, so she could only mutter softly. Then did you bring my sword in as well? Of course. I'm not carrying it on me, but I guarantee I can get it into your hands whenever you need it. Good. Thanks for your trouble. Rayleigh exchanged information with Lolyun. He also asked her whether she knew of a noble young lady in Rakia Kingdom named Eleonora. In his memory, that name was not on the list of people he needed to pay special attention to. Eleonora. Lolyun thought for a while, then shook her head. Afterward, she asked Rayleigh to explain the whole process of how he had met that girl. After listening, the beastman girl's face took on a look that clearly said, "Are you messing with me? What is that supposed to be, a fairy tale? A hero saving a beauty? An adventurer and a princess? Two people bound together by fate? Don't ask me." Rayleigh also felt a little awkward under her teasing. After all, that kind of experience really did sound like the opening to one of those romantic love stories. The beastman girl shuddered all over. Yo, I'm getting goosebumps. Is it really that bad? Forget it. I'll investigate the identity of the Eleonora girl, but I advise you not to get your hopes up. That's probably a fake name too. A fake name? Rayleigh thought about it briefly. He did not actually think so. After all, the other party had asked him to serve as her bodyguard. After this, he would definitely come into contact with people who knew her. Servants, nobles, whoever they might be. When that time came, her real name would naturally be exposed. In that case, using a fake name would be meaningless. Is that advice from experience? No. That's how it always goes in romance adventure novels. You can shut up now. Rayleigh was speechless. By the way, do you like reading that sort of thing? And no, I don't. But you seem very familiar with them. In our line of work, even if you don't want to know about them, you hear so much that you get sick of it. The Chianthrope's eyes turned weary. It was as though she had remembered some terrible past. Come here for a moment. Before they split up, Rayleigh called the beastman girl to a stop. Lolyun approached him nervously. Rayleigh used a sealing technique to seal a simplified version of Tentikura onto the back of the girl's hand. This is my magic. I'm lending it to you temporarily. With your mind, you should be able to use it 2 or 3 times, around 30 seconds each time. Contact me if anything urgent happens. Chapter 143, download a hypnosis app. Eleonora was currently facing the greatest crisis of her life. Whether she would herself or held it in until she died would determine whether she suffered social death or actual death. Why are you in that position? When Rayleigh returned to the great cathedral, he saw that the girl, who had originally been kneeling in prayer with an incredibly sacred air, was now trapped inside the barrier in an extremely indecent posture. Her backside was raised high in the air, her entire face pressed against the floor, her arms tucked between her legs while she clamped her thighs together with all her might. You. The moment Eleonora saw Rayleigh return, and saw that he was actually looking at her with disgust, fury surged up inside her. She desperately wanted to stand up, point at his nose, and curse him out. But she truly could not do it. Worse still, she had to beg this man for help. Please, I need to, that thing. You understand, right? Please understand. Huh. Rayleigh frowned as he looked at the girl, whose face was filled with shame and rage to the point that she looked ready to kill herself, then glanced at her strange posture. Then he looked at the barrier he had set up. Ah. So that was it. He was silent for about 3 seconds. But to Eleonora, those 3 seconds felt as long as 3 years. I can't. I'm at my limit. Seeing this, Rayleigh instantly removed the barrier, grabbed the girl by the back of her collar, and used the fastest chuinpa of his life to throw her into the restroom. Ha. Standing outside the door, Rayleigh had not even had time to leave when he heard the sound of running water from inside. Eleonora buried her head in her knees. She was too embarrassed to look up. Damn it. In the end, a little had still leaked out. That masked bastard. What, Sir Knight? From now on, she was calling him masked bastard. That brute. No. He should be called masked brute bastard. You. At the corners of the girl's eyes, tears shimmered like tiny pearls. They were tears of humiliation. 5 minutes later, the girl came out while lifting the hem of her dress, her face filled with shame, anger, and resentment. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Rayleigh actually found it a little funny. But he had to hold it in. Otherwise, this girl might spend the next half-day being furious. The two returned to the great cathedral. Rayleigh asked, "What are you doing here alone this late at night? There are guards outside, and someone even came here specifically to kidnap you." The girl maintained her praying posture. Once she entered that state, the sacred air radiating from her entire body made her appear incomparably holy. Almost like a saint. I will also be participating in the ceremony, so I came here in advance. This is called a purification ritual. For 1 week before receiving a falna, I have to pray continuously in the great cathedral and bathe in holy water. I also cannot be disturbed by the outside world. Today is the final day. You're a candidate member of Ares Familia. Something like that. So this girl was actually an enemy. Though it was not particularly surprising. In Rakia Kingdom, those with the highest status were the trusted followers of the war god Ares. Given this girl's position, that was only natural. Suddenly, Rayleigh thought of a key question. So you have to pray here for 7 days straight and cannot be disturbed. What about meals? Grrrrrr. As if answering his question, Eleonora's stomach immediately began to growl. Her face collapsed. She complained, "That's why I've only eaten offerings meant for the gods and drunk water these past few days. I feel like I'm about to die." Seeing how pitiful she looked, Rayleigh thought for a moment, then took the leftover skewers out of his bag. Sniff, sniff. The moment the skewers appeared in the air, the blonde girl smelled their fragrance. She instantly sat up straight, her eyes fixed firmly on the skewers in Rayleigh's hand. Rayleigh emphasized, "Wait. These are cold, give me a moment." Rayleigh altered the arrangement of rasher, created a flame, and reheated the cooled skewers. Fortunately, this place was spacious enough. The smell would not spread all the way outside the great cathedral. "Here. Eat." Rayleigh handed the skewers to the girl. After Eleonora took them, she immediately bit off a large mouthful and began chewing with all her might, her cheeks puffed out like a rabbit's. Before long, the 2 large pork skewers, weighing over 400 grams altogether, had been completely devoured by a girl who looked barely over 100 pounds. "I wasn't actually praying the entire time." The girl suddenly began to explain. "When I first came here on the first day, I really did accept my fate and wanted to pray properly. But after holding out for about 10 minutes, I spent the rest of the time cursing non-stop and begging for death." Cursing. Rayleigh froze. This girl truly had no sense of reverence toward the gods. For a native of this world, that was an extremely rare attitude. "Then if I stay by your side, won't someone suspect my identity? You can just knock out a knight and put on his armor. There's a helmet anyway, so no one can see your face. It'll be fine." The girl sounded very experienced. She also seemed to feel no guilt whatsoever toward the knight who was about to be victimized. "Ah. I'm so bored." The girl, whose stomach was now nice and full, lay down flat on the polished floor of the great cathedral in a spread eagle position. Seeing her like this, Rayleigh felt that his earlier association of her with a saint had truly been a moment of blindness. The girl was so bored that she started rolling back and forth on the floor. Rayleigh glanced at her, then activated Ryuraku. Immediately after, he suddenly discovered that the color of the girl's spirit ribbon was that of an adventurer. In other words, she was not an ordinary person. She had already received a falna and possessed ability values. Yet tomorrow, she was still going to receive Ares's falna. Which meant this was a conversion. After realizing this, Rayleigh asked, "Which familia did you originally belong to?" The girl's rolling suddenly stopped. She lay face down on the ground and did not make a sound for a long time, almost as if she had fallen asleep. Seeing her reaction, Rayleigh no longer intended to press the issue. But Eleonora still spoke. Bautet Familia. Have you heard of it? No. Hey. Even if you're only pretending, could you not answer that quickly? At least then I could feel a tiny bit of respect from you toward that goddess. Fine. I've heard of it. You're lying. TCH. What a troublesome girl. Ha. I suspected this earlier, but don't tell me you like men. Otherwise, there's no way your attitude toward a super beautiful girl like me should be this bad. You really are overly confident. Are you saying I'm not cute? That I'm not beautiful? The blonde girl proudly puffed out her chest and lifted her chin, revealing her graceful, fair, swan-like neck without the slightest crease. On this point, Rayleigh could not exactly lie with his eyes open. The girl was indeed very beautiful. Calling her a peerless beauty capable of ruining nations would not be an exaggeration. However, there was no shortage of women around Rayleigh whose beauty was shocking enough to overturn common sense. By now, he had already built up a considerable resistance. I admit you are beautiful. But if you think that alone is enough to make people obey your every word, my suggestion would be to download a hypnosis app. Chapter 144, Breeding Mare. App. The blonde girl looked utterly confused, baffled by a word she had never heard before. Rayleigh had no intention of continuing the conversation, so he simply leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Eleonora puffed out her cheeks in frustration, but she did not bother him again. By the time the sky began to brighten, Rayleigh stood up, stretched lazily, and walked outside the great cathedral to randomly find some unlucky victim. You'll do. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Rayleigh was standing in the original owner's post, dressed in a set of silver-white armor. Inside the great cathedral, after cleansing herself, Eleonora changed into her ceremonial attire. At 8 in the morning, large numbers of nobles, gods, and general-class figures arrived one after another. Rayleigh observed every single person while eavesdropping on their conversations, but unfortunately, he did not hear much valuable information. Instead, what he heard only made him uncomfortable. Because 2 of the nobles were actually exchanging experiences on how to train slaves. They used money to hire people to kidnap whatever type of person suited their tastes. Then they accepted anything delivered to them. Human trafficking. That was what they were doing. It disgusted Rayleigh. Today is an important day for that person. Let's set those matters aside for now, lest we invite trouble. Speaking of which, that talentless princess actually awakened a skill. What a curious twist of fate. Indeed. To think she would possess the same talent as the queen. I truly did not expect it. It means the princess, like her mother, is an important tool for Rakia Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Ah. So that was it. A princess. No wonder her name was Eleonora. And he had the feeling he had just heard quite a bit of information that would cause serious trouble if it ever became public. Our God and His Majesty the King have arrived. Ooh. Amid the commotion, a neat procession entered through the outer gates of the great cathedral. Then one figure ignored all discipline and strode straight ahead. No one dared say a word to him. There was only one reason. He was the father of this nation. The war god, Ares. Draped in a cloak and clad in armor, this was formal dress as far as a war god was concerned. Ooh. Everyone's here already. Glory to our patron god. The nobles, knights, members of Ares Familia, and priests all knelt one after another. Rayleigh glanced at the fellow sentries standing guard beside him and found that they had not knelt either. Come to think of it, the leg armor of the suit had an extremely large coverage area, and the movable sections around the joints were very limited. This armor had not been designed to kneel at all. At most, it allowed the wearer to walk. It could not even properly run, it was purely ceremonial armor. But that suited him just fine. Rayleigh had no desire to kneel to this kind of god anyway. He diligently continued standing guard while activating Ryuraka to examine the strength of everyone present. There were actually this many gods. 2 level 3s. 10 level 2s. Aside from them, most were level 1. As for ordinary people without a fauna, there was not a single one. So that was how it was. The structure of power and class in this country was truly clear at a glance. In Orario, adventurers also held fairly high status, but perhaps because there were so many of them, and because the guild managed them, adventurers were more like guardians of the city than a privileged class. Of course, they enjoyed privileges too, but cases of them bullying civilians rarely occurred. Civilians could even use morality to pressure adventurers. In Rakia, that was impossible. If any civilian dared to do such a thing, they would be convicted of insulting a warrior. The war god Ares only favored powerful warriors. He was not a god who treated all children of the lower world with mercy. In fact, one could even call him cruel. He did not bear justice on his shoulders, he only pursued the pleasure of war. On top of that, he was missing a screw in his head, acted without considering the consequences, and possessed a troubling level of mobility. That was Rayleigh's simple summary based on his understanding of Ares. The main character had arrived first, and only then did the ceremonial procession enter. Among that procession was a handsome man with a troubled expression. His gaze was fixed entirely on Ares, like an adult worrying over an immature child. That was the king of Rakia, Marius. Your Majesty. Rise. Hey, Marius, hurry up already, Ares called to the king of an entire nation, turning his head as though this were the most natural thing in the world. To the cunning nobles, a so-called god, once his divine power was sealed, was little more than a mascot. A machine that bestowed fauna. As long as they worshipped him properly, their own status would remain secure. The way they looked at Ares even carried a touch of indulgent affection, because whether a god ruled the kingdom or the royal family ruled the kingdom, it did not affect their pleasures. A troublesome king was worse than a patron god with nothing but war in his head. What a pitiful man. Rather than a king, Marius was more like a puppet. Or perhaps, Ares' secretary. Aside from handling endless state affairs every day and cleaning up after Ares, there was nothing for him to do. It was truly absurd. Truly laughable. Just before entering the great cathedral, Ares suddenly stopped beside Rayleigh. He stared curiously and with surprise at this extraordinary guard before him, his eyes shining with interest. Ooh! What an impressive warrior. Ares praised him, then nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not do anything else and simply entered the great cathedral. Rayleigh let out a breath of relief. That guy. No matter how ridiculous he seemed, he was still a god. Rayleigh had disguised himself to this degree and suppressed his reacts to the utmost limit, yet Ares had still read the atmosphere he gave off and judged that he was a capable warrior based purely on instinct. As expected of a war god. A god really was still a god, even if he was missing a few screws. Just then, a beautiful goddess walked past him. The moment Rayleigh saw her, he recognized her identity from her appearance. This was the goddess Phobos. The goddess had long golden hair, with streaks of red mixed into it as though they had been dyed there. The shape of her pupils resembled the star chart of Leo. She wore a white ceremonial dress decorated with feathers. Her expression was perfectly normal. She did not look as though she was troubled by anything in her life. But Rayleigh could sense the agitation in her heart. What was strange was that he did not see the goddess named Batet, whom Eleonora had mentioned. The ceremony seemed to be about to begin. Rayleigh expanded the perception of his Ryuraku and focused it inside the great cathedral. At the same time, he also learned the reason Eleonora had been chosen to enter Ares Familia. I didn't think a skill like this could exist. Rayleigh's expression darkened. Life gestation. Its effects were. Life force greatly increases. Offspring born from the possessor will have tremendous potential. When carrying offspring, the possessor will permanently lose life force. Something like this. Rather than calling it a rare skill, it was practically a curse. And worse, this was Rakia. Even as a princess, her fate could only be to become a breeding mare. Chapter 145, Carve her own path. Ares was the embodiment of martial valor, the god who presided over war, slaughter, and riots. Every aspect of his arcanum was a disaster to the lower world. There was no reason to expect anything like morality from such a god. Once Ares had taken possession of a womb capable of producing outstanding warriors with absolute certainty, it was not difficult to imagine how he would use it. Eleonora's future was easy to picture. And it was bleak beyond measure. She would be forced to repeatedly pair with powerful men, or men who possessed excellent magic and skills, all to provide Ares with a fresh supply of high-grade combatants. From the greed in the eyes of the surrounding nobles, it was obvious that they had already begun looking at the princess as their target. Your Highness, please step forward. The priest waved the staff in his hand, and the path ahead was filled with golden light. Rayleigh could tell that it was some kind of enchantment magic. Only, its effect was unclear. At present, aside from looking gorgeous, its only apparent function was providing illumination in a dimly lit setting. Barefoot, the girl walked across the red carpet and golden radiance, moving with measured steps until she arrived beneath the statue of the god. Ares sat upon the throne before the statue. As everyone knew, when receiving a falna or updating one's ability values, one had to remove their clothes and expose their back. But right now, they were in full public view. Many of the men present could barely suppress the expectation in their hearts, all of them wanting to see the princess's skin. Come on, Aisha, take off your clothes. Ares commanded with great boldness. He did not consider complicated issues. So his reason for doing this was not because he wanted to humiliate the girl. He was simply impatient. Eleonora, or rather, Aisha, stood there with her hands clenched in front of her, her heart caught in an unbearable struggle. Now that the moment has come, I really am afraid, Mother. Was it like this for you back then too? The girl glanced at the man standing beside Ares. Her elder brother. The king of this country. At that moment, Marius did not even direct his gaze toward her. His expression was extremely indifferent. As though the one about to be forced to expose her body in public was not his own younger sister. The tip of the girl's nose stung. She lowered her head, and her eyes turned dull and lifeless. With slightly trembling hands, she undid the clasp of her shawl. The shawl slid down along her slender shoulders and fell neatly to the floor. Her swan-like neck and rounded, snow-white shoulders were exposed. The men's wicked laughter was subtle, but it still reached her ears. Mother. From within her ample bosom, she took out a pendant. Aisha clenched it tightly in her palm. And just then, she seemed to see words inside the gemstone set into the pendant. No. It was a message. She raised her head and looked toward the circular dome of the great cathedral. There, she noticed light being refracted inside. She lifted the pendant with both hands and held it up to touch the beam of light. Then she saw a line of text. Or perhaps, a message left behind. I hope my daughter can live by her own will. Mother. Was this her mother's final message to her? Her own will. To live freely. Aisha gritted her teeth. Memories from her childhood flashed through her mind, along with her mother's expression, empty and hollow like a walking corpse. She had always thought her mother hated her. Not only her, but the other children as well. Because they were monsters who had taken away her life. Because of their births, their mother had died at only 35 years old. And yet, she had left such a message hidden inside this pendant. This mechanism. It was designed so that Aisha would only discover it when she stood before the same choice her mother once had. After seeing this, the choice she made would decide her fate from this day onward. Would she become like her mother? Or would she resist? Even if she did not possess the strength to resist, her will would never submit. Who? Aisha closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she said firmly, Ares, god of war. I refuse to become your tool. I will not accept your fauna, and I will not allow you to control me. Her sudden declaration shocked everyone present. Silence. Utter silence. The princess's words had stunned them all. For a time, not a single sound could be heard. Aside from the sound of flowing water, the great cathedral was deathly still. King Marius also looked toward the blonde princess in surprise. A moment later, someone suddenly shouted, "What kind of joke is this? To dare say such words to Lord Ares, this is disrespect. Do you even know what you're saying, your highness? Even for royalty, this is unforgivable." Ares watched the commotion unfold without the slightest change in expression, as though everything before him were an illusion. He looked at Aisha and said, "Batet familia, the familia you belong to, has already been defeated by me. And you are spoils of war. What is this talk of refusing? From the beginning, you never had that right." Ares's tone was calm. There was no psychological manipulation in it whatsoever. He was simply stating the facts. He stood up and said to the blonde girl below the steps, "Batet lost to me. Her familia was absorbed by mine. This is war. It is only natural for the defeated to have everything taken from them. For you to speak of refusal is a tremendous misunderstanding. You have long since become mine. My spoil of war. One of my important strategic resources. I refuse. Ares." He looked at Marius beside him, scratched his head, then looked back at the girl. Had he said something wrong? Why was this girl still so stubborn? You are unwilling to contribute your power, yet you enjoy special treatment. Do you not find that shameful? Shameful. Aisha laughed from sheer rage. The ones who should feel ashamed are not me, but that incompetent king over there, whose country was stolen from him by you, and these people here who know nothing but pleasure and have no loyalty whatsoever. Girl, are you insulting my warriors? Ares grew angry, and his tone became much heavier. Without hesitation, he drew the sword at his waist and threw it down at the girl's feet. Aisha was afraid the blade would cut her, so she hurriedly dodged aside. Ares laughed and said, "I understand now. Because you were dragged down by Bastet's defeat, you refuse to accept this, don't you? Then pick up the sword and duel one of my warriors. The victor obtains everything. The defeated, no matter how they are treated, shall have no complaints. How about it? I am giving you, a loser, another chance to challenge me. There is no need to thank me for my magnanimity. Simply show me your strength." Jaeger. Ares called forth a knight. He had short brownish-yellow hair, deep-set eyes, a square face, and a tall, powerful build. Aisha looked at her opponent, and her expression turned ugly. What was this supposed to be? A sword duel? He wanted a powerless princess to fight a knight captain. Was this god's head made entirely of muscle? Now, Aisha finally understood how foolish it was to try to reason with a god of war. She did not complain, nor did she hesitate. Instead, she bent down, picked up the sword, gripped it tightly with both hands, and awkwardly assumed the stance of royal swordsmanship. To carve open a path with one sword, someone had once said that was what chivalry was. Ah, yes. It had been an ancient hero. She, too, had originally been a delicate princess, but when her nation faced crisis, she had stepped forward and became a princess knight whose name was recorded in history. Aisha had no desire to study what chivalry truly meant. But it seemed the time had indeed come for her to carve open a path. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Control. Aisha. No. From this day on, I'm abandoning that name. The blonde girl closed her eyes. After letting her resolve build for a moment, she opened those violet eyes again and raised her voice. The name my mother gave me, Eleonora, is my true name. With that, she focused her mind, placing all her attention on the enemy before her. Jaeger Milu. An upper-tier level 2 palace knight. In wartime, he was qualified to command 5,000 cavalry. He was known as a master swordsman, and his reputation was quite impressive. If one only looked at level, Eleonora was merely level 1, and all her ability values were at the lowest I rank. Her opponent was an upper-tier level 2. She had heard his strength had already reached D rank. Perhaps if their blades clashed even once, her wrist would snap. But, Eleonora wanted to win. Please guide me. Flames burned in the girl's eyes. Her stance was proper, but far from perfect. Her skill with the sword amounted only to a certain degree of courtly instruction. But it was the only weapon she had. Jaeger Milu looked at the beautiful girl before him and said, I am grateful to Lord Ares for granting me this opportunity. Be at ease, Princess Aisha. Once I defeat you in this duel, I will ask Lord Ares to let me become your first husband. This man's face was passable enough, but he truly was a narcissist. And extremely disgusting. I already abandoned that name. Eleonora raised the sword in her hands, charged forward, and swung it down at Jaeger. Jaeger merely turned his body to the side. The blade swept past right in front of him without injuring him in the slightest. Yeah. Eleonora changed the downward chop into a slash, altering the direction of her blade and cutting horizontally toward Jaeger. From the beginning, she had never thought such a wide, obvious attack would succeed. That was why she had kept half her strength in reserve to change her move. But it was still useless. Jaeger had already seen through her thoughts. After turning aside, he simply tapped his toes against the floor and retreated, stopping just outside the sword's range by less than a step. Her second strike missed as well. Eleonora did not hesitate. She quickly twisted her waist, turning like a ballet dancer, and used the strength of her whole body to swing the long sword in a full arc, unleashing a spinning slash. Jaeger was somewhat surprised that the princess before him had thought that far ahead. But all he did was draw the sword at his waist together with its scabbard. Without even unsheathing the blade, he used the hilt to block that fully accelerated slash. And he did not move an inch. Oh. As expected of Sir Jaeger. Hey, that man is level 2. I once personally saw him kill 5 wolves and a bear all by himself. I heard he even subjugated 10 goblins alone. Rayleigh, who had been watching the battle, frowned slightly. Level 2. Upper tier. This guy. In his eyes, the strength Jaeger displayed was at most lower tier, perhaps barely approaching mid-tier. Putting aside talented individuals like Elise, Rio, and Kagaya, any random member of Astria Familia could have dealt with this Jaeger within 3 moves when they were still lower tier level 2. And someone like Ace, that monster, did not even need to be mentioned. Against this Jaeger, she could instantly kill him without even taking a full moment. Was it because his opponents were all too weak? This was not strength worth boasting about. His swordsmanship was ordinary too, not even 1% of Kagaya's. And this was enough to be called a master swordsman. Rayleigh finally gained a rough understanding of the gap in combat power between Orario and the outside world. 5 wolves. 1 bear. 10 goblins. Wasn't that something a level 1 should be able to accomplish alone? He looked again at Eleonora, who was already beginning to tire. She had merely received a falna, but had never grown stronger. Her stamina was still that of a sheltered noble daughter. A long sword weighed around 3 pounds. Because of its length and weight distribution, making the tip reach the speed of sound in the instant of a slash would require more than 1,500 kilograms of arm strength. Only a slash of that level could pose a threat to Jaeger. Although Eleonora had only performed one continuous sequence of attacks, many parts of the body were involved in generating force, and it had consumed a considerable amount of stamina. Every sword she swung from this point on would be a forced movement that overdrew her physical strength. Sigh. She said she would help me sneak into the banquet, so how did things end up like this? Rayleigh could not predict what would happen if she lost. In any case, Eleonora would probably become a reproductive weapon for the upper ranks of Rakia Kingdom. If she were a debauched woman, she might be able to use her importance to gain a lofty position. But from what Rayleigh had seen, she was someone who understood shame and valued her chastity deeply. To her, the life other people might dream of would be a living hell. And the previous holder of that skill had exhausted her life force and died at only 35 because of it. Eleonora would likely meet the same fate. It felt a little unpleasant to watch. Rayleigh rubbed his fingers together. Should he bombard the great cathedral with Kido, bury everyone here, and take the goddess Phobos away directly? No. He had not yet coordinated with Phobos. Acting like that would leave too many hidden dangers. Better to try that instead. Rayleigh gathered Ryuryoku in his palm, then shaped it, extending the spiritual power from his fingertips and transforming it into thin threads. To the people of this world, mind was not something visible. There was only one situation in which they could see the shape of magical energy with the naked eye, and that was when looking at magic stones dropped by monsters in the dungeon. Other than that, even elves could only sense magical energy, not see it. Rayleigh had tested it before. Even Riveria could not see Ryuryoku that had not yet been processed into magic. Then there was the matter of hiding one's Ryatsu. Without relying on some special magic item, Rayleigh had yet to meet anyone in this world who could truly conceal their own magical energy. Which meant it was worth a try. Creak. In the middle of the battle, Eleonora suddenly froze. She felt as though she abruptly could not move. Or rather, she could not move according to her own will. Because her body was still moving. It was just that those movements were not coming from her thoughts or her control. What's happening? Is this? Did Jaeger do this? No. That was wrong. There was nothing unusual about Jaeger. It is time to end this, princess. With this strike, I shall carve the mark of Jaeger upon your body. Jaeger Milu smiled confidently, then swung his sword. In the next instant, the girl's figure moved. Completely different from her previous clumsiness and sluggishness, her figure suddenly vanished from where she had been standing. By the time Jaeger reacted and whipped his head around, he discovered that the blonde girl was already standing behind him. At the same time, a sharp pain tore across his cheek. The pain made him release his sword and cover his face with both hands. It hurts. The moment Jaeger's hands touched his face, another sting of pain shot through him. He looked at the blood on his palms. Only then did he understand. He had been cut. There was a gash on his face. Eleonora had absolutely no idea what had just happened. But she could feel a familiar warmth flowing through her body. Is it Ulquiorra? Is he helping me? After realizing this, Eleonora looked at Jaeger, whom she had wounded with her own sword, and could hardly believe it. She had actually cut that Jaeger Milu. Her heart was shaken. But on the surface, the girl was anything but docile. She spoke, not a bad mark. It suits you. Chapter 147, Gods do not break promises. Seeing the girl immediately grow smug, Rayleigh felt he had caught a glimpse of the princess's fundamentally troublesome nature. He examined the spiritual threads extending from his fingertips. Only he could see them, thin strands of Ryuryoku descending from above and connecting to the blonde girl's body. This was the Quincy clan's secret technique, Ransatengai. Right now, Eleonora was essentially a marionette being controlled by him. Originally, this was a supreme technique created by the Quincy to prevent aging bodies and severe injuries from affecting their ability to fight. In the face of this technique, things like dissolved muscles, severed tendons, broken bones, and fractures had no meaning. Because what was actually controlling the body was spiritual power. He had also tried using it on Jaeger, but it had failed. It seemed this technique could only control oneself, or individuals far weaker than oneself. If the target was even slightly too strong, they could directly resist it. Through these spiritual threads, he had also injected Kaido into the girl's body, repairing her muscle strain. And because of that operation, he discovered something else: he could cast Kido through the body of the person he was controlling. Just now, he had controlled Eleonora's body and used Shuinpa. Perhaps the intense pain she felt in that instant had triggered a massive surge of adrenaline. Her ankle still had not recovered. The girl had not yet realized that her ankle was already swollen. The power of Kaido was gathering there, repairing the overburdened joint. Too weak. I have to control her with far more precision. Rayleigh reviewed his own handling of the technique, then moved his fingers slightly. Eleonora's body moved again. The sword in the girl's hand thrust straight forward. Its target was Jaeger's eye. Jaeger was startled and hurriedly raised his sword to parry. But the girl's sword merely tapped lightly against Jaeger's blade before immediately pulling away. That light. Right. The princess's ability values were at the lowest rank. The difference in strength between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Heh. That's right. There's no need to panic at all. Jaeger recovered from his alarm and immediately wanted to toss out a few cocky words, hoping to recover the dignity he had just dropped all over the floor. But the moment he moved his sword away, he saw a small, pale fist flying toward his face. Aya. Before Jaeger could react, the punch landed squarely on his eye socket. Tears burst from his eyes. He stumbled backward several steps, clutching his eye and groaning nonstop. How is this possible? Why is the princess's fist so strong? I'm level 2. Jaeger's ugly display made the surrounding spectators ridicule him, while also drawing a great deal of doubt and surprise. The doubt was directed at Jaeger. The surprise was directed at the princess. The princess is actually suppressing Jaeger. No way. The princess is getting stronger the longer she fights. Don't tell me Jaeger is going to lose. What kind of joke is this? He can't even beat a woman. The doubts surrounding him grew denser, turning piercing and unbearable. Jaeger clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, then raised his head and glared viciously at Eleonora. Ha! Jaeger finally became serious. The speed he erupted with in that instant was several times greater than before. In a flash, he arrived in front of the princess, holding his sword with both hands. Eleonora was startled by his speed. But the response her body made did not match her panicked expression at all. She calmly raised her free left hand. With the heel of her palm facing upward, she pushed directly against the pommel of Jaeger's sword. Jaeger's momentum halted. Eleonora turned her body slightly, then extended one leg to block Jaeger's shin. Just like that, Jaeger fell forward, face first toward the floor. Bang. After Jaeger, clad in knight armor, collapsed, he struggled several times before barely managing to turn himself over. Puffed. When the girl saw his sorry state, she could not help but laugh in an extremely unkind manner. Jaeger's neck turned red with anger. He punched the ground, then actually began removing his knight armor on the spot. In his eyes, it was this heavy armor that had caused him to be repeatedly toyed with by a weak woman. The people around them seemed to think the same thing. The moment Jaeger removed his armor, the same thought appeared in their minds. The game was over. This time, Jaeger did not even throw out any threats. He simply slashed directly at Eleonora. He intended to overwhelm all technique with pure force. The fastest, strongest strike. He would end the fight immediately. There were healers present so the princess would not die. Besides, it was necessary to brand his future woman with awe and fear toward him. Rayleigh could tell at a glance that his opponent had developed killing intent. He lifted his finger slightly and Eleonora began to move. She did not dodge or retreat, she charged straight toward Jaeger. When the distance was right, she raised her left hand and placed her palm directly against the side of the rapidly descending blade. Blue patterns covered her beautiful hand. With a light push, Jaeger immediately felt a tremendous force applied sideways to his sword, causing his whole body to tilt sharply. Eleonora lifted her leg high and kicked Jaeger in the neck. A ringing filled his ears as Jaeger's consciousness instantly drifted away. His mind went blank. Then Eleonora slashed Jaeger across the abdomen, only stopping after that. The intense pain dragged Jaeger back from his numb daze. He clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground in agony, his face pressed to the floor, his eyes filled with fear. He could feel blood spraying out of his abdomen. So hot. Scalding hot. And yet his body was growing colder and colder. Help. Help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Healer, hurry and save me. Jaeger began crying for help at the top of his lungs. His disgraceful behavior made the people present show expressions of disgust. Even so, Marius still ordered the healers to use healing magic on him. After all, this was a level 2, high-grade combat asset. Then he looked at his younger sister in surprise. Aisha, when did you become so strong? Your skill, who taught you? Seeing that her elder brother had stepped forward without offering even the slightest word of concern, the blonde girl felt her heart fill with disappointment. At the same time, she gave up on him completely. He was no longer the elder brother from her childhood. Now, he was only His Majesty the King of Rakia. And so, she ignored him entirely. Instead, she looked toward Ares. I won. Will you honor your promise, Lord God? Well done, girl, what a beautiful swordsmanship. You were practically like a Valkyrie. This only makes me feel even more strongly that bringing you into my familia is the right choice. What? Eleonora's expression changed when she heard Ares's words. She questioned him sharply, are you saying you don't intend to keep your promise? No. Gods do not break promises. But in war, victory and defeat are common occurrences. Even as the god of war, I am no exception. This time, it is true that you won. But I can wage war again and again without limit. As long as I am not dead, I will continue doing so forever. The princess was stunned. She had never imagined that a dignified god could be so shameless. And that he would act so openly unreasonable. Was this what a god was? When he said those words, there was not the slightest guilt or shame in him. Instead, he was simply carrying out his own beliefs. Were the values of gods truly so difficult for humans to understand? Bloodkin of Marius, you have already fought once. I will not take advantage of your exhaustion. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to fight a new opponent. As for the banquet, it will proceed as planned. Consider it an early celebration for such an excellent member joining my familia. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, I'll definitely go to Orario. Eleonora had fallen completely into despair. She dropped the sword in her hand. Then she collapsed to the floor, sitting there limply. From her biceps to her forearms, from her wrists to her fingers, every part of her arms ached so badly that she could no longer summon any strength. More importantly, her fighting spirit had been beaten down until it was barely alive. She understood now. With her strength alone, there was no way she could stand against the entirety of Rakia Kingdom. Nor could she resist a tyrannical, willful god. Unless she could defeat every single person in Rakia Kingdom all by herself, she would never be able to escape this place. I'm sorry. Mother. It seems our resistance was futile from the very beginning. Someone, take Her Highness back to the palace to rest. King Marius gave the order. Rayleigh had a flash of inspiration and used Ransatangai to control the empty suit of armor, making it walk into the great cathedral and help Eleonora up before leading her away from the scene. At the same time, he memorized the goddess Phobos's Ryatsu. With that, as long as she remained within the royal palace, he would be able to locate her through Ryuraku. Even if she went beyond that range, he could still use Bakuto number 58 to track her from a distance. As for the fact that Eleonora had not received Ares' Falna, some people below felt regret, while others felt relieved. But they all knew it was only a matter of time. Eleonora walked through the royal palace with vacant, lifeless eyes. Then, suddenly, a voice rang out. Which way is your room? The girl abruptly raised her head and looked at the knight beside her. Are you Okiora? Idiot. Ha. That thing beside you is empty armor. I'm hiding right now and communicating with you through a unique technique. Empty armor? Eleonora stared in shock and began feeling around inside the suit of knight armor in front of her. Then she discovered that there really was no one inside. Seeing this strange phenomenon, she instantly connected it to what had happened earlier, when her body had moved beyond her control. So your ability works on things other than people too. People are objects as well. In essence, they're no different from inorganic matter. But controlling humans is simpler, because I can borrow the body's own functions, which saves a lot of effort. What? The girl looked utterly confused. Rayleigh, however, suddenly grew animated. You're one of those antis, huh? Huh. What was this guy talking about? He was so hard to understand. Following the girl's directions, Rayleigh brought her to the princess's residence. It was spacious. But if one asked whether it was luxurious, it did not quite reach that level. At most, it was decent. Considering that she had previously only been a dependent of a subordinate goddess, this kind of treatment was normal. Compared to her identity as a princess, her identity as a member of Ares Familia would have been far more useful. Thank you for helping me earlier. Being able to teach that narcissist a lesson honestly felt really satisfying. Eleonora forced a smile as she spoke. But there was not the slightest trace of the pleasure she described on her face. If I weren't a princess, that would have been nice. If I could, I'd like to be like the protagonists in stories, traveling everywhere, walking freely across the land, broadening my horizons, and adventuring to my heart's content. The girl curled up on the bed, hugging her knees and resting her face between them. Rayleigh had the empty suit of knight armor stand outside while he himself sat on a chair, tasting the special black tea provided by the royal palace. Although Rakia Kingdom's national strength felt backward to him, the quality of this tea was truly beyond criticism. As expected of parasites feeding off the nation. They would never mistreat themselves. Hearing the sound of him drinking tea, Eleonora's face fell. A pitiful princess is pouring out her tragic fate to you. Can't you show a little more consideration? Rayleigh opened the milk pot, added fresh milk into the black tea, and spoke with a calm expression. If I weren't considerate, your face would be black and blue right now. TCH. The princess pouted. After a moment, she could no longer endure the silence and asked again, Hey, how many countries have you been to? Because Rayleigh had claimed to be a wandering mercenary, that was why the girl asked. She thought that a wandering mercenary must have traveled through many places. Rayleigh was slightly stumped by the question. From his starting point to Orario, he had indeed passed through quite a few countries. Those countries each had their own characteristics, and their otherworldly atmosphere had been strong. Rayleigh had liked them well enough. But he could not really say whether any of them were good or bad. I've been to quite a few. Thailand, Singapore, America, things like that. The girl blinked her large eyes, her curiosity fully drawn out. She said in surprise, so there are that many countries in the world. No. Those countries were not in this world at all. Although Rayleigh silently retorted in his heart, he could not say that aloud. Oh, right. Have you been to Orario? The girl suddenly asked in a voice full of expectation. That question made Rayleigh pause. He had not expected her to bring up Orario. I've heard it's called the Labyrinth City, but I haven't been there yet. I see. What a shame. Eleonora's excitement dimmed for a moment. But she soon recovered. She said, Orario is a city built on top of the Great Labyrinth, one of the 3 great unexplored regions. There are many gods and their familiars there, all aiming to conquer the Great Labyrinth. The adventurers of Orario are incredibly strong. In the war against Rakia Kingdom, there was even a hero who shattered an entire army all by himself. He was practically a figure straight out of legend. The girl seemed to have opened the floodgates, speaking endlessly about Orario. She was extremely interested in the stories that bards had brought from Orario. She also knew of many famous adventurers in the city. When Rayleigh heard titles like Nine Hell and Braver come from her mouth, his feelings became rather complicated. After all, those people were not exactly strangers to him. One could even say he was familiar with them. Their relationships were quite good too. If one day I can escape this cage, I'll definitely go to Orario and see the legendary Labyrinth City with my own eyes. As Rayleigh listened to the girl's longing, what he thought in his heart was that princesses and royal daughters really did seem to be more or less the same. Asfi was the princess of the seaside country. Kaguya was the princess of the Gajuno family, one of the 8 great noble houses of the Far East. Riveria was royalty among the elves. Even the black and white elves of Freya Familia were rulers from elven tribes. All he could say was that Orario truly deserved to be called the center of the world. Chapter 149, Banquet. Before the banquet began, Rayleigh and Eleonora came up with a plan. Rayleigh would enter the banquet as a performer and provide musical accompaniment. In other words, he would be part of the atmosphere. You're really sure this is all right? Court musicians are all top class. I feel like there won't be any problem. You feel like? The princess sighed, then asked, fine. What instruments are you good at? Instruments. Rayleigh thought for a moment before answering, piano and violin, I suppose. Who taught you? I taught myself. Huh. How could you possibly teach yourself something like that? Are you joking? No. I really did learn by myself. If I had to say it, my teacher was sheet music. That does not make me feel reassured. Eleonora felt utterly exhausted. Just to be safe, she asked again, how long have you studied? Rayleigh counted on his fingers. Seeing him extend 4 fingers, Eleonora frowned slightly. Only 4 years. Music was a skill that required time to mature. Even a genius, without long study and guidance from a famous teacher, would quickly become no different from the masses. As for a self-taught musician with only 4 years of experience, they could not even be called third-rate. Rayleigh shook his head. Not 4 years. Not 4 years. Wait. How old was this guy anyway? With that mask on, she could not see clearly. Could he actually be much older than she thought? Was it just that his voice sounded young? Ahem. How old are you, sir? No, I mean, are you saying you studied for 40 years? 4 days. Rayleigh gave an extremely calm answer that left Eleonora speechless. You are, days. 4 days. Are you an idiot? 4 days. That means you're basically a complete beginner. Tonight's banquet is very important. If your performance is terrible, they really might cut off your hands on the spot, or even kill you. Seeing how worked up she was, Rayleigh said, but I think I play fairly well. My violin is decent too. Ah, forget it. I studied for 2 years myself. Listen to my level first, then reconsider. Among the court education the princess had received was musical performance. Coincidentally, she also knew how to play the violin. She took a case out of the cabinet, then removed a violin and bow from within. After a brief tuning, she began to play a solo piece. The melody had apparently been composed by an elven bard. As Rayleigh listened to the melody, he nodded slightly. His musical sensibility was fairly average. One could even say it was a little bad. He was not especially sensitive to music and could only distinguish whether something sounded good or bad. Faced with impressive techniques, the only evaluation he could really offer was the simplest and most direct kind of praise. Eleonora's performance sounded quite nice. It was simply pleasant to listen to. But it did not give him a soul-stirring feeling. This was the result of diligently raising proficiency. There were no techniques worth showing off, nor any particular emotion poured into it. It was simply the product of hard work making up for lack of talent. When the piece ended, the blonde girl looked at him with violet eyes, holding her bow as though it were a teacher's pointer. Now do you understand? Even with my level, I can't even reach the heels of the court musicians. I'm only about 1/10 as good as they are. You've only studied for 4 days. You probably haven't even mastered the posture yet. I advise you to give up on this idea and switch to another plan. 1/10, huh? Rayleigh was somewhat surprised. If that was the case, then this was more than enough. Or rather, if court musicians were only at that level, then he was already far above them. Can I try? Rayleigh pointed at the violin in the girl's hand. The moment Eleonora heard that, she knew he still had not given up. So, in order to make him abandon the idea, she directly pushed the violin into his hands. Rayleigh accepted the violin. Unlike Eleonora, he did not stand. He simply sat there casually, placed the bow against the strings, and began to play. In an instant, Eleonora's eyes widened. She looked at the men before her and could no longer look away. This melody. It's so precise. Yet within that precision, it was so stirring. 4 days. Don't joke with me. This was clearly master-level skill. As Rayleigh controlled the violin in his hand, he could feel the effect of his skill. Jif blessing, minor. In just 4 days, he had already obtained technique surpassing that of court musicians. And his progress in painting was even faster. With these two artistic skills, he had needed only 4 days to reach a realm ordinary people could never attain in their entire lives. And this was not even the complete form of Alpheus' skill, yet it already possessed this level of strength. What an insane skill I have. Rayleigh quietly sighed. Unfortunately, the princess beside him heard it, and her face immediately filled with black lines. Who praises themselves like that? Well, it really is amazing, assuming what you said is true. 4 days. No matter how she thought about it, that was impossible. This was not learning ability that could be described with a word like genius. It was simply monstrous. Rayleigh, who had no idea how to explain, chose silence. He picked up the sheet music Eleonora had studied before and memorized the pieces, enriching his own stock. If the banquet went on for too long, the number of pieces he knew might not be enough. After the sun set, in the corridor leading to the banquet hall, Eleonora had changed into a formal dress and looked extremely elegant. She looked at Rayleigh, who was still wearing his mask, and asked with a strange expression. You're not planning to go in like that, are you? Even I can't bring someone that's suspicious into the venue. Rayleigh paused. Ah. She meant the mask. Because it was something constructed from Riryoku, he felt nothing at all while wearing it. After getting used to the narrow field of vision, he had almost forgotten the mask was even there. He raised a hand, grabbed the mask on his face, and pulled it off. The eerie mask immediately broke apart into erasure and scattered away. His disguised appearance was revealed beneath it. When Eleonora saw that beneath the mask was the face of a white-haired boy who did not look much older than herself, her eyes widened, and her throat went dry. For a moment, she could not make a sound. What is it? Eleonora fell into conflicted silence. This guy couldn't possibly be younger than her, could he? She had been treating him with quite a bit of respect earlier. But the moment she realized he might be younger than her, she felt as though she had been tricked. Why was that? Forget it. It's nothing, let's go in. Thank you. Rayleigh knew that if not for her promise to him, the girl probably would not have attended this banquet that caused her so much pain. Because of what had happened during the day, appearing here now should be deeply tormenting for her. Even so, she had honored their agreement. The two stepped into the banquet hall together. Almost instantly, the gazes of most of the people present gathered on them. Rayleigh could feel the girl beside him go completely tense. Chapter 150, Musician. The princess, who should have been the central figure of the banquet, received no welcome at all when she arrived. Instead, people looked at her with mocking gazes. I want to run away from here right now. Run beyond the kingdom. Eleonora secretly encouraged herself, enduring those unpleasant stares as she walked into the banquet hall with elegant steps. Rayleigh followed behind her. With his current identity, he could not walk beside the girl or ahead of her in this sort of setting. Well, if it isn't Her Highness the Princess. During the day, you seemed rather unwell at the end. Are you certain it's all right for you to attend the banquet like this? Rayleigh watched from the side as the girl dealt with those important people, while calmly sweeping his gaze across the venue in search of the figure he wanted to find. There. The goddess with the eyes of Leo. Her overly eye-catching figure stood out brilliantly even in a place like this. Suddenly, Rayleigh heard someone ask the princess, and this gentleman is. Following the explanation they had prepared in advance, Eleonora answered, he is a highly accomplished master of music. Oh. A master of music. Him. Heh. Those people did not even bother hiding the contempt in their hearts. After all, they had never seen such a young master musician who looked not even 20 years old. Seeing this, Rayleigh introduced himself. My lords, I am a bard who has traveled through many nations. Music is only one of my talents. I am also highly skilled in painting. Tonight, I have come to perform for you all. Humph, traveled through many nations. Hee hee. How many countries have you been to? An arrogant-looking noble asked as Rayleigh smiled faintly. Then he answered, 72. Puffed. That noble coughed as though he had choked. Most of the red wine in his mouth sprayed out. Why you? He had originally thought this brat would give a single-digit number. He had not expected 72. Hey. What do you think this place is? Don't just run your mouth here. How old are you? How could you possibly have traveled to that many countries? Clearly, the noble did not believe Rayleigh's nonsense. That was only natural. After all, convenient transportation had not yet become widespread in this world. Even if there were great ships that could travel across deserts, fortresses that soared through the skies, or battleships so advanced even the gods were amazed by them, such technology was not commonly available. I see. It's only natural for you to have such doubts, my lord. In truth, one of my ancestors was an elf, and both my parents carried half-elven blood. Although by my generation only 1/8 of it remains, theoretically speaking, my lifespan still exceeds 600 years. Rayleigh was lying shamelessly and without restraint. Even Eleonora, standing beside him, stared at him in shock. She could not tell whether Rayleigh was telling the truth or not, because somehow, it actually sounded plausible. 1/8 elven blood. It felt strange, yet she could not find any obvious flaw on it. The arrogant noble's head was also full of question marks. This had already entered a blind spot in his knowledge. But for the sake of his dignity, he did not want to show that he did not understand. Ahem. Oh, so that's how it is. Then go ahead and perform. Actually, I once saw someone with 1/8 elven blood perform as well. Right, what instrument will you be playing? The piano, my lord. Oh, yes. Right. Exactly. The 1/8 elf I saw before also performed on the piano. I even exchanged my thoughts on music with him. Rayleigh smiled pleasantly, and Eleonora felt a chill run down her spine. This guy. He was definitely messing with that old man. And he was enjoying it. Soon, Rayleigh was brought over to the piano. In order to watch someone with 1/8 elven blood perform, the noble dismissed the court musician who had just finished preparing with a single sentence. That was beyond Rayleigh's expectations. For a moment, even that greasy, fat face seemed a little adorable. Rayleigh placed his hands on the keys. In that instant, it was as though he had become one with the piano. That natural atmosphere. The arrogant fat noble was immediately convinced the moment he saw it. This. He was absolutely an expert in music. Although his posture was far from standard and looked almost amateurish, that completely natural feeling made every imperfection seem deliberate. A master. He was definitely a master. Rayleigh quickly searched through the sheet music in his mind, but no matter which piece he chose, something felt slightly lacking. Although this was only a disguise, Rayleigh had still developed an interest in performing and wanted to enjoy himself properly while he had the chance. A melody surfaced in his mind. It stirred memories from his previous life. With the talent granted by his skill, he discovered that he could actually recall every note. As though guided by sudden inspiration, Rayleigh's fingers began to play naturally. The Undead Overture, The Dawn, began. A grand musical style. A gradually rising rhythm. An epic feeling rushed toward everyone in the hall. For a time, the entire banquet hall was enveloped by that pressure. Some people were even so stimulated that their blood seemed to flow faster, the hairs on their bodies standing on end as their minds went completely blank with excitement. Combined with Rayleigh's self-taught, master-level piano technique, he grew more and more exhilarated as he played. What began as simply reproducing the rhythm from his memory gradually evolved into variations, with alternating speeds and shifts in tempo added in. The banquet, which should have been focused on socializing, had now become as quiet as a concert hall. Everyone was immersed in this magnificent performance. Even Eleonora was stunned. What's happening? Seriously, incredible. When the piece ended, Rayleigh could not help himself and immediately connected it into a game track from the world's greatest game, Persona 5. A medieval-style feudal kingdom's banquet was single-handedly set ablaze by Rayleigh, turning into something closer to a dance floor. Okiora, you bastard, what exactly are you thinking? Damn it. Why were her legs moving on their own? Stop shaking. TCH. Since she could not resist it, she might as well enjoy herself. Rayleigh played 5 pieces in a row before finally remembering that he had made absolutely no progress on his actual objective. Only then did he stand, bow to the people in the banquet hall, and withdraw from the performance seat. The court musician who had previously been removed was brought back in with a bewildered expression. Only this time, his performance kept drawing waves of boos from the audience below. Boo! Musician. You're quite something. The first person to approach Rayleigh after he left the performance area immediately gave him a headache. It was Ares. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest and greeted him. Good evening, Lord Ares, God of War. Oh, evening. I'm very well, truly well, and extremely happy. I didn't think the lower world had such an outstanding musician. Compared to Apollo's drowsy music, your pieces truly stirred my blood. They made me want to start a war and fight a grand battle immediately. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth lifted slightly. This was the power of music born from gaming, esports, and blood-pumping battle BGM. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Phobos. After being pestered by Ares for a while, Marius finally dragged him away just before Rayleigh's patience ran out. After all, tonight's banquet had not been held for the sake of a musician, even if that musician was strangely captivating. However, although Rayleigh had managed to shake off Ares, he was immediately surrounded by other gods and nobles. That made him think, this is bad. I accidentally drew too much attention. He should have quietly finished performing, faded into the background, and then approached Phobos. Instead, he had become one of the main focal points of the entire venue. Just as he was troubled by this, Eleonora descended. Her arrival caused the surrounding people to scatter as though avoiding a plague. Rayleigh was finally liberated. Once the two of them gradually lowered their presence, Rayleigh, led by Eleonora, came to the side of the goddess Phobos, who was standing alone. Princess Aisha, and the impressive musician. Seeing Eleonora come to find her, Phobos seemed somewhat surprised. The girl corrected her, my apologies, Lady Goddess. I have already discarded that name. I see. I'm sorry, Eleonora. Phobos's expression was very gentle, she gave off the impression of someone kind and understanding. So, what business do the two of you have with me? Phobos asked, going straight to the point. Until now, she had not displayed any particular charm in public, nor did she have any connection with the princess, so she was certain there had to be a reason behind this. Rayleigh spoke at this moment. The truth is, Lady Goddess, while I am a musician, I am also skilled in painting. Oh my. That really is impressive. But my painting has reached a bottleneck. I cannot advance any further, and that troubles me greatly. It is like standing one step away from the summit of a mountain, yet no matter what I do, I cannot see the view from the peak. Rayleigh spun nonsense with remarkable emotion, then he directly stated his request. I wish to paint something that does not exist in the lower world. In other words, a god. More precisely, a goddess. A beautiful goddess. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. No. I am merely stating a fact. That is why I wish to paint you, Lady Goddess. Please grant me permission. Eh? You want to paint me? Phobos rested one hand against her cheek, her beautiful eyes curved gently, making her look very charming. A long time ago, she had indeed had followers who built statues for her, although she had been quite moved by the gesture, the appearance of those statues had honestly been difficult for her to accept. There were even some people who, because she was the patron goddess of Leo, had directly carved her into a lion-headed human body. This was the first time anyone had asked her to act as a model for a portrait. However, she had additional concerns, so she did not dare accept his offer. Thus, she answered, I'm sorry, but I think I should refuse. Hearing her say that, Rayleigh was not surprised. Instead, he said, what I wish to paint is precisely your current state, Lady Goddess. Sorrow, hesitation, anticipation, those complex emotions are exactly what I want to express. What are you talking about? Phobos's expression suddenly became unnatural. I only hope you can trust in my ability, Lady Goddess. Phobos looked at the human boy before her, still hesitant in her heart. There was something she wanted to ask, but she could not ask it in this place. If someone overheard them, everything would be over. Very well. Phobos accepted Rayleigh's request. On the way back, however, Phobos immediately began to regret it. Why had she agreed to a stranger's request? Clearly, this was not the right time to invite complications. The distress letter she had sent to Orario had yet to receive any response. Did they not intend to help her? Sigh. Inside the carriage, Phobos revealed an exhausted expression. She was close to being unable to hide things any longer. The Kratzo family was even more obsessed with restoring their former glory than she had imagined. A person capable of forging Kratzo magic swords had appeared once again among the Kratzo bloodline, Wealth Kratzo. The Kratzo family had asked her to report this matter to Ares, but because of Welf himself, she had chosen to conceal it. Being able to forge magic swords was not a blessing for that child, it was a burden. Welf did not want to forge magic swords, he even despised them. If Ares obtained someone like him, Welf would undoubtedly be used for military purposes. He would become nothing more than a tool for creating magic swords. A worried expression doesn't suit you, Lady Phobos. Inside the carriage, where Phobos should have been alone, a man's voice suddenly sounded. Phobos's expression changed drastically. Then she saw the air before her twist, as though a sheet of cloth had been lifted away. After the distortion faded, the one who appeared there was the young musician from the banquet hall. You. Snap. A crisp snap of Rayleigh's fingers rang out. A barrier instantly covered the carriage, preventing any sound from passing outside. Please remain calm, Lady Phobos. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Rayleigh of Hephaestus Familia. Rayleigh changed his appearance back to its original form. White hair and eyes as deep as an abyss were a rarity almost never seen in Rakia. His words, after leaving Phobos briefly stunned, immediately filled her with joy. Hephaestus. She had sent a child of her familia to Rakia, he had come to help her. Rayleigh, you came from Orario. That's right. In other words, Orario accepted my request. The guild accepted it, but the request was not made public. It was privately entrusted to us, Hephaestus Familia. Also, this time, I came alone. As he spoke, Rayleigh suddenly remembered Lulion's existence, so he corrected himself. Just me, and one member of Hermes Familia. The smile on Phobos's face instantly became forced. After a few seconds, she could no longer maintain it, it turned into anxiety. You came to Rakia Kingdom with only 2 people. That's far too dangerous. Hearing her say that, Rayleigh looked into those Leo-shaped pupils while also sensing the goddess's Ryuraku, confirming that her words came directly from the heart. Rather than complaining, she first worried about the dependent of her friend. No wonder this goddess could become friends with his own patron goddess, she was a kind goddess unlike Ishtar. I can't say there is no danger, but please leave this to me. Rayleigh showed a confident smile. The only situation he truly worried about was having information leaked and ending up surrounded by Rakia Kingdom's army. With his current strength, he still could not face the military power of Rakia Kingdom all by himself, especially not while protecting hostages. He had to prioritize their safety when considering how to act. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Charming. Rayleigh, thank you so much. And Hephaestus too. To be honest, I'm almost unable to keep the Kratzo family under control anymore. They're already planning to bypass me and report Welf's existence directly to Ares. Even as a goddess, Phobos looked exhausted. Her eyes seemed to have dimmed considerably. Worry filled her voice as she said, once Ares learns that Kratzo magic swords have returned to the world, he will definitely use them for war immediately, causing even more conflict and chaos in the lower world. That child. Welf resists forging magic swords. Putting Ares aside for the moment, the others will not allow him to waste such precious talent. In the end, they may even come up with inhumane methods to threaten him. As she spoke, imagining such a scene, Phobos clasped her hands tightly together. In that moment, she looked less like a goddess and more like a helpless woman. And in truth, that was exactly what she was. Having lost her familia, she had even lost the reverence people once held for her. As long as Ares did not use his divine power, no matter how absurd or unreasonable his actions were, they would still be considered acceptable in this kingdom. Even Orario could not completely restrict the thoughts and actions of gods. Just like when Apollo Familia attacked Hestia Familia in order to force Belcranal to join them, even though people had been seriously injured, as long as no one died, the guild's handling of the matter would not have any substantial effect. Nor could they forcibly suppress it. Even Ganesha Familia could only maintain order. They could not violently stop Apollo Familia, because Apollo Familia was not part of Evolus. It was like the difference between a civil matter and a criminal matter. Pollo Familia had understood that boundary very well. And outside Orario, there was not even a management organization like the guild. That was why Ares' authority had swollen to such an extent. Although Ares was a musclehead, if he truly obtained Kratzo magic swords, it would become an extremely terrifying situation. Outside the city, including Rakia Kingdom, very few people could reach the level of upper-class adventurers. Among Rakia Kingdom's 100,000 soldiers, those who had reached level 2 or above could be counted on one hand. The main reason was that the outside world did not have the dungeon. The monsters born from the dungeon possessed strength far beyond that of surface monsters. On the surface, threats comparable to middle-floor monsters were rare. Even the appearance of a single minotaur would cause a commotion and require the deployment of a knight order, or even an army, to deal with. In such an environment, gaining the exilia and great feats necessary to level up was extremely slow. That was why Orario was the center of the world. Because of the existence of the dungeon, the gods, and the guild, all of them together formed the labyrinth city, attracting countless adventurers who sought fame and glory. For that same reason, the city also restricted high-level adventurers, preventing them from leaving, so as to stop the outflow of elite combat power. I understand the situation. In that case, we should leave as soon as possible. But Ares keeps very strict watch over us subordinate gods. Leaving probably won't be that easy. Ah. Right, how did you get in here? Rayleigh looked at the startled goddess and thought that although this goddess looked fairly intelligent, her reaction speed was unexpectedly slow. She was only wondering about that now. Just then, the carriage jolted slightly. In that instant, Rayleigh witnessed something that left him utterly stunned. That sway. That amplitude. That aftershock. It made no sound, yet through the sheer process of movement alone, it allowed one's eyes to experience an indescribable sense of weight and softness. He took back what he had said earlier. This was not the body type of an intelligent person. At the very least, with that much capacity, it had to be taking up a lot of CPU and memory. The result was that her brain occasionally displayed symptoms of natural airheadedness. Rayleigh held his breath, suppressed the cold gasp he had nearly drawn in, and slowly exhaled, hiding the shock he felt inside. Judging purely by visible scale, even in Orario, where goddesses gathered in abundance, perhaps only the goddess of the harvest, Demeter, could put up a fight against her. I used magic that can conceal my form. Invisibility magic. No wonder. There were clearly so many people outside, yet this boy had managed to enter the carriage. Even Phobos, who had been sitting inside the carriage, had not noticed that someone was right in front of her. If he had that kind of ability, then perhaps they really could escape. Phobos suddenly gained a little confidence in Rayleigh. The carriage soon arrived at Phobos's residence. She stepped down from the carriage. A young man who looked to be around 20 years old was standing there, as though he had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Phobos, his face lit up with joy and he walked forward. Welcome back, Lady Goddess. Ah, thank you for waiting here especially for me, Clyston. Not at all. I simply wanted to see you as soon as possible after being separated from you for half a day, Lady Goddess. Phobos's smile became somewhat strained. Her gaze occasionally shifted behind her, as though she wanted to confirm something. As for the young man in front of her, his name was Clyston. He was a member of Ares Familia, a level 2. He served as a squadron commander in Rakia Kingdom's Knight Order, with the authority to command 150 knights and 600 soldiers. Ares had entrusted him with an important duty. Namely, monitoring the subordinate gods. Clyston was young and full of ambition. The first time he saw Phobos, his heart had been captured by her beauty, a beauty that did not belong to the lower world. From that moment onward, he had always longed to receive the favor of a goddess like the heroes in ancient tales, to experience a world-shaking romance between human and god. More importantly, he wanted the goddess to become infatuated with him. He wanted her to be so enchanted by him that she lost herself completely. In stories, the heroine would often give everything she had for the protagonist, no matter the cost. He hoped that he, too, could be treated that way. What Clyston did not know was that Phobos had long since seen through the intent in his gaze, which could not have been any more obvious. And in daily life, Phobos did everything she could to avoid being alone with him. Although she did not think he had the courage to truly offend a god, as long as she shared the same space with him, Phobos felt uncomfortable all over. She tried not to look at this unpleasant man and walked directly toward her residence. It was a noble's mansion. Though whose mansion it had originally been, she did not know. Now, its purpose was to serve as Phobos's cage. Because the movements of subordinate gods had to be followed by watchers whenever they went out, Phobos spent most of her time alone in her room, avoiding Clyston as much as possible and rarely coming out. She returned to her room, closed the door, sat down by the bed and after letting out a sigh, fell backward. Her long golden hair spread across the bed, looking even finer than the silk sheets beneath her. She pressed the back of her hand against her forehead and narrowed her eyes slightly. After her long eyelashes trembled twice, her breathing gradually evened out, and before long, she had fallen asleep. Seeing how exhausted she was, Rayleigh covered her with a thin blanket before temporarily taking his leave. Chapter 153, I Want to Go Home. After leaving Phobos's residence, Rayleigh used Ryatsu to search for Lolyun's location and arrived in front of a certain building. Ordinary objects usually could not block Ryatsu, so he went straight to one of the walls. Lolyun was on the other side. He placed one hand against the wall, and voices from inside reached his ears. The first voice belonged to the Beastman girl and there was anger in her tone. This isn't what we agreed on. I already paid in advance to use your passage, and now you're raising the price at the last second. Don't you think that's against the rules? A man snorted disdainfully. Price changes are normal. You can choose not to use it, but we won't refund the money. You call doubling the price normal? Hee hee, that's right. Let me say this first. Right now, ours is the only route you can use. Lillian stared at the men in front of her, so angry that she gritted her teeth. If possible, she would have preferred to simply pay more and settle the matter quietly, than use their hidden passage without causing trouble. But she did not have enough money on hand, and moving funds around would take time. The problem was whether anything would happen during that time. Thinking of the rumors about her current partner, she felt afraid. The only man in Orario with the nickname Thousand-Man Slayer. Even the infamous Arachnia might not necessarily have killed that many people. This isn't the first time we've worked together. Let me take the person out first, and I'll send the money later. How about it? No. Lillian's eyes widened in fury. But the man suddenly asked, "Hey, you're from Orario, aren't you?" Nanny. A flash of panic crossed Lillian's face. And that did not escape the man's eyes. So he immediately continued, "There's no use playing dumb. Don't think our previous deals left no traces behind. Sir Knight, it's her. She's the spy sent by Orario. With this, I can make up for my mistake, right?" The man suddenly spoke in a fawning tone to another person in the room. "A knight. A knight. Emer, you bastard. Have you lost your mind?" Lillian cried out in shock. This guy was involved in treasonous business himself. And he actually dared to report her to a knight? What kind of joke was that? It wasn't as if there was some deep grudge between them that required mutual destruction, so did he really have to go this far? The Beastman girl looked at the four men in front of her. One of them was a kingdom knight. In other words, he was at least an upper-class adventurer. Although she was also level 2, she was a complete novice when it came to combat. She would not be a match for a knight who had trained in swordsmanship since childhood. Worse, she was outnumbered. Damn it. This room did not even have a window. There was nowhere to run. You've done well. You caught one of Orario's insects. Rest assured, as long as you still have value and continue helping me find these pests, I can overlook your crimes, the Kingdom Knight said to the criminals. Yes, Sir Knight. Although Emer was smiling, his heart was burning with rage. That bastard knight. After catching their tail, he had not arrested them. Instead, he forced them to keep doing this, turning them into tools he could use to make money and earn achievements. Originally, they had wanted to kill him off, but the bastard was unexpectedly vicious. He had captured their families and thrown them into prison. They could not even get close to a place like that, let alone rescue anyone. With hostages used against them, they could only obey. He really could not tell who the villain was anymore. Damn it. No. There was no such thing as good people or bad people. That kind of thing did not matter at all. They were simply too weak. And the weak could only be exploited. Shing. The knight drew his sword and spoke to the three criminals, "You three, grab her for me. Otherwise, I'll cut you down." Why yes. The three men approached Lillian from different directions. One of them held a hemp rope and handed both ends to his companions on either side, then began tightening the encirclement. Damn it. Should I use it? Lillian looked at the tattoo on the back of her hand. This was the communication magic used to call Yodasai. And then there was. She reached toward the pouch fastened above her hips. Inside were self-defense tools Asfi had given her. If used properly, they could restrain even a level 5 for an instant. At the very least, it would take 6 or 7 seconds to break free. As for these opponents, they probably would not be able to move for an hour or two. Just as she was hesitating over what to do. Boom. The wall suddenly exploded. The bricks that flew out scattered at incredible speed, sending the three approaching men flying backward at once. The bricks that did not hit anyone embedded themselves directly into the inner walls, blasting several holes straight through them. Lillian stared blankly at the scene that had unfolded without warning, her face full of confusion. She looked toward the place where the wall had blown open. A large hole had appeared there, wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through side by side. Then a person stepped through the opening. "Monst, it's you." Rayleigh glanced at the Beastman girl, then looked at the men lying on the ground and groaning. "Sorry for the interruption." He walked into the room. There, he saw the Kingdom Knight staring at him as though facing a mortal enemy. Rayleigh raised one finger toward him. "Heido number 1, show." Bang. The knight felt as though a sledgehammer had smashed straight into his face. Stars burst across his vision, and he immediately collapsed. How weak. Rayleigh shook his head, then turned back to the stunned Chianthrope. "I've already met Lady Phobos. There are people watching her, so getting her away without fighting or being noticed will be difficult. As for your situation here, I more or less heard it from outside. In short, if we kill all these guys, the hidden passage belongs to us, right?" A chill ran down Lillian's spine. Kill all of them. He's too terrifying. Probably. Good. Then I'll target all 17 aura signatures in this facility. It became 14. Realizing something, Rayleigh looked at the 3 people lying on the ground. In just a few breaths, they had stopped groaning and fallen into eternal silence. Using Ryuraku to distinguish the identities behind those Ryatsu signatures, Rayleigh confirmed that there were no innocent people among them. Then he touched the floor with one finger. At that moment, 6 points of light appeared around the exterior of the building. The 6 lights connected, forming a barrier. The instant the barrier took shape, the hearts of the 14 criminals stopped at the same time, and they collapsed to the ground as one. Their eyes were wide open, filled with confusion. The sensation of suffocation gradually swallowed them, robbing them of all feeling within a minute as their consciousness sank completely. All right. Take over this place next, I'll bring this guy with me. Rayleigh casually hoisted the unconscious knight over his shoulder and said that to Lillian. The Beastman girl swallowed hard. Her hearing was extremely sharp. So the sounds of bodies falling that she had just heard from the next room were because all those people had been killed. Damn it. This is too terrifying. Lord Hermes, I want to go home. Working together with someone this frightening really made her live in constant fear. Chapter 154, Sarn. Carrying the knight over one shoulder, Rayleigh borrowed the interrogation room here for a moment. He tossed the man onto a chair, then slapped him twice without the slightest politeness, violently rebooting him. The knight's face flushed red from the blows. He opened his eyes, saw Rayleigh, and in less than 2 seconds remembered what had happened before he had been knocked unconscious. He immediately tried to reach for his sword. Looking for this? Rayleigh asked, holding up the knight's sword. When the knight saw his own sword in the enemy's hand, he froze. The fact that he had been taken down without any ability to resist had already made the difference in strength clear, so he did not fight back. That made Rayleigh raise an eyebrow. Looks like Ares Familia isn't entirely made up of idiots. The knight was angry, but he did not dare show it. He simply stared at Rayleigh in silence, waiting for him to state his purpose. Name. Sarn. Sarn. Brelandon. Do you know about Princess Eleonora, Aisha? Her Highness. Although Sarn did not resist, he kept observing Rayleigh. He was not some useless fool. On the contrary, he had talent and had undergone strict training. He was a promising rising star in Ares Familia. Even in this situation, he wanted to pretend to obey and use that chance to extract information about the enemy and his objective. But no matter how he thought about it, he never expected the princess's name to be mentioned here. Through Sarn, Rayleigh learned more about Eleonora, including her background and experiences. Because her mother had died young, her mother's former patron goddess had become like a foster mother to her. But that mother figure had also been sent back to heaven by Ares. Before being sent back, she preserved Eleonora's ability values and set her fauna in a state where conversion could be performed at any time. Because of that, the skill she had hidden was exposed. And Ares had set his eyes on it. This was practically another wealth. Fate was truly strange. To think Rakia Kingdom had produced both Eleonora and wealth at the same time. If Ares truly gained control over both of them, a great war would inevitably break out in the future. The Kratso family was a bloodline despised by elves. That was because Kratso magic swords had once burned the elves' homeland, reducing their forests to scorched earth. They could unleash firepower in an instant comparable to great magic with an ultra-long chant, making them even more terrifying than elves, who were naturally gifted in magic. If Ares obtained Kratso magic swords, after a period of preparation, he would almost certainly attack the elves. Add in the many heroic talents born from Eleonora as a breeding vessel, and the danger would be even greater. The Kratso family was practically the elves' natural enemy. In the worst-case scenario, the elves would be defeated, losing their homeland and even their freedom. Ares would conscript and enslave them, turning them into Rakia's military force. With the power of the elves, plus Kratso magic swords, Ares would most likely turn his eyes to the dwarves and Amazons next. And once the demi-human races on the surface had all been conquered by him, neither the Empire nor the great magical nations would be able to stop him anymore. In the end, he might even gather the power of the entire world and launch an attack on Orario. This chain of imagination might sound alarmist, but it was not impossible fantasy. Are you a suitor of Her Highness? I'm not. Rayleigh shook his head. Strictly speaking, we've only met twice. We helped each other with a few small favors. Small favors. Don't tell me that night. Halfway through speaking, Sarn suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly shut his mouth. That night. Rayleigh instantly thought of the day Eleonora had been kidnapped. The Great Cathedral. A place like that, with knights guarding it, had been invaded by 3 men who had even successfully kidnapped the princess. No matter how one looked at it, that was far too absurd. At the time, Rayleigh had not been interested, so he had not investigated the matter deeply. But now it seemed that must have been a plan carefully arranged in advance. The person who hired those 3 men was also your employer. Having stumbled upon an unexpected clue, Rayleigh asked out of curiosity. Sarn remained silent. Seeing that, Rayleigh had no intention of forcing a confession. He simply drew the knight's sword. The moment Sarn saw him draw the blade, he panicked. "Wait, I'll tell you." Before he could finish, Rayleigh had already swung the sword down and killed him. He was not that interested anyway. Casually tossing away the blood-stained sword, the boy murmured, "In the end, I don't really care that much." Whether it was Sarn or Ymir's group, none of these people deserved sympathy. Killing them did not place even the slightest burden on Rayleigh's conscience. It was no different from killing the scum of Evelis. When he walked out, he saw Lollian waiting for him with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" "Sigh. You'll understand once you follow me." The Beastman girl complained, "Aya, I'm so unlucky." After all that effort, the guy who built this hidden passage was seriously annoying. Rayleigh followed the irritated girl underground. The so-called hidden passage turned out to be an underground route that stretched from beneath this building all the way outside the city. But after walking only a short distance, a wall appeared in front of them. The girl pointed at the wall in frustration and said, "This is what I mean. The path is blocked." The Beastman girl kicked it and it did not budge at all. "It's insanely solid." Lollian spread her hands helplessly, showing that she had no solution. Rayleigh raised his hand and knocked on the wall. Forget an echo, even the sound of knocking against it was absorbed. That proved this wall was extremely thick. "I searched everywhere and couldn't find the mechanism." The Beastman girl scratched her ears and cheeks in distress. After thinking briefly, Rayleigh placed his palm against the wall and said, "Move back a little." "Huh." Lollian froze. The next second, Rayleigh directly loosened his upper garment, letting it hang around his waist. The Ryatsu bursting from his body immediately snapped the girl back to full awareness. "This guy, don't tell me he's planning to break the mechanism." Rayleigh closed his eyes and gathered the Ryatsu within his body. Then he rearranged the Raisure. Hirenkyaku. Lightning-like spiritual energy erupted. At the same time, he activated Blood Artillery, the opposite of Blood Vene, an ability that greatly increased attack power when striking. He combined 1-inch force with sword pressure. Before obtaining Jif Blessing, Minor, this might have required a long period of research, but now, even though the idea had come to him on the spot, several different powers merged together as naturally as water flowing downhill. It would work. In the vacuum space less than 0.01 millimeters between his palm and the wall, he completed an instant acceleration. From Rayleigh's palm, a terrifying impact enhanced by multiple layers of power was released. Shoo! Green smoke rose from Rayleigh's palm. His other hand gripped the wrist of the hand he had used to attack. Lollian clutched her ears, completely stunned. After Rayleigh pulled his hand back, she leaned forward and stuck her head into the wall. The reason she could do that was because Rayleigh's attack had not destroyed the entire wall. Instead, it had opened a circular hole in it. The edge of the hole was so neat that it looked like the result of industrial cutting. The part that had been struck had been directly vaporized, without leaving even the slightest fragment behind. After measuring it, Lollian discovered that the wall was more than 1.3 meters thick. Hey. Was this for real? The person who built this thing was already insane enough, but being able to do this barehanded was even more ridiculous. Hephaestus Familias Yodasai really was one terrifying monster. Chapter 155, Wealth Kratzo. When Rayleigh returned to Phobos's residence, he discovered that the goddess had already woken up and left her room. Through Ryuraku, he observed that she was currently speaking with several highly agitated people. By touching those spirit ribbons, he could also hear the contents of their conversation. He had to admit, ever since coming to Reikia Kingdom, his eavesdropping skills had grown increasingly refined. Now, doing all of this felt almost natural. "Lady Phobos, how long do you intend to make us wait? The revival of our family is clearly right before our eyes. The opportunity is already here. Why are you still delaying?" The goddess looked at the excited men in front of her, then glanced at the little boy sitting at the end of the table with an ugly expression. "Wealth Kratzo." Phobos sighed inwardly and could only say, "I am not deliberately delaying anything. You should care more about Wealth's feelings. He is not ready yet. No need." The man, who was the head of the Kratzo family, roared and cut off the goddess's words. Even though it was disrespectful. After all, the Kratzo family had never truly respected this goddess, a loser in their eyes. "Wealth is my son. He isn't that weak. For the revival of the Kratzo family. Look." The man excitedly took out an object wrapped in cloth. He untied the cloth. What appeared inside was a crimson short sword. Phobos's expression changed. That's right. The men held the sword in both hands, raised it high, and laughed wildly. A Kratso magic sword. As long as we show this to the father of the nation, he will surely accept our family once more. We will reclaim everything we once possessed as nobles of the forge. No. Phobos instinctively spoke up to stop him. But that only provoked the men further. So you really are deliberately obstructing our family. I will report this to the father of the nation. You wretched goddess, you truly cannot be trusted. I understand now. You intend to keep Kratso's power for yourself so you can take revenge on the war god, don't you? Give up. Our family is loyal only to His Majesty Ares. Listening in up to this point, the corner of Rayleigh's eye twitched slightly. The Kratso family were nobles of the kingdom, weren't they? Shouldn't they be loyal to the king? Why were they calling Ares, His Majesty, instead? Enough. Finally, someone could no longer endure it. The deranged man turned his head and looked at his son. That's right. The one who shouted was not the goddess. It was Welf Kratso. The red-haired boy clutched his chest and shouted, "Are magic swords really that important? Grandfather, didn't you say that the most important thing about a weapon is that it stays by its wielder's side? Didn't you say that even if we couldn't forge magic swords, we should rely on our technique to create weapons stronger than magic swords? Magic swords don't only abandon their masters. They abandoned our family too, didn't they? Welf swore with all his heart, I promise, I'll definitely forge weapons even greater than magic swords, so. Smack. Before Welf could finish speaking, his father's slap had already fallen. The heavy blow knocked Welf off balance and cut off his impassioned declaration. Stunned from the slap, Welf touched the area under his nose and found that blood was flowing out. Welf. Phobos stood up, wanting to step forward and help the boy up. But the moment she rose, an old man blocked her way. Lady Goddess, forgive me, but please stop bewitching Welf. From now on, please don't meet with him again. After saying that, the old man turned back, grabbed Welf by the arm, and prepared to drag him away regardless of his resistance. At the same time, the other members of the Kratso family all stood, intending to leave with them. Phobos grew anxious. This was bad. The Kratso family had already fallen into madness. Obsessed with past glory and the achievements of their ancestors, they had forgotten the true pride of nobles of the forge. No. She had to stop the Kratso family from leaving. But at that moment, Clyston, who had been watching everything from the side, blocked her path. Lady Goddess. Clyston. Move aside. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Phobos became increasingly anxious. She could see the wariness Clyston held toward her. This man was a member of Ares Familia. In a sense, calling him her enemy would not be an exaggeration. The situation has already begun to spiral out of control. It seems it would be better to leave before things enter the next stage, wouldn't you agree, Lady Goddess? Rayleigh's voice suddenly rang out. Clyston and Phobos reacted in completely different ways. A trace of relief finally appeared on the goddess's face. You're back. Just now. I happened to witness the entire thing. Then I don't need to explain, do I? Don't worry. Rayleigh ignored Clyston and began speaking with the goddess as though no one else were present. Their attitude immediately enraged the men. Who are you? Clyston drew his sword. The Kratso family, whose path had been blocked, also barked angrily, whoever you are, get out of the way. Lord Kratso, please calm yourself. Leave this person to me. Clyston did not run. Instead, he walked toward Rayleigh step by step, as though trying to increase the pressure brought by his own presence. Seeing his posturing, Rayleigh blinked. Then he released his Ryatsu onto the men all at once. Boom. In that instant, Clyston learned what pressure truly meant. An invisible sense of oppression seeped into every cell of his body, making him feel as though he had been completely exposed before an enormous threat. That pressure made his body impossibly heavy. Thud. Clyston dropped to both knees. Sweat poured down his body like rain. His eyes widened to their limit. His breathing grew more and more rapid, while the air inside his body failed to keep up with what he needed. Symptoms of suffocation began to appear. Ha. 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 Suddenly, Clyston stopped moving. He no longer struggled. His breathing completely ceased, and his pupils began to lose focus. What did you do? Seeing this incomprehensible scene, the members of the Kratso family could only question him in fear. Rayleigh casually replied, I merely let him understand the difference in strength. In the face of head Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu, Nanao had not even been able to breathe and had even been taught the lesson, I don't have time to teach you how to breathe. When Ryatsu grew strong enough, even the air would solidify because of it. It became like being underwater, unable to draw breath, only able to exhale the air inside one's body without taking any in. And if the Ryatsu reached the level of someone like Aizen, it could crush people outright, or even break down weak existences into atoms. Bakudo number 62, Hyaparankin. Rayleigh casually threw out more than a dozen blue rods of light. The light rods pierced through the bodies of the Kratzo family members, binding them in place and leaving them unable to move. The rods were so fast that they had no time to react at all. Only Welf was deliberately left untouched. Welf stared in shock at everything happening before his eyes, completely unsure how to respond. I'll make a new original Zanpakuto that have a power over Dream and the wielder is Cassandra, what do you think? Do you have an idea of original Zanpakuto and their future wielder? Share it here. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Pride of Smith. What did you do? Seeing his clansmen, his father, and his grandfather pierced through by the blue bars of light, Welf was badly frightened. Like a stray cat with its fur standing on end, he bared his teeth at Rayleigh. Rayleigh ignored him. He simply looked at the goddess Phobos. The goddess nodded, then stepped forward, grabbed Welf by the shoulder, and explained, Welf, this person is a member of Hephaestus Familia, the familia of my friend in Orario. He accepted my request and came here to rescue us. Orario. Rescue us? Welf froze. And Hephaestus? Wasn't that the legendary goddess of the forge? As long as someone was a smith, there was no way they would not yearn for that goddess. That goddess is willing to help us. If that was true, then it was wonderful. Rayleigh said, don't worry. I didn't injure them. This magic causes pain, but it won't create wounds or make them bleed. After hearing his explanation, Welf looked toward his family and found that they indeed were not bleeding. Their expressions were only somewhat twisted in pain. The old man glared fiercely at Welf and at Phobos and Rayleigh as well. So it was thieves from Orario. Wretched goddess, are you trying to help Orario steal away the hope of our Kratzo family? No. Welf shouted, this is my decision. It has nothing to do with Lady Phobos. Grandfather, you said it yourself, didn't you? A weapon is a warrior's life. A magic sword is fated to break, which means it abandons its owner on its own. Even if we lost the power to forge magic swords, you said we could still create the finest weapons. Welf clenched his fists so tightly that his whole body trembled. You said that was the pride and glory of a smith. I admired that version of you more than anyone. But that was just my own wishful thinking. After you found out I could forge magic swords, you changed. You threw away the craft of smithing and filled your head with nothing but Kratzo magic swords. The pride of a smith. What a load of crap. You, no, all of you, were the ones who trampled the pride of smiths beneath your own feet until it was worth nothing. In his agitation, Welf's nails dug into his palms, and blood flowed from between his fingers. Shallow fool. Compared to Kratzo magic swords, every other weapon is worthless. The old man did not listen at all to Welf's heartfelt words. He only roared at the boy. Rayleigh frowned, even Sakanade at his waist trembled with him. He gently stroked the hilt. Then he said, how pitiful. What? Who are you calling pitiful? Me. Stop spouting nonsense, you brat. You know nothing of how great Kratzo magic swords truly are. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth lifted slightly. The pity in his eyes as he looked at the old man was completely undisguised. A frog at the bottom of a well knew nothing of the vast sky, let alone the universe beyond it. True, Kratzo magic swords were powerful. According to legend, a fire magic sword could evaporate the sea with a single strike. But in the end, they merely borrowed the power of a spirit. Before the gods descended to the lower world, spirits were the main force and reliance that humans and demi-humans had used to resist monsters. Spirits, under the guidance of the gods, aided the lives on the surface. They were the avatars of the gods. But compared to the power of Zanka no Tachi, which could destroy the world, even a spirit itself could only be afraid. All right, no more wasting time. Let's leave quickly. As Rayleigh spoke, he prepared to take the goddess and Welf away. But just then, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. It was Welf's grandfather. At that moment, he laughed smugly and said, do you really think you can escape? Seeing how certain of victory he looked, Rayleigh asked, what do you mean? The old man's eyes shone with malice. He did not bother hiding anything and spoke directly, did you think I wouldn't guard against that goddess? Before coming in here, I already sent someone to inform Lord Ares. Counting the time, that lord should already be. Ha ha ha. Phobos's expression sank. Welf instantly broke out in cold sweat as well. He was afraid. Afraid that he would be captured. He looked toward the goddess beside him, only to discover that there was no fear in her eyes, only worry. The goddess lowered her head and looked at Welf. When their gazes met, Welf suddenly understood. From beginning to end, Lady Phobos had been thinking of him. Beyond that, even if she herself was placed in danger, she did not care. In that instant, Welf felt the goddess's affection with extraordinary clarity. Rayleigh no longer paid any attention to the old man as he released his Ryuraka senses. Then he discovered that quite a few people had indeed arrived outside. By a rough estimate, there were likely more than 400 warriors with Falna. That is quite the grand lineup. Rayleigh muttered. But it was easy to understand. Ares was the father of Rakia Kingdom, its most important figure. Following Ares meant power and status. But if one thought about it from the opposite direction, it was also the people with excellent skills who had gathered around him. Both sides depended on each other and could not afford to lose the other. That was why Ares's movements were always heavily protected. After all, once Ares was sent back to heaven, all of them would instantly become fish on the chopping block. Everything they currently possessed would vanish like smoke. Lady Goddess, can you ride a horse? No, I can't. Fine. Rayleigh vanished from where he stood. Not long after, a carriage came racing over. He stood atop the carriage and brought it skidding to a stop in front of the two of them. Get in. Phobos lifted Welf up and sent him into the carriage, then climbed in herself. Rayleigh flicked the reins, and the carriage shot forward as though launched from a spring. At that moment, in front of the mansion gates, Ares was happily preparing to enter the estate. He had wanted Kratzo magic swords for a long time, but the Kratzo family had disappointed him again and again. He had never expected a new hope to be born now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Lord Ares. A knight reacted quickly and rushed forward, pushing Ares aside. He himself was knocked flying by the carriage. Watching the carriage speed away, the members of Ares Familia at the gate stood stunned for several seconds. Hey, are you all right? Ares hurried to the knight who had been struck by the carriage and checked his injuries. Only to find that the man was coughing blood and could no longer speak. Ares flew into a rage. Damn it. To think they dared hurt my warrior. Send out our forces and stop that carriage. The war god roared out his order. Nearly 100 people immediately sprang into action. One after another, they began gathering their subordinates and launching the pursuit. Uea. Welf screamed non-stop, frightened by the carriage's wild speed. For a child his age, that was unavoidable. Although he would grow into a loyal, dependable man one day, right now he was still only a little brat. The carriage rampaged through the streets. Before long, it charged into the upper district and began rushing straight toward the middle district. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Running Away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The carriage axle spun at high speed, grinding against the road with a thunderous roar. Mixed with the hoofbeats of the two fine horses, the noise drew the attention of countless pedestrians before the carriage even turned into the next street. People all looked toward the upper end of the road. They were waiting for whatever was making that sound to appear. Whoosh! Two fine horses burst out. The carriage they were pulling nearly turned 90 degrees in an instant. With a sharp drift, the carriage was yanked straight again and shot down the middle of the street at frightening speed. Aya! Get out of the way! The people on the street scrambled madly to both sides. After the carriage thundered past, they all stared in the direction it had vanished, unable to pull their attention back for a long time. It was only when a cavalry unit chased after it along the same route that the crowd immediately began discussing and guessing what exactly had happened. A carriage's speed was still far inferior to that of warhorses. Before long, Rayleigh and the others were caught up too. Seeing this, he jumped straight down from the carriage. While still suspended in midair, he kicked one of the knights off his horse. Standing on the horse's back, Rayleigh discovered that the warhorse had suddenly stopped and was even trying to throw him off. He was surprised by how well trained these horses were. Then he leapt down from the horse's back, wrapped his fist in Ryuryoku, and sent the warhorse flying with a single punch, smashing it through the wooden door of a nearby shop. More knights charged in. Rayleigh raised his thumb, index finger, and middle finger, then swept them across in front of his eyes. Bakuto number 37, Tsuruboshi. Whoosh! A hammock woven from spiritual power spread across the street, turning into a dense, elastic curtain that blocked the knight's path. They lowered their bodies and tightened their legs around their horses, intending to smash straight through the obstruction. However, the moment they struck it, they realized that this barrier possessed shockingly powerful elasticity. Boing! 7 or 8 warhorses and their riders were launched backward by the force of their own charge, flying a considerable distance. The cries of the horses rang out one after another. Mixed among them were the screams of the knights as they crashed to the ground. Damn it! Despicable bastard, stop using petty tricks like this. After discovering Tsuruboshi's elasticity, several knights drew their swords and chopped down at the barrier before them. This thing! Their blades fell as they landed on Tsuruboshi. However, the elastic barrier did not fear sharp blades as they had expected. Not only was it not cut apart, the sensation that came through their weapons was strangely wrong. What? How is that possible? Before the soldier could even complain properly, an astonishing rebound force traveled back through his weapon and into his wrist, directly sending the sword flying out of his hand. The weapon spun 2.5 times in midair before stabbing directly into another knight's foot. After standing frozen for about 2 seconds, the knight who had been stabbed while standing still finally cried out in pain. Aya! My dick! I didn't mean to. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Swords can't cut it, and the rebound is ridiculous. TCH. The embarrassing display from his subordinates made their commander feel thoroughly humiliated. All of you, move aside. A warrior who seemed extremely confident in his own strength stepped forward. Judging by his outfit, he appeared to be a general. With one swing of his blade, the barrier that had left the knights helpless was immediately torn open. In the end, it was only Bakuto number 37. Expecting it to endure attacks from someone on the level of a level 3 was asking too much. The men followed with several more slashes, completely destroying the barrier. Even so, his expression remained ugly. Because in his mind, he had expected to destroy the obstacle with a single strike. Instead, it had taken him 6 cuts. Every extra slash made him feel as if the gazes around him had gained another layer of contempt. Continue the pursuit. Latest order, capture Lady Phobos and Welf Kratzo inside the carriage at all costs. As for the men, kill him if necessary. Do not let them escape. Yes. Rayleigh returned to the carriage and drove it into the middle district. The farther outward one went, the larger the city districts became. The sheer size of the middle district, combined with its complicated terrain, greatly slowed their speed. Whoosh! A streak of red light shot into the sky. A crimson fireball exploded overhead, instantly putting the entire city into wartime alert. Boom. 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 The city gates, which had originally been conducting inspections, all stopped their work at once. The gates were immediately dropped, sealing every exit. The people on the streets all went pale. They fled toward their homes in a panic. Some, for safety's sake, rushed straight into nearby shops and slammed the doors shut. In less than 3 minutes, not a single ordinary resident remained on the streets. The road had become open, but Rayleigh was not happy about it. Instead, he grew even more solemn as he remained alert toward his surroundings. Through sensing Ryuraku, he could feel more and more soldiers appearing around them. I'll be taking this achievement. On a rooftop beside the street, a man holding a bow drew the string fully back. The arrow knocked against the bow was aimed at Rayleigh on the carriage. But 1 second before the arrow could be released, Rayleigh suddenly raised his head and met the man's eyes. The archer was startled. He noticed me. How? He had clearly been hiding. Was it some kind of enemy detection skill? But with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to fire. The man released his fingers. The arrow spun through the air, flying straight toward Rayleigh's upper body. Rayleigh swung his blade and sword slash rushed toward the rooftop. The arrow in flight was instantly crushed into powder by the force. The upward surging pressure carved a fresh slash in the roof. Although it did not hit the archer directly, it still caused him to fall into the crack. So strong. Welf muttered, stunned by Rayleigh's strength after seeing that scene. But then, another group of people suddenly rushed out ahead of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, they set up a barricade. If the carriage crashed into it directly, it would undoubtedly be smashed to pieces. At the same time, pursuers appeared behind them as well. Over 100 knights rode warhorses, all fully armed. Enemies appeared on the rooftops too. And this time, there was not only one of them, but an entire group. Archers, crossbowmen, mages, and other rear-line fighters had gathered there. Every one of them was already preparing their attack. We are going to crash. Welf screamed and clung desperately to the carriage, not daring to let go. Rayleigh stretched his palm forward. Disappear. Raikoho. The lightning cannon fired by Hado number 63 erupted. Under the horrified gazes of those blocking the road, the barricade and the people around it were all vaporized. Rumble. It sounded like real thunder from nature. After the lightning evaporated the enemies, it scattered in twisted blades of electricity in every direction, leaving several deep scars across the ground. Magic. And without a chant. This time, not only Welf and Phobos were stunned. Even the members of Ares Familia were shocked. Shoot the horses. Yes. Whoosh. The archers all aimed at the 2 fine horses connected to the carriage. Rayleigh frowned slightly. He reacted swiftly, immediately raising his hand toward the sky. Hado number 58, 10 ran. A massive tornado stirred up every incoming arrow, twisting them out of formation before blowing them back. More than a dozen people were injured by the rebounding arrows. Chapter 158, Massacre. Hey, take the reins and drive the carriage toward the place I tell you. There were more and more enemies now. Rayleigh could no longer keep intercepting them from atop the carriage, so he grabbed Welf and dragged him to the driver's seat. After saying that, he did not care whether Welf could actually manage it or not. He jumped straight off the carriage. In the span of 2 breaths, Rayleigh was surrounded by more than a dozen men. Facing a spear encirclement formation, he lowered his body, swept his arm over his head, and slashed upward with his razor-sharp blade. Clang! Every spear shaft was cut apart. Then he turned his slash into a horizontal sweep, the blade cutting across several men's waists and slicing 5 of them cleanly in half. He picked up one of the spears, gripping the end of it one-handed with his left hand, and swung it around with ease. Every enemy within 2 meters of him was forced back by his monstrous strength. Several of them raised their weapons to block, only to be smashed flying backward, coughing blood as they went. This guy, he's absurdly good at fighting. Careful. He's from Orario. He's very likely a high-level adventurer. Attack together. Don't give him a chance to breathe. In the middle of the fierce battle, Rayleigh suddenly raised his palm toward the sky. The people around him were startled by the movement, thinking he was about to use magic again. But after 2 or 3 seconds, nothing happened. They decided Rayleigh was only bluffing and continued their assault. Whoosh! His blade came down. Another man was split in 2 from the shoulder. Watching a living, breathing comrade turn into 2 bloody chunks of meat right before their eyes had an enormous impact on Ares Familia's side. The younger members, who had never seen such a gory scene before, began to lose their nerve. Rayleigh's gaze cooled. If they had been juniors on his own side, he would not have minded giving them guidance. But right now, they were enemies. And this place was a battlefield. It was a pity. But he would not hold back. Nor could he let an enemy's opening pass. He stabbed his sword into the ground to fix it in place, then gripped the spear with both hands and spun the 2-meter-long weapon, switching his grip between them as it whirled. His terrifying strength stirred up a violent storm. Those blown away by the wind pressure were still considered lucky. The ones struck directly by the spear spinning at high speed had parts of their bodies torn away and blown apart in an instant. After clearing the enemies around him, Rayleigh reversed his grip on the spear and took a throwing stance. Ryoryoku poured into the spear. Boom. The spear turned into a beam of light, piercing through the street, blasting away everything in its path, then slamming directly into the center of the night formation farther back. Bang. It was like a missile had exploded. A gigantic ball of light bloomed on the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Rayleigh did not bother checking the results. He immediately swung his blade and deflected the projectiles flying toward him. After knocking away several arrows in succession, Rayleigh suddenly noticed that a metal ball had been mixed into the incoming attacks. It was a clever move. His blade was thin and not suited to taking such a heavy blow on its side. If he used the flat of the blade to block it directly, there was a high chance the blade would crack, or even be smashed apart outright. Of course, that was assuming. It was an ordinary sword. Whoosh! Facing the incoming iron ball, Rayleigh slashed directly. The sword slash cut the iron ball apart and swept toward the rooftop at the same time. Impossible. The man who had fired the iron ball was almost scared out of his wits when he saw it get sliced apart from a distance. When the sword slash swept toward him, his legs went weak, and by sheer coincidence, he avoided the killing blow. His hair, however, was not so lucky. The aftermath of the sword pressure swept across it and carved his hair into a kappa-like style. In other words, a bald spot right down the middle. The man's pants grew wet. He had pissed himself in terror. Heido number 31, Shikaho. 30-fold volley. Clusters of flame gathered around Rayleigh. The fire condensed into crimson orbs, then, under Rayleigh's control, all of them flew toward the rooftops at once. Incantation abandonment. A single Keto spell copied 30 times. Dense fireballs appeared behind the running Rayleigh and circled him. Then, at his command, they shot out one after another, drawing long trails of flame through the air. The sheer intensity of the firepower dyed the sky over a large area red. The moment the fireballs fell, a chain of explosions swept across the rooftops on both sides of the street. The roaring flames rose like fire falling from the heavens. Ayah! Several subordinate familias under Ares Familia suffered heavy losses in an instant. Those who collapsed to the ground cried out for help one after another. Seeing the enemy fall into chaos, Rayleigh did not continue fighting. He turned and chased after the carriage. He knew very well that a small victory like this meant nothing. As long as they were still inside this royal capital, the battle would never truly end. There were only 2 conditions for victory. First, escape this place. Second, annihilate Rakia Kingdom. The second victory condition meant he would have to kill roughly 100,000 enemies. If he chose that option, his stamina and mind would be the first things unable to hold out. That was why Rayleigh would not let himself get dragged into a prolonged fight. His thinking remained clear. While chasing after the carriage, he fought several faster enemies who had managed to close in. After cutting down several more men, Rayleigh's breathing was still steady. It had not even quickened. Monster. A scout from Ares Familia watched Rayleigh's performance from a vantage point, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Unbelievable. To think someone could fight this ferociously even under a large-scale siege. Were all adventurers from Orario this inhumanly strong? After comparing him to known figures, the scout could not match the boy in front of him with any famous adventurer. First of all, among high-level adventurers, it was already rare to see humans. Most were elves or beastmen. Looking at the composition of Freya Familia and Loki Familia's top combat forces made that easy to understand. Loki Familia's 3 executives were an elf, a dwarf, and a palom. Freya Familia was the same. Their strongest fighter, Otter, was a beastman. Next was the goddess's chariot, Alan, also a beastman. The black elf magic swordsman and the white elf magic staff were both elves. Humans had average potential and short lifespans, which made it much harder for them to produce high-level adventurers. Special cases like Zald and Althea were always the minority. Among the names Rakia had listed as requiring the greatest caution, there were only a handful of humans. Fire the magic. Buzz. Brilliant magical light filled heaven and earth. More than 100 mages chanted in unison, their combined magical energy sending tremors through the air itself. Spells of every element and color fired out. Their target was Rayleigh. Against magical bombardment like this, forget level 3, even a level 4 adventurer could not expect to survive. However, Rayleigh had no intention of dodging. Bakuto number 81, Danku. An invisible barrier rose in front of Rayleigh, and the storm of fireballs, ice blades, and stone spikes all crashed against the shield of Danku. Chapter 159, Fushabai. There's no effect. Report. All of our attacks exploded in midair. It's like they were stopped by an invisible wall. A wall. Are you stupid? Even a city wall would have been blown apart under that much firepower. Can't you tell this is the enemy's defensive magic? Huh. The mage who had been scolded turned back and looked at the barrier, whose height was dozens of meters at the very least, while its width seemed to stretch beyond sight. Because it was invisible to the naked eye, he could only estimate the size of that wall. What kind of joke was that? You called that defensive magic? That strength? That range? How could magic like that possibly exist? Whoosh. Clang. An arrow was deflected away. The one who had fired it was a member of King Marius's personal guard. Physical attacks don't work either. A defense like this can't last forever. Everyone, prepare to charge the instant that barrier disappears. Hearing the sounds of attack gradually stop, Rayleigh knew that the enemy had already figured it out. Although Danku was Bakuto number 81, its defensive power could completely block all Heido below number 89. In Rakia Kingdom, there were no mages powerful enough to compare. Rather than wasting strength trying to break Danku, it was better to conserve their energy and wait for the barrier to disappear on its own. After all, maintaining a Kido spell at the level of number 81 for an extended period was not something even a captain-class Shinigami's Ryatsu could endure for long. At the very least, one would need more than 10 times that amount of Ryatsu to manage it. Boom. While Rayleigh was thinking about his next move, he suddenly sensed presences approaching at high speed. What was this? There were 6 Ryatsu signatures on it, and Ares. He stopped abruptly. The instant he halted, a building ahead of him was smashed apart, and a carriage radiating golden light burst through the smoke, blocking his path. Rayleigh looked at the carriage before him. He found it rather surprising. Ha ha ha. See, Marius. Look at how this formidable enemy reacted. I told you spending a fortune to buy this chariot from the great magical nation was the right decision. Ares's laughter seemed to carry some strange power, stirring up a gust of wind that blew away the dust and smoke. Marius gripped the carriage's handrail tightly, his expression ugly. His dignity had taken a serious blow. 5 aggressive-looking knights jumped down from the carriage. Rayleigh's gaze narrowed slightly as he swept his eyes over each of them. Ares planted one foot on the chariot frame, folded his arms across his chest, and asked, "Adventurer of Orario, will you submit to me?" "I refuse." "I see. What a shame." Ares had no intention of wasting words. The moment he heard Rayleigh's answer, he directly signaled his familia to attack. The 5 knights moved at once. 2 of them were the largest, both more than 2 meters tall. But despite their size, their movements were sharp and efficient. In an instant, they appeared on either side of Rayleigh, spreading their arms to cut off his retreat. Then came 2 light warriors attacking from the front. All of them were fully armed, but their equipment had clearly been carefully designed. Not only was it powerful, it also did not interfere with their fighting styles. It was completely different from mass-produced knight armor. They all wore helmets, so Rayleigh could not see their faces, but he could see the sharpness in their eyes. The person in the rear had a much smaller build. She held an elegant silver bow, both ends decorated with the crest of Rakia Kingdom. 2 vanguards. 2 midguards. And 1 rearguard. Rayleigh lowered his head and took a step back. In an instant, he vanished from the foreman encirclement and placed all of them within the range of his slash. He turned the hilt of his sword sideways, gripping it with his right hand. It was an Iajutsu stance he had learned from Kaguya. The moment their target disappeared, all 4 widened their eyes in shock. The midguards had a wider field of view and immediately discovered Rayleigh's new position. They shouted a warning at once. "Behind you." The 2 small giants immediately turned around. But their vision was already filled with sword pressure. At the same time Rayleigh drew his blade, he released compressed sword slash, shaping it into a crescent slash that flew toward all 4 of them. They could not dodge. The moment they saw that slash, they made the judgment. The 2 vanguards clamped their arms together. Their thick arms pressed side by side, like 3 layers of solid wall. Each of them planted 1 foot behind them as support. Bang. The crescent slash struck their defense and forced them back 6 or 7 meters. So strong. The 2 looked down at the cuts on their arms. This was the first time they had ever blocked an attack together and still been wounded. Just then, a chant began to ring out. Rayleigh's gaze passed over the 4 people in front of him and landed on the female archer in the rear. At that moment, she had her hands clasped together. That rearguard was not an archer. She was a healer who could also use a bow. The moment they noticed Rayleigh's gaze lock onto their healing unit, the 2 midguards immediately shifted their positions, guarding against the high-speed movement he had displayed earlier. "Oh. Beautiful." Ares praised Rayleigh's earlier strike highly. Marius merely sighed. There was truly nothing he could do about Ares. This god was far too good at causing trouble. Again. The 2 small giants charged once more. This time, Rayleigh did not retreat. He stood where he was, took a step forward, and swung his Zanpakuto hard. But that massive body suddenly dropped toward the ground. Both hands shot up. Astonishingly, he pushed against Rayleigh's arm. The instant they made contact, the small giant locked his 10 fingers together, trying to grab Rayleigh just like that. But Rayleigh stomped 1 foot onto his face, interrupting his attempt. Rayleigh was somewhat surprised. The man looked bulky and honest on the outside, but in reality, he was flexible and sly. A little like Omida. Using that huge head as a springboard, Rayleigh flipped through the air and retreated 5 meters. Before the tip of his foot touched the ground, the other tank suddenly accelerated. The terrifying burst of speed made his enormous body blur, and he arrived in front of Rayleigh in an instant. Seeing the enemy suddenly close in, Rayleigh noticed the magic gathered in his hand. Magic. This guy was a magic tank. No chant too. No, wrong. It was an ultra-short chant. This felt somewhat troublesome. The enemy had accurately caught the timing of his evasion and deliberately attacked while he had nowhere to borrow force. This guy was also completely different from how he looked since he was very precise. Unfortunately. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth lifted slightly. That smile fell into the 2 men's eyes, making them move even faster. Regrettably, in the next second, Rayleigh disappeared. Just like when they had launched their surprise attack earlier, it was teleportation whose movement process could not be captured at all. Why? He clearly had not touched the ground yet. The magic tank's attack could no longer be stopped. His hand slammed down toward the ground. Boom. That strike directly imprinted a circular crater into the street. And it was not over. The circular pit continued to collapse further. It looked like a shockwave that ignored defense and pierced through the surface of the body, and it was a multi-hit attack at that. Rayleigh's figure bypassed the 2 of them and rushed straight toward the 2 midguards. For a Shinigami who could manipulate Raisure to create footholds, the entire 3-dimensional space was no different from flat ground. Wait. The 2 vanguards quickly turned back to give chase. But the moment they lifted their feet, they discovered that red lines of flame had bound them to the ground, forcing their legs to remain tangled with the street beneath them. Heido number 12, Fushibai. It was a small trick Rayleigh had released instantly through incantation abandonment when he brushed past the 2 of them, binding them in place and preventing them from pursuing him. Chapter 160, Cornered. Damn it, what is this thing? My feet are stuck. Rayleigh charged toward the 2 midguards. As he ran, he loosened his outer coat, revealing a black vest and the solid muscles beneath. Shunko. A surging wave of Ryatsu burst outward. Lightning-like Ryoryoku crackled from his body. His fist, wrapped in Ryatsu, punched through the air itself. Rayleigh's Shuinpa was too fast for the 2 to react. Both of them took a punch to the chest and were sent flying. After knocking them away, Rayleigh felt a faint sting on his cheek. He wiped it with his finger. There was no blood. In his Shunko state, his entire body was wrapped in highly condensed Ryatsu. The fact that his opponent had managed to counterattack on instinct was already impressive, but it still wasn't enough. The slash had only left a white mark on his face. Now it's your turn. Rayleigh stepped forward and walked toward the rearguard. He raised his foot. In the next instant, he was already right in front of her. The rearguard, who was actually a healer, was startled, but after bending her knees slightly, she did not retreat. Instead, she instantly drew the dagger at her waist and stabbed repeatedly toward Rayleigh's temple, ribs, and chest. To Rayleigh, her speed was far too slow. He merely lifted his hands lightly and blocked every one of her attacks. When she spun around and thrust toward his other temple, Rayleigh pierced straight through her wrist with his finger, forcing the dagger from her hand. Then he swept a kick across her lower body. She was knocked to the ground immediately. Heido of HM. Just as Rayleigh was about to finish off the healer, his vision suddenly swayed. He felt as if he were about to fall, so he quickly spread his feet apart to steady himself. What's going on? Poison. No. There was a fluctuation of mind. Rayleigh supported himself with his Zanpakuto and raised his head toward Marius, who stood beside Ares. At that moment, Marius was holding something and pointing it in this direction. That's a magic item. Was that something else they had bought from the great magical nation? A curse? No, it didn't quite feel like one. An illusion. His senses had been disrupted. Who? Rayleigh shook his head, trying to clear away some of the dizziness, but before he could fully recover, the two vanguards broke free from their restraints. The ground itself was torn upward by their strength. The two rushed behind Rayleigh. One of them smashed a fist into Rayleigh's back, driving him into the ground. The other leapt high into the air. Then he dropped like a meteor. After that, he hammered both fists down at Rayleigh again and again. His storm of punches shook the earth non-stop. The two Midgards had also climbed back to their feet. Seeing Rayleigh being pounded into the ground beneath those enormous fists, they all believed the battle had ended here. That guy is finished. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. Boom. After dozens of full-powered blows, the giant finally stopped and stood there, panting heavily. He had exhausted his strength and attacked with everything he had. Clack. Fragments of stone slid off the giant's fist, fell to the ground, and bounced several times. Are you done? Rayleigh's calm voice suddenly sounded. The giant was startled. What? How was that possible? He looked down. There was Rayleigh, lying in the crater that had been smashed into the ground, right in the center of it. Aside from his clothes being a little dirty, there were no visible injuries on him at all. His attacks had done nothing. Rayleigh lay expressionlessly in the sunken ground, his posture relaxed. Blue patterns flickered across his body from time to time. Against this kind of opponent, there was no way they could break through the defensive power of a body reinforced by blood venae. Big guy. Move. Rayleigh's cold voice rang out. The giant froze. Whoosh. In the next instant, a cold flash of steel swept past. The giant's shoulder swayed slightly. Then he realized he could no longer feel his left arm. Ha. My arm. A moment later, blood sprayed. No. It would be more accurate to say it gushed out like a fountain. A massive amount of blood surged from the giant's severed arm, making him let out a miserable scream. He grabbed the wound with all his strength, clamping down hard to forcibly stop the bleeding. Because of the intense pain, he dropped to his knees on the spot. At that exact moment, Rayleigh also stood up from the crater and stood before the giant. Rayleigh was over 1 meter 80. Originally, he had been much shorter than the giant, but now, he was the one looking down at him. The giant seemed to want to say something. But in the next second, those words were trapped forever in his throat. Because his head had already separated from his neck. Rayleigh remained in the posture of having just swung his sword, unmoving, as the giant's head slowly slid from his neck. Thud. The huge head fell to the ground, and all the blood stored within it spilled out. The battlefield fell silent for several seconds. You bastard. Seeing their comrade killed, the remaining 4 finally recovered from their shock and roared in fury. Rayleigh was not afraid of them. He was only wary of the magic item in Marius's hand. That sensory disruption tool was troublesome. Although its performance was nothing special, nowhere near Sakunate's level, being affected by something like that in the middle of battle could be fatal. He prepared to use Shuinpa and kill all of them in one burst of speed before they could react. But before that could happen, a huge number of enemies appeared from every direction. The main road, narrow alleys, sewers, rooftops, figures emerged from everywhere, above and below, flooding the area like a tide. Umph. It's over. Winning through numbers may be disgraceful, but you were reckless enough to charge into the enemy's headquarters. Surely you were already prepared for this. Rayleigh glanced at the enemies present. After sensing them, he found more than 3,000 Ryuraku reactions. The Kratzo family had also caught up. The old man widened his eyes and looked toward Rayleigh in the center of the battlefield. Even surrounded, Rayleigh continued waiting. He did not use Sakunade's Bankai. Because with Ares present, he did not want to use Sakunade. If Sakunade's power could even alter a god's perception, the consequences would be beyond what he could bear. Surrender, warrior of Orario. You have nowhere left to run. To make this much trouble in Reikia Kingdom is already impressive, but this is the end. Rayleigh sensed the presence drawing closer. His face remained expressionless and in his heart, he counted silently. 500, 450. 300, 200. Suddenly, his eyes opened, light flashing within them. He raised his hand once again. Unlike before, when nothing had happened, this time a shadow flew from the far end of the sky, crossing the distance in an instant and landing in Rayleigh's hand. When the people around him saw it clearly, they realized Rayleigh now held another sword in his grasp. Holding that sword, Rayleigh's gaze pierced through the enemy formation and landed on the old man. You said no weapon can compare to a Kratzo magic sword, didn't you? Then open your eyes and watch carefully. Let me show you what the strongest sword truly is. Bankai. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Hayaten Hayakaso. Rayleigh's eyes turned a brilliant ice blue, and his whitened hair stirred without wind under the force of his overwhelming Ryatsu. A vast pressure poured out of him and covered the battlefield. In an instant, nearly 1,000 people were crushed beneath that pressure, unable to remain standing as they collapsed one after another. Some were forced flat against the ground. Others dropped to their knees, drenched in sweat. A deadly panic began spreading through the crowd. Rayleigh drew the blade from its sheath, and an astonishing chill radiated from the snow-bright edge. Cold air swept outward, instantly coating the ground in a layer of frost. At the same time, a pair of dragon wings and a dragon tail rapidly formed behind Rayleigh. His limbs were covered in ice crystals as well, transforming into dragon claws. 3 cross-shaped ice flowers hovered behind his head. Daiguren Hyrinmaru. Seeing his transformation, Ares showed a look of curiosity. Marius, however, covered his mouth and nose with one arm to avoid breathing in the freezing air. Because he was standing the closest, tiny ice crystals had even formed on his eyelashes, white mist appeared with every breath. So cold. That same thought surfaced in the minds of many people at once. They rubbed their frost-reddened skin, teeth chattering as they looked at the one responsible for all of this. Their hearts were shaken beyond words. Welf's grandfather had heard Rayleigh's words. Naturally, he connected this bone-piercing cold to the sword in Rayleigh's hand. But that was not enough. In terms of destructive power, Kratzo magic swords were still more. Just as the old man was about to reach the conclusion, Rayleigh suddenly beat the pair of wings behind him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above the royal capital. Seeing him actually fly, the members of Ares Familia below were left staring in disbelief. He's flying. Unbelievable. Those wings are clearly made of ice. How can they carry someone into the sky? And how is he that fast? Because the sight was too shocking, even with the truth right in front of them, they could not stop questioning it. Rayleigh raised Hyrinmaru in his hand and pointed it toward the sky. This Hyrinmaru is the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto, he murmured. Its power can even command the weather. His voice carried clearly to the ground and it entered everyone's ears. Zanpakuto. Hyrinmaru. Strongest ice and snow type. All of those were unfamiliar words to them. Even so, they could understand what command the weather meant. Welf's grandfather stared wide-eyed, his throat dry. He desperately wanted to shout, "That's impossible," but what was happening in the sky left him speechless. Suddenly, the ground was swallowed by shadow. Clouds. The sky, which had been clear and sunny moments ago, was now covered in rolling storm clouds and the temperature plunged. Tenso Jurin. This was Hyrinmaru's fundamental ability. Just as its name implied, it could alter the weather according to the wielder's will, bringing everything in the sky under its control. It was also one of Hyrinmaru's most powerful abilities. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro, after training to the level of a captain, could not use this power with complete ease. And after actually using it himself, Rayleigh understood why. A layer of white spread across the sky. When that whiteness descended and fell onto the people below, they finally realized in shock what it truly was. Marius reached out and caught one of the falling white specks. His eyes widened. Snow. He instantly lifted his face and looked at the figure in the sky. He did this. He really can control the weather. Welf's grandfather stared up at the sky as snowflakes landed on his aged face, cooling even the fire burning in his heart. How is this possible? How can a sword change the weather? Something like this. How could this happen? Zanpakuto. Wait. He seemed to have heard of that before. Someone who had fled from Orario once claimed that a smith from Hephaestus Familia in the Labyrinth City had created swords with souls, and those swords possessed special powers. They could control flames, release waves, and even summon giants. Because the contents had sounded far too absurd, he, an old smith with 80 years of experience, had never taken it seriously. But now, he was personally witnessing a sword he had believed could not possibly exist. I don't believe it. How could I possibly believe this? This isn't real. Damn it, shoot him down. We can't. He's flying too high. Neither arrows nor magic can reach him up there. Rayleigh stood in the air, looking down over the royal capital. If he were alone, he could simply leave gracefully like this. But below him, 3 people were still waiting, and Bankai could not be kept active forever. Rayleigh gathered enough Ryatsu and gripped Hyarinmaru with both hands. This was the true meaning of sit upon the frozen heavens. He would use this to bid farewell to Rekia Kingdom. Hayaten Hayakaso. Boom. The storm clouds churned as a white tide slid down from above the clouds. Like an avalanche. A white waterfall poured from the heavens, yet it did not fall with the force to crush everything beneath it. Instead, after descending a certain distance, it scattered into the air. Snow. Marius looked up at the pure white flakes drifting down from the sky. A snowflake landed on his fingertip. In the next instant, an ice flower suddenly bloomed from that fingertip, sealing his finger inside. Marius's eyes widened, and his expression changed sharply. He felt a bone-deep chill invade his flesh and blood through that finger, freezing all the way down to the bone. Damn it. Marius immediately drew the sword at his waist and struck the ice flower with the hilt. After 2 blows, it had only cracked slightly. But he could no longer feel his finger. Marius anxiously used all his strength to smash it. After 7 or 8 strikes, he finally shattered the ice flower. Along with it, half of his finger broke apart as well. His mangled finger seemed to have already died from the freezing temperature. Marius looked directly at his own injury, yet felt nothing. Then he suddenly realized something. With fear written all over his face, he looked toward the heavy snow covering the entire city. So cold. It's like the dead of winter. The rearguard healer saw the terrible state of Marius's finger and immediately panicked. Your Majesty. Please allow me to heal you. The woman covered entirely in armor stepped forward and began using healing magic, helping Marius restore the finger whose flesh had been torn open and killed by frostbite. Marius, meanwhile, hurriedly lifted the cloak on his body and draped it over Ares. Hey, what are you doing, Marius? I can't see the snow anymore. Shut up, you idiot god. These snowflakes are deadly. Pass down my order. Have everyone take shelter immediately. Indoors, now. Marius shouted. However, by the time he noticed, it was already too late. And his order had come too late as well. Among the army of several thousand, the casualties had already reached triple digits. The sudden bitter cold and the blooming ice flowers were continuously stealing away those frail lives. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, I came to kidnap you. Rayleigh burned through the Ryatsu inside his body, freezing the moisture in the atmosphere and taking control of the entire sky above the royal capital through Tenso Jurin. In just a few short minutes, the temperature within Rekia Kingdom's royal capital had plunged to minus 33 degrees. On top of that, Rayleigh used Tenso Jurin to create violent winds comparable to a level 7 gale. Heaven and earth turned into a world of endless white. The naked eye could no longer see anything more than a meter ahead. And mixed into the snowstorm was Hayaten Hayakaso, causing many people to have parts of their bodies frozen by blossoming ice flowers. After causing such a massive disturbance, Rayleigh was not exactly in good shape either. His Ryatsu was nearly exhausted. Of the cross-shaped ice flowers behind him, only 2 remained. His Bankai was about to be forcibly undone. However, the blizzard he had created through Hyarinmaru's power would continue for at least another 4 or 5 hours. Using the snowstorm to hide himself, Rayleigh soon reached the location of the secret passage. The moment Lolyun saw him fly down and land, she rushed forward. You finally came. What is going on with this weather? Did you do this? The Beastman girl was completely shaken. She knew this man was strong. But this was way too ridiculous. He had actually changed the weather of an entire kingdom, making snow fall in this season. And this snow was not normal either. It was too cold. Normally, even hail would not make the temperature drop this quickly. At this very moment, every household in the city had lit their fireplaces to keep warm. Otherwise, people really would freeze to death. Leave while we can. Rayleigh did not explain much as he immediately spoke. Lolyun did not dare ask more. She led him to meet up with Lady Phobos and Welf Kratzo, who had arrived ahead of them. At that moment, both of them were wrapped in thick clothing. Even so, their ears and cheeks had been frozen red. Rayleigh-kun, thank you for saving us. The goddess held Rayleigh's hand, lifting it and covering it between her palms. Rayleigh noticed that her hands were somewhat cold, so he infused the power of Kaido into her body. Feeling something warm enter her, Phobos immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise. Then Rayleigh reached his hand toward Lolyun. At first, Lolyun wanted to dodge. But after seeing Phobos's reaction, she held herself still. Rayleigh placed one hand on the Beastman girl's head and performed the same action, driving away the cold that had accumulated inside her body and allowing the power of Kaido to circulate through her, helping her resist the freezing weather. When it came to Welf, Rayleigh reached out, only for the boy to dodge. Why are you dodging? I am not a little kid. Rayleigh froze for a moment, then gave the slightly red-faced, red-haired boy a long, judging look. If this wasn't a little kid behavious, then what was? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Then he extended his fist toward the boy instead. When Welf saw that Rayleigh had changed the gesture into a fist bump, he felt as though he had been acknowledged. He was so happy that both rows of his teeth showed in a wide grin. He's so easy to coax. Their fists touched. Rayleigh thought, a kid really is still a kid. All right. Let's go. You go first. I'll follow shortly. As though he had remembered something, Rayleigh said that to the three of them. Welf asked, you're not coming with us? Seeing the worry on his face, Rayleigh said, don't be fooled by how she looks. She's actually a professional. You don't need to worry if you follow her. I'll catch up soon. When Lolyun heard Rayleigh praise her, she was so overwhelmed that she immediately saluted on the spot. I'll complete the mission. Rayleigh showed her the back of his hand and tapped it. Lolyun immediately understood. If anything unexpected happened, she was to contact him using that magic. She nodded heavily, then led Phobos and Welf into the secret passage. After seeing them off, Rayleigh returned to the palace once more. He arrived at Eleonora's room and found her sitting in front of the fireplace, wrapped in a thick blanket and shivering as she muttered at the flames. Honestly, is this the end of the world? A blizzard this huge came out of nowhere. Has this country finally been punished by the gods? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Yuu, it's so cold. If Rakia could just be destroyed like this, that would be nice. Then I wouldn't have to become a breeding machine. The snow is so beautiful. The girl gazed at the snow outside the window, her thoughts a tangled mess. Sigh. Her life recently had truly been one disaster after another. First, that curse-like skill had been discovered. Then Lady Batet had been punished because of it. After that, she was kidnapped, rescued, and even ended up beating a kingdom knight during the ceremony. Honestly. She had thought this might be the beginning of a story. But now, it seemed her existence was nothing more than a passing character in someone else's chapter. In the end, she still could not escape her tragic fate. She wondered how later generations would record her, the mother of heroes. What is that guy doing now? Okiora. That was obviously a fake name. That idiot. Ahem. If you talk badly about someone behind their back, your tongue might rot off. Thud. The moment Eleonora heard Rayleigh's voice, she shot up like she had been launched. But the blanket around her was too long, and she tripped over it, falling straight forward in a full-body tumble. The sound alone made it clear how much that hurt. Why you? Eleonora stood up while holding her nose, tears in her eyes as she pointed at the boy in front of her. Rayleigh ignored her reaction and opened his palm toward the fireplace. By changing the arrangement and density of Raysure, he increased the strength of the flames. The temperature inside the room immediately rose, becoming much warmer. After doing that, he spoke to the girl, fine. Okiora was indeed a fake name. My real name is Rayleigh. Ray-Lee. The princess repeated the pronunciation softly, then gave a very haughty little huff. What a weird name. I get that a lot. Eleonora turned her face away, but one eye secretly glanced in Rayleigh's direction. Did you finish your business? More or less. Then why did you come here? Do I still have any use to you? The girl asked, her voice carrying a faint loneliness. But the moment the words left her mouth, her tone suddenly changed, becoming somewhat frightened. Wait. Don't tell me you're after my body. Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. Then, narrowing his eyes, he said, Now that you mention it, I'm starting to think that does sound somewhat tempting. Wait, sorry, I was joking. I'm sorry. Eleonora apologized at the speed of light. She kept her apologetic posture for a while before slowly raising her head. A moment later, the princess's voice came out low and dejected. Then, did you come to say goodbye? Rayleigh looked at the girl's trembling body. The room was already warm now, yet she was still shaking. It was not because of the cold, but because she was afraid. Goodbye. Rayleigh raised one finger and wagged it left and right in denial. Don't be too surprised when you hear this. This time, I came to kidnap you. Eleonora. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, so this is what freedom looks like. What did you just say? Eleonora stared blankly at the boy in front of her. Rayleigh raised a hand and swept it through his hair. In an instant, the white strands turned black as ink. Then he closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, his pupils had returned to that abyss-like black. I'm from Orario. I came here this time after accepting a request from Lady Phobos to bring her and one of her children back with me. Eleonora, we haven't known each other for very long. It would be hypocritical to talk about trust, so I've decided to simply abduct you instead. 3 days. His connection with this girl had not lasted longer than that. But because of various circumstances, he had learned quite a lot about what she had gone through. Were they friends? Probably not. Did they have a favorable impression of each other? Possibly. After all, both of them had good looks. When a handsome boy and a beautiful girl met, it was easy for attraction to start from appearances. But that was still far from enough to entrust one's life to the other. Rayleigh simply did not want to watch a pitiful princess become Ares' tool for mass-producing prodigies. To put it simply, he found it unpleasant, so he decided to interfere. Orario. Hephaestus. Are you an adventurer? Eleonora asked, a little surprised, though not exactly shocked. She had made guesses about Rayleigh's identity, she just not sure about it. After all, the idea of an adventurer from Orario sneaking into Rakia Kingdom alone was far too ridiculous. She had not thought real people could be as foolish and reckless as the heroes in stories and picture books. But reality seemed to have slapped her in the face. You said, you're taking me to Orario. I can take you there. Then take me with you. As you wish. Rayleigh extended his hand toward the girl. Eleonora placed her hand in his, as though accepting an invitation to dance. As the royal palace grew smaller and smaller in her sight, the princess's emotions became complicated. She did not have many memories of her mother. All the memories she had of her mother's face were of that sorrowful expression. She had always thought that would be her own future. But now, she was soaring freely through the sky like a bird. The birdcage gradually vanished from view. And the dark clouds inside Eleonora's heart began to part. Rayleigh took Eleonora and flew straight out of the royal capital. He did not go through the secret passage. After leaving the city, the princess looked out over the vast land with shining eyes. In the past, the towering walls of the royal capital had been the end of everything she could see. The last time Rayleigh had carried her through the air, it had been night, so this was her first time seeing the horizon like this. So this was the world. So this was freedom. Wah. Hey, stop moving around. I'm going to drop you. Rayleigh looked at the girl's excitement and felt somewhat moved. When he had first arrived in this world, he too had been filled with curiosity toward it. Setting out on an adventure had made his heart leap with joy. The excitement and thrill in his chest had been impossible to stop. Was this what people called returning to one's original spirit? For some reason, the many worries that had troubled him before, and the pressure that had built up in his heart, seemed to have vanished. Even breathing felt smoother. So this was what it meant to be blinded by being too close to the situation. He clearly knew the direction this world was headed in. He knew about many conspiracies and hidden truths in advance, yet in turn, those very secrets had suppressed his original self. The great feud, the nightmare of the 27th floor, the tragedy of justice, the creature, the corrupted spirit, the promised day, the city destroyer, the Xenos, the unexplored regions, the ancient monsters, the black dragon. The more he knew, the more he craved strength. He had not even realized that his own mindset had begun to slip into impatience. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why Hephaestus had looked at him with such worry before. So his patron goddess had already seen that far ahead. As expected of my goddess. Rayleigh took Eleonora to rest in a small town. He still could not fully relax. Because their opponent was Rakia Kingdom. Of course, that was not solely because of its strength. It was because of Ares. The blizzard he had stirred up was a natural disaster for the royal capital. If this had been an ordinary country, they would now be trying every possible method to calm the people and organize rescue efforts. But Rakia Kingdom was different. Because Ares was a war maniac, and also an idiot whose brain was made entirely of muscle. Would he choose to show concern for the people, comfort the citizens, and organize disaster relief? Rayleigh could say with certainty that the god would never care about any of that. After reorganizing his forces, Ares would immediately launch a pursuit, all for the sake of reclaiming his important, strategic resources. Princess Aisha and Welf Kratzo of the Kratzo family. These two hopes for Rakia Kingdom, and for the rise of Ares Familia, had been taken away at the same time. There was no way Ares would give up on them. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. Because they had exceeded the range at which he could sense Ryuraku, Rayleigh relied on the Ryatsu he had recorded from Lullion and used tracking Kido to locate her. Numbers flashed across the circular mirror-like surface before Rayleigh pieced them together and obtained a set of coordinates. After correcting his route according to those coordinates, Rayleigh took Eleonora and set off again. Roughly 7 hours later, Rayleigh finally caught up with Lullion, Phobos, and Welf. You finally caught up. The Beastman girl looked visibly relieved. Only the gods knew how nervous she had been, having to escort 2 people who needed protection while also staying alert for pursuers and bandits. Lullion now fully understood how important it was to have a powerful ally to rely on. With a companion as strong and monstrous as Rayleigh around, most problems no longer needed to be worried about. After her initial excitement, her attention quickly shifted to the princess behind Rayleigh. And she is. Before Rayleigh could explain in response to Lullion's question, Phobos had already spoken first. Aisha. Why are you here? Phobos looked at Eleonora in astonishment. The princess answered, Lady Phobos, my name is Eleonora now. Aisha is the name of Reikia's princess. It doesn't belong to me, and I don't want to accept it. As one of Ares' subordinate gods, Phobos knew what had happened to Eleonora. In a sense, Welf and this princess were in the same situation. Your Highness. Welf dropped to his knees. After all, he was a noble. Although he was not especially skilled in etiquette, he had received the education expected of him. Since childhood, he had been taught how to behave before royalty. Eleonora crouched down and helped him up. Are you a citizen of the kingdom? I've already thrown away my former identity. Right now, I'm only Eleonora, so you don't need to treat me with such respect. Aside from the blood I happen to be born with, I have nothing worthy of that kind of reverence from you. Welf froze. He stared blankly at the princess before him. She had clearly lost everything and become someone with nothing at all. Yet for some reason, Welf felt that Her Highness the Princess looked very happy. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, she was doing it on purpose, isn't she? What do we do next? Eleonora asked with a trace of excitement. Rayleigh glanced at her, feeling somewhat helpless at the state she was in, then answered. First, we need to get new transportation. We aren't that far from Orario, but it's not close enough for women and children to walk there on foot. His words made all 4 of them nod. 2 seconds later, however, Welf suddenly protested in dissatisfaction, I'm not a kid. I didn't say you were, Rayleigh replied casually. Oh. Then that's fine. And Welf actually believed him. Phobos looked at the boy being fooled with a gentle, motherly expression. Inwardly, she thought it was fortunate that they had escaped. Otherwise, in noble circles, it would have been strange if this child wasn't tricked like an idiot. If all we had to do was walk, our legs wouldn't exactly fall off. The problem is that we'd be caught before reaching our destination. As he spoke, Rayleigh's tone grew a little more urgent. He took a deep breath, steadied his breathing rhythm, then frowned slightly. Something's wrong. What do you mean? Phobos asked. My mind is recovering abnormally slowly. Isn't that completely normal? Lullion looked speechless as she gestured with both hands. You changed the weather of an entire city and fought who knows how many times in a row. In her eyes, that was not something a level 3 should be able to do at all. Even if the strongest level 3 mage in the city came here and saw what Rayleigh had done, they would probably wonder whether they were still dreaming. Something like that was probably only possible for 9 Hell in Orario. Rayleigh rejected her explanation. No. My recovery speed is usually much faster than this. And I have spirit healing as a development ability. This situation isn't reasonable. Hey, seriously. Don't tell me you were poisoned. Poison. Rayleigh paused. Suddenly, he remembered when Marius had shown that magic item on him. It probably was not poison. Otherwise, the power of Kaido would have cleared it away. Besides, as far as he knew, there were very few poisons capable of affecting a Shinigami's spiritual body. Rather than poison, this was probably some kind of debuff. No, this was not a game. How could there be such a thing as a debuff? Was it a curse? Rayleigh felt a chill in his heart. In this world, curses were an extremely special form of spellcraft, and there were very few methods to remove them. If it had come from the great magical nation of Altina, then even a curse would not be strange. The fact that Reikia had obtained something like that was probably thanks to Altina's internal conflict. The structure of the world was changing every moment. But Orario, standing at the far end of the continent, remained detached from all of it and barely felt those changes. Don't worry, Rayleigh said, calming the others. Other than my mind recovery slowing down, there don't seem to be any other issues with me. At least, not right now. With that, he began moving with the 4 of them. Lullion walked beside him while holding the map. There's a market about 14 kilometers from here. We should be able to get a carriage there. Good. Then we'll head there first. Rayleigh made the decision. The group immediately set out without stopping. Among them, Eleonora and Welf had both received Falna. As for Rayleigh and Lolian, that went without saying, both were upper-class adventurers with titles. The result was that Phobos became the one slowing them down. After sealing her divine power, all she had left was her breathtaking beauty. Her stamina was no different from that of a delicate woman. At this rate, we'll be too inefficient. Lolian, you carry her, Rayleigh said. Eh. The moment Lolian heard that she had to carry a goddess, her face filled with panic. Her gaze drifted to the side, not daring to look directly at Rayleigh. She pressed the tips of her index fingers together in front of her chest and muttered, well, I am not very strong. And I'm too short. At first, Rayleigh thought she was making excuses. But when she mentioned the height problem, he realized that it was indeed true. Looks like I'll have to trouble you then, Lord Adventurer. So he walked over to Phobos. Please don't tease me. Rayleigh crouched down with his back to the goddess. Phobos wrapped her arms around his head, crossing her hands in front of his chest. Rayleigh only felt a heavy softness press against his back. Then, by instinct, he lifted both hands and supported her thighs to keep her from falling. Two different kinds of softness attacked his brain at the same time. This was seriously difficult to stay calm through. After a brief pause, Rayleigh began moving with Phobos on his back. And once he took several steps, he realized he had been thinking far too simply. The real stimulation had only just begun. Also, this goddess was doing it on purpose, wasn't she? And she kept making strange sounds. TCH. After realizing she was teasing him, Rayleigh hardened his heart and said, pick up the pace. Then he took the lead and started running. Even if the goddess nearly got thrown off, he kept a firm grip on her thighs. After traveling like that for more than 3 hours, the group arrived at the market. There were not many people here. The moment Phobos's figure appeared, she immediately drew the attention of everyone in the market. That person is a god. A god. It's a goddess. Seeing these people's reactions made Rayleigh remember when he had first arrived in this world. He knew that people in this world were aware that the gods had descended to the lower world, but not that many had actually seen a god with their own eyes. And yet, even if they had never seen a real god before, the instant they saw Phobos, they understood what she was. That was the special aura of a god. Many people dropped to their knees to welcome Phobos's arrival and a few only bowed in greeting. Lolian found a merchant and tried to arrange a carriage back to Orario. Rayleigh and the others waited nearby. Since they were hungry, they began eating food from the market. Of course, none of it tasted particularly good. Dry cheese, hummus, and flavorless bread, all wrapped in some kind of nameless herb leaf before being eaten. Rayleigh casually took 2 bites. Seeing the difficult expressions on their faces, the merchant explained. Storage conditions are limited. These are the only things we can bring with us. For safety reasons, we usually avoid hunting in the wild. We'd like to eat meat too. Though this place was called a market, in reality, it was only a caravan formed by traveling merchants briefly stopping here. There were around 15 carriages in total. Each of them was doing a different kind of business. Chapter 165, Crack. A short while later, Lolian came back with her report. Not good. The merchant over there isn't willing to sell the carriage. If we just travel with the caravan and follow the goods, we'll definitely get caught. The moment they heard they might be caught, both Eleonora and Welf grew tense. Hey, can't you just fly us there? Eleonora asked Rayleigh. From her personal experience, Rayleigh's flying speed was extremely fast. At the very least, it was far faster than a horse. Rayleigh looked at her and said helplessly, I'd collapse from exhaustion before we reached Orario. If that happens, we'll really have no options left. Although Daegyr and Hyarinmaru could provide the ability to fly, that power was not meant for carrying passengers. The efficiency was far too low. At this moment, Rayleigh truly wished he could forge Minazuki. As a living type Zanpakuto, once Minazuki was released, it would transform from a blade into a huge creature similar to a manta ray. Minazuki's body was enormous. It could carry multiple people through the air, and its speed was very high. Because he would only need to maintain its Shirkai release, the Ryatsu consumption would be minimal. Carrying 4 people across several hundred kilometers would not be much of a problem. Unfortunately, he could not just create a Minazuki barehanded. I'll negotiate. After leaving those words behind, Rayleigh went to find the merchant Lolian had spoken to earlier. 5 minutes later, he returned to the 4 of them and said, Done. Get in. We're leaving now. Ha. Lolian froze. She glanced at the middle-aged merchant not far away, then could not help but questioning Rayleigh's method. Don't tell me you threatened him. Rayleigh. How could I possibly do something like that? Then why did that man suddenly agree? That is the charm of money. Rayleigh pinched two fingers together as he spoke a shallow yet very real truth. Luoyun's mouth fell open. How much did you promise to pay him? 10 million valis. Tay, cough, cough. 10 million. Luoyun rushed forward, lifted Rayleigh's coat, and roughly shoved her head inside while saying, "You're carrying that much money on you." Rayleigh pushed her away. "Of course not. It's not like I have some kind of spatial ring." "Then why would he believe you'll pay him?" When asked that, Rayleigh scratched his cheek and said, "About that. I didn't expect myself to be this famous." The moment he saw me, he asked whether I was Rayleigh from Hephaestus Familia, then directly called out my title. After I admitted it, he agreed. Rayleigh himself looked a little surprised. Out of those 5 minutes, most of the time had been spent listening to the men flatter him. In that instant, Luoyun understood. That made sense. Among these merchants, there were naturally some who traveled to and from Orario. That middle-aged man was one of them. Otherwise, he would not be heading toward Orario. Since that was the case, of course he knew some information from inside the city. As the largest production-type familia, Hephaestus Familia was famous even outside Orario. And when speaking of the hottest rising star in Hephaestus Familia right now, there was no doubt it was Yodasai. Whether it was a fearsome reputation or a good one, that title had spread widely throughout Orario. Every Zanpakuto forged by Yodasai was worth hundreds of millions of valis. That was no longer some secret. Besides, this guy really was easy to recognize. White hair, black eyes, a handsome young face, the style of his clothing, and the fact that he was always carrying several swords. In a merchant's eyes, those were not swords at all. They were priceless treasures worth well over 1 billion valis in total. Although the merchant very much wanted to see the legendary sword said to possess souls, as an experienced traveling merchant, he knew he could not casually touch an adventurer's weapon. That was a major taboo. If one encountered an adventurer with a bad temper, even making such a request could get someone killed on the spot. Not to mention, this man was the one said to have killed over 1,000 people during the Great Feud. It was not as though the caravan had no guards. But none of them believed those guards could defeat an adventurer from Hephaestus Familia. After giving the merchant a token, Rayleigh grabbed Welf and made him the driver, while he himself rested inside the carriage. Because they had walked for several hours without any rest, the women, including Luoyun, were utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep inside the carriage. Welf was truly a child after all. He possessed a mysterious abundance of energy. The carriage did not move particularly quickly, only somewhat faster than everyone walking together. Because of his fatigue, Rayleigh truly fell asleep this time. He sank into a deep sleep, and his consciousness entered the depths of his inner world. Inside an apartment that was clearly modern in style, Rayleigh sat up from the bed. He looked around at the scenery, then naturally put on slippers and walked to the bathroom, where he looked at himself in the mirror. There were several faint streaks of red in his eyes. Rayleigh lowered his head, rinsed his mouth, and spat out the water. When he lifted his head again, a figure had appeared behind him in the mirror. "Have you noticed something, Hyarinmaru?" "Rayleigh, your condition is not good. Can you figure out why?" Rayleigh asked calmly. Hyarinmaru nodded, then looked toward the apartment window. Rayleigh walked to the balcony and looked outside. There, he saw a crack. He understood it now, that crack was the culprit behind the fatigue he felt. "Can it be removed?" Rayleigh asked. By then, 3 more figures had already appeared behind him. Senbon Sakura. Sakanade. Ruriiro Kujaku. Hyarinmaru. The 4 manifested Zanpakuto spirits stood behind Rayleigh, all staring gravely at the fissure in his inner world. Seeing none of them answer, Rayleigh understood that this problem could not be solved for the time being. At the same time, Ares, who had departed from Rakia Kingdom, was leading 20,000 troops in a full-speed pursuit of Rayleigh and the others. Ares sat inside a luxurious carriage. Beside him was Marius, who was reviewing documents. Even while chasing an enemy, this king was still working. This was no longer simple workaholism. Marius had already grown used to things like this. After all, his god was an idiot who knew absolutely nothing about managing state affairs. "Hey, Marius. Stop working and keep me company for a while. I'm busy." Marius was so busy he did not even have time to lift his head. However, his gaze occasionally drifted toward the tip of his own finger. After being healed, the injury could no longer be seen. Zanpakuto, was it? Perhaps, compared to Kratso magic swords, those were the objects that deserved far more attention. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, War. "Hey, do you know what kind of enemy we're facing this time?" Gulp. During the march, one soldier spoke with a frightened look on his face. Several soldiers nearby heard him and answered carelessly, "Yeah, don't we? We're just chasing down some defectors." "Idiot." "Huh? What did you say?" Say that again. Idiot. The soldier who had been insulted was about to lose his temper when a nearby veteran suddenly turned back and said, "He's right. You really are an idiot. Do you think they'd send out an army this large just to capture 2 people?" The soldier from before gripped his spear with trembling hands. In a low voice, he said, "I heard the enemy is a terrifying monster. That sudden blizzard in the royal capital, apparently, that monster caused it." "What? Is that true? A monster that could summon wind and rain, dropping Reiki's temperature by dozens of degrees in an instant and nearly freezing countless people to death?" "I'm not sure either, but they say an ice dragon did it." "A dragon? An ice dragon?" "Some people said they saw the shadow of an enormous dragon in the clouds. They even heard its roar." The moment they heard their opponent might be a legendary monster, a dragon, every soldier present began to think about retreating. Because that was a dragon. A powerful existence that only appeared in myths and ancient legends. It was said that in the primordial era, several countries had been destroyed by mighty evil dragons. Once that rumor appeared, it spread through the army in an instant. After all, something like creating a blizzard that covered an entire royal capital was probably something only a legendary dragon could accomplish. But if they were really being sent to slay a dragon, could they actually win? Impossible. Even with 20,000 men, how were they supposed to defeat an ice dragon capable of freezing the land? For small soldiers like them, weren't they just cannon fodder? Stop talking nonsense. What dragon? If something like that really existed, how could we not have seen anything? I heard the general mention words like Orario and adventurer. The enemy is probably a high-level adventurer from the labyrinth city. An adventurer? The soldiers looked at one another. Yet their faces were full of disbelief. Compared to believing that one adventurer could possess the power to change the weather, they would rather believe all of this had been done by a legendary ice dragon. And even if the enemy really was an adventurer, could people like them win? Their opponent was a monster who had covered the entire royal capital in a blizzard. Are we going there to die? No one knew who had muttered those words, but panic immediately began spreading through the army. The high-intensity march, combined with confusion and despair, wore them down further. Some of the soldiers had not only caught colds, but also carried frostbite on their bodies. Rumble, rumble. The tremors in the ground startled Rayleigh awake, causing him to open his eyes. He looked toward the rear of the carriage. His gaze seemed to pierce through several kilometers of distance as he sensed the approach of Reikia Kingdom's army. They're a little slower than expected. Rayleigh glanced at the others, who had yet to wake up, then suddenly met Lillian's bright eyes. "You were awake?" When the Beastman girl heard the question, she smiled faintly and said, "Don't make me repeat myself. I'm a professional." Rayleigh did not deny it after hearing that. He stood up and the Beastman girl hurriedly asked, "Are you planning to face them head-on?" Rayleigh shook his head. "Of course not. Don't worry. The next time we meet, it'll be in Orario." With that, Rayleigh leapt down from the carriage. Watching the carriage gradually move farther away, Rayleigh removed his swords, held them in his arms, and sat cross-legged, waiting for the army led by Ares. Roughly 7 minutes later, the vast army appeared within Rayleigh's sight. Seeing the army approach, Rayleigh stood up and waved his hand. All 4 of his Zanpakuto stood upright on the ground. He slowly drew Senbenzakura, holding it upside down in front of him. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Countless blades transformed into hundreds of millions of cherry blossom-like petals, forming a massive wave that surged toward Reikia Kingdom's army. It's the enemy's attack. Its range is enormous. Fire the magic. Catapults, forward. Boom. Creak. All kinds of sounds mixed together. Countless attacks landed against the tsunami of cherry blossoms, but only weakened it slightly. When the sea of petals covered the crowd, hell descended. Everyone caught within the sea of flowers looked as though they had been thrown into a meat grinder, their bodies carved beyond recognition. Blood sprayed everywhere. The battlefield was instantly filled with the stench of blood. What's happening? These flowers, they're like sharp blades. It hurts. My foot. My foot was cut off. Help me, don't step on me. Marius's expression changed. Ares immediately shoved him aside and stared at the spectacular scene before him. Ooh. Now this is a rare sight. These petal-like things are actually sharp blades. To think he can control them in battle. That guy doesn't only possess ice powers. Although his own side was suffering terrible losses, in Ares' eyes, this was simply part of war. Of course war required bloodshed and sacrifice. Could a war without casualties even be called war? Gokiai. The boy's voice rang in everyone's ears. In the next instant, the tsunami-like sea of flowers suddenly seemed to receive a command. It gathered together as one, rapidly forming an enormous sphere that spun at terrifying speed. Rayleigh raised 2 of his fingers together. The gigantic sphere began moving through the formation of Rakia Kingdom's army. Once that enormous meat grinder began advancing, horrifying screams rose one after another. It's coming. It's coming this way. Ayah. Help. Ayah. Before the eyes of one young soldier, the veteran who had always guided and taught him was grazed by the spinning cherry blossoms. In the blink of an eye, the man was dragged into Gokii. There was no scream or cry for help to be heard. In just an instant, 3 living people were turned into a mist of blood. Even their bones were crushed until nothing remained. The young soldier stood there in a daze. He no longer had the strength to run. Perhaps he was lucky. The enormous Gokii rolled past in front of him and did not come toward him. Perhaps saying this was not quite right. But he truly felt relieved. Although he felt somewhat sorry for those who had died so horribly, he genuinely felt the gratitude of having survived a disaster. Then he began to run. Fuck this war. He was going to flee. However, he had only taken a few steps when an arrow pierced through his head and lodged in his skull. The young soldier fell stiffly to the ground. No running away. There is only one end for deserters. Kill them without mercy. Raise your shields. Charge. Break through. The enemy is only one man. Kill him, and this thing will stop. Anyone who doesn't want to die, charge with me. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Freezing Hell. Facing a charge of 20,000 men, even the countless blades of Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi could not stop them completely. Rayleigh was very conscious of his Ryatsu consumption, so aside from using Gokii to cut down the enemy's numbers in one sweep, he had been controlling Senbon Sakura conservatively the whole time. Countless blades returned to his side, reforming into an ordinary sword. After releasing Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, Rayleigh drew Ruriiro Kujaku from beside him. Bloom in frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Shining vines surged toward the enemy. Using the strength of their spiritual pressure as a filter, Rayleigh selected those with larger amounts of mind and wrapped the vines around them, sucking the power from their bodies. Watching their comrades go from living, breathing men to shriveled bags of skin and bone chilled the soldiers to their cores. Many times, soldiers on the battlefield were not afraid of death itself. What they feared was an end worse than death. They could tell that even after being reduced to such a state, those men were still alive. And that kind of life was worse than simply dying. Too slow. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Rayleigh's face. These people had too little spiritual power since Ruriiro Kujaku's buds had not filled enough. Naturally, they could not bloom. Even if he drained all the life force from these people, the amount of spiritual power he gained would still be little more than a drop in the bucket. So he controlled Ruriiro Kujaku and continued searching for targets with reckless intensity, draining more spiritual power. But by now, the enemy had also reacted. Gathering their courage, they raised their weapons and began hacking at Ruriiro Kujaku's vines. Yet when their blades struck, they were only deflected. The soldiers were left at a loss. We can't cut them. Stabbing doesn't work either. Damn it, what the hell are these glowing vine things? Seeing this, one of the commanders also swung his weapon down at them. The result was no different. After his weapon trembled violently, it was knocked aside all the same. The toughness of these vines was astonishing. Only after draining 40 people of all their spiritual power did one of Ruriiro Kujaku's buds finally bloom. Rayleigh had no time to be elegant, he opened his mouth and chewed it directly. The Ryatsu inside his body rapidly recovered. So that curse only slows down my natural recovery. External mind can still be absorbed. Heh. Rayleigh withdrew Ruriiro Kujaku and drew Hyarinmaru. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. First came Shirkai. After Rayleigh released his Zanpakuto, 2 swings of his blade sent 2 ice dragons tearing through the air. The enormous ice dragons rampaged through the army before finally exploding into waves of cold air. Seeing large numbers of soldiers collapse and lose the ability to fight, Marius grabbed Ares and shouted. See. You idiot. I told you we needed to prepare countermeasures against the cold. But no, you just had to rush out immediately. Ares broke into a cold sweat, but he still stubbornly argued back. He shoved Marius aside and shouted, Eek. Cold is a minor problem. You can overcome it with burning passion and willpower. No one can overcome it like that, you stupid god. Marius was speechless. After feeling the speed of his Ryatsu consumption, Rayleigh decisively used Bankai. Daigurin Hyarinmaru. If possible, he wanted to directly use Shirkai Hyoketsu. However, Hyarinmaru had told him that his current self still could not control that kind of technique. So he could only settle for the next best option. 0-degree release. This was a new technique Rayleigh and Hyarinmaru had developed after learning that he could not yet use Shirkai Hyoketsu. Instead of condensing the moisture in the atmosphere into ice blocks, it went deeper, freezing water molecules into tiny grains of ice dust. Cold air at -70 degrees rushed toward the kingdom army, using the atmosphere itself as its medium. 0-degree release was a technique that prevented the cold air from freezing the moisture in the atmosphere, and it was also a more refined use of tenso jurin. For Zanpakuto standing at the peak of fire and ice, both of which were tied to temperature, influencing the environment was an extremely simple matter. And for the environment, or rather, nature itself, to kill humans was far easier still. As everyone knew, water froze at 0 degrees Celsius under standard conditions. In other words, when the temperature dropped below zero, water would begin to freeze and eventually solidify completely. But Hyarinmaru had changed the phenomenon, controlling the freezing point and pushing it far below zero. The cold air Rayleigh released now, upon touching the human body, could lower a person's body temperature from 36.7 degrees Celsius to hypothermic levels within 1 minute. To achieve this result, Rayleigh deliberately preserved the humidity, lowered the temperature, and intensified the dry, freezing wind. In that terrifyingly cold environment, the soldiers of the kingdom army could not even open their eyes. The surface of their skin felt as though it were being sliced apart inch by inch. Every breath felt like swallowing 1,000 needles. The pain was unbearable, and soldiers began collapsing one after another. In the eyes of those falling into shock, at the far end of this frozen hell stood a cold-faced boy. Ah. We were wrong. To dare challenge such a man, dying for that was not even worth pitying. Because what they had done was foolish beyond measure. As more and more soldiers collapsed from hypothermia, Eri saw his own men falling in waves at the front of the battlefield, unable to approach that figure at all. He immediately roared, "Mage units! Archers! Attack together!" Once his command was delivered, large numbers of archers immediately removed the bows from their backs, knocked their arrows, and aimed at Rayleigh. Seeing a dense rain of arrows rise into the sky, Rayleigh lifted the hand holding Hyarinmaru. Sword pressure erupted from the blade, carrying freezing air with it. The dense arrow rain was blown apart, and the cold air covered the arrows in a layer of frost. Fire the magic! Multicolored magical light flared within the army. Seeing this, Rayleigh pointed his blade toward the mage unit. Before their chants could be completed, he released a directional wave of cold air. A freezing gale swept forward with ice crystals. Whoosh! In an instant, the long, overlapping chants suddenly broke off. The kingdom army's mages all clutched their throats. Some dropped to their knees, while others rolled across the ground, but every one of them wore the same expression. Agony. Their throats had been damaged by ice crystals, leaving them in unbearable pain and unable to chant magic anymore. The tears they had just squeezed out froze in place, and the brutal cold made their movements increasingly stiff. The kingdom soldiers felt their limbs gradually slipping away from them. The cold on the surface of their bodies invaded deep into their bones, as though blocks of ice had formed inside their joints. Irregular heartbeat, clouded consciousness. Symptoms of hypothermia began to appear. Heido number 58, 10 ran. Rayleigh added fuel to the fire. A massive tornado mixed into the freezing gale, cutting down the enemy's body temperature even faster. Chapter 168, Surprised Attack. At this moment, among everyone present, only Rayleigh, whose soul coexisted with Hyarinmaru's, was unaffected by the brutal cold. As far as the eye could see, a sea of men surged toward him, piling forward like a living mountain. Every one of them was in terrible condition. Yet even with their minds clouded, they still charged at him with weapons raised. Rayleigh held Hyarinmaru in one hand and Sakanade in the other. Quietly, he activated Sakanade's Shirkai, then he was swallowed by the crowd. He stood like a protruding rock in the middle of a flood. The human tide crashed against him, split apart, and immediately closed in again. Whoosh! With a single slash across the torso, whether it was 3 people or 4, several men were cut in half at the waist. But the crowd pressing against him did not change at all. Rayleigh's twin blades danced wildly. Sword slash flew from his Zanpakuto with every swing. Each slash killed at least several people and wounded more than a dozen. The enemies who got close to him could not keep their limbs intact. Arms and legs flew everywhere, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 severed heads. Even with Sakanade distorting the directions of every enemy around him, stray attacks that had gone off course still landed on him 2 or 3 times every second. Thud. One soldier gritted his teeth and struck with all his strength. His broad-bladed scimitar came down hard, landing directly on Rayleigh's chest. But whether it was the sound it made or the vibration that traveled back into his palm, none of it felt like he had cut into flesh. The soldier was already dizzy from hypothermia. This had been a blow made with every last bit of strength he had. Yet when he saw what had happened to Rayleigh, he froze. The broad-bladed scimitar that should have been able to split a bull in half had landed on Rayleigh's chest without injuring him in the slightest. It had only cut open his shirt. Where the blade had struck, forget a wound, there was not even the faintest mark. Was this really human skin? Even the scales of a legendary dragon could only be this tough, right? After struggling so hard to reach this point, all of it had been useless. Wasn't that just too damn unfair? Huh. Why am I flying? That looked like my body. Oh, so my head had been cut off. Ha. Rayleigh had no time to study the psychological changes of a man who died with a smile on his face. The enemy was not stupid either. When they realized their blades could not injure Rayleigh at all, they did fall into despair for a short while. But soon, they pulled themselves back together. Or rather, they threw caution away completely. One large man abandoned his weapon. Using his comrades as human shields, he seized an opening and threw himself onto Rayleigh, wrapping both arms around one of his arms and locking it down with all his strength. Even with one arm restrained, Rayleigh could still swing the sword in his other hand. Sword slash swept out, and several more men died on the spot. But immediately after that, even more people hurled themselves at him. Because of Sasuke's effect, they were technically lunging in the wrong direction, yet in the press of bodies, they somehow stumbled into him by accident and piled on. Rayleigh exerted strength, trying to throw them off. But one enemy after another pressed down on him, and within just a few seconds, they had built into a mountain of flesh. TCH. Senbon Sakura. Rayleigh released Sasuke, opened his palm, and with a clear ring, Senbon Sakura flew over and landed in his hand. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Whoosh. The scattering cherry blossoms interwove into a net, forming an incredibly sharp barrier. Then Rayleigh temporarily stopped using 0-degree release. Everyone touching him was instantly frozen into blocks of ice. After that, he erupted with Ryatsu, shattering those ice statues and breaking free from the restraints. Under his control, Senbon Sakura circled around him, leaving only Rayleigh himself standing inside the safe zone. The so-called safe zone was the area a wielder of Senbon Sakura had to leave open while controlling the blades. No blades would pass through that area, so there was no need to worry about the sword's master being harmed by his own weapon. At this moment, standing within that safe zone, Rayleigh looked somewhat disheveled. His coat being torn apart was still fine. After all, it was only an ordinary coat, not a shihakusho, so it was perfectly normal for it to be ripped to pieces. But there are too many of them. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Rayleigh's forehead, and he wiped it away with a casual motion. Against such overwhelming numbers, this much was only natural. If he were level 6, things might be different. But with his current strength, truly fighting 20,000 men alone, and every one of them soldiers with fauna, was still unreasonable, no matter how one looked at it. For some reason, all the ones charging at him were ordinary level 1 soldiers. From Rayleigh's observation, there were very few who had even reached the upper ranks of level 1. Since they had deployed an army of this scale, surely they did not think this alone would be enough to capture him. Was the goal a battle of attrition? If so, that was probably Marius's strategy. It seemed he trusted that cursed magic item a great deal. So they planned to exhaust my Ryatsu with sheer numbers. Having figured that out, Rayleigh brought one faintly glowing petal between his fingers to his mouth. If that was their strategy, then they had better not expect him to run out of stamina until he could no longer swing his sword. Because as long as he had Ruriiro Kujaku, his Ryatsu could continue to recover while theirs declined, giving him a steady flow of power. Well, that said, sorry. I'm not kind enough to go that far for you. Shunko. Rayleigh's Ryatsu erupted. In the next second, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight toward the chariot where Ares and Marius were. The obstacles in front of him were blasted away by the explosive force of Shunko. Before he could be surrounded again, Rayleigh used Shuinpa and appeared in the air. Then, using Raisure to create footholds invisible to the naked eye, he swept through the sky toward Ares. Whoosh! A sound tore through the air. Rayleigh twisted his body in midair, calmly avoiding the thrown weapon. He even had time to glance at its full shape. This was a halberd. So there were people in Rakia who used such vicious weapons. It was over 2 meters long, roughly 4 centimeters in diameter, and had little flexibility. The tip was not only a double-edged blade serving as a spearhead, but was also attached to a sharp axe blade. It was a polearm capable of both thrusting and chopping. Judging from the sound of the wind, the weapon weighed around 100 kilograms. With that kind of weight, combined with its forward heavy balance, even without much strength behind it, simply being able to swing it was enough to make it dangerous. And someone capable of throwing such a thing like a ballista bolt had to be at least mid-tier level 3. Rayleigh swept his gaze across the battlefield, trying to find the person responsible. However, at that moment, his sense of danger suddenly intensified, warning him. A sound came tearing through the air from behind. Rayleigh instantly turned around. Bakuto number 39, and Kozen. With the incantation abandoned, the spell activated instantly. Clang! The violent impact slammed Rayleigh backward through the air. When he took a closer look at what had struck him, his eyes widened slightly. It was the same halberd he had just dodged. It came from behind. Was it a tracking attack, or had someone relayed it through the air? On a battlefield of 20,000 people, Rayleigh's perception and insight were both being heavily disrupted. He could not notice everything. Crack. A sharp sound rang out. A fracture appeared on Enkozen, spreading outward from the point of impact. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Ares Change. Not a bad strength. Rayleigh offered a word of praise, then rearranged the rapier and covered the surface of Enkozen with the properties of Bakuto No. 8, Seiki. Under the effect of the repulsive force, the halberd's momentum was instantly reduced by more than half. Rayleigh seized the timing and struck the side of the spearhead with his blade, knocking the halberd away. The long weapon spun backward through the air. Below, a figure moved toward the place where the halberd was falling, and Rayleigh caught sight of him. "Let me give you a little surprise, sniper." Smack. The halberd was caught in his hand. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth curved upward. He lifted his left hand, and a thread of Ryoryoku instantly pulled taut. The force tugging from the weapon also made that person pause in surprise. In the next second, golden lightning coiled along the halberd and wrapped around the man's body. ZZZZT. Boom. The man's skin was scorched dark by the electricity, and wisps of white smoke rose from his body. Heido No. 11, Tsuzuri Raiden. A Kido that released lightning through an object. The halberd wielder, cooked black on the outside and tender on the inside, still did not lose the ability to fight. He stubbornly remained standing. With injuries like that, as long as there was a healer nearby, he could recover in a few minutes. Whoosh. Rayleigh's figure appeared like a ghost behind and to the right of him. "You're wide open." That quiet sentence made the halberd wielder turn back in terror. Heido No. 63, Raikoho. Rayleigh swung the golden lightning gathered in his hand, pressing it directly against the man's side. In the next instant, thunder roared. The halberd wielder was blasted away in a single strike, vanishing from where he stood along with the flash of lightning, his life or death unknown. Seeing that, Marius's expression finally turned ugly. That man had been a national treasure-level combatant of Rakia Kingdom. Money lost could be recovered through plunder in war, but talented people were priceless. TCH, was that man a monster? How could he still fight like that after being afflicted by a curse that drained his mind? That's right. An ordinary person should have been struggling just to move. Suddenly, Marius saw Rayleigh's gaze shift toward him. Those deep eyes met his own. Then Marius trembled without realizing it, his body swaying slightly. In the next second, Rayleigh's figure vanished. Then he appeared directly in front of the royal chariot. Marius immediately drew the sword at his waist, but Rayleigh ignored him. Instead, he vanished again and flashed to the other side of the royal chariot. After he repeated this 6 times, Marius suddenly noticed that several blue pillars of light had appeared on the ground. "Hey! Stop that. It's already too late." Rayleigh's speed was too fast. No one present could react in time, much less keep up with him. 6 beams of light rose and formed 6 walls of radiance. After rising, the light screens closed together at a height of roughly 5 meters. Marius's voice turned grave. "What did you do?" He threw the sword in his hand. The blade struck the wall of light but left no mark on it. Instead, it was bounced away and fell to the ground. Seeing that, Ares also drew his sword and swung at the barrier, only for the impact to numb his palm. "Ooh. It's really sturdy." Rayleigh answered Marius's question. "Don't be so wary. I made this barrier specifically to protect you. I used the time while I was asleep to develop it with my children, you know." As he spoke, Rayleigh displayed Sakunade's blade, like a creator showing off his work. It was not merely that he resembled one. He was one. "To protect us." Ares froze. But soon, he struck his palm with his fist as though he had reached some great realization. "I see. You have finally found your way back and been overwhelmed by my divine bearing. You've decided to join my command, haven't you?" Putting Rayleigh's reaction aside, Marius's face was so full of shame that he looked like he wanted to hide. He very decisively took the sheath in his hand and smacked the back of Ares's head with it. "As if that could possibly happen, you idiot. Stop being so full of yourself." "Ow. Marius, you bastard. How can you hit me on the head? What if my peerless intellect becomes stupid? I really don't think you need to worry about that. Your muscle brain has no room left to get any dumber." The two of them started bickering right there. Rayleigh watched the scene with a smile, but his finger was pointed behind him. Heido No. 4, Byakurai. A pale pillar of lightning pierced through the human sea and struck a chanting mage with perfect accuracy. Marius, who had been arguing with Ares, frowned, and his gaze darkened. Ares was an idiot. But he was not. If he could create an opening for the mages to chant, he did not mind pretending to be foolish to stall the enemy. But this damn enemy was far too sharp. Because Rayleigh was too close to the royal chariot, the surrounding soldiers all aimed their weapons at him, but none of them dared step forward. I wasn't lying. This barrier was specially made by me to protect you. More accurately, to protect that god over there. Your Majesty, you're just incidental. After saying that, Rayleigh gripped the ring at the end of Sakane's hilt, and heavy ryatsu covered the surroundings. Having already witnessed Daiguren Hyorinmaru and Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, Marius was no stranger to this feeling. This sudden pressure was like the prelude to a terrible disaster, and a sense of crisis wrapped around his heart. Every time Rayleigh's sword changed, this same feeling appeared. Marius shouted, "Everyone! Stay focused." His order was extremely effective. Unfortunately, before this, no matter how guarded you are, it's meaningless. At the same time, this irritating struggle will finally come to an end. Ban. Wait. Rayleigh, who had been about to use Bankai, Sakasama Yakushima Happo Fusagari, looked at Ares with curiosity. That's right. The one who had called out to stop him was Ares. Marius. Ares suddenly became completely serious. He stared at Rayleigh, his gaze heavy and his expression solemn. He looked nothing like the fool from just a moment ago. Rayleigh also became wary of the change. Because he truly knew very little about this god. But he did know one thing. There were no truly shallow gods. A god's disguise could be so perfect that even other gods could not see through it. For example, the city destroyer. During the countless eons he had spent in heaven, he had never once revealed his true heart. That twisted, ugly nature had been hidden for endless ages, only deliberately exposed to others when necessary. The war god might be the same. Thinking that, Rayleigh did not dare be careless. When Marius saw Ares become so serious, he also stopped speaking. Instead, he adopted the posture a follower should have, standing respectfully behind his god. Ares looked at Rayleigh and said, "Young swordsman from Orario, child of Hephaestus. Let this war end here." Rayleigh's expression froze. End, here. He had to admit, this request for peace had come far too suddenly. And the timing happened to be right before he was about to use Bankai and make Reikia's 20,000 soldiers slaughter one another. The war god, Ares. Could it be that, like a goddess of beauty's charm, he possessed some kind of innate special ability and had sensed that something terrible was about to happen? After hesitating for 4 or 5 seconds, Rayleigh released his battle stance and raised his sword, letting Ares see him undo Sakane's Shirkai. Chapter 170, War Ends. Rayleigh opened his left hand, and Sakane's sheath flew over from the distance, landing in his grasp on its own. After sliding Sakane, now returned to the form of an ordinary sword, back into its sheath, Rayleigh called over the remaining Zanpakuto. As the blades flew to his side, he spun once and returned all 4 swords to his waist. Boo-hoo. So those endless strange powers of yours really do come from those swords? Ares asked with a face full of wonder. Rayleigh nodded and did not hide it. That's right. These swords are collectively called Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Ares rubbed his chin. They're not magic swords. He seemed to be trying very hard to remember, yet he could not find anything in his memory about these so-called Zanpakuto. If your definition of a magic sword is a consumable weapon that can release magical power, then Zanpakuto are naturally not magic swords. Don't tell me, you made these swords. That's right. Ooh. I didn't expect the lower world to have such extraordinary talent, someone capable of creating weapons this powerful to exist. I called you a swordsman earlier, but it seems I was wrong. So you're actually a smith. Ares longed for those swords. Zanpakuto. Judging from Rayleigh's performance, these swords were far superior to magic swords. He wanted them. He wanted them badly. Ares' heart burned with desire. But this time, it definitely was not possible. And he had a feeling this would be the closest he ever came to possessing a Zanpakuto. Yet he could not press the issue, because deep inside, he could feel that even if he risked everything, he would not succeed this time. That sense of danger from earlier had felt extremely ominous. As the god of war, for something to make him feel such a crisis meant Zanpakuto, and the creator of Zanpakuto, were truly anything but simple. Rayleigh raised his voice and said, "Then can I assume this matter is over? From here on, you'll give up the pursuit and obediently go back." Ares showed no obvious expression when he heard that question. Perhaps actively admitting defeat made him feel ashamed. He merely wore a helpless look. Rather, shouldn't the question be whether you'll let us go? Up until now, Ares had not seen panic, impatience, or any other sign of possible defeat in the boy's eyes. Add in that confident tone from before, along with the danger Ares had sensed. Although it was hard to believe, this boy most likely possessed some kind of trump card capable of slaughtering everyone present. An ability that could wipe out 20,000 warriors in a single breath. And that ability also came from that sword. Ares' gaze fell on Sakane. A blade of ice and snow that can change the sky and earth, a plant blade that can extend vines and drain power, a boundless blade that can turn into countless petals, and an unknown power capable of erasing an army of 20,000. 4 swords. Only 4 weapons called Zanpakuto, yet each power they possessed was worthy of being called a miracle. How wondrous. How astonishing. And how terrifying. Then I'll take my leave. Rayleigh said that to Ares. Then his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Seeing that they had lost all trace of the enemy, the soldiers felt as though they had survived another lifetime. They had clearly only been facing one man, yet they had experienced the greatest danger and terror of their lives. Only their frozen hands and feet, along with the frostbite covering their bodies, proved that they had survived the battle against that monster. Clang. Clang. Their trembling hands could no longer hold their weapons, and the weapons fell to the ground. The moment the soldiers relaxed, they felt as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies. Some staggered on both legs and dropped to their knees, tears spilling uncontrollably from their eyes. The sound of sobbing on the battlefield grew louder and louder, spreading through the army like a contagion. We survived. So cold. It hurts. No one questioned Ares' sudden withdrawal. Not only because he was the father of Rakia Kingdom, a god, and the god of war, but also because they had already lost the courage to continue fighting Rayleigh. The only reason they had managed to hold on until now was because the army's collective momentum had kept them upright like a twisted rope. Now, that rope had come undone. Looking at those soldiers, Ares was not angry. Because this was not something to be ashamed of. He was the god of war. The embodiment of war and slaughter, yes, but he was also an intelligent being capable of thought. Gods were eternal and unchanging. But Ares seemed a little different. This incident greatly changed Rayleigh's view of him. He had never underestimated any god, but from now on, he decided he would handle every interaction with gods even more carefully. The troublesome part was that Marius did not have the ability to remove the curse. It seemed Rayleigh could only return to Orario and ask Amid to purify it for him. How embarrassing. If his Kido were a little stronger, he should have been able to cleanse it himself. When it came to Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido, putting the rest aside for now, Kido was something he could only teach himself and research on his own. After all, in this world, he was the only one who could use Kido. There was no teacher who could guide him. Fortunately, he had obtained Jif Blessing, Minor, which had raised his overall aptitude. After putting some distance between himself and the battlefield, Rayleigh discovered what looked like an abandoned village. He checked his body and found dozens of sword wounds. However, none of those cuts were particularly deep. The worst one had only gone about 2.5 centimeters into the flesh, and it had not hit any vital area. There were also traces of 3 kinds of poison. Wanting to find a quiet place to treat himself, Rayleigh entered the deserted village. After an intense battle against an army of 20,000, he did feel quite exhausted now. Just as he arrived before the village, an arrow suddenly tore through the air. Rayleigh stopped. The arrow landed perfectly in the ground right in front of him. There are people here. Rayleigh sensed his surroundings, then was surprised to discover that this clearly abandoned village actually held more than a dozen Ryatsu signatures. Among them, there was no shortage of level 2s. As for the strongest presence, it had already reached level 3. A familia with this level of strength, appearing here. For a moment, Rayleigh could not guess where they came from, but he suspected they might be Evelus members who had fled outside the city. This kind of strength would be considered a mid-tier force even in Orario. Aside from their smaller numbers, their combat configuration was almost comparable to Apollo Familia. Rayleigh gripped Sakanade in a reverse hold. In this kind of battle against people, its ability could be considered his first choice. "Man, who are you? This place is currently our temporary base. Are you injured?" A woman's voice came from the direction of the village. Her voice was very cold. But after noticing Rayleigh's injuries, she seemed to soften slightly. At least, that was what Rayleigh thought. Then the woman's voice became forceful again. "Man, explain your injuries. Prove you aren't a bandit or some other wicked person. Otherwise." Whoosh. 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 3 more arrows flew over, sealing off Rayleigh's paths of movement. Then, beneath his calm gaze, a blue-haired beauty of world-shaking grace stepped out from behind a large banyan tree. Chapter 171, Artemis. An archer, and a highly skilled one at that. Rayleigh was surprised to discover that even when he focused on tracing them, he still could not find the flight paths of those arrows. He could not follow their trajectories back to the shooter's location. And now, the other party had revealed herself on her own. Also, she was beautiful. Even Rayleigh, who had seen more than his share of beauties and goddesses, was caught by that face for a brief instant. Her beauty was not the slightest bit inferior to that goddess of justice, and the divine aura she gave off made one thing clear. This huntress was a goddess. Hello, Lady Goddess. I am not a bandit, as for these. Rayleigh glanced at the wounds on his body and, for a moment, found himself at a loss. Because he suddenly had no idea how to explain them. Should he say they came from a clash with an army? There was a good chance, no, 100% chance, that she would think he was messing with her. These were left from a battle. Rayleigh gave a vague answer. But the goddess pressed further. With what? In truth, she had already seen that the wounds were caused by sharp weapons. In other words, there was an 80% chance they had been inflicted by people. An army. An army. Rayleigh sighed. When he faced this goddess's eyes, he felt as if he could not lie to her. So he chose to tell the truth. I fought against Rakia Kingdom's army. He did not mention the scale of the injuries. Although this goddess was beautiful, the more beautiful a woman was, the more likely she was to. That saying had been engraved in his mind ever since childhood. What if she was an evil goddess? The chance of her suddenly attacking him in the next second was definitely not low. Rakia. The blue-haired goddess was clearly startled. Then she asked again, how many? I'm asking how many people were on the other side. Rayleigh took half a step back and said, I didn't know anyone was here. However, I also haven't done anything offensive, so I don't see why I should be interrogated. Since you're using this place as a base, I'll leave. This world was by no means a safe place. If possible, he did not want to clash with an unfamiliar familia while in his current poor condition. Wait. Rayleigh's gaze darkened, and his body reacted. He faced her from an angle that allowed both offense and defense, one hand already resting on his sword hilt. That obvious readiness to draw was Rayleigh's warning. But the other party's next words made him pause. You said leave. What kind of joke is that? With injuries that serious, where are you planning to go? Somewhere to die. Huh. Rayleigh was momentarily stunned by that sudden concern. Of course, he did not lower his guard. A stranger's sudden concern, even from a goddess, was not necessarily goodwill. There might be some hidden purpose behind it. Seeing him frown, the goddess suddenly looked a little embarrassed, her expression caught in awkward conflict. Just as she seemed unsure whether to advance or retreat, another woman's voice came from nearby. Sorry about that. Our patron goddess is a little probably awkward, she's actually worried about your injuries and only wants to help. Letsa. The goddess let out a dissatisfied cry. Rayleigh looked toward the newly appeared woman called Letsa. The woman introduced herself. I am the captain of Artemis Familia, Letsa. Nice to meet you. If my guess is correct, you are Yodasai of Hephaestus Familia, aren't you? This woman named Letsa had actually called out Rayleigh's identity directly. That surprised him inwardly. But what surprised him even more was that they were that Artemis Familia. No wonder they possessed combat strength that was not inferior to Apollo Familia's main force. Then the true identity of this goddess was the famous moon goddess Artemis, one of the 3 virgin goddesses. No wonder she had such beauty and bearing, even among goddesses. He remembered that this goddess did not exactly accept men easily. In fact, one could say she rejected them. Considering that her familia had around 20 members and every one of them was female, that was not hard to understand. It made sense. After all, she was a virgin goddess. And Artemis was the goddess who governed chastity. You know me? Rayleigh asked. Letsa wore an expression that seemed to say, isn't that obvious? What kind of question is that? Of course we know you. How could we not? You made such a huge name for yourself in the Great Feud. Even those of us fighting around the outskirts of the city heard all about you. Rayleigh understood. He knew that Artemis Familia had also participated in the Great Feud. However, he had never met them face to face. So that was because they had been fighting on the city's outskirts the entire time. Still, Rayleigh had heard about their activity. After all, they were not a familia based in Orario, yet they had still joined the struggle against Evelus. That had everything to do with the sense of justice held by the goddess Artemis. She was a goddess of justice and goodness. My name is Rayleigh. Nice to meet you, Miss Letsa, and Lady Artemis. Since the other party had shown goodwill first, Rayleigh no longer acted as if he were keeping them at 1,000 arms length. Your injuries. They're really awful. I'll find you a clean house so you can treat your wounds. After saying that to Rayleigh, Letsa turned to the goddess and asked, this is fine, right, Lady Artemis? The moon goddess gave a tiny in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, expressing her approval. For her, actively asking a man to stay was something she had never imagined doing in all her hundreds of millions of years of existence. Although she felt somewhat embarrassed and displeased that one of her children had seen through her thoughts, the concern she had shown came from the heart. Then thank you. Rayleigh followed behind Letsa and entered the village. As he moved deeper inside, he saw the members of Artemis Familia. At that moment, all of them turned curious gazes toward Rayleigh, the lone man among them. Haha, sorry about that. Our familia only recruits female members, so we almost never interact with men, Letza said. I understand. There's a familia like that in Orario too, Rayleigh replied, not particularly surprised. When Letza heard that, the corner of her mouth lifted. You mean Astria familia, right? Rayleigh glanced at her in surprise. He had not expected the other party to know so much about the situation inside Orario despite not operating there. Speaking of Astria familia, their performance in that war was dazzling. As another familia made entirely of women, I've always wanted to meet their captain. That Scarlet Harnell must be a righteous, graceful, and decisive person. Letza's imagining left Rayleigh somewhat speechless. Was that really Elisa's image in outsiders' eyes? What an unexpected surprise. If that girl heard someone describe her like that, her non-existent tail would probably shoot straight up into the sky. Chapter 172, Hormones. We have a healer among us. If you don't mind, you can accept treatment from us. Letza made the offer out of kindness. She studied the wounds on Rayleigh's body for a moment and came to the conclusion that he had fought against a large number of enemies. Judging from the types of injuries, the other side had to have been an armed group wielding more than a dozen different weapons. The only thing she could not understand was how shallow those wounds were. But if someone told her they were all just grazing injuries, that would be even more unbelievable. At least in her view, calmly dodging while surrounded by enemies was simply impossible. Thank you for the offer, but there's no need. I can use healing magic myself. Rayleigh declined Letza's kindness. Then, under Letza's surprised gaze, he put on an act and chanted a few lines of a completely made-up incantation. After all, using healing magic without a chant in this world was enough to give people a heart attack. Then I'll leave you to rest. Letza tactfully chose to leave. Probing into another person's skills or magic was also considered rude. After watching her go, Rayleigh confirmed her location again through Ryuraku. Once he was certain she had truly left, he stopped hiding anything and fully circulated Kaido, rapidly healing his wounds. After the injuries completely closed, Rayleigh was struck by a wave of exhaustion. In truth, his mind had run dry more than once already. He had only forced himself to recover through Ruriiro Kajaku's power, but the symptoms caused by repeated mental exhaustion had continued building up. Now, they finally burst out all at once. Rayleigh felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Before falling asleep, he forced himself to set up a keto barrier to help keep watch. Then he could no longer resist the fatigue and emptiness, collapsing onto the mat beneath him. Even in deep sleep, his hand still rested on the hilt of his sword, as if he might open his eyes at any moment and launch a thunderous attack. His consciousness sank into deep sleep. He did not even enter his inner world as he simply slept all the way until night. Crackle, crackle. Outside the house came the sound of damp firewood burning. Because the development ability spirit healing was working, Rayleigh did not sleep for several days straight. Instead, he woke after only a few hours. He looked outside through the ventilation gap and found that the sky had gone completely dark. The swaying shadows cast by the firelight made Rayleigh realize there was a bonfire outside. He stood up, intending to check his own condition. But a blanket suddenly slid off his body. Rayleigh picked it up, and immediately, a feminine fragrance drifted into his nose, making his body stiffen unnaturally. Someone had covered him with a blanket. And there had been no hostility. The barrier had not been triggered, nor had it issued any warning. Not only that. Rayleigh also discovered that the dirt on his hands and face had been wiped clean. There was even a piece of clothing hanging over the back of a broken chair. Rayleigh picked it up and tried it on. It fit him perfectly. This was really. He smiled with a touch of emotion, then pushed open the door and walked out of the small house. Creak. The old wooden door gave a mournful groan as it drew the women's gazes. The moment Rayleigh stepped outside, nearly 20 pairs of eyes turned toward him at once. Thank you all for taking care of me. Rayleigh thanked them sincerely. However, none of the girls from Artemis Familia reacted. Or rather, all of them were staring. Every girl there was fixed on the handsome face of the boy before them. Artemis Familia forbade romance and it also forbade seducing men. That was the principle of Artemis as their patron goddess, and it was also the rule she had set. But rules were rules, and people were people. Whether because of instinct or simple biology, the girls actually possessed an unusual curiosity toward men. Some of them had even gone past curiosity and reached the level of longing. Messy hair, deep eyes, a tall and slender body, firm lines of muscle. And that unique air and presence around him, was this what people called hormones? Gulp. No one knew who swallowed. But in this kind of silence, the sound was surprisingly loud, even overpowering the crackle of the flames. In an instant, all her companions turned to look at her. Even Rayleigh could not stop himself from glancing over for a moment. Umph. A cold huff sounded as footsteps followed. Artemis appeared. She was carrying 2 gray rabbits in her hand, and her stern gaze swept across the girls of her familia. Rayleigh found it rather funny. He suppressed his smile and walked up to Artemis. "Lady Goddess, thank you for taking care of me. My injuries have recovered." Artemis pretended not to care, but in truth, she was observing the wounds on Rayleigh's body. "I see. But you don't look like you're completely fine. You should still be weak, so don't push yourself." Hearing her say that, Rayleigh was certain now. Although this goddess had been as adorable and innocent as a young girl when facing Bel Cranel, that was special treatment reserved for Orion. When facing ordinary people, her attitude and behavior were exactly as Letza had described. Proud, dignified, a little dishonest with her own feelings, cold on the outside and warm within. "Thank you, Lady Goddess." After exchanging only a few brief words, Artemis carried the gray rabbits away. Rayleigh could tell that she did not intend to speak with him much. Or rather, she had northwest intention of getting close to him. Since their patron goddess did not scold them, the girls relaxed quite a bit and quickly gathered around Rayleigh. A man. And an extremely powerful man at that. The rising star of Hephaestus Familia. A miraculous swordsmith. And on top of that, he was handsome. Nearly every trait that could attract girls seemed to be stuck all over him from head to toe. Hey, how did you get hurt? Are you level 3 like Letza? I've heard rumors about you. Do weapons with their own consciousness really exist? The girl's enthusiasm left Rayleigh somewhat overwhelmed, but he still answered each question one by one and cleared up their doubts. Just as the conversation was heating up, a girl with rare gray skin returned. The moment they noticed her, the girls all stood to welcome her. "Shesta. You're finally back. Thank goodness." The girls were very concerned about the returning girl, Shesta. Shesta, however, was slightly out of breath. Faced with everyone's concern, she could not respond immediately and could only keep smiling. But that smile froze the instant she saw a certain face. Then, in just 2 short seconds, the expression on the girl's face changed completely into terror. Chapter 173, Misunderstanding. "Oh. Shesta. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a monster." The concerned voices of her companions reached her ears. But Shesta did not respond, since right now, she was panicking. At the same time, her heart was screaming. Why is that person together with everyone from my familia? Seen a monster? Of course she had. And not just any monster. A monster among monsters. He. Shesta stared at Rayleigh, stammering as she tried to ask what was going on. The girls followed her gaze and looked toward Rayleigh. Then they suddenly understood. Haha, honestly, Shesta. You just got back, and your attention is already completely on a man. Shesta is a carnivorous girl, huh? He's a big deal, you know. Rayleigh from Hephaestus Familia. Haven't you heard of him? He's that Yodasai. Yes. She knew far too well. A few days ago, she had come to this village with her familia. After discovering that it had been abandoned, they temporarily settled here. Because it was a frontier village and close to the forest, they hunted in the woods for food. Then someone discovered them and reported their presence to Ares Familia of Rakia Kingdom. After that, Ares Familia sent people over and directly declared that they would absorb Artemis Familia and make Artemis a subordinate goddess. Naturally, those people were beaten badly by them. Afterward, the ones who fled back called over a level 3 from Ares Familia to reclaim their pride, only for Letza to challenge that person one-on-one and defeat them. Quite a few people had watched that spectacle, then spread the story around. It became one of Artemis Familia's feats, earning them more attention and respect. However, the scale of Ares Familia was terrifying. Out of caution, Shesta, who possessed a disguise skill, infiltrated Rakia to gather information. In the end, she discovered that Rakia Kingdom did not seem to be showing any signs of moving against them. Just as she was preparing to leave, Rakia Kingdom was suddenly struck by a blizzard. The entire royal capital became a world of ice and snow. Then she saw Ares Familia's elite sprinting through the streets, seemingly chasing after thieves who had abducted a goddess. Kidnapping a goddess. To dare do something like that was far too bold. But after following several nights for a while, she heard the truth of the matter. The young heir of the Kratzo family, the noble family of smiths, a boy with the talent to forge Kratzo magic swords, had been taken away together with his patron goddess. Because there were too many people, she did not dare get too close. Even so, she witnessed the figure who had single-handedly blocked Ares Familia, as well as the ice dragon circling above the royal capital. She saw all of it clearly. Because of that incident, she temporarily remained inside the city. Not long after, she witnessed Ares Familia's army mobilize. She was stunned since it was too unbelievable. They were only pursuing a few people, yet Ares Familia had actually mobilized an army. A full 20,000 soldiers, including no shortage of level 2 and even level 3 warriors. Wasn't that going too far? But the truly terrifying part came afterward. Even after deploying such overwhelming military force, Ares Familia's subjugation had failed. And Ares himself had admitted that the enemy was only one person, and that he was extremely powerful. He had fought one against 20,000 and forced them to return empty-handed. Shesta's first reaction upon hearing that news was, impossible. That was 20,000 people. And all of them had fauna. There were even level 3s among them, just like Letza. Against only one person. They lost. She seriously doubted the truth of the information and even went to the city gate specifically to welcome the defeated army back. Then she believed it. Because she saw the soldiers' crushed morale, and the fear on their faces that could not be washed away. When she saw their eyes, a chill ran up Shesta's spine and shot straight to the top of her head. What kind of terrifying enemy could turn them into that? She could not even imagine it. Soon, from the rumors spreading throughout the city, she obtained the answer she wanted. Rayleigh. That was the name of the person who had thrown Rakia Kingdom into chaos. He came from Hephaestus Familia. An adventurer from Orario. Shesta had never faced him directly, but from the appearance of those Rakian soldiers alone, she already felt deep fear toward him. Add in the brutal cold she had personally experienced, which had been created by his own hand, and although she had not met him yet, she had already labeled him as terrifying, merciless, and absolutely not to be provoked. What she never expected was that while she was away, her own familia had successfully invited the wolf into the house. She had faith in her companions and understood their strength. But precisely because of that, she knew these 20 members of her familia could not possibly be stronger than Rakia Kingdom's army of 20,000. A man who had just killed hundreds, perhaps even thousands, was sitting right there, surrounded by her companions, her family. At this moment, Shesta was so tense that she nearly suffocated. Shesta, what exactly is wrong? Letza could tell that this younger sister of her familia was acting strangely. It seemed she cared far too much about Rayleigh's presence. Shesta looked at Letza and suddenly wanted to cry, but she did not dare. If she cried here and alerted that terrifying man, would he get angry and kill everyone? The moment she thought of that, Shesta could only swallow all those complicated emotions back down and force out a smile. It's nothing. I'm just tired. Is that so? Letza placed one hand on the girl's shoulder. Then her gaze darkened. She was trembling. Feeling the girl's fear toward Rayleigh, Letza's expression shifted slightly. Then she exchanged glances with several others around her. In the next second, the members of Artemis Familia moved instantly. Rayleigh, who had been bringing an apple to his mouth, froze. Then he asked, "May I ask what this situation is?" He held the apple in his hand. Eating it felt wrong and putting it down felt wrong too. Because at that moment, 11 vital points, including the top of his head, his throat, the back of his neck, and his chest, were all being aimed at by various weapons. Beautiful women of different styles surrounded him so tightly that not even water could pass through. A troubled expression appeared on his face. Letza narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly, "Don't play dumb." She signaled for Rayleigh to look at Shesta with her eyes, then said, "That girl has been trembling from the moment she saw you. Talk. What did you do to her?" As she spoke, Letza's expression also turned fierce. She pressed the dagger in her hand against Rayleigh's throat and questioned him sharply. Rayleigh tried hard to recall. Then he answered, I don't remember ever meeting her. You over there, have we had any dealings before?" When Shesta was suddenly addressed by Rayleigh, she was so frightened that she let out a small scream and took 2 steps back. That reaction left Rayleigh speechless. Ever since awakening, Jif Blessings, Minor, he had been quite confident in his memory. From Letza's perspective, however, this was Rayleigh intimidating the girl. So anger rose inside her. She raised the dagger and stabbed toward Rayleigh's shoulder, intending to give him a little pain. "Don't." Shesta screamed as her voice was full of terror. Letza stopped. But she did not stop by herself. A single finger had pressed against the sharp tip of the dagger, holding it perfectly still. At the fingertip, faint blue lines appeared. In any case, how about we all calm down first? After blocking the dagger with only one finger, Rayleigh spoke slowly in a calm tone. Chapter 174, The Truth. Calm down. As you can see, with the strength of my body, ordinary blades can't pierce me. Everyone stared in disbelief at the dagger in Letza's hand, now stopped in place. For a level 3 like Letza, that strike would have pierced through a minotaur's muscles without much trouble. Yet now, someone had blocked it with a single finger. Leaving aside the fact that his skin was absurdly tough, far beyond what a human should have, the difference in strength alone was obvious. After all, he had only extended one finger. The rest of his body had not moved in the slightest. That proved the difference between them was on an entirely different scale. I truly don't remember that girl over there. At the very least, I've never even spoken to her before. So her reaction surprised me too. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a little hurt. Rayleigh offered that explanation on his own, paying no attention to how shaken everyone around him was. Seeing that he still insisted on his innocence, Letsa shifted her gaze toward Shesta again. However, the moment her eyes landed on the girl, the figure that should have been standing in front of her appeared behind Shesta instead. Letsa's eyes widened in shock. Shesta, behind you. The girl looked confused. In the next instant, she realized something was wrong. The man Letsa had been pointing her dagger at was gone. And in that moment, she understood where he had gone, because all her companions were staring at her side in horror. The other party was behind her. A chill crawled up her spine. Shesta forced herself not to make an embarrassing sound. Batman. How is that possible? What did he just do? Teleportation. But he didn't chant at all. Chantless magic. Instant movement. He disappeared and reappeared in an instant across that distance. Rayleigh looked at Artemis Familia, who were all treating him as though he were a mortal threat. Although he felt helpless, there was also a trace of irritation mixed in. Deliberately ignoring their warning had simply been his way of showing his strength and making them understand the situation. The pain Shesta imagined did not come. Instead, Rayleigh spoke. Miss Shesta, was it? We shouldn't have met before, right? Your reaction is causing your Familia to seriously misunderstand me. Before this turns into a fight. Rayleigh's gaze remained calm as he said that. At this point, Shesta finally reacted in time. She took a deep breath and shouted, everyone, don't misunderstand. Rayleigh-san hasn't hurt me. She had been speaking properly at first. But right near the end, it somehow turned into a question. Rayleigh was speechless. No, seriously. Why did she have to do this at the crucial moment? Could this girl not just explain things clearly? What Rayleigh did not know was that when he had created the blizzard covering the entire city, Shesta, who had been working as a spy in Rakia, had also been caught up in it. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the girl's emotional nature. What is this commotion? Artemis appeared. She looked at the tense scene before her with a cold, stern gaze, but she was not looking only at Rayleigh. Her eyes swept over everyone present. Seeing the goddess appear, Rayleigh's frown deepened. What a pain in the ass. If these were Evelys, or clear enemies like Rakia Kingdom's soldiers, he would not have needed to be this polite. The feeling of having a reason but being unable to explain it was unexpectedly frustrating. Miss Shesta, could you please explain why you're treating me like this? This has already caused a major misunderstanding, and if it isn't cleared up, I'll be very troubled. The girl, whose ability to empathize was quite strong, finally seemed to sense Rayleigh's headache. So she quieted down. She stared at Rayleigh pitifully for quite a while. In the end, she nodded. For the next 20 minutes, every member of Artemis Familia, including their patron goddess, listened as though they were hearing a myth. Infiltrating the royal capital alone and rescuing a goddess. Abducting a princess and launching a huge battle. Changing the climate of a kingdom's capital with his own power, creating a lethal blizzard in the wrong season. And then fighting 20,000 soldiers alone and forcing Rakia Kingdom's army to retreat. The women listened to their younger sister's account as though they were there themselves, watching one grand scene after another unfold before their eyes. I'm not saying I doubt Shesta, but this is really hard to believe. It is. If Battousai were a level 6 adventurer, or even a level 5 who specializes in frontal combat, then maybe I could accept it. But he's level 3 like Letsa, right? Yeah. This isn't meant to look down on Letsa, but I don't think Letsa could do something like that. Forget 20,000 people, even escaping unscathed from 200 would still be uncertain. As for defeating them, the girls all showed doubt. Even Shesta, who had delivered the information herself, began to lose confidence after hearing them. After all, she had not personally witnessed Rayleigh's battle against Rakia Kingdom's army. But no matter how one looked at the miserable state of those Rakian soldiers, they had clearly gone through hell. And the war god Ares himself had personally admitted defeat. That was the embodiment of war and slaughter. Would he really lie about something like that? As everyone argued, Rayleigh remained so calm that he did not seem like the person involved at all. He looked more like a passerby who had simply happened to sit down and listen to a story. Artemis noticed his composure and could not suppress her curiosity. So, what actually happened? Rayleigh looked at the moon goddess in some surprise. He had not expected this goddess, who rejected men, to take the initiative to speak with him. She governed chastity and was also the goddess of the hunt. Her appearance was quiet and gentle, but deep down, she was a genuine battle enthusiast. In truth, Artemis was one of the strong gods. She possessed combat refinement on the same level as gods of war, sword, and battle, and she held equal divine standing with them. Even with her divine power sealed, in an ordinary mortal body, she could easily defeat her familia Captain Letza. That alone proved her combat ability was downright unfair. No. It was beyond unfair. When it came to gods, cheating was not enough to describe their abilities. Chapter 175, Spar with Artemis. A god's divine power, arcanum, was something close to a law of reality. It could destroy the earth, restore everything that had been destroyed, repair the world itself, or even turn back time. It was a force of overwhelming magnitude. For gods, competing through arcanum was meaningless. However, some gods possessed abilities rooted in their own essence. For example, the charm possessed by goddesses of beauty was an innate power, not part of divine power itself. By the same logic, a war god's martial skill, a sword god's swordsmanship, and the moon goddess's spear and bow were all powers that belonged to them personally. Even with their arcanum sealed and their full might unavailable, the techniques gods displayed were still genuine martial arts of the divine realm. In other words, they were literally godly techniques. Artemis had fought adventurers more than once, and when her familia accepted monster-slaying commissions, she even charged at the very front. In practical terms, she was the strongest member of her own familia. A battle-loving goddess like that was naturally very interested in the legendary stories told by her child. More or less. Rayleigh casually brushed it off, then picked up his drink and took a sip. However, Artemis seemed to have become interested and had no intention of letting him go. She showed a smile and said, "You said your body has already recovered, didn't you? In that case, how about a spar with me?" Nanny. Rayleigh froze. The moon goddess had actually issued him a challenge. Their conversation was also overheard by the others. What? Lady Artemis is going to spar with Rayleigh. I want to see. Lady Artemis, do your best. Idiot, you should say Lady Artemis is definitely going to win. Seeing the girls scatter instantly and clear out an open space for them to spar, all of them looking expectant, Rayleigh realized that even if he wanted to refuse, it was already too late. Or perhaps, from the moment he had piqued Artemis's interest, there had been no escaping this. Fine. Then let's stop before anyone gets hurt. Rayleigh stood up. His 4 Zanpakuto were still leaning nearby. He picked up Ruriiro Kujaku and stepped into the sparring area. However, Artemis frowned slightly. She asked, "You carry 4 swords. Surely they aren't just spares, are they? I can tell they are all first-rate blades. Is that so? Seems like you have sharp eyes." Rayleigh offered a compliment. If Artemis was regarded as a martial-type goddess, then being familiar with weapons was only natural. But among goddesses, that was still quite rare. However, they are not first-rate swords. They are the finest swords. Rayleigh held the sheath horizontally and slowly drew the blade. Are you boasting? No. Merely stating a fact. Even if they are not yet the finest now, they certainly will be in the future. Hee hee. A fine conviction. Artemis did not seem to dislike Rayleigh's arrogant words. On the contrary, she looked rather appreciative. One could not underestimate gods. Especially goddesses. The goddesses of this world were terrifying. In every sense of the word. Just speaking of combat ability, the strength of Artemis before him was still unknown. But when it came to another pure goddess, Astrea, he knew exactly how frightening she was. That goddess of justice possessed swordsmanship that truly belonged to the realm of gods. Among the adventurers Rayleigh had seen so far, excluding Zald and Althea imitating him, Kaguya was the strongest in swordsmanship. If judged purely by sword skill, even Ace, who would later reach level 6 and bear the title Sword Princess, would still look as immature as a child in front of Kaguya. And yet, that same Kaguya had been beaten to tears by the gentle and ladylike looking goddess Astrea. A goddess of justice. Since she was meant to carry out justice, of course she required power worthy of that duty. That goddess's swordsmanship had already far surpassed the realm of mortals. It was not a level that swordsmen of this world could even begin to measure. In that case, Artemis would not be weak either. In terms of technique, Rayleigh first placed himself in the lower position and did not look down on her. But he would not underestimate himself either. Even divine techniques would inevitably have their power and speed limited without the physical ability to support them. If he wanted to win this fight, suppressing her with his ability value should give him the highest chance of victory. A goddess with her arcanum sealed was no different from an ordinary delicate woman in terms of physical ability. If that was the case, then he would crush her with speed and power. You may begin whenever you like. Artemis knocked an arrow to her bowstring and showed a confident smile. That smile was beautiful. But Rayleigh did not stare at it in a daze. Shuinpa. To everyone else, Rayleigh vanished as if he had disappeared into thin air. Only the faint dust stirring where he had stood and the falling leaves that suddenly changed their path in midair slightly exposed the trace of his movement. In the eyes of an expert, such details would never be missed. Artemis instantly drew her bowstring. Her fingers rotated slightly, making the arrowhead spin, and then she released. While moving at high speed, Rayleigh saw a sharp arrowhead flying straight toward him. His pupils contracted. He immediately swung his sword and cut that arrow cleanly in half down the middle. But before he could retract his arm, while he was still in the posture after finishing the slash, another arrow had already arrived in front of him. A second arrow? She calculated his position and field of vision, even predicted the speed of his sword swing, then controlled the distance between the two arrows so one followed directly after the other. That was ridiculous. Rayleigh raised his left hand. Bakuto number 8, Seiki. Ping. The arrow was repelled. But Rayleigh suddenly realized Artemis's figure had vanished. That move is quite good. Her voice came from the 5 o'clock direction. Rayleigh's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking. What? The moment he turned his head, he saw Artemis, who had somehow appeared there, swinging the bow in her hand toward him like a club. Rayleigh bent his upper body backward and barely avoided it. Was she really that fast? No. That was wrong. A god's physical ability should not be much different from an ordinary person's. In fact, it might even be inferior to that of some physically strong mortals. She had just said, move, didn't she? A thought flashed through Rayleigh's mind. No way. What you used just now was it? Shuinpa. Artemis smiled and said, so that move is called Shuinpa. What a simple and fitting name. When I saw you use it just now, I felt that I could do it as well, though it does require a few supporting techniques. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Getsuga Tensho. That explanation made the corner of Rayleigh's eye twitch several times. She learned it. Just like that. Although Althea had already given him this kind of shock several times, this was still only the second person he had met who could use Shuinpa in actual combat immediately after seeing it just once. Shuinpa was not an ordinary footwork technique. It required precise Ryatsu control to succeed. Althea herself was already a powerful mage, and on top of that, she had a cheat-like skill such as Jif blessings, along with her own extraordinary talent. But Artemis could not use her arcanum. Was she relying purely on physical ability? If she were a high-level adventurer, it might be possible, but the speed would still be greatly reduced. Don't get distracted. Artemis's figure became hazy once more. Rayleigh only felt his vision blur, and Artemis had already closed the distance until she was less than 2 meters in front of him. So fast. No. Was this really speed? It felt a little different. Rayleigh focused his attention and began observing Artemis's movements. Then he discovered, to his astonishment, that she had actually modified Shuinpa so she could use it successfully. In such a short time. Artemis threw a punch, but instead of retreating, Rayleigh stepped forward with no intention of dodging at all. The goddess showed a trace of surprise. The reason was simple. With Artemis's physical ability, this kind of attack could not hurt him. From the very beginning, he had analyzed the possibilities she had for defeating him. First was attack power. Aside from weapons, if the two of them entered close-quarters combat, the only things Artemis could use to gain an effect on him would be throws and joint locks. The difference in their physical ability was too large. Whether it was Artemis's fists or her whip-like kicks, hitting him would not have any real effect. Because Rayleigh understood that, he immediately saw through her intention. This attack was a feint. Seeing Rayleigh refuse to dodge, Artemis was surprised, but she did not panic. Her steps changed again as her entire body quickly retreated. This time, Rayleigh understood. What Artemis was using was not truly Shuinpa. Those so-called supporting techniques were changes in footwork, creating afterimages during movement to interfere with judgment. She was not fast. She had increased the number of actions that disturbed perception. How clever. This was something only a long-lived being whose experience surpassed mortals could do. With humanity's short lifespan, it would be impossible to accumulate such vast experience and then apply it so naturally. For gods who had existed for over hundreds of millions of years, this was the kind of ability they should possess. But afterimages meant nothing to him. Rayleigh adjusted his visual perception so it approached Ryuraku. The afterimages in his eyes immediately dimmed, leaving only the goddess's true body radiating golden Ryatsu. Seeing through that, Rayleigh's eyes held no hesitation. He slashed down. Artemis hurriedly swung her longbow, striking the side of Ruriiro Kujaka's blade and knocking the attack away. It was an extremely precise blow. That was what Rayleigh found strange. His strength and speed completely surpassed Artemis's, yet not only could she react to his speed, she could precisely intercept and evade his attacks. She could even counterattack. You saw through it. Impressive. I only used it twice, Artemis said, sounding genuinely amazed by Rayleigh's sharpness in battle. Then. The probing ended here. Rayleigh and Artemis thought the same thing at the same time. And they both moved in the same direction. Whoosh! Artemis knocked an arrow and fired. It was clearly such a primitive launching weapon, yet through her technique, she made the bow and arrow perform like a rifle. The power of each arrow exceeded that of a 7.62 round. A bullet. When they landed on the ground, they did not simply stick into it, they produced explosion-like impacts, leaving Rayleigh slightly alarmed. Bakuto number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Golden chains extended from Rayleigh's hand. He gripped them, swung them around, and knocked the flying arrows out of the air. Although her arrows failed to accomplish anything, Artemis did not stop. It was as if she were repeating a meaningless action. However, Rayleigh suddenly felt the chain in his hand sink. He looked over and immediately discovered that the gaps in the chain had been pinned by arrows. Rayleigh released his hand at once. The golden chain scattered, dissolving into erasure and fading into golden particles of light. It seemed he had lost in precision. Then how about firepower? More than a dozen fireballs suddenly appeared behind Rayleigh. Shikaho, 17-fold volley. Under Rayleigh's control, all the Shikaho fired at once, each assigned a different route. Like homing missiles, they looked chaotic, yet in the end, they would relentlessly lock onto their target. Magic. And without chanting. That golden chain earlier too. Are you only noticing now? That guy is using quick-cast magic. Letza, who had seen more than the others, explained to the younger members of the Familia. Artemis's expression changed. She fired an arrow and struck one of the Shikaho, wanting to test the power of this spell. Then. Boom. The fireball instantly expanded into a miniature sun. It released astonishing light and heat. The damp fallen leaves on the ground had their moisture evaporated, quickly drying before crumbling into fragments. Seeing that power, Artemis was stunned. She shouted, "Are you trying to kill me?" Even if she was not hit directly by something like that, she would still be sent straight to heaven. Rayleigh did not respond. Instead, he began chanting on his own. Bakuto number 62, Hyaparankin. Blue erasure rods condensed in Rayleigh's hand. He aimed at Artemis, who was busy dodging the fireballs, then hurled the light rods with force. Their initial velocity was around 250 meters per second. Wait. A trace of panic appeared on Artemis's face. She hurriedly set an arrow to her bow, then fired in a rush. What happened next left even Rayleigh somewhat dumbfounded. The arrow Artemis released collided with Hyaparankin at an angle, then rebounded and pierced through one of the Shikaho in the air, triggering an explosion. The blast blew away the remaining Shikaho and swallowed the blue light rods as well, destroying more than half of them. Although that exposed a weakness in the moon goddess's defenses, with one erasure rod flying straight toward her face. Even the girls of Artemis Familia felt that it was dangerous. But Artemis leaned backward and drew her bow at the same time, bracing one foot against the bow itself. In an unbelievable posture, she actually pulled the bowstring fully taut. Pierce through. The goddess declared victory. Whoosh. The arrow transformed into a shooting star. In Rayleigh's eyes, the speed of this arrow was not so fast that he could not react. But his instincts told him that this arrow could not be dodged. An arrow that would definitely hit, and would definitely win. Then he would crush it head-on. Rayleigh grinned, took one large step forward, gripped his sword with both hands, and poured a great amount of Ryatsu into the blade. Getsuga Tensho. Ryatsu erupted from the tip of the blade. A massive lapis-colored slash split the earth, split the moon goddess's arrow, and continued forward in a straight line. Until it vanished beyond the horizon.